Chapter 501. Self-Sacrifice. Upon seeing Xiao leave so abruptly, Chen Guo locked gazes with Tang Ru for a brief moment and stood up. "Log him out, please," Chen Guo told Tang Ru before following Xiao out of the room hurriedly. "Okay," Tang Ru answered while watching the two leaving the room hastily. Chen Guo stepped out of the room and found Xiao right away. Instead of going anywhere, Xiao was smoking, facing across the street. She slowed down, carefully composing her words in her head, but just as she walked up to him, Xiao crushed the cigarette, which still had a good deal left, on the windowsill. It angered Chen Guo immediately, but she stopped herself before the words fell out. Considering Xiao's feelings, she thought to forgive him just this once. Chen Guo only spoke one word before Xiao's soft sigh interrupted her. Staring out of the window, he spoke quietly, "This is the end of Excellent Era." Leaving a confused Chen Guo, Xiao turned around and walked away quietly. Chen Guo followed his gaze to out of the window. On Excellent Era's headquarters, the team emblem still glowed radiantly. However, what about the actual team? Chen Guo's heart ached all of a sudden. Nonetheless, she did invest a lot of emotion and energy into the team for years. She didn't only enjoy Xiao and Su Muqing's performance. That was her, then what about Xiao? He never said much about retirement. Facing the various powers and in the game, he was not particularly nice to anyone due to his attachments. However, this didn't mean that Xiao didn't care about Excellent Era. Sun Slong's addition was the hope for many Excellent Era support. It filled them with expectation. Wouldn't Xiao have the same expectations? Chen Guo suddenly thought that Xiao leaving Excellent Era already made many uncomfortable. When he was still a part of the team, Excellent Era had been failing. To save the team, Xiao chose to leave. Did he know that his departure would have been an effective way to save Excellent Era? Unfortunately, Excellent Era was simply too heartless. To get rid of what they labeled as a useless burden, they used everything they had. They would probably never know that their team leader, for a chance to improve the team, had already decided to leave on his own. For the growth of the team's next-generation prodigy, Wang Jieshi faked his loss and sacrificed his own reputation. However, this was a competition, after all. No one could keep a perfect record forever. A single defeat didn't spell the end of the world. On top of that, his sacrifice would be understood and appreciated. What about Xiao? Was there anyone who would understand his departure? Would anyone think of the efforts and troubles he had gone through? Excellent Era might have even believed that it was their trick that forced him to leave. They probably even took pride in it. They would not know that this could have been resolved peacefully. They never had to choose between the team and Xiao, because their team leader was perfectly content with making sacrifices, even himself. Him leaving had brought in Sun Slong, a shining rookie from the pro scene. He was also a prodigy. Xiao was just like all the other fans of Excellent Era, filled with anticipation for Excellent Era's future. However, as of now, he was full of disappointment. Sun Slong was one factor. After all, there was only so much you could ask of one person. The cause of his despair was probably Excellent Era's entire team for their inability to guide one single member. His disappointment was never targeted towards any particular member of Excellent Era, but rather towards the entire team and the whole club. The difference in ideologies was the spark of the conflict between Xiao and the club. Finally, after all the self-sacrifices, he was remunerated by nothing but regrets and disappointment. These kinds of emotions never showed even when Excellent Era abandoned and mistreated him, but it surfaced when Excellent Era continued to decline. Chen Guo watched Xiao walk back to the room in silence. She found herself on the verge of tears and in a turmoil of emotions. "You're back?" In the room, Tang Ru was sitting on Xiao's seat, controlling Lord Grimm when she saw Xiao walk back in. She was telling the others that she was logging out. How long does it take to smoke a single cigarette? Xiao smiled. "Oh, do you still want me to log out?" Tang Ru asked. "Log me out." Xiao consented with a wave of his hand. If he didn't log out, the big guilds were definitely coming back to cause more trouble. He had enough troubles for a while now. Running around took too much time. It was much more convenient to just log out. Okay. Tang Ru nodded, told those around Lord Grim in the game, and logged out of the game. Then, she left the seat and gave it back to Yixiao. How's the 10th server? Yixiao asked half-mindedly upon seeing Tang Ru going back to her game. It's the same as always, dungeons, leveling, Tang Ru replied. You are already tackling the Heavenly Domain challenge, aren't you? Yixiao asked again with a laughter. Yep. I'm trying. Tang Ru answered. Didn't you finish the challenge for boss once already? Why are you trying so hard? Yixiao shook his head. I am just trying to find out a difference in skill. Tang Ru answered with a smile and looked at the door questioningly. Where's Gua Gua? She's still outside. Yixiao spoke. Didn't she go looking to talk to you? When she walked over, I was crushing the cigarette on the windowsill. She caught me red-handed, so I ran away as fast as I could. Awkward. Yixiao explained. Tang Ru's head poked out from behind the screen, and she peered at Yixiao, who sat across her to the side. In the end, only a sentence slipped out nonchalantly, so that's it. Hurry and level up. The Heavenly Domain is much more fun than regular servers. Yixiao spoke. I can see that. Tang Ru agreed with a nod. No one spoke another word after. Everyone was minding their own business on their computers. Tang Ru was still in the game, tapping out a string of clicks on the mouse and keyboard. Yixiao left the game to the side. No one knew what he was doing. After a few moments, Chenghua came back into the room and settled herself in the seat directly across from Yixiao's. Likewise, she didn't say a word and dived straight into the game. However, in the game, after Yixiao's Lord Grim left, Lulan/ and the others were still indulging in the joy of their victory. They couldn't believe that they had actually defeated Excellent Error's starting line-up. They didn't even notice that Deception had vanished. Until another group of people appeared at the opening of the alley. Perfect! My ambitions are still burning right now. Ocean Ahead yelled out in the front. Ha ha ha! Let's go! Lulan/ didn't stop anyone. All 5 of them were using alternates, so they weren't afraid of being accused of being unfair. The guilds were all rivals, so no matter what you did, there was always someone who used unfair tricks. What's important was that you couldn't leave a handle on the surface for someone else to accuse you with. This was the rule for survival for the guilds. Lulan/ and the others had been preparing for a long time, so they understood this rule pretty well. Let's use them to practice our teamwork. With a swing of Lulan/ sword, the 5 charged ferociously at the group with the same amount of momentum as before. The group at the end of the alley was a normal 10-people team. Upon seeing the 5 rushing at them, the group immediately turned tail, just as like they had been ordered to do. D*MN. They're no fun. Ocean Ahead cursed, running ahead of the group. Should we chase them? Homeward Bound asked. Yes. We have nothing to do anyways. Lulan/ yelled back. The 5 ran after the group. They enjoyed the chase and the chaos that followed greatly. They still needed improvement before they could be compared to the pros, but in comparison with the regular players, their skills were unmatched. With the professional league as their goal, their teamwork was above most guild teams. 5 versus 10 posed no problem for them at all. The guild masters had just received news and were hastily reorganizing troops. They were rushing over to supervise the battles by themselves. Lulan/ had no intention of playing guerrilla warfare. Instead, they wanted to see just how powerful the 5 of them could be as a team. The 5 were brimming with pride after they crushed the starting team of Excellent Era. Despite the fact that they had 7 people before and their victory was largely due to brilliant command of a god, their victory couldn't have been possible without their teamwork and efforts. Their crushed confidence was reignited. Compared to professionals, we are not all that great, but professional teams weren't unbeatable. All 5 of them had such realization in their hearts. At the same time, their performance was vicious as well. They slipped in and out of the chaos with surprising orderliness. Great! It feels so good. Ocean ahead was a total battle enthusiast. Stepping over the piles of dead bodies, he roared as spells exploded all around him. It was as if his battle cries were setting the rhythm of his spell releases. I say that you guys should at least pay some attention. Some dropped pretty useful equipment. Don't forget to pick them up. The cleric, Thousand Falling Leaves, reminded his teammates while pocketing a lightsaber from a swordsman himself. True. Look at Deception. He even picked up Sun Slong and Liu Hao's equipments. Lulan commented. Of course, he's a professional scrap picker. Things like that are instinct for him. Night Tide agreed. Speaking about him, his skills are pretty good too. Should we try to recruit him? Ocean ahead stopped his shouting and began to talk business. That guy, so many guilds had their eyes on him, but none of them succeeded. Look at him, he doesn't even know who Sun Strong is. I don't think he feigned ignorance. Who knows where that NET came from? Lulan exclaimed. No matter how much of a NET he is, he still plays glory. To know utterly nothing about the pros, isn't that a bit too extreme? Ocean ahead spoke. This huge world is filled with exceptions. Lulan exclaimed. Hey! Can you guys stop chatting now? I can't hold them off anymore. Homeward Bound cried out at that moment. As more and more people gathered, the group was starting to have a difficult time holding on. Kill! Kill until we die! Lulan shouted, rushing over to help Homeward Bound. The guild masters of the three guilds were present at the battlefield already. They were on the verge of tear of joy over the fact that they were actually able to surround their enemies this time. In the end, with a closer look, they only found 5 people. Why was it only 5? Where were the other 2? After a thorough investigation, they still didn't know if the missing 2 were dead or just escaped their radar. Then they checked again, only to find that both of them had logged out. F***CK. The 3 guild masters were scratching the walls in frustration. Without their main targets, what was the point of attacking the 5 random characters from Heavenly Justice? What was the point? Chapter 502. Bounty. Changing Spring and Arasima were scratching their heads. Chen Yehue was also scratching his head while asking for outside help. He had thought that once Liu Hao's side moved out, their targets would be eliminated for sure. When he received the message that Liu Hao's side had surrounded their target, he stopped caring about the situation. He knew which open accounts he had given to Liu Hao and had them all added as friends. Among the ones previously online, one of them had been a battle mage. Chen Yehue was aware that this time even Sun Strong had come. When he looked at the other open accounts given, he saw that the players were excellent errors starting roster. How could that team lose? Chen Yehue didn't think it would even be possible, and he even thought he would need to call his troops to retreat soon. When he suddenly received the news, he woke up from his daydream and realized that Sun Slong's Battle Mage and Liu Hao's Spellblade were offline. The other 3 were offline too. Chen Yehue felt that something wasn't right. When he gathered everyone to surround them, he discovered that Lord Grim and Deception were offline too. What exactly had happened? Changing Spring and Arasima had no way of knowing. Chen Yehue knew a little bit of what had happened though. Could the 5 pros have logged off after killing those 2? However, those 7 were together. If they fought, shouldn't they have killed the other 5 too? Why were they still alive? Puzzled, Chen Yehue picked up the phone and called Liu Hao. However, no one picked up. Could something have happened? Chen Yehue felt certain that something bad had happened. Afterwards, he heard Changing Spring and Arasima order their troops to kill the 5 players, and he followed suit in order to vent his frustrations. Lulan group had never thought of staying alive. They were prepared to fight until their deaths. Because they had been prepared, when they died, they didn't feel worried at all. After dying, they immediately revived. They had lost a bit of equipment from dying, but it couldn't be compared to the 3 great guilds' losses today. Today's mess had finally come to an end. The players of the three guilds looked at each other in puzzlement. In the end, they had only killed off the 5 mysterious invaders, but what about their original 2 targets? Where did they go? Even though the guild leaders were racking their brains over this, they didn't lose hope so quickly. They knew that this battle wasn't something that could be resolved in 1 or 2 days. With their targets offline, it wasn't possible to fight them anymore, so the 2 guild leaders tasked players with spreading the word through the forums. Lord Grim was now a public figure. Anyone who killed him would have their name spread far and wide. It hadn't been an easy opportunity to come by, so they needed to hurry up and seize it. Quickly, videos of Lord Grim and Deception fighting shoulder to shoulder appeared all over the Glory forums. The guild members cried about how these 2 guys had killed them to steal their items. For the guilds, this was enough. They didn't need to make Lord Grim look like an evil street thug. They just needed to let everyone know that they had good reason to kill Lord Grim. The club guilds only needed to provide a pretext to cause trouble. Lord Grim and Deception had killed their players and stolen their items, which was why they had chased after them. It was a valid reason. Deception's infamous name only made the story more legitimate. Many people would now see Lord Grim in a bad light. The guilds didn't need to look at the results. They knew that they didn't need to care about Lord Grim's current fame anymore. After completing the surface work, the 3 guilds gathered the other guilds together to make a joint declaration, denouncing scrap picking. Then, they announced their plan to pursue and kill Lord Grim and Deception to elaborate on their denunciation. Luland's group of open accounts were also hung up on the blacklist. All 7 of them had a bounty placed on them. This time, the bounty reward wasn't virtual rewards, but real money. Lord Grim and Deception were valued at 500 yuan. If someone found Lord Grim or Deception and called the guilds over, as long as the target was found and successfully killed, the finder would receive 500 yuan. Luland's group was worth less money. Every person was only worth 100 yuan. Compared to the surface talk from before, this bounty was certainly much more eye-catching. In games like this with trade, everyone knew that the most valuable item in-game was real money. This wasn't the first time a bounty like this had appeared, but if some random person put it up, you would need to convince people to believe you. No matter how much of a money warrior you were, money and trust were unrelated. You needed to build up trust in the people in order to do this type of transaction. However, the bounty was being put up by the club guilds. These guilds were certainly trustworthy. If they promised a reward, they would definitely pay out. As long as you encountered someone with a bounty and called the guilds, you could earn real money. This money was too easy to get. As for the club guilds, on the surface, they simply used scrap picking as their pretense. This bounty was only the first wave. First, they would utilize Deception's infamous name. Afterwards, they would decide the next step depending on the circumstances. This was the first time the club guilds had allied together for this type of activity. The online world immediately exploded and all sorts of discussions were created. The guilds in the 10th servers had been waiting for this day to come. Lord Grim. He had made them grind their teeth in anger for so long. Now was the time for his retribution. They wondered whether or not they should dig out the 10th server's guild happy since Lord Grim had gone to the heavenly domain. However, none of the guilds would agree to this suggestion. Their reason for allying together and killing Lord Grim was because of the threat Lord Grim's real identity and goals posed to the clubs. As long as they could stop him from progressing, it would be enough. After all, Guild Happy was only a guild made up of normal players. Dragging all of Guild Happy's members into this conflict wouldn't look good for the club guilds. Their image was still very important to them. Shameless, too shameless. The club guild's announcement appeared as the headlines for all the glory sites and forums. After Chenghua saw it, she immediately became angry. HM? Why? Yishio looked over and asked. Look. Chenghua gave Yishio a link to the announcement. Okay. Yishio clicked on it and looked. After reading it, he asked Chenghua, what's so shameless about it? This. How is this not shameless? Chenghua pointed at the screen. Apart from saying that Deception and I are partners, everything else they said is true. Yixiao said. What? Chenghua stared dumbly. Then, she looked again and thought about it. Scrap picking? Yixiao had picked up scraps. Killed players? He really had killed quite a few players. Steal items? He had definitely stolen equipment for her chasing Haze. It really was the truth. They're using this to cover up their true motives. Chenghua shouted. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yixiao nodded his head. 500 yuan each time. TSK TSK TSK. Tang Ru saw it and sighed. Sigh, I wonder if it counts if I go undercover. 500 yuan each time. If no cleric came to revive me, every 5 deaths would mean I lose 1 level. That's 2,500 yuan. We won a total of 24 accounts from that other internet cafe. If all of them were killed until they hit 0 experience, how much money would that be? Yixiao began to calculate it in his mind. 4.2 million. Tang Ru helped Yixiao calculate it. I really want that money. Let me think. Yixiao began to think seriously. Don't even think about it. Chenghua almost flipped the table over. It probably doesn't count if I go undercover. I'd have to use my real self. Let me check Daobao. Yixiao said. Daobao. I wonder if they're still selling unspecialized accounts. If they are, then I'll just let them kill Lord Grimm, but it's been so many years. Do you think they'll still have any unspecialized accounts? Yixiao began to look. Not long afterwards, he got his answer. Sigh, they really don't have any. There aren't any unspecialized accounts to buy. You. There might not be any unspecialized, but what about ninjas? If we send Deception in to die, his account can earn us 170,000, right? Yixiao calculated. 175,000, Tang Ru corrected. No. Yixiao slammed his keyboard. What's wrong? Chenghua hastily asked. I don't think I added him as a friend. I wonder if I can still find a way to contact him. Yixiao said in a sad voice. Chenghua rolled her eyes. She didn't know what to say in response. HM? Right, there's also Lulan/5 accounts. It's just 5 open accounts. It doesn't matter if they die. Free money. Yixiao said. But they'll be the ones earning the money. It's not like they'll give me any. Yixiao said with a sigh. Do you really think they'll stoop as low as you? Chenghua looked at Yixiao with disdain. So you're saying they won't even consider it? Yixiao said. Of course. Chenghua didn't think a famous money warrior like Lulan/ would think about it. If that's the case, then because we're very close now, I'll trade those 5 accounts for 5 of ours. Give them the same classes. Yixiao said, while pulling out a drawer and looking over the 24 account cards. From these, he pulled out the 5 classes. Hey, you're not actually going to do it right. Chenghua saw Yixiao's actions and discovered that he was actually thinking about it. It'll be money for my return to the pro scene. I didn't think it'd be so easy to get though. Back then, getting money in game wasn't so easy. Yixiao said as he thought back to the old days. Chenghua's head fell to the table. She just couldn't see how this person was the same person who would sacrifice himself for his team. It looked like she wasn't looking at things the right way. Her insights had been completely wrong. Chapter 503. Collaborator. Chenghua couldn't believe what was happening. She tapped her keyboard, got up from her seat, and then walked towards Yixiao. When she looked over, it was real. It was actually happening. This guy was already on QQ chatting with Lulan/. You really have no shame. Chenghua cried. Did you see the declaration the top guilds made today? Yixiao greeted Lulan/ with a question. I saw it. Ha 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 ha. We're only worth 100 yuan. All of us together are only worth one of you. How depressing. Lulan replied. He was someone who knew how to find fun in things. He was conflicted about his bounty's value. We're all foils. Look at that declaration. Deception is the main focus. Yixiao said. Ha ha, naturally. He's a scrap picker. Of course, he should stand out, but their emphasis is still mostly on you. They don't want everyone to forget about you, so they also placed a 500 yuan bounty on you. Lulan understood the guild's intent. I came looking for you to discuss this. Yixiao said. It really is troublesome. Our characters were just open accounts. We can just not use them, but it's a lot tougher for you. Lulan sighed. That's not it. My meaning is I wish to take that money. Yixiao said. The other side didn't reply for a long time. Lulan clearly knew what Yixiao's intentions were. Yixiao saw that the other side suddenly stopped talking and moved his QQ window around. God, are you serious? Lulan could only use ellipses to express his thoughts. He felt too embarrassed to say anything negative, but couldn't think of anything positive to say. I can't change my main account. Right now, I just don't know if you're interested or not. If you're interested, then it's fine. If you're not, then I can exchange 5 of my open accounts for those 5 open accounts. Yixiao said. There's no need to trade. You can just have them. After a short moment of silence, Lulan gave a blunt answer. Wow! How nice of you. Do you want a share of the pot? No need. No need. You're an investor too, so your share won't be small. Yixiao replied politely. No need. Really, there's no need. Lulan refused. You're too nice. Yixiao said. Ha ha ha, this small amount of money isn't much to me. Really, believe me. Lulan didn't want to be involved in this, so he spoke as if he were filthy rich. Okay. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Yixiao said. But speaking of this, even though the bounty is out, we might just be something said for appearances. That bounty says the target has to die for the reward to be paid. If they don't kill the target, you won't get the money. Lulan shifted to a different topic and dug into the issue with the guild statement. I thought of this too, but if I'm controlling it myself, why do I have to let them kill me? I'll kill myself off, record the death, and send it to them. Yixiao said. But if you keep doing it over and over again, won't it seem too fake? Lulan asked, you can kill yourself in the game, but there's only so many ways to do it, no? That's true, so I need a few collaborators. How about it? Yixiao said. Oh no, my mom called me to come eat dinner. I've got to go. Give me an address and I'll send those 5 accounts over to you. That's all for now then. Bye. Lulan quickly logged off. Shameless. Too shameless. Chenghua muttered. Who would be less suspicious to collaborate with? Yixiao pondered. Chenghua saw Yixiao's and Lulan chat exchange, looking down on him, while also beginning to think too. Contact her friends to help? Chenghua originally had this thought, but when she thought about it, no matter how many friends she had, it wouldn't be enough. In order to kill all 5 characters until they dropped to level 1 would require 1750 deaths. Even if each friend could kill 1 character 10 times, she would still need at least 175 friends. 10 times for 1 character was already very suspicious too. The Heavenly Domain was the final destination for all 10 servers. In order to accommodate all these players, the world was enormous. Finding a single person within that sea of players was like finding a needle in a haystack. Why else would the club guilds place a bounty on them? The club guilds were already considered extremely powerful forces in the game. Chenghua wasn't able to think of a good solution. When she looked at Yixiao, his computer screen had the webpage for a game studio. Are you going to look for a studio? Chenghua asked. Aren't studios very fair? Yixiao said. Chenghua thought about it for a moment and agreed. For this type of buying and selling that required effort to complete, let alone one character being able to kill for a bounty 10 times, killing the bounty a few more times wouldn't be a problem, especially if they recorded it themselves. This was something a studio could easily do. Illusion Studio is a pretty good option. Chenghua sat to the side. She saw Yixiao skim over information on studios and recommended one of them as she saw him skim past. Really? Yixiao opened up the description for Illusion Studio, but then closed it after reading it. What do you think? Chenghua was puzzled. Illusion Studio was a trustworthy, in-game studio. They had many options and had good ratings. Chenghua didn't understand why Yixiao was unsatisfied with it. I'm going to keep looking. Yixiao continued to search. Future is pretty good too. Chenghua recommended again. Experienced players usually had some understanding of studios, so they knew the more popular ones. However, Yixiao looked at it and then rejected it too. What are you looking for? Chenghua didn't know what he wanted. One that I'm familiar with. Yixiao said. You're familiar with some of them. Chenghua was astonished. I've played this game for 10 years. I have all sorts of connections. Yixiao didn't think much of it. As he said this, he finally clicked on a studio that he was looking at. Chenghua looked at it. This studio had a pretty low rating and the customer reviews were very mediocre. Most players would consider it a scam and wouldn't do business with them. However, Yixiao didn't look at these reviews and immediately clicked on the contact info. He really was looking for someone he recognized, and not a famous one. Mo Qiong, not a well-known one. Yixiao muttered, while asking Chenghua if he borrow her cell phone. Chenghua handed over her handphone and saw Yixiao quickly punch in the phone number listed for Mo Qiong Studio. Hello, old Mo. Who is it? Can't you tell from my voice? Yixiao asked. I can't tell. This is a work phone. If you have business, say it. Is your QQ XXX? Yixiao asked. Yeah. The other side was a bit suspicious. Let's talk on QQ. Yixiao hung up. If you know his QQ, why did you call him? Chenghua was puzzled. How could I know he's doing this now? Shouldn't I confirm it by phone first? Yixiao said. He looked for the QQ username and messaged him. The other side replied with 5 exclamation marks. You were the one who called. The other side followed. Yes, it was me. You're still alive. Of course. If you're alive, then why'd you retire? Let's chat later. First, let's talk business. Mo Qiong said. Did you see the bounty offered by the guilds? Yixiao replied. Of course. Oh. You're Lord Grimm? Yeah, that's me. D*MN. Are you planning on sacrificing your own account to give this bro some nice money to spend? Let me think about it. Each death is 500. One level 5 times. Level 70 to level 1 means 175,000 yuan. We can also get a cleric to revive you, so you double that and that's 350,000. Since that's just the heavenly domain. You can pretend to run back to the normal servers. If we go to the normal servers to kill you, then double it again for 700,000. Holy *T. You're going to send your bro 700,000. You really are a god. You're too enlightened. Mo Qiong said. Did you finish calculating it? Yixiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chenghua was frozen. He really was *King professional. He maximized the amount of profit that could be earned. Yixiao and Tang Ru had calculated 175,000 yuan, but this figure was way too weak compared to the 700,000 that had just been mentioned. I obviously know you're not here to give it to me for free. What are your conditions? Mo Qiong asked. When did I say I was going to allow you to get Lord Grim killed? Yixiao was speechless. Then what are you here for? Mo Qiong was puzzled. It sounded like Yixiao wasn't looking for him to do this. I have to use Lord Grim, but I can provide you the other 5 accounts who are on the hit list. Yixiao said. Which 5 accounts? Are you talking about the ones worth 100 each? Mo Qiong said. Yes. Those 5. Isn't that a bit too small? The net profit is only worth 1 Lord Grim for all 5. What about deception? Can you get that one? Mo Qiong asked. I can't. How regretful. Mo Qiong expressed. Can you do it? Yixiao asked. I can. Of course, I can. However, you're going to need to give me the details. I have to do some analysis to see how I should go about this. Mo Qiong asked. Yixiao gave him a general explanation. Mo Qiong listened and expressed some of his disappointment. So it's like that? Those accounts are clearly just for appearance. With how crafty those guys are, if you only provide them with information, they won't give you the money. Even if we do it like you say, at a certain point, they'll remove the bounty and you won't get the maximum theoretical profit possible. True. Yixiao wasn't too surprised. He had clearly thought about this too. If we just directly kill you until they stop giving the bounty, then it'll be very fake. But then again, this amount of money isn't much to them anyways. Plus, it's all of the clubs combined. With their work ethic, I doubt they'd go back on their word. Mo Qiong asked. They shouldn't. Yixiao said. Then we'll do it like that then. We won't revive with a cleric either. If we do it too excessively, they won't be happy with us getting so greedy. We have to leave them some face. Mo Qiong suggested after thinking about it some more. Then it's set. Yixiao asked. Bullsh *T. What's my share? Mo Qiong asked. I'll give you half. Yixiao said. Okay. God is still a god. How daring. Then I'll go arrange it. Mo Qiong said. Okay. All right, let's chat then. Why did you retire? Mo Qiong asked. Chapter 504. Unending News. Even though Yixiao didn't have a cell phone, he still frequently used QQ as a communication tool. When he had retired, many people had messaged him, but he ignored all of them. Back then, Mo Qiong had asked him about it too, and, now that he had been contacted, he used this opportunity to chat. It's quite a long story. Let's talk about it when I'm less busy. Yixiao avoided the subject. Are you really planning on creating your own team? Mo Qiong asked. I have thought about doing so. Yixiao said. So this is to help raise money for it? Mo Qiong asked. Not entirely. Yixiao replied. It looks like you're not having an easy time. This bro won't take half then. I'll just take profit from 2 of the accounts. Mo Qiong said. Thanks. Yixiao didn't refuse. I say we just have those 5 accounts party up and then kill them together. Mo Qiong clearly wasn't very insistent on chatting and quickly returned back to discussing business. I'll leave it up to you then. All right. Just wait for the money to arrive. With the deal completed, Yixiao turned his head. Chengguo was still beside him and had a complicated expression on her face. Hey, it isn't easy starting from scratch. Yixiao said. Chengguo was startled. She felt as if her heart had been pricked again. Yixiao took out a cigarette and told her he was going out for a smoke. Chengguo went back to her game. Right now, quite a few people were talking about the news. Some people just randomly sent out coordinates, saying Lord Grim was here or that Lord Grim was there. They were making fun of the guilds. Yixiao's Lord Grim wasn't even online. Not just Lord Grim, but Deception and Lulan/5 open accounts weren't there either. The players could only shout loudly. If their targets weren't online, what could they do? The guilds were obviously paying close attention to them. Them not being online was a success for them in a way. After all, their goal was to stop Yixiao from leveling. Yixiao finished smoking his cigarette and returned. He logged into the game. On a different computer, Cheng was chasing Hayes received a notification indicating a friend had logged on. "You're still going to keep playing?" Chengguo was astonished. "Why not?" Yixiao asked. "Be careful," Chengguo said. "Yeah, I know, but I'm only going to leveling areas without many people. I'll take a look at the circumstances and see whether or not there'll be people wandering around hoping to catch sight of me," Yixiao said. "I imagine there'll be quite a few people doing that," Chengguo said. She understood a player's mind. 500 yuan wasn't much, but it wasn't a small amount either. One of the main purposes of the game was to strengthen one's character. If the 500 yuan was spent on a piece of equipment or an item, it would definitely be able to purchase a top-quality item. There would be players who would try to test their luck. If it doesn't look good, I'll run," Yixiao said. "If you really need an unspecialized account, you can just look for someone to level it up for you. It wouldn't take very long," Chengguo said. She understood that Lord Grimm himself wasn't worth much. It was mostly the silver weapon that was valuable to them. Apart from a few board players or collectors, there probably wouldn't be any other unspecialized characters out there. However, a studio wouldn't care. As long as you needed one, they would level one for you. It was just a matter of how much you paid. All he had to do was transfer the silver weapon to the new account and character. If he did that, wouldn't he be able to avoid all of the hunting and grinding? Lord Grimm could also be used to earn some money too. This was what Chengguo was thinking. "Ha ha, I'll do it if I don't have any other options," Yixiao said. Chengguo heard this and knew he had already thought about it before, so she didn't say any more. "Where are you?" Chengguo asked. After Yixiao told her his location, Chengguo immediately had chasing Hayes head over. As she moved towards his location, Chengguo discovered a few players moving in a similar direction as her. It seemed like quite a few had noticed that Lord Grimm had come online. Everyone knew Lord Grimm's level 2. He could only move about in the level 55 leveling area, so they immediately headed towards it. "It looks like quite a few players are heading towards the level 55 leveling area," Chengguo said to Yixiao. "Ha ha, the leveling area is so large. They won't be able to find me so easily," Yixiao said as he continued to level up. He was still in Wilderness Town, a level 55 area. As he killed monsters, Yixiao looked for a place convenient for observing the surroundings. He didn't move around randomly either. If he didn't see anyone around, he would stay there. If he moved around randomly, it was more likely that he would bump into someone. Even so, he wasn't able to kill monsters peacefully the entire time. After a period of time, Lord Grimm finally noticed a player heading towards him. With his current situation, it didn't matter if the player was in a guild or not. Now that a bounty had been placed on his head, it really was as if he had become a street rat. He wasn't just any street rat, but a street rat worth 500 yuan. Chengguo was concerned about Yixiao's situation and switched to a computer next to Yixiao to play. She constantly glanced at Yixiao's screen. She saw how unsafe Yixiao's leveling was and would turn her attention to his screen from time to time. Fortunately, Yixiao had lots of experience and an incredible amount of skill. Whenever he saw a player, he immediately hid. With the distance between them, the other side wouldn't be able to see Lord Grimm's ID clearly, so Yixiao hadn't been in any danger yet. "Are you sure someone isn't following you?" Chengguo was worried that someone might be following Yixiao. However, it was Yixiao who reminded her of something. Chengguo stared blankly. She turned her chasing Hayes around and immediately saw a bunch of players following her. She couldn't hide her surprise after turning around. Chengguo suddenly understood. Some of them might have known about her relationship with Lord Grimm, so they tried to see if they could get their 500 yuan through her. Thinking of this, Chengguo began to sweat. She really had been looking for Lord Grimm. If Yixiao hadn't reminded her, she would have guided a whole bunch of players over to his location. She had been concerned about Yixiao's situation and nearly caused a disaster. You don't need to worry. Nothing will happen. People will watch you closely if you're online and might look for you if they need something. How about you go play in the 10th server for now? You can help manage the guild while you're over there. Yixiao said. Chenghua looked at the crowd of people behind her. There was nothing she could do about it, so she accepted Yixiao's suggestion. At the 10th server, she had an account which was in Guild Happy too. Her position there wasn't low either. Her character's level might be low, but the guild knew that her main account was a heavenly domain character. As a result, Chenghua began managing the 10th server guild. Yixiao was having a difficult time in the heavenly domain. Even though he hadn't been killed yet, his leveling speed had been greatly affected. Chenghua had been very anxious at first, but when she saw that Yixiao didn't seem to care at all, she became more at ease. On Saturday, an unexpected result appeared in the Pro Alliance. In the match between Excellent Era and Thunderclap, Excellent Era had been completely crushed. Yixiao had retired and Sun Song had taken his place. After a period of ups and downs, Excellent Era seemed to have returned to their best shape. Even though there wasn't any hope of making it to the playoffs this season, with their recent results, Excellent Era had once again become a strong competitor for next year's championship. But in this match, everyone in Excellent Era showed a terrible performance. The end result was 1:9. Throughout the entire competition, they had only won a single point from the individual competition. The rest of the competition was plagued with mistakes. Excellent Era's players looked as if they had something else on their minds. Especially during the team competition. Xiaoqiang's team Thunderclap was relatively weak in the individual competition and group knockout competitions, but with a master tactician leading their team, no one would ever underestimate them in team competitions. In the team competition, Excellent Era lost magnificently. The media was stunned. Excellent Era fans were also stunned. Even the victorious team Thunderclap was stunned. In the post-match interviews, when Thunderclap's captain Xiaoqiang was asked about Excellent Era's loss, he couldn't find anything good to say because there simply wasn't anything Excellent Era had done well during that battle. In the end, he lied saying their performance wasn't bad, but luck just wasn't with them today. Happy Internet Cafe didn't stream Excellent Era's matches like usual, so there weren't as large of an audience. However, there were still quite a few players who watched the match on their own. That day, Happy Internet Cafe was also in an uproar. Excellent Era's disgusting performance made many jump out and praise Chenghua for not streaming their match. It was their one bit of salvation from the disaster. The customers, who had watched the match, all looked as if they had eaten a fly. They ran out the door and began throwing rocks at the nearby club Excellent Era. This match had even taken place in Excellent Era's home stadium. Those who had watched the match live had gathered around, refusing to leave and shouted angrily at Excellent Era. Excellent Era wasn't a stranger to this scene though. Their performance in the first half of the year had been very bad. Fans had done this before. However, no matter how poorly they had performed, the hate they got had never been this bad. Today's performance could be described with two words: unprecedented brutality. Just when everyone's hopes had been rekindled, Team Excellent Era dumped a bucket of cold water over it. The disappointed fans gathered around in the winter cold and refused to leave for a long time. Excellent Era could only look at the scene in shame. The spokesperson, manager, and team members all went out to apologize as well as promise that they would do better in the future. However, were they actually sincere in their promises? Sun Song, Liu Hao. Excellent Era's main team all had dead expressions on their faces. Chapter 505. To Relegations. The web game had its own liveliness, while the Pro League had its own news. Excellent Era had always been the center of attention. After all, they were a seasoned and well-known team in the Alliance. Before this season, they had always been contenders for the champion spot. However, this season, the characters being paid attention to were different. From the beginning of the season, Excellent Era was very unstable. Their captain and ace player changed halfway through the season and the team seemed to be on the rise again. However, a few weeks earlier, vice-captain Liu Hao had a disastrous performance and the team was in complete disarray. Their last two performances were so bad that their defeats would go down in the history books. The press and newspaper once again used the headlines that they had been using throughout the season, "What happened to Excellent Era?" This time, they added additional words in their headlines, "What is actually going on with Excellent Era?" Excellent Era's public relation team appeared helpless in the face of this historical disaster. Their fans were tired of their empty promises and wanted results instead of empty talk. Before it happened, they would never stop making their dissatisfaction known. In Excellent Era's inter-team meeting, the manager could sense that something wasn't right. Despite his shouting, his only response to it were the dead expressions on the team. Sun Slong, Liu Hao, Shen Jian. All of the main players appeared to be out of it. The worried looks on their faces were not for the team, but for their own futures. Right now, Excellent Era was a sinking ship and the people that were supposed to be the fixers of the ships were thinking about matters after the ship had sunk. The sight that played out before him frightened the manager. The poor performance during the first half of the season could be brushed aside as a period of transitioning, but what about now? He didn't know how the situation had gone out of hand so quickly and he had no solution to it. Pacing back and forth unsure of what to do, the manager decided to conclude the meeting. He hadn't achieved the outcome that he had hoped would happen through this meeting. The only thing he obtained through the meeting was knowledge on how grave the situation looked. He had no choice but to pull out his phone, "Boss." Although in-game players paid attention to the pro scene, the game wouldn't be directly affected by news from the pro scene. Dungeons, missions, and PKs between players continued regardless. The disastrous performance of Excellent Era, however, was a disgrace in the eyes of their fans as well as a subject of ridicule for their opponents. Chen Yehui managed the in-game guild. The pro team's poor performances had nothing to do with him. However, as a core member of the club, he could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere within the club. What happened to Liu Hao and his companions last time? Chen Yehui couldn't muster the courage to ask. He came across Liu Hao several times since then, but Liu Hao always seemed to have something else in his mind and walked past him without noticing him. He Ming, Shen Jian, Zhong Jiaxing. Everyone he encountered looked like they were troubled. As for Sun Song, according to the information that Chen Yehui had gathered, it was said that he had isolated himself in his room and only came out for training and meal times. With the situation being so serious, Chen Yehui didn't dare to do anything rash. He came to the conclusion that going back to the game and completing his responsibilities was the safest way to go. Progress in the game remained the same as before. The bounties placed on Lord Grimm and Deception didn't seem to affect them. The leaders of the big guilds understood that even though there were a lot of names on their wanted list, 6 out of 7 of them were just dummies. Lord Grimm. Their only target was Lord Grimm. This was precisely the reason that they reacted to news regarding Lord Grimm while ignoring the rest. But what about Lord Grimm? They had received a lot of information about him in these past few days, but they still hadn't managed to catch a glimpse of him. They weren't even sure if the information that they received were real or just to pull their legs. Later, the guilds required reports to confirm the target and keep the target in sight until they arrived. But when they thought about it, who was it they were supposed to keep in sight? Yiqiao. 3 guilds had allied together and sent out over 100 players to lock down Wilderness Town. Even so, Yiqiao had still been able to escape from their eyes. How could a single player keep him in sight for so long? It would only be possible if Yiqiao didn't care and intentionally let someone pursue him. Would Yiqiao be so careless with his current circumstances? Clearly not. For the past few days, Lord Grimm was nowhere to be seen despite being online. The intelligence received by the big guilds decreased by the day. After the initial hype, not many were actually willing to try their luck in low-level zones. Was this another wasted effort? Each club-backed guild was puzzled. Why couldn't they defeat Lord Grimm even when such a strong weapon, the renminbi, was employed? 1 week passed in the blink of an eye and a new round of the weekly pro matches began. Other than the glory fans that cared about the top 8, the number of fans that were concerned that their teams would be disqualified increased as well. In terms of the long-term competition system of the professional league, doing horribly in a game or two wouldn't decide the overall situation. The two teams that usually got relegated were usually teams that had been at the back of the pack due to their lack of actual strength. But for the first half of the current season, Excellent Era had dropped low because of their continuous bad performances. A few good matches came after switching ace players, but the collapse that followed right after made many feel that Excellent Era had returned to the bottom. A contender for relegations was back. If Excellent Era actually got relegated, it would not be a small matter. With only 8 seasons, the development of Glory's competitive scene was still considered quite short. The rise and fall of a powerhouse hadn't occurred in history yet, but in this season, Excellent Era might just fulfill that role. Could the champions who once led to the creation of the first empire in the history of Glory be trying to change the history of Glory again, but this time in the completely opposite direction? Reports from the mass media were full of such sarcasm. Even though they were no longer as invincible as back in their days as reigning champions for 3 years, Excellent Era was still a strong competitor. However, they had suddenly plunged into the possibility of relegation without any warning, as if to surprise the masses. Excellent Era's rivals took pleasure in their misfortune, while their supporters were ridden with anxiety. Their next match began with much attention to it. Excellent Era would be the away team facing against Samsara. Samsara had been the host of the All-Star Weekend, but unfortunately, their team didn't show anything very outstanding. Despite that, their morale were exceptionally high after the All-Star Weekend. Excellent Era was demoralized after their disastrous last match and was unlucky to face such a team with high spirits, but it was also a chance for them. If they were going to defeat Samsara, they would need to pay tremendous effort to do so. But if they managed to defeat them, it would be very strong evidence that their strength hadn't faded. Could Excellent Era make it? The fans of Excellent Era weren't the only ones paying attention to this match. Even Happy Internet Cafe was broadcasting this match. Chenggua's current policy was to stream important matches, so she didn't avoid Excellent Era on purpose. This match would without a doubt be one of the most important matches of the season. Happy Internet Cafe was once again full of customers, but the atmosphere was very heavy. There might be neutral fans watching the match elsewhere, but at this specific location, almost all of the audience members were Excellent Era supporters who were watching with sweat covering their palms. There were no cheers when the match started, no shouts of approval for their favorite players. Everyone was silently and anxiously paying attention to the match. Xiaoqiang won the first individual match, bringing everyone's spirits up. In the second match, Vice-Captain Liu Hao managed to win too, and the atmosphere in Happy Internet Cafe suddenly livened up. Even Chenghua let out a breath that she had been holding in. Her wish to see Excellent Era fail miserably faded after seeing Yixiu's dejected expression. She suddenly began to hope that Excellent Era could make a comeback. Without a doubt, Chenghua was a typical fangirl. Xiaoqiang was still a member of Excellent Era. If Excellent Era fell into disarray, wouldn't Xiaoqiang be affected as well? Just imagining this made Chenghua hope that Excellent Era would deliver. Chenghua stole a glance at Yixiu, who was smoking at the doorway. The guy was expressionless, as if the 2 wins were nothing to him. Excellent Era lost the 3rd round. The internet cafe was filled with sighs of regret, but the atmosphere was way better than it had been when the match first started. At least the place was getting more lively. The group arena competition that followed was like a heavy rain, drenching the audience's morale heavily. There was only one player that took part in the team knockout tournament from Samsara's side, Juzakai. 1v3. Juzakai scoring a 1v3 in the team knockout tournament with his stylish sharpshooter may have been dazzling, but nobody was in the mood to appreciate his magnificent skills. Most of them wanted to eat Juzakai alive. At this grave moment, a cheer emanated from amongst the crowd. Awesome! The cheer could only be towards Juzakai. The crowd looked for the source of the voice with fury in their eyes. The owner of the voice was luckily a beautiful girl. If it were a guy, the emergency services would be needing to take a field trip to Happy Internet Cafe. The atmosphere of the Internet Cafe regressed immediately to a state similar to when the game had first started. The team competition started with great anxiety amongst the audience. Lasting for 30 minutes, the match was just of moderate length, but it caused Excellent Era fans to wince with pain. Defeated. Once again, they had suffered defeat. 2-8 was the final score, with only a difference of 1 point compared to their last match. Although not as disgusting as their last match, Excellent Era's team remained in low spirits, retaining their horrible performance. This was made obvious by the team competition. F***CK. The air in Happy Internet Cafe was filled with strings of curses. Chapter 506. Xiaoqiang Productions. Curses filled the air. Quite a few audience members stood up and kicked away their chairs, just like the ending of a movie in the cinemas. In their agitated state, there was no order when the audience left the place. Individuals at the front of the crowd were cursed at whenever they slowed down. The chaos didn't subside even after a long time. Most of them went across the street, throwing bricks, vandalizing the walls, but how could Excellent Era's guards have the courage to stop them? They watched or at least saw the results of the match. The moment they saw that Excellent Era had lost again, they knew it would be a disaster. At that moment, the only thing they could do was shut the main entrance. The best they could do was to stop the crowd from entering their headquarters and wrecking it from within. Chen Guo was stunned by the result of the stampede. A lot of her customers didn't intend to destroy her internet cafe intentionally, but in their moment of rage, much destruction was wrought upon the facilities. Chen Guo realized that her previous decision had been a blessing in disguise. The popularity and income of the internet cafe suffered drastically from her action of cancelling the broadcast of Excellent Era's match, but with the team's current performance, she was lucky that she stopped the broadcast. With their disgusting performance, her internet cafe would be the audience's first place to release their rage. If the situation continued, her internet cafe would have been dismantled. While directing her staff to clean up the place, Chen Guo glanced at the doorway. Yixiao was already gone. She shifted her view and saw that a huge crowd had formed outside Excellent Era's entrance. It wasn't as bad as last time though. They knew that it was an away match and that not many of the staff's members were around. Excellent Era had lost to Samsara, who were at the peak of their performance, so the media gave them a bit of leeway and didn't show too much disappointment towards Excellent Era's performance. However, having scored only a meager 3 points total from their last 2 matches, Excellent Era's ranking plunged. Their score this season wasn't high to begin with and they had only barely increased their ranking with their previously stable performances the last few games. The blunder that they'd made caused their ranking to drop, and they were headed straight towards disqualification. If this continues, will Excellent Era be eliminated? Chen Guo went upstairs and was surprised that Yixiao had not logged into the game yet and was in the living room instead. I don't know. Yixiao replied as he looked out through the window. That night, Yixiao didn't spend any time on the game, but the next morning, he headed straight to the computer. He continued leveling his character, but not long after logging into the game, he received a message from Mo Qiong on QQ. God D***MN, after working on this for a week, I finally finished it, said Mo Qiong. It's done. After Yixiao's discussion with Mo Qiong last time, he gave Mo Qiong's address to Lulan/ and the 5 accounts were sent straight to him, giving him full access to the accounts. It's done. Let me send a short clip to you. Mo Qiong sent Yixiao a video file. After receiving the file, Yixiao clicked into it and the words Xiaoqiang Productions appeared on screen in a comical fashion. Your introduction, Yixiao hesitated. Brand consciousness is a must, replied Mo Qiong. You're overdoing it, your deal with the clubs is like ripping hair out of their heads. They're going to hate you for doing this and you actually made an intro to deepen their impression of you. Yixiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're right about that. It's not like I'm going to have any more business relationships with these clubs, so I'm going to gross them out, said Mo Qiong. If you push them too far, they might not pay you for this, said Yixiao. Oh, they can't. Mo Qiong sent a sly smile emoticon. I've already made preparations, they will pay me no matter what, unless they don't care about their reputation anymore. Yixiao kept quiet. He guessed that Mo Qiang would be doing this deal in the open, where it could be seen by all the players. Under these circumstances, the clubs wouldn't be able to go back on their words. Even if they knew that Mo Qiang was tricking them, they could only suffer in silence. But with so many guilds offering the bounty, the expense would be shared between them. With the sum divided amongst themselves, it wouldn't be considered much. Just as Mo Qiang said, even if it did not affect them financially, it was more important that they gross them out. Xiao didn't comment on Mo Qiang's mischievous joke because he knew that Mo Qiang didn't have a good view of these clubs. Do what you want. I only care for the money. Xiao replied with an emotionless emoticon. Keep watching my video, I've been working on it for a week and the only thing you've watched is the introduction. How could you? Mo Qiang grumbled. I'm watching, Xiao continued watching the video helplessly. The main theme of the video appeared right after the introduction, starting with a chaotic battle. Mo Qiang grouped the 5 accounts together, creating a scenario where the party was annihilated in battle. The footage was shaky, hinting that the person recording the video was also a part of the battle. The video ended with 5 corpses on the ground, with the shot stopping at each ID. The party was annihilated, but they don't revive themselves and they just lay there so you can get a clean shot on them. Isn't this too take? You really intend to discuss them to death, said Xiao. Ha ha ha, keep watching. Mo Qiang continued. Xiao continued to watch the video. The footage zoomed out as if the character were backing off and looking around, while paying close attention to the corpses lying on the ground. Not long afterwards, a cleric appeared on camera. Xiao immediately understood his intention. It was scripted. Everything was scripted to giving the chance for his opponents to be rescued by their cleric and then ambushing them. Even Xiao was speechless. Ha ha, if the characters respawn, we still need to control them. I was a little lazy. By doing this, even if they counted these 2 occasions as one, it's still quite convenient, said Mo Qiang. You often use this method. It's too disgusting, said Xiao. Yeah, that was why I made it look like they saw through it after a few times and then stopped doing it. We want to decrease our workload, but we can make it look realistic at the same time. For the viewing pleasure of the higher-ups of the clubs, it can't be done too crudely, right? With these 5 accounts moving around so frequently, won't people notice them, said Xiao. Who would notice them faster than our own guys? I notified the big guilds every time, saying how I found these 5 players' whereabouts. But these guilds are really sly. These 5 characters had a bounty placed on them to fool the public. They don't even care about them. I've never seen any one of their men come over. I'm guessing the others that gave them intelligence on these 5 were also ignored. I was lucky that I had a trick up my sleeve. Xiaoqiang's product, homemade. I feel good earning this money. Mo Qiang prattled on. In the end they're all bald, asked Xiao. Being bald meant that all the experience points on the characters were gone. Even though their levels were still at 70, if you opened up their character info pages and looked at their stats, you would break into tears. Sigh, speaking of which, we made a mistake in our calculations. The minimum level a character can have in Glory is level 1, there is no level 0, so to make these level 70 characters go bald, there are only 69 levels. With 500 yuan per level and 5 times 69 levels, we'll only get a grand total of 172,500. The sum that we came up with, 175,000, was incorrect. Mo Qiang continued. So how much are you going to get in the end, said Xiao. I didn't finish off all of their levels. It would be too unrealistic, so I got a total of 150,000, said Mo Qiang. This isn't realistic either, said Xiao. Isn't 150,000 easier to divide? We're aiming to decrease our workload, said Mo Qiang. Sure. I've finished watching the video, do what you have to do, said Xiao. I intend to leave it there for a few more days, but I'm afraid that they'd suddenly cancel the bounty. I heard that even after so many days, they still couldn't get a hold of you, right? Why don't you give them some hope? Dying once or twice. Isn't there a huge pile of money waiting for you after that? Make some sacrifices. Ooh? Come on. Mo Qiang continued earnestly. Stop spewing nonsense. If you're afraid that the bounty will be cancelled, do it faster, said Xiao. But there is also a possibility that they will increase the bounty. Raising yours to 1,000, and if these accounts got increased by about 200 yuan, it would still be a very big profit, said Mo Qiang. Don't be too greedy. If the amount is too big, aren't you afraid that they'd rather lose face than to pay the bounty? Everything has a limit, said Xiao. Yes, you are right. Fine. I'll cash in on the bounty. Give me your account number, I'll send the money later, said Mo Qiang. Slow down, I have a list of things here that I need, so help me acquire those, said Xiao. What do you need? Asked Mo Qiang. When the shop list was received by Mo Qiang, he immediately understood Xiao's attention after a glance. You're going to upgrade that silver equipment of yours. Yes. You're upgrading it to level 50, am I right? Mo Qiang continued. Each equipment and materials had their own levels. The level of the materials used to forge a piece of silver equipment wasn't limited, but it was still based on the level of the end product. Guessing the level of the equipment was simple just by looking at the list of materials. Yes. I don't have all the things you need. How could this be a single weapon? This is enough for an entire set. Mo Qiang was amazed. I know you have your ways of getting it done. The money is with you, just help me out here. Is it enough? Said Xiao. It's hard to say. Orange equipment is easy to get, but you need 3 materials that are only dropped by wild bosses, which are mostly owned by the big guilds. It's tough luck for the studios. Even if others have them, if we try getting it, they will certainly raise the price unreasonably, you know that, said Mo Qiang. Yes, I know. Xiao nodded. There was no market price for such rare materials. They were so rare that they couldn't even form a market out of it. Such items could accurately be described by rare commodity. If any workshops got their hands on them, they would only sell them when the time is right. Then, leave it to me, said Mo Qiang. Chapter 507. Leave it alone. 3 of the materials required to upgrade the 1000 Chance umbrella to its level 50 form only came from wild bosses. No other upgrades had required such luxurious materials thus far. This was because the upgrade process from level 5 to 45 could be considered relatively easy to accomplish, but from level 45 to 50, the capabilities of the 1000 Chance umbrella would be completely branch out. When the 1000 Chance umbrella had been designed, level 50 had been its final form. Leaving the extremely precious materials until the final form was done in order to save materials needed for the previous upgrades. Most silver equipment followed this train of thought. If materials could be saved from previous upgrades, then it was best to save them. However, the current silver equipment had their final upgrades from level 65 to 70, while the 1000 Chance umbrella's final upgrade was still stuck at level 45 to 50. The current 10th server might not even be able to gather together enough materials needed for this upgrade. However, Xiao was already in the heavenly domain and he could acquire these materials through others from older servers. Items could go forward, but not backwards in the heavenly domain and normal servers. In other words, items from normal servers could be brought into the heavenly domain, but items from the heavenly domain couldn't be brought back to normal servers unless the item originally came from the normal server. If a player had any sort of item from the heavenly domain, the player would have to store it in the heavenly domain before going back to the normal server. After finishing his deal with Mo Qiang, Xiao continued to level up. He played cautiously every day, not allowing anyone find his tracks. Even though this slowed down his leveling speed, he slowly wore away at the patience of bounty hunters. Xiao had predicted this would happen. At first, everyone would be filled with excitement, but after a while, most people would give up on trying their luck and would stop wasting their time. Chengguo saw how the situation had turned for the better, so she logged into her chasing haze and began to help him level. Helpers would increase his leveling speed, so Xiao didn't refuse her assistance. They killed monsters for the entire morning. After eating lunch, everyone took a short break. Chengguo took this time to browse the internet. She checked the forums and saw a post created by Mo Qiang. Seeing this, she hastily called for Yixiao to come over and see. Yixiao went over and looked. Sure enough, Mo Qiang had posted videos of him killing those 5 open accounts. It wasn't all of it though. There would be too many videos and file size would have been too big. He only posted the videos that he had sent Yixiao to take a look at. It was only a small portion of all of them. The main content of the post was the text. Mo Qiang told everyone of how hard he had been working for the whole week. This cunning fellow didn't even mention that the amount he had killed was worth 150,000 yuan. Killing them that many times in the span of a single week would clearly be too fake. Were those 5 fake? If those 5 knew that they would be pursued every day, why would they stay online and letting their experience drop? Just from these videos and this text, it seemed like Mo Qiang had truly gone through great difficulties just to kill these 5 a few times, which was why he went on the forums to express his joy. *CK these clubs. Yixiao was reading through these posts when he received a message from Mo Qiang. What? Yixiao was surprised. Would the clubs really not reward him for cashing in the bounty? Yixiao hadn't thought that this would happen, but Yixiao also needed this money. Getting the materials he needed just through in-game methods would be extremely difficult. Yixiao didn't mind using real-life money in this case. The more time he could save, the better. They said today is Sunday. Wait until Monday. Mo Qiang typed furiously. Oh. Then just wait. Yixiao saw his reply and broke out into a laugh. It was a very normal response. No one would be willing to work on the weekend or work overtime for something so trivial. Do you think they're going to try to keep on delaying it? Mo Qiang clearly didn't have a good image of the clubs. For something like this? Just wait. There's more to come. Yixiao calmly said. What? Do you think you're talking to a real person? The club is still a company. No matter how they run, it's going to take them a while to process it. If you get it by next week, then that would already be considered quite quick. Yixiao said. I'm just afraid that long delays will cause trouble. Mo Qian said, if I knew there would be a delay, I wouldn't have posted it today. What happens if I rustle the grass and scare a snake? You can always delete posts, you know. Yixiao said. Right. I'll delete it first. Mo Qiang immediately went to do it. Fortunately, he had just posted it, so it hadn't gotten much attention yet. After deleting it, he repeatedly searched the post on Baidu and let out a sigh of relief after seeing no one had reproduced it. Chen Guo saw the treacherous dealings going on between these two, but didn't have the energy to scold them. That day, at Club Excellent Era, a huge number of fans had gathered at its entrance again to protest. It was Sunday, and they clearly didn't have much else to do. Despite protesting, it still showed the fans' passion. With Excellent Era's recent performances, they couldn't just turn a blind eye towards the fans, so they sent some people out to calm them down and provided them with food and drinks. Later, it was said that they invited a few representatives of the fans to go inside and have a chat. A chaotic day passed by just like that. The next day was a business day, so Mo Qiang did the same thing that he had done yesterday. He made a post and contacted the clubs for the rewards. Oh? You killed them? And you have video proof? The person who replied today was someone who managed this type of work, not an answering machine. Yeah, should I send over the videos? Mo Qiang asked. Sure, go ahead. The manager clearly didn't care. Okay. Mo Qiang replied. He sent the files and the other side received them. Afterwards, he commented, this is for 104 kills. How many? The manager rubbed his eyes as if he had read the message incorrectly. He felt like it would only be a few times at most for a few hundred yuan. How could he have imagined that the other side would say 104 times? The amount of money to be paid out for that amount already broke the 10,000 range. 104 times. If you don't believe me, you can count. My recordings should be quite clear. Mo Qiang replied and then sent another file over. Why did you send it again? The manager was confused. It's another file. 112 times. Xiaoqiang said. There's more. The manager cried. Of course. Xiaoqiang said. The manager received it, while feeling astonished. This was already within the 20,000 yuan range. And then a third, a fourth, a fifth. How many do you have? The manager couldn't believe his eyes. 10 files for a total of 1,500 times. Xiaoqiang replied. 1,500 times. 150,000, the manager was completely stunned. He stared at the files sent and didn't know what to say. I'll keep working hard. Xiaoqiang said. Wait. We'll have to look over all of your videos before talking again. The manager replied. 1,500 times, 150,000 yuan, the number was so ridiculous that they seemed fake. The manager felt like he had encountered a scammer, so he had to verify it. As a result, he hastily called over people to watch the videos and confirm the number count. 10 videos. 1,500 kills. Even though he killed them 5 times in some of the videos, it wouldn't be easy to look through them, especially since they had to check if he was hacking. After working busily for the entire day, the specialists came to a conclusion: there were no problems with any of the videos. Are you joking? The videos weren't fake. Moreover, the manager had counted the number of kills, exactly 1,500. However, killing them that many times in an entire week only existed in theory. Anyone who understood anything about the game would know that something wasn't right. Even the video specialists expressed how even though the videos were clean, the content themselves, the responsibility had exceeded this manager's power. It was clearly a fraud, but there was no proof. 1,500 times meant that each player had died 300 times. 5 deaths 1 level, so 60 levels lost. For 5 players to have lost 60 levels in 1 week. If the 5 weren't killing themselves on purpose, then only an idiot would believe it. This has to be fake. The manager felt. Something so ridiculous didn't need proof. However, he knew the other side must have understood this too, yet he still spoke so frankly. Why was he not afraid? The manager felt like this issue was a bit complicated and he couldn't make a rash decision. Moreover, he was just acting on behalf of others. This was something created by all of the clubs, who had allied together. How could he represent all of the clubs? As a result, he decided to ask his boss for help. Anyone would immediately understand something so obvious. No one cared about the stuff on the surface. After all of the clubs received this news, they pondered over whether there was something more to this. They could already figure it out easily enough. Because as everyone already knew, these 5 accounts were Heavenly Justice's open accounts. What were open accounts? Open accounts were accounts with no identity and could be sacrificed at any time. And now, these 5 accounts had been killed in such a way. Trying to level them back up would be nearly the same as leveling them from scratch. They could already be considered as trashed. However, the sacrifice was worth it. 5 accounts, 150,000. Heavenly Justice had done it. All of the guilds now thought that they were the perpetrators. Who would have thought that such a famous guild would do something so dirty? The clubs now had an even worse impression of Heavenly Justice. None of them had a good feeling about them ever since their eye-catching step onto the professional stage. However, in the end, give it to him. The clubs decided despite their anger. They weren't angry towards the money, but rather this incident. They had been scammed. However, when they thought of Heavenly Justice, everyone still felt cautious. If they prodded at them any further, who knew if they would do something in return? Heavenly Justice couldn't be underestimated. Give them the money. Leave it alone. At the same time, they began to ponder whether Lord Grimm or Deception would do the same. If they also let themselves die, then that would be even more disgusting. Chapter 508. Out of Expectations. The videos were sent and examined carefully for an entire day. In the end, the clubs grit their teeth and contacted Mo Qiang, who happily accepted the reward. Mo Qiang himself was surprised. He didn't think that it would have been so easy. Why else would he have made a post online as a cover or record of all of the calls? The other side had taken a close look at the videos, so he thought there would be a huge argument between them, but contrary to his expectations, they simply responded with 2 words, bank account. The deal went so smoothly that Mo Qiang was somewhat astonished. He gave the other side his bank account's routing number and called Yixiao. Really? Well, that's good. Yixiao was quite calm and didn't seem too surprised. This was because he had another window open on his screen. Lulan Slash was crying, "You guys have given us a lot of trouble." What's wrong? Yixiao asked. The clubs have been scammed of 150,000 yuan, and it turns out they weren't just going to swallow it so easily. Mo Qiang? In their eyes, he was just a subordinate, so they didn't make things difficult for Mo Qiang. Instead, they directly contacted Lulan Slash and sent him a message showing their disdain towards him. The message was clear. The clubs wanted to let Lulan Slash know that they weren't stupid with more money than sense. This small amount of money wasn't much to them, so if you wanted it, you could have it. We're too lazy to bicker with you over this matter, but for you to actually plot something like this, we're definitely going to look down on you. Lulan Slash felt wronged. He felt like earning profit like this wasn't his style, so he had refused to collaborate with Yixiao. Who would have thought that the blame would be put entirely on him? Yixiao had come off clean without a speck of dirt. Lulan Slash also had to blame himself for overlooking this matter. Those 5 accounts had been his, so if someone else used them, then wouldn't it be obvious what the outcome would be? God replied, "Ha ha ha ha, it looks like I've wronged you." Lulan Slash felt like he had been cheated. Just tell them I was the one who did it. Wouldn't that solve everything? God followed up with another message, making Lulan Slash feel at ease again. Taking a bit of blame was nothing, but if the other side really had intended on pushing the blame onto him, then he would have felt uneasy. Seeing the reply and then thinking about his interactions with God, Lulan Slash now truly believed that this God didn't care about this at all, so God didn't have any intentions of making him a scapegoat. Everything had just been an accident. In any case, they're already set on believing that I did it. I'm too lazy to explain, so that'll be that then. Lulan Slash decided. Are you sure you don't want a share of it? Yixiao asked. No need, no need. Lulan Slash jumped. Even though he had been made a scapegoat, he hadn't thought of asking for compensation. A leader knew there were things that he should and shouldn't do. Lulan Slash was clearly a very principled youth. The money has arrived. Mo Qiang was very excited. His entire week of hard work had paid off. The clubs displayed their demeanor, expressing how this matter was beneath them. They didn't make any delays and immediately transferred the money over to Mo Qiang. Okay, then I'll leave it with you for now. How are the other matters I talked to you about going? Yixiao asked. Senior, it's only been a day. Give me some time. Mo Qiang said. See you then. Yixiao said. It'll be done, so don't worry. Mo Qiang received the reward and was in high spirits. Yesterday, he said how gathering those materials might have been difficult, but he seemed much more confident now. In the time that it took for him to raise his hands, he had earned 150,000 yuan. In the same amount of time, the money he earned would be completely spent. From start to finish, the money never touched his hands. His trust in the other side was admirable as well. Time to level up. Yixiao stretched and continued to kill monsters. On the club's side, after sending the money to Mo Qiang's account, they urgently convened for an online meeting, discussing the issue of the other 2 players' bounty. The rewards for the 5 open accounts might not have cost much, but money was still money. The money had flowed right out of their accounts and had even left a stain. The presidents of the clubs may have a certain amount of financial power in their hands, but that power wasn't their club's power. All of these things would be assessed in their annual financial record. The amount of money wasn't much, but it would still be infuriating. It would make them seem like they had no ability. For their appearances, this small amount of money didn't matter. For internal affairs, it was a deep cut to their hearts. Heavenly justice had cheated them of a portion of money. If Deception and Lord Grimm cheated them too, they would be making the same mistake twice. It would be unforgivable. The loophole for this bounty was too big. Neither the public, nor the private, wanted to continue. Not long after holding the meeting, several presidents decided to withdraw. If someone left, then the burden would be split by the others. No one would agree to that, so after another 10 minutes, they unanimously decided to stop giving out the bounty. Next time, if they had to make such a move, they had to be more careful. The bounties had only been placed a week ago. Not only were there no signs of their target, the 5 dummies had cost the clubs 150,000 yuan. This sort of result made them very displeased. More importantly, the activity had created a huge wave of excitement. Ending it would require an explanation. The 150,000 yuan couldn't be spent for nothing. They provided the videos bought for 150,000 yuan as proof for the success of their move. In reality, they grit their teeth every time they saw those 10 videos, especially those huge glamorous words Xiaoqiang Productions. The more they watched, the more annoyed they became and had the opening titles deleted. Those 5 dummies had been dealt with, but those other 2's bounties had to be explained too. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to kill either of them a single time. In the end, they could only express with a magnanimous voice how Lord Grimm and Deception had committed crimes and then hid like cowards, abandoning their 5 brothers and letting them die over and over again. Because everyone was very busy right now, we've decided to stop the activity and we can't promise something like this will ever happen again. Scrap pickers, behave yourself. It turned out that, for a majority of the players, they actually believed the clubs had been hugely successful. The videos shared to the public were highlights picked from the 10 video files. As a result, the normal players didn't know about the loophole that had been exploited. This time, the clubs had used scrap pickers as a pretense to justify their actions. Who would have thought that their actions would actually help get rid of them? Afterwards, a lot fewer scrap pickers appeared in the heavenly domain. The players were smart. Facing the annoying scrap pickers, they used the actions of the club-backed guilds as a threat. The bounty had benefited the community and the clubs were praised for it. However, these were all things that came after a period of time. Right now, who did this affect the greatest? Xiao, of course. Even though the danger was still there, he didn't need to worry about how every piece of grass or stone might suddenly turn into an enemy. Killing monsters over the next 2 days went relatively peacefully. Lord Grimm steadily reached level 54. With the amount of time Xiao had spent playing the game, his leveling speed after level 50 was considered quite slow, but what choice did he have? He couldn't run any dungeons. Starting from this day, Xiao was no longer busy with only in-game affairs. He started spending time outside the game studying and researching. Why? Because the upgrade path for the 1000 Chance Umbrella was limited to this. For level 55, 60, 65, and 70, Xiao needed to look all over the glory world to find suitable materials for it. In addition, the materials needed for these next few stages would be much more expensive than before. This was because starting from level 55, the heavenly domain existed, making it even larger than the old glory mainland, so there would naturally be many more items available. Finding suitable materials out of all of the materials available would require a lot of research. Xiao became even busier. As for Chen Gui, she was still the boss for the internet cafe and had other priorities besides the game. Every day, she would have to spend some time patrolling the internet cafe. Like usual, the first thing she did in the morning was get up and go for a walk. Outside the entrance to the cafe, she sucked in a breath of fresh air and stretched her arms. When she looked ahead, a person was crossing the street, heading towards Happy Internet Cafe. When he arrived in front of the door, he gave Chen Gui a smile. Chen Gui looked at him. He looked to be a bit over 30 years old and looked intelligent and capable. This type of person didn't seem like someone who would go to an internet cafe first thing in the morning. He probably had something urgent come up and needed to use a computer. Cheng Guo studied him, while giving him a smile back. Who would have thought this person would be the first to speak? Is Yi Qiu here? Ah. For a moment, Cheng Guo was in a daze as she stared dumbly at this person. She suddenly felt like he looked a bit familiar. Was he a pro player? Cheng Guo quickly recalled all of the pro players she recognized, but couldn't register a match. Is he here? The other side saw Cheng Guo lost in thought and asked again. Oh, come with me. Cheng Guo nodded her head and led the person up the stairs. He was looking for Yi Qiu, and because she wasn't anyone too close to Yi Qiu, she didn't feel like she had the right to ask about his business. Right when she got upstairs, the door to the room opened and Yi Qiu walked out with a cigarette in his mouth. Yi Qiu saw Cheng Guo and then looked in surprise at the person behind her. He came looking for you. Cheng Guo made way and introduced him. The expression on Yi Qiu's face didn't change much. He simply nodded his head. He held open the door and invited the person in. The person also nodded his head and then walked into the room with a smile on his face. Cheng Guo followed after him, but she wasn't as nice to Yi Qiu. She immediately asked him out of curiosity, who is he? He seems kind of familiar. I feel like I should recognize him. Excellent errors, boss. Yi Qiu smiled as he walked into the room. Chapter 509. I don't want any of that. Cheng Guo suddenly understood. That's right. The person in question was none other than the CEO of Excellent Errors Club, the true boss, Dao Xian. She had seen him before on some reports, but as the CEO, he didn't get as much media exposure as the players. Therefore, there was much less attention fixed on him. As a result, Cheng Guo only felt that his face looked familiar instead of immediately recognizing him. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, she finally remembered. Excellent Errors CEO was personally paying a visit? Cheng Guo immediately realized that there was much brewing under the surface. She couldn't help but follow the two into the room with all of her worries and curiosities. Upon seeing them staring at her, she found herself embarrassed on the spot, pointing towards her own room. I'll be going back to my own room. While her words were still leaving her mouth, she had already moved with brisk steps. She quickly entered the room, closed the door, and then flattened herself against it. Sit. In the living room, Yi Qiu gave his seat to Dao Xian before standing next to the window. How's everything going? Dao Xian asked Yi Qiu as he settled himself on the couch. Pretty good. Yi Qiu answered and fished a cigarette out of his pocket. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qiu tossed it towards Dao Xian. Surprised, Dao Xian paused for a split second. When he reached out to catch it, it was already too late. Dao Xian picked the cigarette up from the floor. After he held it uncomfortably for a moment, he set the small offer on the table and looked up at Yi Qiu with a smile. I quit. Oh? Really? Well, I didn't hear about that. Yi Qiu spoke. He took a deep breath and blew the smoke out the window. In another short silence, Dao Xian looked around the room as he asked with a laugh, You live here? Yeah. Yi Qiu nodded. Living with such beauty, aren't you afraid of upsetting mooching? Dao Xian joked. He. Yi Qiu chuckled 3 times and then wiped his smirk away. He looked at Dao Xian in all seriousness. State your business. Instead of avoiding Yi Qiu's gaze, Dao Xian met it straight on with his own before replying with the same smile, Come back. To where? Back to Excellent Era. Bang! The door Cheng Guo's room sounded as if something crashed into it. Yi Qiu shook his head, laughed, before calling out, If you want to listen in, just come inside. Shame! The door was pulled open, and out of it, Cheng Guo appeared with a turmoil of emotions on her face, embarrassment mixed with anger. Yi Qiu looked at her, smiled, then turned to Dao Xian and continued the conversation. What could I possibly do back in Excellent Era? Coach. Dao Xian answered quickly. Oh? Me as a coach? Could this be part of your scheme? Yi Qiu asked. This time Dao Xian didn't reply as quickly. His gaze averted, as well, and dropped to the table before him. The cigarette on the table laid all by itself in solitude. Chen Guo stared at him, suppressing the urge to scream in his face. How dare he come to ask Yixiao to go back? Did he have any sense of shame left? In the end, her gaze bounced back and forth on the two's faces, as if she was trying to decode some hidden message from them. I have no interest watching from the bench. I like the stage the best. Yixiao suddenly broke the stagnant silence. This sentence put a smile on Dao Xian's face. He lifted his head. Coaching would only be temporary. After the 1-year required leave, you can return immediately. Of course I would go back immediately. Yixiao laughed. Dao Xian understood the subtext in Yixiao's words right away. I'm going back no matter what. Dao Xian smiled bitterly. What's the point? What is your point? Yixiao shoveled Dao Xian's words back. Dao Xian's expression turned agitated. Yixiao's retort seemed to poke a nerve in him. The answer to the question was that there was no point. There was no need for both of them to have this conversation in the first place. Additionally, when Yixiao replied, his answer seemed to imply more than returning to excellent era. Both you and I watched the league become what it is today step by step. Both of us know this well. The current league isn't the same as before. Dao Xian opened his mouth again. The big team's success helps the league grow. Brilliant stars help expand the league's influence. They are what the league need the most now. In a match, strategy and teamwork are surely important to determine the outcomes. However, stars are what drives ticket sales the most. Of all of your intricate strategies, if we sample 1 million audience members, how many of them do you think will understand them? None. That cannot grip the players' hearts. What do the players like to see? 1 versus 3 in a challenge match and a lone hero in a team battle. These are the things that they talk about. These are what they want, like, and hope to see. These are what they view as miracles. Dao Xian paused for a moment and observed Yixiao's expression. He even looked at Chen Guo before he continued. Why do they call Juzakai the best in glory? Is it simply because he looks the best? No. What's important is that his skills are extravagantly displayed, and that his battles are splendidly fought. In the eyes of the players, splendor means difficulty. It means skill. You might say such opinions are extremely shallow, but what people like to see is exactly this shallowness. Your legendary technique, you said that you created it for fun, you said its practicality was limited, but what about it? All of the fans see it as your signature technique. Does it matter that its practicality is limited? No, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it's irreplaceable. You are the only one who can perform it, so it became an irreplaceable splendor. When you stopped using it, people believe that your skill level dropped. When you used it at All Stars, you ignited the whole stadium's excitement instantaneously. I don't believe that you didn't see all of these things. After an emotional speech, there was not a single trace of a smile on Dao Xian's face. He stared intently at Yixiao. Yixiao only smiled. All of what you have just said are true, but I don't want any of them. What do you want? Victory. Yixiao gazed straight at Dao Xian. Dao Xian looked as if he had lost all of his strength at once. After a while, he opened his mouth again. This time, a hint of sarcasm was mixed in with his words. You honestly believe that you can still regain your former glory? I will try. Yixiao replied. You can not do it, Dao Xian stated. Are you that sure? Surprisingly, Yixiao still found the nerve to laugh. Yes. Then we'll see. Yixiao promised. Very good. Let's see it happen. Dao Xian stood up. Humph. Before that, make sure your excellent era doesn't get kicked out first. Upon realizing that the conversation ran aground, Chen Guo added, unable to hold herself back. He. Dao Xian laughed, clearly belittling the threat. Even if excellent era got kicked out, we can still rejoin the league after a year. We've set our sights on the future. We will not be tied down by our past. Those who stand in our ways will be kicked away mercilessly. Yeah. About that, you did a very good job indeed. Yixiao commented half-heartedly. I'll take my leave. I won't see you out. Dao Xian walked hurriedly to the door, but he stopped when he pulled it open. He didn't look back as he added, the league won't be going back to the way it used to be in the past. I know that, but I'm too old to keep moving forward. Yixiao spoke. Initially, you could have had a perfect end. Dao Xian said. Whether my end is perfect or not, I'll decide that. Yixiao retorted. After standing in the doorway for a long time, Dao Xian finally turned around. For all these years' sake, I will grant one wish of yours. Oh. Even if you want to move one autumn leaf out of Excellent Era. Dao Xian finished. That would be very costly. Yixiao grinned. As long as you set the price, I will not make it any harder for you. Dao Xian promised. Dao Xian's words shook Chengguo's heart. She knew that changing ownership of a character was far harder than changing the team of a player. The value of a player would fluctuate based on the player's performance, but character would not. The value of a character would only go up. This was because characters were objects. As long as there was someone to command them, they would obey every order with perfect precision. Its value could be fully utilized. Players were a different story. If there was one who really wanted to change teams, the club would probably acquiesce because force situations don't end well most of the time. This logic applies to people, but not characters. There were a lot of steps involved for a player to change teams. There were also a lot of negotiations about the money involved. However, if a character changed ownership, the buyer was almost guaranteed to face a ridiculous price proposed by the sales. As a result, during the transferring time window, there would always be a lot of players moving around. In comparison, there would hardly be any transferring of characters. For Dao Xian to actually let go of one autumn leaf, the trump card of Excellent Era, without setting barriers on the cost, the promise held a heavy weight. Very well. Yixiao nodded, I want Dancing Rain. What? Chengguo exclaimed in confusion. Dao Xian's surprise appeared on his face as well, but he didn't say much. He only nodded in consent, okay. I will keep my word. Thank you. Well then, Dao Xian turned around, I never thought that I would ever be saying these words to you one day, see you on stage. I thought of it way earlier. See you on stage. Yixiao replied calmly. Dao Xian left. Chengguo pressed herself against the window. Soon she saw him walk out of the internet cafe, striding across the street. Without hesitating or turning back, he stepped through Excellent Era's entrance. You guys were friends once upon a time, right? Chengguo asked Yixiao. Yes. Yixiao acknowledged. He walked past the table, picked up the cigarette on floor, lit it, and then walked out of the room. Where are you going? Chengguo asked hurriedly. The game, of course. You coming? Turning his head around, Yixiao asked with the same smile. Of course. Chengguo followed him right away, finding tranquility in her heart. She realized that her worries for Yixiao had been totally unnecessary. In room 213, the two logged into the game together. In the past 2 days, Chengguo was always helping Yixiao level up, so they were in the same place. Immediately after he logged in, Yixiao spotted a burn mark on the ground. With a momentary pause, Lord Grimm spun around in a full 360-degree circle, completely surveying the surroundings instantaneously. Something seemed to have tipped him off as Yixiao yelled at Chengguo frantically, "Run!" What? Chengguo's chasing haze just logged in when Yixiao shouted at her. She had no time to react when a pile of bright visual effects descended upon her like a fishing net. Chapter 510. Ambushed online. What's happening? Chengguo only had time to call out in surprise before her screen was filled with resplendent lights. She hastily shifted chasing haze out of the way, but she was routed as soon as she took 2 steps. Waves of attacks caused chasing haze to stay in a stunned state. Her health disappeared in chunks with a whoosh. Qiangue quickly gulped down a health potion, but it didn't ease the situation at all. It's finished, Qiangue knew in her heart. Her reaction was too slow. The reason she was able to move a few steps in the beginning was not because the opponents failed to land an attack, but because every character was invincible for the first 3 seconds the moment they logged on, but after that, the opponent's attacks were effective. Qiangue didn't have time to let Chasing Haze escape at all. In that instant, her eyes were filled with uncountable resplendent attacks that were targeted at Chasing Haze. She only saw a bunch of tightly packed, varied debuff symbols, which resembled the densely packed maggots found in corpses, causing her to feel nauseated. It has already come to this. Qiangue didn't expect there to be any hope. She only glanced quickly towards Yixiu's side. She was sure that an ambush this scale was aimed for him. Tap 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 tap. Intense and rapid typing taps came from Yixiu. His hands danced across the keyboard continuously without stopping. His expression was very serious, which showed that the situation wasn't easy to handle. From his screen, Lord Grimm was shown to be moving about at high speed. Continuous attacking lights and silhouettes brushed past Lord Grimm, making Qiangue feel worried as she watched. The clear sound of the system's prompt transmitted through Qiangue's ears amidst all the chaotic variety of attacks. From this, she knew that her Chasing Haze had fallen. Qiangue quickly opened her inventory to take a quick look. She heaved a long sigh of relief when she saw that her weapon didn't drop. After coming upon the fact that she only dropped a ring, which was an inexpensive blue equipment, she turned a blind eye towards it. As her ghost floated up, she could see a bird's eye view from the sky. However, a ghost could only see everything in black and white, so she couldn't see much apart from the lights from skills. Fortunately, these skills stopped after Chasing Haze was killed. Qiangue was looking for Yixiu's Lord Grimm when she saw a grey shadow move across her screen. A character's ghost is shapeless, so this character had come from her ghost's position. It was why she felt as if the shadow had suddenly appeared in front of her. Qiangue glanced at the shadow that had passed by. Wasn't that Lord Grimm? A helicopter blade spun above Lord Grimm's head. He had used Rotor Blade, a mechanic's skill, to fly across. Then, Qiangue saw a witch riding a broomstick fly over. The witch jumped in mid-air and swept her broom towards Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm quickly retracted his mechanical rotors and returned fire with his gun before the witch could sweep him down with her broom. Bang! Flames spurted out from the gun's mouth and the witch fell to the ground. Lord Grimm used the recoil from the bullets to fly out. Midway, he drew his sword and crashed to the ground with a falling light blade. At nearly the same time, a sword light shot towards the sky. Blade Master skill, Sky Plunging Blade. The sword light twinkled like the stars in space, brushing past Lord Grimm. If not for Lord Grimm's falling light blade, which sped up his fall, he would have been struck by the Sky Plunging Blade. Although this strike had missed, a second one followed up shortly after. A streak of crimson sword light swung towards Lord Grimm, who had not reached the ground yet. The Berserker's wild blood strike allowed the player to slice either vertically or horizontally. This Berserker sliced horizontally across. Lord Grimm was unable to dodge the attack while in the air. He lifted his sword and parried the attack. He attacked to defend, making his sword collide with the enemy's blade. Parrying was essentially meeting an attack with another attack. The resulting damage would be judged by both sides' attack. Lord Grimm was lower leveled and he didn't use a skill either, so his strike couldn't compare to the Berserker's. Wild Blood strike knocked Lord Grimm's offensive parry aside. The crimson sword light continued to move horizontally towards Lord Grimm and looked as if it would cut Lord Grimm into two. Clang! It resulted in another rattle. Lord Grimm's sword in his right hand had been knocked aside, while the umbrella's shaft in his left hand swung forward. Dual sword style. Qiangue was surprised. Even though she had played Glory with Yixiu for a long time, it was her first time seeing the 1000-chance umbrella use a dual sword move. This attack needed its corresponding weapon as a foundation. Out of the numerous weapons that existed in Glory, only Nightwalkers possessed dual blades. The Nightwalkers consisted of assassins, warlocks, ninjas, and thieves. Out of the four, the assassin could use the dual sword style to full effect. In the Pro Alliance, the player most famed for this was the captain of Team 301 Degrees, Xiaoqiang. His character, Scenery Killer, wielded a famous silver dual-blade weapon in glory, chaotic winding shadow swords. It would be a waste if an assassin, who used dual blades, didn't delve into the dual sword style. Xiaoqiang had perfectly mastered dual sword style. In fact, the reason he was able to become an all-star was mainly because of his skills and performance. His character, Scenery Killer, couldn't really be counted as top tier in the Pro Alliance. The dual sword style was the bane of parries. Parrying using two swords had its advantages. At this moment, Xiao made use of this advantage to block the Wild Blood strike using two strikes. With the first parry, his weapon was knocked aside. The second time, he successfully parried against the attack, but it wasn't enough to completely defend against the Wild Blood strike attack. The light from Wild Blood strike still swept across his character, but Lord Grim used the recoil from his parry in order to move backwards. This movement allowed Lord Grim to escape from being caught by another chain of attacks. If he actually wanted to fully defend against Wild Blood strike, Xiao could have simply used the Blade Master skill Guard. As a skill, the effects were much better than something done through normal means. But at this moment, Xiao needed to parry against the attack, so he didn't completely negate the attack. If he had used Guard, the blow-away effect from the Wild Blood strike would have been reduced by a lot. By parrying, he was able to utilize the blow-away effect in order to quickly move and dodge the next chain of attacks. Lord Grim rolled when he landed on the ground, leaving Chasing Haze's death camera. The ghost's line of view couldn't be moved around, so when she could no longer see the fight from her screen, she looked at Xiao's screen. However, his high-speed movements always made her feel dizzy. She could all sorts of flickering glows of attacks from Xiao's screen. Lord Grim was like a stormtrooper weaving in between gunfire, using astonishing techniques to dodge. Health. There would still be a decrease in health after being scraping by the attacks. For example, the parry used against the Wild Blood strike. Even if he used skills like parry, under the limits of his level, it would be impossible to neutralize all of the damage, let alone a basic parry. However, more importantly, compared to his health was his rapidly decreasing stamina. Stamina wasn't only consumed when sprinting. Walking, jumping, rolling, even normal attacks consumed stamina. Lord Grim's stamina decreased at such a rapid pace because he was using all sorts of movements to dodge attacks. He was able to survive until now, but what would happen when his stamina ran out? Chengguo was very worried, but she wasn't able to provide any sort of help. She even found it hard to look at Xiao's screen. Chengguo peeked at her own screen, and saw people appearing and disappearing from her screen from time to time. Their direction was mainly turned towards the direction where Lord Grim had disappeared to. Which guild did these people belong to? Chengguo noticed the names of the characters who entered her view, but no one's guild tag was visible. She didn't know whether they were deliberately hidden or that they just didn't have a guild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao played while he counted quietly to himself. He didn't have enough spare time to let Lord Grim identify who his opponents were. He could only judge the amount of people by the attacks he continuously dodged. 15. In the blink of an eye, he counted 15. This was only a conservative estimate. Based on his judgment, Lord Grim had dodged 15 attacks from different classes so far, which indicated that there were at least 15 characters who were besieging him. It was a plotted ambush. Xiao knew it in his heart. The moment he logged on, he noticed the black trace marks on the ground. It was the remains of the elementalists' fire attacks. It hadn't been refreshed yet, which indicated that the attacks were only done recently and that there were players around. Xiao would obviously be suspicious if there were people around him. He quickly spun his character's camera around and instantly saw some other marks made by skills other than the scorched trace marks. There was more than one person. At that moment, Xiao understood what was going on. The marks dealt by attacks were organized in Xiao's eyes, so he immediately tried to break out of range of the spell marks. He was able to do it, but Chengguo hadn't been fortunate enough to escape from it. The opponent's intention was very clear, but at this moment, Yixiao didn't have the time to think about their identities. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions. Lord Grim dodged a launcher's stinger, which left a sea of fire behind him. Although he continually used his stamina to make enhanced movements, he still couldn't break away from his opponents. The enemies predicted Lord Grim's movement and sent out attacks towards where he would be. Apart from the wave of attacks in the beginning, the opponents no longer had the intention to kill their target in a single wave. The attacks were never-ending and continuous, meaning that they were planning to grind Lord Grim to death. It was the very same technique Yixiao had used with Lulan/Group to kill Sun Srong. Who would have thought that the skill he had just used would be used by someone else on him? Fortunately, their skill level and teamwork were inferior to Lulan/Group, and Yixiao's experience was far greater than Sun Srong's. By avoiding the significant attacks, while taking the insignificant attacks, Yixiao was able to allow Lord Grim to survive the enemy's assault. However, this wasn't a good long-term plan. Dodging attacks like this consumed too much stamina. Even if you ignore the limitations of his own energy or his character's HP and stamina, Lord Grim was only level 54. If he continued on like this without fully escaping from the pursuers, he would certain die. Chapter 5:11. Expert Commander. The battle ensuing on Yixiao's screen was a blur to Chengguo's eyes. She could still see his status clearly. Lord Grim's life was dancing on a blade's edge the entire time. This meant that the only thing Yixiao could do was survive longer than her chasing haze. It was hard to say if he would be able to escape or not. What should she do? Chengguo was extremely worried. Whether she revived and rushed back or called for help, it would be too late now. Everything depended on Yixiao. Yixiao's normal lazy look often made Chengguo grind her teeth in anger, but at this moment, she really wanted to see the look on his face. However, it wasn't there. He had an expression of concentration on his face. The sounds of rapid tapping and clicking continued to be produced by his two hands. The screen had already made Chengguo feel dizzy. Now, even the sounds made her feel uneasy. In any case, she should try to do something. Chengguo revived her chasing haze and ran in his direction. She didn't know if she would be able to arrive in time, nor did she know if she would be able to provide any help. She didn't want to sit there and do nothing. As she sprinted over like mad, Chengguo glanced at Lord Grim's coordinates and health from time to time. Yixiao was still trying to hang on. Chengguo hated how she couldn't just teleport there. Even if she could only block attacks for him, it would be enough. Suddenly, Chengguo realized the room had quieted down. Yixiao's rapid tapping and clicking ceased. Chengguo was alarmed. She immediately turned her head, but discovered his screen was still colorful. Lord Grim hadn't died. He was hiding behind a stone wall covered in moss. Ah? You escaped. Chengguo was overjoyed at the good news, but then she saw Lord Grim suddenly run forwards a bit. All sorts of bright effects from attacks could be seen exploding behind him. People were attacking his previous hiding place, but he had been able to run out in time. Not yet. Yixiao replied to Chengguo's question. But being able to talk meant that the situation had become much better than before. She looked at Yixiao's current position, Milo Ancient Ruins. Milo Ancient Ruins was one of the level 55 leveling areas in the Heavenly Domain. The background lore described this place as the ruins of an ancient city which had been destroyed 1,000 years ago by an earthquake and volcanic explosion. Most of it was already buried beneath the ground. The remnants, visible above ground, had been weathered by time, badly damaged and in pieces. Milo Ancient Ruins wasn't a large area because it wasn't a leveling area with many monsters. The surface remnants were only small portions of the ancient ruins. They were like a line guiding players towards the real Milo Ancient City, which was buried underground. In the past, Milo Ancient City had been a huge 100-player dungeon, where countless players died. Chengguo looked at Lord Grim's level. He was level 54, but still needed half a bar of experience before he would reach level 55. He wouldn't be able to suddenly reach level 55 and run into the dungeon to hide. Yishio had Lord Grim run here in order to take advantage of the terrain and shake off his pursuers. 20 players. Yishio pushed the microphone on his headphones to the side and spoke to Chen Guo. He was afraid his pursuers would hear his voice and figure out his position. Right now, Lord Grim was hiding in the corner of a stone room and was looking out from a small crack in the wall. Oh. It's just a guess, but it should be around there. Yishio figured out the strength of his enemies while hiding and running. Who are they? Chen Guo asked. I don't know. That's not important right now. These players are all average in skill, but their commander is very troublesome. Yishio said. Who's the commander? Chen Guo was astonished. To be able to make Yishio feel pressure, this person must be at the pro level. I'm not sure. I haven't had the chance to see him. Yishio was helpless. He had been running for his life the entire time. Figuring out the enemy numbers was already impressive enough. Under the situation where the enemy commander was giving orders through text in a private chat, figuring out who the commander was among 20 people was nearly impossible. If I figure out who the commander is and kill him, the remaining subordinates will be easy enough. Yishio said. F*CK. Right as Yishio finished speaking, he suddenly cursed out loud. He hastily tapped his keyboard and Lord Grim rolled out of the corner. Bang! Behind him, a hole suddenly appeared in the stone wall. Bits of gravel flew out into the corner. Only a sharpshooter's thunder snipe had that sort of penetration power. Bang! Following afterwards, an even louder sound erupted. A small mushroom cloud rose up in the corner of that room. A launcher had fired a heat-seeking missile into there. Several characters suddenly popped up in Lord Grim's line of sight. A berserker charged forward using colliding stab. The usage of this skill reflected Yishio's evaluation of their skill. Yishio simply leaped backwards and the berserker awkwardly stopped in front of Lord Grim. Colliding stab had reached the limits of its attack range. Yishio didn't give him a second chance to try again. Lord Grim knocked the berserker high into the air and flung him away. Another 2 players followed after the berserker, but how could they have known their ally would turn into their enemy? One of them jumped to the left, while the other jumped to the right, but they soon discovered that not only had Lord Grim thrown the berserker at them, he had also lobbed a grenade. It was too late for them to dodge. The grenade exploded and all the 3 went tumbling through the air. Yishio didn't bother with these 3 anymore and immediately had Lord Grim turn around. He pointed his 1000-chance umbrella straight ahead and fired rapidly. Ahead, at a small intersection, a thief was laying a trap down. When he saw the gun aimed at him, he hastily rolled to the side, but his trap had been hit by the gun. The trap sprung out of the ground and became useless. The thief was furious. When the Gatling gun finished firing, he wanted to jump out and show his fury. Suddenly, a bang sounded out from behind his butt and he was sent flying towards a pile of trash. While in the air, he turned his head and saw the scraps left behind by a mechanical seeker. However, he had no clue where it had come from. Lord Grim turned around and fired twice diagonally. A witch, who had been flying out, was hit down and the Spitfire who had jumped onto the roof went stumbling backwards. Then, the 1000-chance umbrella changed into a spear. He released a falling flower palm at the incoming striker and grappler and sent them flying backwards. These 2 were puzzled. Lord Grim had clearly fired in a different direction. How did he turn around so quickly and use a falling flower palm? In a single breath, he had attacked 8 characters. He just happened to have turned around in a circle too. Yishio saw an opening and immediately had Lord Grim charge through it. I don't think any of these 8 are the commander. Yishio suddenly spoke. Ah. Chen Guo was afraid of bothering Yishio, so she hadn't said anything to him. She didn't think Yishio would be the one to speak. After a short pause, Chen Guo figured out Yishio's meaning. You're saying none of those 8 players are the commander? Yes. Yishio nodded his head. Or maybe this person is only good at commanding and doesn't have any actual battle skill. Chen Guo said. It's possible. Yishio didn't deny the possibility. Lord Grim rolled and jumped. He took notice of a narrow opening ahead and headed towards it. Right when he was about to go through it, an ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking his path. 6 players closed in on him from behind. They didn't give Yixiao any time to break the wall. Yixiao looked left and right. There were 6 enemies on his right and 3 on the left. It was obvious which direction he should head. At this moment, he heard a whirring sound from above. It was an enemy mechanic's rotor wing. 2 winter melon-like objects spiraled towards Lord Grimm's head. The stomachs of these things split apart and bombs fell out. Lord Grimm twisted his body and rolled to the left. At the same time, he fired twice towards the 2 winter melon-like objects. These winter melon-like objects exploded like grenades, turning into 2 balls of charred metal. However, the air raid had just begun. A witch broke through the explosion and flung a lava flask at Lord Grimm's head. Yixiao's Lord Grimm had already turned back around. He hadn't expected the enemy to hide such a move. Lord Grimm jumped up into the air. His 1000-chance umbrella transformed into a spear as he stabbed at the witch. Pu! The circle swing connected with the witch and sent the witch smashing into the ground, but this time, Yixiao had been a bit too slow and wasn't able to block the witch's lava flask. The lava flask shattered and the ground instantly turned into an ocean of lava. Right when Lord Grimm was about to plunge into the lava, the 1000-chance umbrella transformed into rotor wings and he quickly flew over the lava field. After flying over the lava field, he charged towards the 3 on the left. The warlock among them immediately formed a black ball of light with his hands. The warlock positioned the curse arrow high up and didn't charge it up. The black ball shot out and transformed into a rain of countless black arrows. Yixiao had no way of dodging the attack by flying up and could only drop back down, but if he were to move any farther downwards, his feet would hit the ground. He might as well just run, so Yixiao cancelled the rotor wings and had Lord Grimm land on the ground. Following afterwards, he used the shadow clone technique and instantly teleported in front of the warlock. The back throw input had already been entered, and so Lord Grimm's 2 hands shot towards the warlock. At the same time, Yixiao saw the warlock's face covered by his mantle. It was a rough male face with a messy beard. With one look, he could tell it wasn't a system-generated face, but a scan of a real-life photo. "Old Wei!" Yixiao shouted out in astonishment. Chapter 5:12. Old God. F***ck, why are you so troublesome? Hurry up and die so I can get my 500. The warlock, who Yixiao called Old Wei, responded in an extremely loud voice. Chenghua could even hear his voice from Yixiao's headphones clearly. His hands didn't stop moving either. The warlock jumped backwards. He had predicted Yixiao would use a back throw and dodged it. "You're still looking at that 500? Did you not see the statement?" Yixiao said, while continuing to attack. Lord Grimm shook the 1000-chance umbrella and it transformed into a spear shooting towards the warlock. "HM? Statement? What statement?" the warlock asked. "The bounty has already been withdrawn." Yixiao told him. F***ck, that happened. Then all of the work this senior did was for nothing? Practicing the team's coordination and studying your work and rest schedule. The warlock shouted. "Not my problem. Why didn't you start a day or 2 earlier? They only just withdrew it." Yixiao said. "You're not trying to trick me, are you? What statement? Send it to me." The warlock yelled. "1 second. Yixiao said. Chenghua was stunned. Could everything that had happened today have just been an accident? Who the heck was this guy? Chenghua was just about to ask, when she suddenly discovered that while Yixiao should be finding a link to send to him, he didn't even have a web browser open. However, he had stopped controlling his character. Lord Grimm stood there, not moving. "You?" Chenghua only said one word, when a shadow suddenly appeared behind Lord Grimm. The shadow lifted its hands and cut downwards in a cold arc. Yixiao immediately input a string of commands. Lord Grimm stepped to the side and turned around, allowing Chenghua to get a glimpse of the attacker. The shadow was an assassin, holding a dagger. The assassin looked like a wild tiger, undaunted by dangers. Chengguo couldn't help but tremble. She recognized this skill, life-risking strike. Blood for blood. Life for life. Life-risking strike didn't consume mana, but rather used health. The assassin's health burned like mana for a final strike. As long as it hit, the health spent would do true damage to the opponent, ignoring all defenses. In other words, even if it were a weaponless assassin, as long as he used life-risking strike, he would guarantee that would do damage proportional to the amount of health he burned. The amount of health that could be burned depended on the skill's level. The higher the skill level was, the more health could be burned. The max-leveled skill had no limit to the amount of health that could be burned. One could even burn one's health to 0. However, once the skill ended, the assassin would certainly die. Life-risking strike could be an instant kill move. It was the only skill in Glory that could kill a full health character in one hit. Using one's own life in exchange for damage was fair. The only thing which limited the amount of damage this strike did was the assassin's own health. If one saw an assassin equipped with stamina-increasing equipment, then one would be extremely wary of this move. These types of assassins stacked health in order to fully utilize this life-risking strike. Assassins weren't a class with high stamina, so they didn't have much health. After an assassin burned his health, he would just be an extremely weakened cloth armor class, but if an assassin stacked stamina, any class would have to match up against them careful. This assassin suddenly used life-risking strike. Lord Grimm grew in a balanced manner, so while he didn't have a lot of health, he didn't have too little either. However, his level was low and his equipment were relatively weak. If this attack had hit, the true damage trading health for health was one thing. The skills-based damage was already painful enough for Lord Grimm. In addition, Lord Grimm wasn't at full health right now. An instant kill wouldn't have been hard for this assassin to achieve. Even though Lord Grimm stepped to the side, this assassin had clearly burned a lot of health. Lord Grimm had stepped to the side, but the assassin's quick movements from using this life-risking strike made it so Lord Grimm's sidestep not only did not widen the distance between them, but closed the distance. With Lord Grimm's stats, dodging this life-risking strike was clearly too difficult. Chengguo thought Lord Grimm would certainly die from this strike. Suddenly, a dark light flashed, turning into a 6-point star. A green goblin popped out from the 6-point star right in between Lord Grimm and the assassin. The poor little goblin didn't even have time to understand the situation when it made a shrill cry. The assassin's life-risking strike smashed into its body. F***CKKK. The assassin also cried out. The poor goblin had already exploded into a bloody corpse, but the assassin didn't feel sorry for the goblin at all. The life-risking strike, which he had burned almost all of his health for, had struck a weak little house pet. How could he not mourn? After life-risking strike was used, potions couldn't be used for a certain amount of time and the user wouldn't be able to receive any healing spells during this time either. Otherwise, if one could chug potions and receive help from a cleric, there wouldn't be any risk involved in using this skill. Risking one's life meant no regrets. When Jingku attempted an assassination on Yingzheng, he hadn't left a path for his retreat. D***MN. Even that didn't hit. Is there still any justice in this world? The warlock roared in fury. Nonsense. I was prepared for it, Yishio said, while attacking back at the assassin. The assassin had burned his own health in order to kill a measly green goblin. He was still filled with grief and wasn't able to react. Yishio seized this opportunity to give him a quick beating and killed the assassin. Chengguo heard the two speaking to each other and became dumbstruck again. Both of them harbored evil intents. That warlock lied to Yishio saying he could leave, but had an assassin make a sneak attack. On the other hand, Yishio pretended to be fooled, but then took the chance to kill the enemy assassin. Neither of them were sincere, but in any case, it was the warlock who started it. In addition, the warlock had set up an ambush as soon as he went online. More importantly, Chengguo was definitely on Yishio's side. Too despicable. Chengguo moved closer to Yishio's headphones and shouted. Where'd this B*TCH come from? The warlock answered back without a hint of politeness. Ambushing us as soon as we log in, how low can you get? Chenghua shouted. Ha 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 ha, you can remember this senior's name if you'd like. The warlock laughed. Peh, I'm not that shameless. If you've got the skill, 1v1 me. Chenghua spat. Ha ha, are you hot? If you're hot, I can keep you company. If not, I don't have that sort of free time. The warlock responded. Cut the crap. Do you dare to 1v1 me? Chenghua shouted. Ha ha, how fiery. How about you find a room and wait for me there? The warlock chuckled. His wording sounded very dirty, making Chenghua stamp her feet in anger. When she looked at Yixiao, she saw that he was still controlling Lord Grimm to have him break away from the trap. He also glanced at her as if he were looking at a dead person. What's with you? Chenghua said. Do you know who this person is? Yixiao asked her. Who cares? Chenghua was so furious that she wasn't afraid of anyone. His name is Wei Chen. Have you heard of his name before? Yixiao said. I don't think so. Who is he? Chenghua heard Yixiao give a serious introduction to him, so she calmed down a bit. She reckoned his background wouldn't be small. He was most likely a pro player. However, this name. Chenghua tried to think if she had ever heard the name before, but she really had no idea. He's already retired. Yixiao said. Oh. He probably retired a long time ago then. Chenghua said. If he had retired a long time ago, it wouldn't be strange that she had no impression of his name. Yes, before he retired, he was Team Blue Rain's captain and Xiaoqiang's former owner. Yixiao said. Ah. Chenghua suddenly turned cold. Xiaoqiang was the #1 warlock in Glory and was currently in the hands of Team Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenju. Chenghua thought that this person would be a pro player, but she didn't think he would be a captain-level player. In the pro scene, the captain of the team was often the team's best player. Even if the captain wasn't, the captain would at least be at an all-star level, let alone a captain of a powerhouse like Blue Rain. Why is he like a bandit? Chenghua couldn't help but say. Compared to normal citizens, he's certainly a lot more crude. In those days, when we just entered Glory, he was already considered quite old. He retired after playing for only 2 years. Yixiao said. Is he very good? Chenghua said. You know about Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqiang, right? He brought them up by himself. Their styles were pretty much inherited from him. Yixiao said. Disabled hands and a chatterbox. Chenghua asked. Can't you think of any positive traits? Yixiao coughed blood. Chenghua had clearly said that intentionally. She knew very well just how good Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqiang were. She just had a hard time imagining how such an immoral guy could bring up 2 top-tier experts. Comrade Yixiao, can you not hide? Come out and fight me in a battle to the death. Wei Chen challenged. While Yixiao was chatting with Chenghua, he immediately had Lord Grimm break out of the encirclement after killing off the assassin. Right now, Lord Grimm was hiding in a corner. Don't you have any shame? You brought so many people and you're calling for a battle to the death. Chenghua couldn't help but roar back. No one's stopping you guys from calling for help though? Speaking of which, I've been waiting all day. Have you really not called for any helpers? Your B*TCH doesn't count. With that pathetic skill, all she's good for is lying in bed and playing around with. Wei Chen called out. I'm going to kill him. Chenghua couldn't hold it back anymore. Calm down. Yixiao urged, in any case, you're not his opponent, so why ask to be humiliated? Then what should I do? Chenghua asked. Let me handle it. Yixiao grinned. You? They found me again. Yixiao cried and had Lord Grimm escape. Chenghua felt depressed. His current sorry state and his confident "let me handle it" was simply too conflicting. Chapter 5:13. There's someone behind you. Yixiao's shout seemed quite pathetic, but his hands continued to input commands in a steady and orderly way. He even had time to talk. His current situation was much better than it had previously been. Even so, Yixiao was far from having the advantage. Even though he had successfully killed off an enemy assassin, he relied on the assassin killing himself. The assassin had burned most of his life by using life-risking strike. If Yixiao couldn't finish off the minuscule amount of health remaining, he didn't deserve to play the game. Following afterwards, another flashy show started and Lord Grim began hiding in corners again. The opponent's commander might be strong, but he didn't have that many people under his command. More importantly, Milo Ancient Ruins wasn't a leveling area. Back in Wilderness Town, Yixiao not only had to avoid being seen by 3 guilds, but he also had to make sure he didn't aggro any monsters, since it would have made it that much more troublesome. But Milo Ancient Ruins? Yixiao had already lit a cigarette. He was having quite an easy time playing hide and seek. If he has such a background, then is this Blue Brook Guild's doing? Chenghua saw how Yixiao seemed to be relaxed, so she didn't need to stay silent. It doesn't seem like it. Yixiao shook his head. Blue Brook Guild would have brought a lot more experts. At the very least, they wouldn't have given him a random group of players, no. Then if he's not doing it for the Blue Brook Guild and there's no bounty, then what does he want? Chenghua was puzzled. Suddenly, she heard Wei Chen shout, "Listen to me, Yixiao. You're completely surrounded. Coming out and dying is your only path left. Logging off would be very shameful of you. Resisting would be a waste of time. Hurry up and come out. Give me that 500 yuan so I can go eat dinner." D*mit, didn't I tell you that the bounty was already withdrawn? Do you really not know about it, or are you just faking it? Yixiao replied. What was that? I can't hear you clearly. Speak louder. Wei Chen yelled. Yixiao immediately shut up. Wei Chen was lying. He wanted Yixiao to speak up so he could figure out his position. You don't want to fight and you don't want to log off. You're hiding to stall for time. Are you really waiting for helpers to arrive? Are you forcing me to call for more people? F*ck, if I call more people, that 500 won't even be enough for me to buy water. Even with the 20 people I have right now, I'd still have to pay a bit out of my own pocket for a meal. Yixiao heard Wei Chen cursing and making a huge fuss over the 500 yuan, but Yixiao had a hard time believing that Wei Chen didn't see the announcement that the bounty had been withdrawn. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said to Chenghua, "Do you have any friends in other guilds? Ask them about the bounty." The announcement was very clear. Didn't we see it already? Even if they went back on their word, it shouldn't be so quickly. Chenghua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. I'm asking whether or not the guilds might have made another move internally. Yixiao said. What? Chenghua was a bit surprised, but quickly understood. She had been in the heavenly domain for so long. She wasn't familiar with any of the big names, but she still had friends in other guilds. She asked them about it and they confirmed what Yixiao said. You're right. The guilds all have a bounty on you. It's 500 every time you're killed. Some of the guilds even have contribution rewards. Chenghua hurriedly told Yixiao. So he really is after the money. Yixiao was speechless. How tragic. Chenghua commented. She could understand if he were a normal person, but according to Yixiao, he was a god-level player with an incredible background, and yet he was leading others just for 500 yuan. It was quite tragic. How was he going to split the money with 20 people? Each person would get 25 yuan? Or was it the killer takes 300 yuan and everyone else gets 10 yuan? In either case, it was quite pitiful. That might not be the case. It's more likely he's just looking for fun. If he has free time and there's an event with 500 yuan as a reward, why not do it? Yixiao analyzed his opponent's motive. Ah, he's going to find me soon. Yixiao said to Chen Gui and noticed the enemies were beginning to close in on his hiding place, so he immediately jumped and moved out. By moving out, his location was revealed, but at least, he had taken the initiative. It was better than the enemies suddenly ambushing him and forcing him out. B** running again. You really do have some skill. You'd better not log off today. Let's see how long you can run for. Wei Chen saw Lord Grim and immediately had his subordinates chase after him. More like you'd better not run. Yixiao retorted. F***ck, you can still talk, while you're running away. You really are Yixiao? Wei Chen yelled. The two fought back and forth, while shouting at each other non-stop. Chen Gui was staring speechlessly for a long time and then suddenly realized that this was what it was like when two pro-level players fought. The trash talk never stopped. What are you planning on doing? Chen Gui was somewhat at a loss. Yixiao didn't have any helpers he could call on. Lulan and his friends weren't online. Apart from them, Yixiao didn't know anyone else. He isn't waiting for me, right? Chen Gui was worried. She really hoped she could help, but if he was actually placing his hopes on her, then she would feel very pressured. My helper is almost here. Yixiao said. Who? You're not talking about me, right? Chen Gui asked. Yixiao's glance at her made her want to die. If you check the system announcements, you'll know sooner or later. Yixiao said. Chen Gui was puzzled. What did getting a helper have to do with the system announcements? Just when she was going to ask, she realized that Yixiao was busy. A huge fireball flew in front of him, cutting off Yixiao's escape path. The pursuers from behind had already arrived, cornering him in a small alleyway. Wei Chen had been shouting at Yixiao at how he kept on running and wasting his time, but now he had successfully found another opportunity to kill him. Yixiao had nowhere to go in front or behind him. He saw a big chunk of the wall missing to the right of him and immediately had Lord Grim run up to it. He flipped over the wall and escaped. He didn't land on the ground after jumping and continued to fly using rotor wings. *T, he's too crafty. Hit him down for me. Wei Chen's warlock was right outside of this gap. This had clearly been a trap set by him. A thief had set several traps beneath the gap. If Lord Grim had stepped on them, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping. However, Yixiao had seen this scenario in his head and didn't land on the ground. On the ground, several gunners shot at Lord Grim. Rotor Wings wasn't very quick and it wasn't very nimble either. However, under Yixiao's control, it appeared exceptionally agile, dodging all of the incoming bullets and making the enemy mechanic watch on in astonishment. Wei Chen wasn't someone who simply ordered others around. He kept a close eye on Lord Grim and maintained a certain distance from him. He calculated how soon Rotor Wings would end and cast a chaotic rain at the place where Lord Grim would stop. Lord Grim landed just where Wei Chen predicted he would land, but the 1000-chance umbrella became an actual umbrella. Lord Grim walked straight out of the rain. Compared to other shields, the 1000-chance umbrella was more convenient at blocking moves from above too. F***ck, what a despicable weapon. Wei Chen cursed. Lord Grim had been forced into a position he wanted, but he didn't think Lord Grim would just be able to walk out of it like that. He had a limited number of subordinates with him too. His opponent wasn't someone who could be stopped by just 1 or 2 people. Team 3, come back. He won't be going to your area. Head towards area 3958, 2564. Team 1, cut off his escape path. Team 2, circle to the left and converge with Team 4. For players who have high movement speed, come and see if you can circle in front of him. Wei Chen was ordering everyone in the team chat. Wei Chen gave orders, while circling to the right. His peak had passed already and he wasn't as skilled as before. Of course, against normal players, he was an exceptional expert, but in the pro scenes, he wasn't much anymore. He still had confidence in stalling for time against Lord Grim though. After all, he had a huge level advantage. Wei Chen had his warlock hide behind a line of collapsed stone walls while looking forward. Before, he had been chattering non-stop with Yi Xiao, but now he remained silent. Right now, he didn't want to expose his position. He heard Yi Xiao's voice come closer and prepared to attack at any moment. "He's here!" Lord Grim directly jumped over the stone wall and landed not far away from Wei Chen's warlock. Wei Chen was ready and immediately fired curse arrows to block his path ahead. Bind! Under Wei Chen's practiced hands, a curved ray of black light shot out from his warlock towards Lord Grim. Lord Grim hastily turned around in an attempt to dodge it, but the ray of black light seemed to come to life as it also turned. "Oh! Hand control!" Yi Xiao shouted as he rolled forward. The ray of black light turned, but only hit air. Wei Chen once again had the ray of black light move downwards, while beginning to cast another spell. Hexagram Prison! From the sky to the ground, a purple and black prison of light began to form around Lord Grim. If Lord Grim touched the light prison, he would immediately be sealed inside the hexagram prison. "There's someone behind you!" Yi Xiao shouted. Only a little kid would fall for that. Wei Chen ignored him. "There really is someone." Yi Xiao was still yelling at him. "A ghost?" Wei Chen continued to look down on him. "Ha ha, there really is a ghost. A ghost blade." Yi Xiao grinned. A blue light flashed from beneath Wei Chen's warlock and an ice boundary formed. At the same time, Cheng Guo checked the system announcements and finally noticed something. System announcement: 10th server player 1inchash has completed the Heavenly Domain challenge and has entered the Heavenly Domain. Chapter 5:14. You were already prepared. 1inchash, Xiao Yifan. Despite having had very little association with the person, Cheng Guo still knew who he was. Yi Xiao didn't hide anything from those who were around him every day, including Cheng Guo. Although Xiao Yifan was still a nobody among pros, he was still one of the best in the game. Cheng Guo immediately checked his character. As of now, 1inchash was level 55. After being left way behind during the Christmas event, 1inchash had not only made a comeback, but he was half a level higher than Lord Grim now. There was nothing Yi Xiao could do. Between levels 50 to 55, there was nothing he could do but kill monsters in the wilderness to level up, and there was no efficient way to do so. However, the regular servers had plenty of quest chains and an abundance of dungeons. As long as players were willing to spend enough time, they could level up pretty quickly during this period. This not only applied to level 50, but 55, 60, 65. All of these levels used to be the max level in the game. To make the game's content more diverse at the time, there were a large number of dungeons for players to enjoy for each max level. When the level limit was raised, those dungeons became treasure troves of experience points. Xiao Yifan started his quests for Heavenly Domain while he was still leveling up. After all, being a professional player, the skill tests required in the quest posed no problem for him at all. As for the arena aspect, Xiao Yifan was not Tang Ru, and so keeping a winning streak against regular players was a piece of cake. Nonetheless, with Yi Xiao as the lead-off, Xiao Yifan didn't spark off as much of a craze. His 1inchash was also unlike Lord Grim, who couldn't gain any experience after reaching level 50 in the normal server and could only focus solely on the quest for Heavenly Domain. Lord Grim spent all of his time in the arena, raking in victories, battle after battle. It was almost impossible for people not to notice him. Xiao Yifan, on the other hand, employed a much more gradual process. He saved up his victories one at a time, stretching it across a number of days, so no one noticed that he was another one who started the Heavenly Domain's quests early. Until he finished the quests, entered the Heavenly Domain and was announced by the system of his arrival did the 10th server explode in shock. Such announcements weren't that rare in Heavenly Domain, but it did surprise people for it had came from the 10th server. The highest level in the 10th server was level 58. This proved to everyone that whoever just entered the Heavenly Domain was undoubtedly a brilliant expert. The moment 1inchash had stepped into the Heavenly Domain, a curious crowd had gathered. Cheng Guo and Yi Xiao were too busy at the moment to notice the system announcement. Yixiao noticed through a different way soon though, because Qiao Yifan sent the news to Yixiao along with his greetings right after he had entered the heavenly domain. Yixiao immediately called him over to help. F***CK. You actually called helper. Wei Chen, who had 19 helpers with him, roared righteously. Chen Guo was losing more respect for god-level players by the minute. The ice boundary's constant freeze damage immediately interrupted Wei Chen's Warlock's hexagram prison. Unfortunately, 1-inch Ash's level was still too low. Under such extreme level suppression, the ice boundary's freezing effect was rendered completely ineffective. Wei Chen didn't know 1-inch Ash, and so he thought that the ineffective freezing effect was nothing more than a stroke of luck for himself. After all, the chances weren't 100% to start with. He jumped out of the ice boundary frantically, swung himself around, and saw 1-inch Ash's equipment. One look, he knew that he had been tricked. He was no longer a pro player who had to put all of his focus on professional matches. Indulging his days in the game, he knew all kinds of items by heart, so it was no surprise that he recognized the weapon in 1-inch Ash's hand was a level 55 katana, Sword of Carnot. It used to be a very popular weapon, but its fame had faded away with the level 55 level limit. Even nostalgists wouldn't bring such a weapon to an important PK match. As the thought raced through his mind, Wei Chen clicked on 1-inch Ash, whose level of 55 displayed truthfully in front of him. With such as low level, Wei Chen knew the limit of the character's performance even without checking out the character's equipment. This is your long-awaited helper? Wei Chen laughed. Suddenly, a glimmering flash shot into his view. The Sword of Carnot was glinting right in front of him. Coming from a ghost blade, the flash gleamed with a haunting wickedness. Whoa! Not bad! Wei Chen exclaimed, stumbling to dodge the blow. His warlock raised his staff the following second, trying to cast another spell. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the following strike from 1-inch Ash. Ghostblade and Warlocks both used cloth armor, but they had completely different attack power when it came to close-range combat. Even with weak armor, Ghostblades were still considered swordsmen. As for Warlocks, they were the same as Elementalists, possessing no martial skills whatsoever. Trapped in such a tiny space by 1-inch Ash, Wei Chen was actually in a pretty dire situation. Ah! Slow down! Under 1-inch Ash's constant slashing assault, Wei Chen's Warlock's left and right dodging was rather unsightly. Undignified words rolled out of his mouth ceaselessly. Even if Wei Chen started begging for mercy, no one would find it strange. However, Wei Chen was not undignified to such extreme degrees. When he deemed his endless stream of useless words was unable to ease the ferocity of his enemy's attacks, his final cry was, "Help me! Yifan! Don't let your guard down. This guy will do anything to achieve his goal. He doesn't have any sense of shame. Hurry up and chop him down. The faster the better." Yixiao called out to stop Wei Chen's distracting noise. He didn't go over to help 1-inch Ash out because some of Wei Chen's guys had just arrived. Killing Wei Chen was of utmost importance. Unfortunately, Yixiao and Qiao Yifan's characters' levels were too low to kill a level 70 character in such a short span of time. Consequently, the priority became stopping Wei Chen's people from regrouping with their leader. Yixiao had no idea where this group of people came from, but he did know that they were just a group of nobodies. Without Wei Chen's commands, despite Lord Grimm's low level, Yixiao was confident that he could defeat each one of them one by one. *T. Yixiao, you shameless scum! I left the scene a long time ago, so I'm not going to talk about my past glory, but speaking of no sense of shame, why don't you introduce yourself? Stop framing good people. Yixiao didn't pay a single shred of attention to Wei Chen's honorable speech. More importantly, the ghost blade in front of him wasn't distracted by his speech neither. Instead, his attacks only became more fierce because of Yixiao's hurry-up. Little brother, pretty nice moves you got there. Which team are you from? Although Wei Chen retired many years before, he still played glory and his judgment was still very sharp. Qiao Yifan's cautious and organized style exposed his professional background clearly in Wei Chen's eyes. No matter how fierce a regular player's performance was, some wild habits would always be mixed in. This style was unavoidable for the older generation of professional players like Wei Chen and Yi Xiao. After all, they all entered the professional scene after playing the game on their own for a very long time. Some of the latecomers were able to learn from the earlier generation's experience, and thus avoided a lot of mistakes and wiped away some of the bad habits from the chaotic gaming styles back in the day. Xiao Yifan's performance bared such marks. This was how Wei Chen was able to recognize the boy in front of him was not only professional, but of a younger generation as well, hence the source of the title, Little Brother. Xiao Yifan was an honest child. In addition, he figured the person knew Yi Xiao well from the way the twos conversed, even though he didn't quite understand their relationship. In the end, he replied truthfully, "Tiny Herb." "Oh. Tiny Herb. It's a good team. Speaking of Tiny Herb, I have some personal connections with your team leader. Your skills are pretty good. I can talk to him later and see if he'll let you play a starting position. It's the end of the season anyways. Tiny Herb's general situation is already set. It's such a small chance to let the youngsters shine. I am pretty sure I can do at least that much." Wei Chen gave a reasonable response, "You're not bad. All you need is an opportunity to shine." Opportunity. Starting position. To a pro player, these were no words more attractive than those. If it were the Xiao Yifan from a week before the All-Star, if someone promised such things to him, he would probably be on the floor, thanking them for the offer with excitement. But after he screwed up that rookie challenge and thought everything over, with Yi Xiao's help, he finally came to a realization. Talking about opportunities, wasn't the rookie challenge an opportunity? Yet he was unable to seize that opportunity. No opportunity could be understood as bad luck. Being unable to seize an opportunity, should this be counted as bad luck as well? At least Xiao Yifan knew that he wouldn't do that. He couldn't use that opportunity because his level of skill wasn't good enough, that's all. During recent times, he was no longer restless. He would not try his hand at another opportunity before he knew that he was skilled enough for another one. Xiao Yifan could now laugh off the offer that was able to move him greatly in the past. He could even tell Wei Chen sincerely, "Sorry, I'm not ready to take that opportunity." No. Wei Chen sounded much more certain than Xiao Yifan. The you from the past might not be ready, but you're different now. You're completely prepared now. Delivering such a passionate speech, Wei Chen even forgot to move his character. His poor warlock just stood there stupidly like a sandbag as 1 inch splashed him twice in a roll. Such honesty and compassion made Xiao Yifan slight embarrassed. Right then Wei Chen cried out, "Your time has come. Fight for it, Zhu Yebai." Xiao Yifan was puzzled. "I'm not Zhu Yebai." "What are you talking about? If you're not Zhu Yebai, who could you possibly be?" "Ha ha ha ha." Yi Xiao's laughter resounded from the other side, very impressive. To be more convincing, you even abandoned moving. You used 2 strikes just to get a name out. Rip. You've got the person wrong, bro. Really? Who are you then? Wei Chen asked. I'm Xiao Yifan. Xiao Yifan. Wei Chen mumbled. He stole a glance at the list of Tiny Herb's members that he had just pulled up and added, "Isn't Xiao Yifan an assassin? Enough already. Are you still trying to trick him? Yifan, don't listen to his nonsense. He has no connection with your team leader. He doesn't even know that Tiny Herb's gate now opens from the south side." Yi Xiao retorted. D*mit. Who says I don't know that? I just met with your team leader for a meal just a few days ago. Wei Chen protested. Our Tiny Herb's gate never opened on the south side. Xiao Yifan added weakly. F*CKU. I told you that scum is worse than I am. I'm done with you. Wei Chen roared and charged towards Lord Grim recklessly. A spell manifested in the warlock's hand. Xiao Yifan was pretty confused by the exchange. He rushed forward, trying to stop Wei Chen, but only heard a warning cry from Yi Xiao, "Watch out!" With a flicker of his hand, the warlock threw a binding spell behind himself. Chapter 5:15. This is an ultimate. All of this happened in under a minute. The guy, who just said "your time has come," in a very serious voice, might have gotten his name wrong, but Xiao Yifan still felt gratitude for his words. However, in the next instant, a dirty sneak attack suddenly came at him. Even though Yixiao shouted for him to be careful, it was too late for Xiao Yifan. The two were only inches apart from each other. Xiao Yifan hadn't seen Wei Chen mutter any spells. By the time he saw the spell coming at him, a black of ray light shot out from the warlock's hands and instantly wrapped around 1-inch ash. "Sigh, young people." Yixiao and Wei Chen both spoke in unison. "Shameless, too shameless." Chen Guen nearly jumped up in anger. On the other hand, Xiao Yifan felt very embarrassed upon hearing the two sigh at him. He was usually a cautious and suspecting person. Whenever something bad happened, he would never denounce the opponent and instead look for how he could improve. As a result, he regretted how he hadn't been careful enough. He felt like the two sighing wasn't wrong. He was too young and too inexperienced. At this point, struggling was useless. The bind spell didn't do any damage, but it stopped the target from moving. It stopped the affected target's movement for 5 seconds, which was enough to do many things. Wei Chen seized this opportunity and he quickly cast another spell. Another ray of black light shot out from his hands and bored into 1-inch Ash's body. This ray of black light didn't do any damage, but when the warlock lifted his hands, 1-inch Ash also lifted his hands and floated into the air. Control spell. Control spell was a warlock skill, which allowed the user to control whatever the black light hit, but continually consumed the mana of the user. The heavier the target was, the greater the mana consumption. If the target was a living thing, like a player, mana would be consumed even faster. It sounded like a fun skill to use that allowed the user to make a fool out of the target, but in reality, the skill was very easy to break out of. You wanted to control the target for a few minutes? Impossible. You might not even be able to for a few seconds because the spell could be broken with an attack. As a result, this skill was mainly used to put the target in an unfavorable position or stop the target from moving. Wei Chen used this opportunity to send 1-inch Ash into the air and then prepared to throw him into a wall. While in midair, Xiao Yifan could already see the crowd of enemies waiting by the wall. Being tossed into them would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. "Do you think I don't exist?" Yixiao shouted. Lord Grim raised his sword and slashed downwards. "Ha ha, I know you're there." Wei Che laughed. He hastily retracted the ray of black of light and 1-inch Ash fell to the ground. He immediately moved his warlock out of Lord Grim's attack range. But during this small amount of time, he was able to give his allies enough time to arrive. A Blade Master and Striker leapt up together and jumped over the short wall. Lord Grim immediately turned around after completing the slash. He shot out a sword wind using sword draw and sent the striker tumbling back over. However, Yixiao couldn't reach the Blade Master. These two hadn't jumped over together. The two had some distance between them, one after the other. The gap between them made it so that Yixiao had no way of handling both at once. On the other side, 1-inch Ash landed on the ground at around the same time as the Blade Master. "Ice Boundary!" Yixiao shouted. Xiao Yifan didn't dare to be slow and immediately cast an Ice Boundary. "Interrupt him!" Wei Chen didn't react slowly either and immediately gave an order. The Blade Master listened and sent a sword wind at 1-inch Ash using sword draw. Xiao Yifan saw how fast the attack was coming at him and knew he wouldn't have enough time to finish casting. Helplessly, he cancelled the spell and dodged the attack. Even so, the light of a boundary appeared. It was a sword boundary. "Slash!" Yixiao ordered. 1-inch Ash immediately countered with a moonlight slash after dodging the sword draw. The timing was perfect. The Blade Master was still in the middle of the sword draw animation and couldn't dodge the moonlight slash. Full moonlight slash. Ghost slash. In one breath, 1-inch had completed 2 slashes, sending the Blade Master directly at Lord Grim. Lord Grim stepped forward. He grabbed the Blade Master and threw him towards Wei Chen's warlock. Wei Chen was in the middle of casting a spell similar to when Xiaoqiang had attempted to cast an ice boundary. He had no choice but to cancel his spell in order to dodge. "Cast every single boundary!" Yixiao yelled and shot through the air, throwing another guy who was jumping over the wall back to the other side. Wei Chen roared in anger, "Why are you all lining up one by one to get over? Just get over all at once." It hadn't been easy getting a Blade Master to help him, so his opponents wouldn't be able to gang up on him 1 versus 2, but after so long, a second helper hadn't been able to get over the wall. The 2 sides were only separated by a wall, so the players on the other side of Wei Chen could hear his voice loud and clear. They gathered below the wall and jumped up together all at once. Then, a blue light appeared from below the wall. A circle was drawn on the ground. The blue light rose into the air and the incoming players were thrown into the sky via the rising emblem. F***CK? Wei Chen cursed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Under Lord Grim's protection, 1-inch had already successfully cast a flame boundary. Wei Chen was in the middle of it. It was already impressive for him to be able to avoid the damage from the flames. Where would he find time to cast a spell? The Blade Master didn't need to be talked about. In front of pro players, the only thing he could do was attract damage. Under an AoE flame boundary, the Blade Master didn't even have the ability to dodge the flames rising from the ground and was burned from head to toe. Luckily, the enemy was underleveled and the damage taken wasn't too heavy. All of their helpers were launched into the air by Lord Grim's rising emblem. They looked like a complete mess in the air, making Wei Chen want to cry. When they fell, some of them successfully quick recovered, while some of them failed. Some of the ones who succeeded were knocked to the ground by those who had failed. Lord Grim swept them away by using an earthquake sword. The ones who had managed to stand were knocked to the ground, while everyone else was sent into the ghost boundary. Falling light blade, back throw. The damage wasn't scary, but the most annoying part was the effects. Wei Chen's subordinates were stacked on top of each other and couldn't escape from it. It made Wei Chen want to scratch Lord Grim to death. Meanwhile, 1-inch continued to pile ghost boundaries one on top of the other. Even though the boundaries were low-leveled, with so many boundaries layered over each other, they would certainly have an effect. How interesting! With your levels, trying to kill us is too hard. Wei Chen's group was in a sorry state, but he wasn't worried. Lord Grim's and 1-inch level disadvantage could be fatal. Even though they had controlled the situation, their damage output wouldn't be enough to turn the tides of battle to victory. If they had been 2 level 70 characters, Wei Chen would have surrendered long ago. Right when he finished saying this, he heard a loud female voice shout, "Eat a bullet, you immoral B*****starred." Boom! How was that a bullet? It was a gigantic pillar of light. A launcher's satellite beam descended from the skies and crashed directly at them. In that instant, the crowd was completely immersed in deadly light. When the pillars of light split, those who hadn't been immersed in the light were swept into it. Between the 2 walls was a small alley, leaving them nowhere to run. This skill didn't come from a level 50 character. This time, it was from a true level 70 character. There wasn't any level suppression due to the gap in levels. In addition, Satellite Beam was an ultimate. F***CK, why did this B***TCH also come? Wei Chen heard the female voice and responded in a very impolite manner because he knew that this time, the situation had turned bad. Don't look at how the enemies only had 3 players. Lord Grim and 1-inch had strong control over the situation. They grouped them up like NPC mobs. Now, a level 70 character had arrived. The character was a high burst launcher too, with a sword boundary increasing her strength. In addition, the enemy's plague boundary decreased their defense. When the satellite beam descended, their health bars dropped like waterfalls. When the satellite beam finished, she followed up with a grenade. Another explosion took another chunk off their health bars. She fired a stinger, showering them with missiles for another AoE attack. This was all with the persistent damage from the ghost boundaries and Lord Grim adding to the fire. Wei Chen focused on avoiding the attacks, while watching the names on his team list turn grey. There was nothing he could do. Where'd that shameless one go? Cheng was chasing Haze stood on top of a wall looking down mightily. Right now, she was a killing machine. She swept across the bloody field, but didn't see any signs of that warlock. Did he die already? Cheng Guo asked. She had chasing Haze shoot at the ground. With 1-inch Ash and Lord Grim blocking the paths of the normal players, the players had no way of escaping. The field had turned into an execution ground. There was nowhere to run or hide. They could only wait for their deaths. He didn't die. He got over the wall and ran. Yixiao noticed Wei Chen's movements and even shot at him. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to stop him. He has no loyalty. He really feels no shame. Cheng Guo was dumbstruck. Could the guy have actually left his comrades to die, just so he could escape? Chapter 5:16. LN Close Pursuit. The space between the walls had already become hell. It hadn't been easy for Wei Chen's warlock to escape from it. He hadn't left yet though and was on the side sneaking around like a cat. What did it mean to have your troops defeated in a landslide of a battle? He was currently witnessing it. 2/3 of his team of 18 were instantly obliterated. Of the remaining 6, 2 of them were close to death, while the other 4 were still fairly healthy. Wei Chen didn't know why, so he asked them immediately. When he asked, he found out that they were behind the wall on the other side and were sneaking about as well. These 4 heard Wei Chen's orders and went over the wall together. However, they weren't close enough and jumped a tad bit later than the others. Before the 4 had jumped, the rest had already been sent tumbling through the air by the enemy's rising emblem. Thus, they didn't dare be too careless and circled around to find a different area to enter from. Then, they witnessed their comrades slam into the ground and get blasted to smithereens. At that moment, they weren't sure if they should still rush over and help. Suddenly, they saw Wei Chen's warlock roll over and flip over the wall. The enemies even shot at his butt, so they immediately abandoned their original thought and retreated too. How sad. Be careful. Make sure you don't get discovered. Wei Chen said. You should be the one who should be careful. They're heading towards you. The remaining 4 reminded him. F*CK, then hurry up and come out so you can distract them. Wei Chen threw his previous thoughts of concern out the window. Sh*T. You've got no sense of shame. Even his own allies couldn't bear it anymore. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed throughout Milo ancient ruins. Amidst the noise, Yixiao shouted, Old Wei, there's no point hiding. Coming out and waiting for your death is your only route. Give me 500 and I might consider letting you live. Yixiao, go kill yourself. This senior vows to fight to his death. Wei Chen replied. Don't stop attacking. Don't stop attacking. Yixiao reminded Cheng Guo, as soon as this guy is out of combat, he'll log off immediately. Don't forget he has no morals. Boom! A missile exploded near Wei Chen's warlock. Even though it didn't injure him, this type of attack would keep him locked in combat. These guys just fired randomly, making it so he couldn't escape from combat. Yixiao was right. As soon as his combat status cleared, he would definitely have log off without any delay. Think of your brothers. They sacrificed their lives for you. How can you be all right with being the only one to survive? Yixiao continued to shout. Quiet down. You killed them all. Wei Chen said. If you hadn't ordered them to come back and save you, they might have survived. They've already lost faith in you. Yixiao said. Shut up. They're already on their way here. Wei Chen responded. Your bluff won't work on me. Even if you called all of Blue Brook Guild, you will still die today. Yixiao said. You really have incredible foresight. Blue Brook Guild's troops are about to arrive. Not just them either. Look at the world! Wei Chen shouted. An announcement came up on the global chat. Windward Formation, Lord Grim in Milo Ancient Ruins. Hurry and come. Ha ha ha, you think they can save you? Yixiao looked down in disdain. Windward Formation was the name of Wei Chen's warlock. You've got guts not running. Wei Chen said. I'll leave right after I kill you. Yixiao said. Say it when you find me. Did you really think that our attacks were randomly aimed? I already know your position. You haven't escaped from combat yet, right? So it's not hard to figure out your position. Do you hear our footsteps? Probably not. We're crouching as we walk. Watch your back. Yixiao suddenly raised his voice. You're going to die. Chengguo was the one who got scared. It's to scare him. Yixiao said, while gestured to Chengguo to look at his screen. Here? Chengguo whispered. Yixiao nodded his head. Shouldn't we get closer? Chengguo asked. No need. If we get closer, he'll notice us. That spot is a good position and has good range of vision, so here is the limit. Yixiao explained. But even if we hit him, the distance is too far. He can still run. Chengguo lamented. We'll take it a step at a time. Yixiao wasn't in a hurry. As a result, Chengguo positioned her satellite beam towards the spot Yixiao indicated, a place covered in straw. The satellite beam descended from the skies. However, any player with a bit of reaction speed would easily dodge an attack like this without any setup. The three saw Wei Chen's windward formation come out from behind the pile of straw and quickly escape from satellite beam's range. Cancel your attack. Gatling gun! Yixiao called. His Lord Grim was already after him. Chengguo felt a bit unwilling to cancel her ultimate, but she still followed his orders. She took out a Gatling gun and fired at Windward Formation. Windward Formation's movements didn't look natural at all, perhaps it could even be considered a bit ugly. However, his erratic movements were effective and he dodged the bullets. This type of movements would be much slower than Lord Grim, who was running in a straight line, and the distance was quickly closed. As soon as Chasing Haze's firing ended, Lord Grim immediately used his own Gatling gun. Yixiao's technique was much better than Chengguo's. Windward Formation's movement suddenly became even uglier and wasn't able to completely dodge all the bullets. A few of the bullets connected. These stray bullets wouldn't do much damage, but they still affected his running speed. Wei Chen was very gloomy and shouted, Yixiao, do you have the guts to fight with this senior 1v1? Okay, stand still. I'll fight you 1v1. Yixiao replied, but didn't stop shooting. Pei, who would believe you? Wei Chen spat and continued to run. Same to you. Yixiao laughed. Xiao Yifan's 1-inchish never stopped attacking. Right now, he was at the forefront and had closed in on Windward Formation. Chengguo's Chasing Haze was chasing him now too. Gatling gun was a level 20 and under skill, so it didn't have a long cooldown. If they kept on doing this, it was only a matter of time before Windward Formation was caught. We're about to catch him. Chengguo was very excited. She was looking forward to obliterating this immoral guy. Hard to say. Yixiao frowned. What do you mean? Chengguo said. There's a dungeon ahead. Yixiao sighed. Dungeon? Chengguo was startled and then looked ahead. Sure enough, ahead was Milo Ancient City's dungeon entrance. Dungeons only had a lower bound, but no upper bound. Thus, Windward Formation could enter it. If he entered it, they wouldn't be able to chase him. Isn't entering this dungeon the same as dying? Chengguo was puzzled. Even though Milo Ancient City was a level 55 dungeon, it was a 100-player dungeon. It wasn't something that a solo player could clear, not even a pro player. Progress could be saved in 100-player dungeons, but saving progress didn't mean one could leave the dungeon. It was similar to a pause, so one could come back when one had more time to continue progressing further. If you die in a dungeon, at least you can't drop your equipment. Yixiao said, did you not notice? His weapon is a silver weapon. Really? I really didn't notice. Where did he get it from? Did Blue Rain give it to him? I don't think so. He probably made it himself. He's been playing for so many years, so it isn't a surprise that he has his own silver weapon. Yixiao said. Do you think he wanted to kill you for your silver weapon? Chengwa guessed. She still couldn't accept that a former god that would actually stoop so low as to get 500 yuan from a bounty. Probably not. 500 yuan is just a cherry on top. He's mainly playing to have fun. Yixiao said. Chengguo was somewhat speechless, but she could feel it. Wei Chen was cursing and fighting Yixiao, but he wasn't actually angry. It was like sparring with an old friend. The two mocked each other and trash-talked for fun. However, their trash-talking went beyond what Chengguo could bear. Wei Chen was truly too immoral. Even Yixiao had his limits. In any case, Chengguo didn't dare be certain. Yixiao making her cough blood in anger over and over again was already enough. Senior, I don't think we'll be able to catch him. Qiao Yifan had good judgment. After hearing Yixiao's intent, he calculated their speed and Wei Chen's speed and made a guess. If they had reached this conclusion, Wei Chen naturally would have too and laughed in glee. If you want to kill this senior, you're still too green. Give your mouse to me. At this moment, Yixiao suddenly spoke to Chengguo. Chengguo was slightly startled, but having experienced this before, she quickly handed the mouse over to Yixiao. Yixiao took it and began controlling Chasing Haze to use Gatling gun. The bullets flew out and Wei Chen hastily tried to dodge them. A few of the bullets hit and caused Windward Formation to stumble a few steps. Wei Chen was alarmed. There were still more bullets coming at him. He tried dodging again, but got hit by another bullet. If he were a normal person, he wouldn't have been able to react so quickly. However, Wei Chen immediately understood what was going on and cursed, Yixiao, you shameless B*****. You're even using such methods. Where's your spirit of fairness? Then stand still. I'll fight you 1-1-1. Yixiao said. P2E. Wei Chen spat. He clearly didn't trust Yixiao at all. However, with Yixiao helping Chen Gui, the Gatling gun's effects were extremely different. In addition, her level was higher, so the effects from Chasing Haze's Gatling gun were much greater than Lord Grimm's. Qiao Yifan's eyes lit up and he recalculated it. He wouldn't have thought of doing such a thing. 1 inch grew closer and closer and Chasing Haze's firing became more and more dense. Lord Grimm began firing with Chasing Haze. Okay, hit him with anything you want. With this done, Yixiao handed the mouse back to Chengui and immediately began controlling Lord Grimm again. Lord Grimm followed up with a suppressing fire. They finally caught up to Windward Formation. Slash! Yixiao shouted and pounced on Windward Formation along with 1 inch ash. Chapter 517. Death's Hand. Wei Chen had experience with chasing, so he anticipated 1 inch ash slash. With a sigh, Windward Formation leaned to the side, wishing he could dodge and keep running. If it were any other ordinary player, Wei Chen's move would be sufficient enough, but how could Qiao Yifan be considered an ordinary player? Even the most insignificant pro player was still an expert. They couldn't be compared to normal players. The sword light followed Windward Formation's twisted body. Wei Chen saw it coming. He couldn't do anything about it except attempt to dodge more drastically. If it were a 1v1 battle, it would have been better. Wei Chen would have been able to handle it, but Lord Grimm wasn't far away. By the time he escaped from 1 inch ash sword, Lord Grimm would be there to take his place. He now realized this was a dead end. His plans to enter the dungeon were hopeless. Wei Chen immediately changed his mind. Windward Formation turned around and said to 1 inch ash, little brother, I can see that you're a good man. If you pick up any of my equipment, you have to return it to me. Qiao Yifan was surprised. After a short pause, he answered okay. As he was answering, he didn't dare to move carelessly again. The previous experience remained fresh in his memory. Xiao Yifan was very good at learning from experience. Right after he answered, Windward Formation quickly stripped off all of his equipment and pushed his chest forward. Quick, kill me now. Xiao Yifan's hand shook once again. He suddenly realized that his state of mind was still far from that of a top pro player. He didn't know who the person in front of him was, but he could at least tell that he wasn't a normal player. Even among pro players, there weren't many geniuses like this guy. Quick, attack faster. Use more boundaries. Hey, you shouldn't be this slow even if you're level 55. Are you deliberately holding back? No, you should seize every possible opportunity to attack your enemy with the fastest speed. This is the only efficient way to reduce accidents, avoid mistakes, and decrease the effect of luck. Wei Chen even started lecturing Xiao Yifan. Xiao Yifan remained silent. Everything this man said sounded reasonable, but these words at this moment felt very weird and out of place. Boy, you did it on purpose. Finally, when he saw that Lord Grim had arrived and he still wasn't dead yet, Wei Chen grunted in dissatisfaction and sent an angry face. Ha, he's an honest man, but he isn't stupid. Step aside, little Xiao, and watch how I tidy up this old man. Yishio smiled. Lord Grim stabbed directly towards the naked Windward Formation extremely quickly. F***CK. You want to tidy me up by yourself? Windward Formation re-equipped all of his equipment immediately, downed a huge potion, and said, Little fellow, step aside, I don't want to hurt you. Xiao Yifan's 1-incher actually listened and stepped back 2 steps. Yishio stopped him in a hurry. Xiao, why do you still listen to him? Get behind him and cut off his escape path. Yishio, you son of a B***tch. Wei Chen's trick was once again seen through and he cursed out rage. Windward Formation released a curse arrow shortly after. It wasn't focused towards anywhere. The light ball twisted and arrows flew out in all directions. Wei Chen wanted Windward Formation to escape during the chaos, but Yishio had already seen through his plan. Lord Grim used a Z-shape to charge through the gap between the arrows and lunged at Windward Formation's head with his spear. Windward Formation had to dodge. Warlocks didn't have many options in close-range battles. All the strong skills had cast times, but when the enemy was close, who had that sort of time? Elementalists could teleport into a better position, but Warlocks couldn't. When a Warlock was attacked at close range, their only option was to dodge. They could also use moves like parries, but their physical damage was too weak. Even dual sword style wouldn't work. The result would be a knockback by a powerful skill like Lord Grim's Wild Blood Strike. Bind spell. Cut spell. Wei Chen cast a few instant skills in an attempt to fight back, but his opponent wasn't any ordinary player. He had the level advantage, but the effects of the advantage were all within Yishio's calculations. After considering these factors, Yishio attacked Wei Chen. As a result, it was only Yishio's damage output that was a bit lower. Their ability to control the flow of battle were at about the same level. If Wei Chen were a melee class, he could try to confront Yishio head-on and suppress his opponent, but as a warlock, his level advantage was worthless in close combat situations. A few moments later, Chenggua's chasing haze arrived. Seeing the black cannon aiming at him, he wouldn't be Wei Chen if he didn't have any words to say. Fine, today I recognize my defeat. You outnumber me, so I surrender. Wei Chen said. Whether you're outnumbered or not is an entirely different matter. I can't believe you're still boasting when you're about to die. Yishio wasn't Xiao Yifan, so his hands weren't shaking at all. In fact, he continued to attack fiercely. We have to make an arrangement. This silver weapon is the result of my painstaking labor. If I lose it, you have to give it back. Sure, I will return anything as long as it's not the silver weapon. Yishio said. Sh**T, don't pretend that you don't understand what I'm saying. Wei Chen said in a great rage. If I don't make you suffer, you won't remember how powerful I am. Yishio said in return. Wei Chen was originally going to stop, but he started operating madly again. However, if his madness could have helped, he would have done it earlier. Now, he was only trying to sting Yixiao a little before he died, but how could Yixiao give him the chance? Yixiao beat him up in a frenzy. Windward Formation's life came to an end. A circle swing stabbed him and smashed him into the ground. "Come out, silver weapon!" Yixiao shouted. "Yixiao, go to hell!" Wei Chen cried. Windward Formation landed on his head and died. F*CK, Yixiao, are you a F*King Summoner? Go to hell! At the exact moment of his death, Wei Chen opened his equipment window. He immediately started cursing again. Yixiao was like a summoner and called out his silver weapon. "Ha ha ha ha, old Wei, go cry!" Ghosts couldn't make a sound nor could they hear any sound. When Wei Chen saw these words and a laughing emoji floating above Lord Grimm's character, who was circling around his dead body, he almost died due to shock and rage. He opened his friend list and tried to add Lord Grimm as a friend, but he got rejected immediately. Yixiao had turned the option to receive friend requests off. "Yixiao, screw you, screw you, screw you." Wei Chen cursed angrily, even though he knew the person he was cursing would never hear it. Several people close to him in the internet cafe stood up. F*CK, which *T eating dog is cursing at Yixiao. "This senior here. You got something to say?" Wei Chen slammed the table and stood up. A dozen or so people also stood up with him. The arguers saw that he had a dozen or so hoodlums by his side and suddenly lost confidence. Even though they felt offended on their idol's behalf, their own safety was more important. As a result, one of them nodded, "Good man." "Cursing Yixiao? We'll join you." This shameless man was among the minority. Most of them slinked back into their seats when they saw the other side was more aggressive. "Go play your game." Wei Chen gave this person a dirty look. He didn't even have the heart to curse. He knew full well that these tricks were useless against Yixiao, absolutely useless. "What happened, Brother Wei?" One of his bros came up to him and asked. D***nit, I lost my weapon. Wei Chen said bitterly. "Fuck." All of his fellows shouted and looked to Wei Chen with the same murderous look. "What should we do?" "Do what?" "Go play your games." Wei Chen shook his hand. He saw Lord Grimm was still showing off and chose to revive at the city. What the eyes didn't see wouldn't grieve him. "Ah, he's gone." Yixiao felt that it was a bit of a pity when he saw the body was gone. He had a strong opinion against the fact that he couldn't communicate with the dead. It's a game, why does it have to be so serious? Wouldn't it be great to hear the complaints of those who lost their weapon? "Check the weapon, hurry." Chengguo couldn't wait. She has been rattling and raring to see the silver weapon since Yixiao picked it up. Okay. Yixiao opened his inventory as he spoke. Before he had the silver weapon, he couldn't see the weapon stats, only the color of the Windward Formation's weapon. Only now could he see the weapon stats in detail. This silver weapon was a Warlock Scepter. Death's Hand, level 60. Weight 3 kilograms, attack speed 2. Physical damage 530, magic damage 777. Intelligence plus 45. Dark element strengthen plus 20. Dark element resistance plus 20. Magic critical attack chance plus 10%. Magic cast speed plus 10. Cast distance plus 2. Amazing! Chengguo could tell if a weapon was good or not. It was a true silver weapon just by looking at the base stats. The attributes were higher than an orange weapon. The intelligence, dark element strengthen, magic critical attack, magic cast distance, these were all very useful additional attributes for warlocks. This was the embodiment of a silver weapon's value. Other than the stats being better than that of an orange weapon, the additional attributes of the silver weapon were customized according to the player's need. You could create whatever you liked, whatever you needed if you just put in the effort. Just by looking at the attack attribute alone, Death's Hand was equivalent to a level 70 purple weapon. The value of Death Hands was way above a level 70 purple weapon with all the additional properties. Even a level 70 orange weapon wouldn't have all these useful stats together, let alone a level 70 purple weapon. It's not even level 70 and it doesn't increase any skill levels. Yixiao could still find faults in it. As he was speaking, someone messaged him on QQ. Yixiao opened it and laughed. It was Wei Chen. He couldn't find Yixiao in the game, so he looked for him on QQ. Son of a B*****. Give me back my silver weapon. Wei Chen cursed. Don't disturb me, old Wei. You just threw me under the bus on global chat, now I have to concentrate on dealing with people you sent after me. If by any chance I died, and your death hands dropped, what do you think would happen? Yixiao asked. F***ck, then why are you still online? Are you waiting to die? Chapter 518. Old Wei. I need more time to study your silver weapon. How is it? Do you have a plan for future upgrades? Yixiao asked casually. If you're not going to log off, then you'd better store it somewhere safe for this senior. Wei Chen shouted out of rage. Relax, relax. Hey, do you have any extra materials? Yixiao asked. F***ck off, I don't even have enough for myself. Wei Chen said. What do you need materials for? You don't even have a silver weapon anymore. Yixiao said. F***ck you, F***ck your mom, F***ck your dad. Wei Chen cursed furiously. To be honest, you're only playing the game, so you don't really need high-end equipment. Keeping it is just a burden for you. You have to worry about it all the time. Why don't you let this brother help you sell it? We can split the money. You can easily get a set of weapons and equipment good enough for you to play like a king, and I can upgrade my silver weapon. I need to hurry up and continue upgrading my silver weapon. This is something that truly needs to be done urgently. Yixiao said with ease and sincerity. Screw you. Mine is also a priority. Do you know how much effort I put into this just to upgrade it to level 60? Wei Chen roared. Do you have the plans for future upgrades? If you do, we can increase the starting price. Yixiao was considering the value of Death's Hand to himself as if he did not see Wei Chen's message. What price? That's my life and blood. It's priceless. Wei Chen said. Your life and blood work is quite different from the one you had before. Dark Element Strengthen, Magic Critical Attack, Casting Speed, Cast Distance. Lixiao went over the additional attributes as he typed. These are all strengthening personal attributes. The style is very different from Xiaoqiang's Curse of Destruction. The style of my weapon is none of your F***king business. Wei Chen cursed. You must be very lonely, old Wei. Yixiao asked all of a sudden. What are you talking about? I don't even understand what you're saying. Wei Chen frowned. Why didn't you stay in Blue Rain? I heard that Blue Rain tried to keep you as a coach. Yixiao said. This senior isn't interested in that sort of thing. Wei Chen said. You'd rather stand on stage. Yixiao replied. Wei Chen suddenly fell into silence. His hands were on the keyboard, but he didn't know what to say. Can you find that feeling in the game? Yixiao asked. Do you really need me to tell you? Wei Chen replied faintly. Have you ever thought about returning? Yixiao asked. Returning? Me? Don't joke with me, God. Wei Chen laughed bitterly. Don't tell me you're satisfied. Yixiao said. Even if I'm not, so what? Wei Chen asked. You can try again. Yixiao said. Try again? Like this, at level 70, using a level 60 high-end silver weapon? Taking 19 brothers who follow me every day, but fail to handle 2 level 50s like you guys? Go back like this? Go back and do what? Wei Chen's words were mixed with pain. The helplessness brought by time had left a deep scar on him long time ago. Xiao asked him if he was satisfied. He could answer without thinking. Of course not. He too carried hopes and dreams when he entered the pro scene, but his career had only lasted 2 short years. Within 2 years, the alliance grew rapidly from inexperience to mature, but as for him, he was constantly on the decline. He desperately tried to prolong his career, trying to stay for even a single moment longer in the growing alliance, but all of his efforts were useless. He could clearly feel his deterioration. Game after game, he soon reached the point where his ability fell short of his ambition. What if I were born a few years later? Wei Chen had imagined it countless times before. But regretfully, there were no what-ifs in reality. He could only admire and envy those lively youngsters. He had tried to lay his dreams and ambitions on these young people so that maybe he wouldn't feel so lonely. He failed. He realized that he yearned for a chance to stand on the stage again. The feeling of existence that he wanted couldn't be satisfied by entrusting his hopes to someone else. When Blue Rain tactfully asked him to take on the role of a coach for the next season, he immediately knew that everything had come to an end. He thanked them, but rejected the invitation. He also rejected invitations from other clubs, even though some were invitations for him to be a player. He had dreams. He had hopes. He didn't want to be like a piece of seaweed spread on the beach, getting beaten by waves over and over again. Therefore, that season, the second season of the Pro Alliance, he decisively announced his retirement. He ignored all the persuasions for him to stay and cleanly left the professional scene. For a time, he wanted to give up glory as well, but he couldn't let it go. Thus, Windward Formation was created. He even developed a silver weapon for himself. There were countless times that he dreamed that he went back with Windward Formation and his silver weapon Death's Hand, to the time when the alliance had just begun. He too was like these youngsters, full of energy. He could play for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, forever. Wei Chen was laden with grief as these thoughts rushed through until he suddenly realized that all his friends around him were looking at him as if he were mad. He quickly pulled himself back together and became his ruffian self again. He looked at the screen. Xiao had already replied, "If you truly wish for it, there is no such thing as impossible." Xiaoqiang, do you still believe in the power of will? Wei Chen quickly hid his regrets. He was Wei Chen. The same Wei Chen who didn't know shame. The Wei Chen who could fight dirty. His hand speed may be gone, his skills may have declined, but his personality still remained. In this aspect, he remained true to himself. He was still the one who amazed Glory 8 years ago, who got invited to build a team immediately after the professional alliance was formed, and became team captain as a top pro player. He was the former captain of Team Blue Rain. The shameless old Wei, although he didn't like this nickname. That's right, will can determine victory or defeat. Just think of that fellow on your team. Xiao said. He's a weirdo. Wei Chen knew who Xiao was talking about. I have to admit, I made a mistake, a very serious one too. I heard you lost to him. Was it that embarrassing defeat that determined your retirement? Xiao asked. TCH. Do you think this senior's decision could be affected by such a trivial matter? Wei Chen scorned. No. Xiao asked in return. Of course not. Not even just a little. Xiao asked again. Fine, a little, Wei Chen said. How much is little? A little is a little. Completely insignificant, negligible, little. Wei Chen answered. No way, right? Xiao said. Xiaoqiang, what do you mean? Wei Chen shouted in rage. I can imagine the trauma of being defeated by someone whose hands were deemed as handicapped and would never be able to make it to the pro scene. I can imagine it, Xiao said. F*ck your imagination. Even though Wei Chen said so, he couldn't help but recollect the bitter blow of his defeat. That's right. The person they were talking about was Yu Wenju, the present team captain of Blue Rain, Alliance's #1 warlock, Xuoxa's controller. At the beginning of the alliance, he was just a young lad who signed up for the club's team training camp. He wasn't even close to having the qualification to enter a pro team. From the beginning, the pros on the team, including Wei Chen, saw this youth as a passing guest. His hand speed could be considered decent amongst average players. But in the training camp for future professionals, his hand speed was considered unimaginably slow. All of them thought he would be eliminated in the first round of selection. No one ever thought that he would manage to stay until the end. He remained in the team by barely surviving every round of selection. Even though he stayed, he was only thought to be lucky. No ever thought about his growth because nobody expected anything from him. At that time, everyone's attention was focused on another one, someone Wei Chen had brought back from the game. According to Wei Chen, the precise eyes and techniques of the youth when killing steel showed much promise. However, most people believed that Wei Chen related to the youth because of their shared shamelessness. This youth was truly talented. He quickly became the rising hope of the club. The club began building up his Blade Master carefully. At that time, the ace player of Blue Rain had been the Warlock Xiaoqiang at the time. Warlocks had strong crowd control, but the ace player of a club usually had the burden of being the attacker to boost the morale of the team. As a result, many Blue Rain fans named this part of history the beginnings of the legends of the Sword Saint. Correct, this person was Huang Xiaoqiang, the hopeful star who bore the weight of Blue Rain's future. As for Yu Wenju, he was constantly being forgotten. Until one day, during a training session when the trainees were being tested, Wei Chen lost to this opponent whose name he didn't even remember. He was lucky. Wei Chen repeated the comment he had said when Yu Wenju remained with the club after passing numerous selections. After all, there would always be winning and losing in a competitions. At that time, Wei Chen's condition was already declining. He thought that he had just been too careless when he was competing against the youngsters of the training camp. The second round. The third round. After being defeated by this irritatingly slow fellow for the third time, Wei Chen finally realized something. Everyone in the club realized something. Thank you, senior, for your teachings. He didn't get proud because of his victory, nor did he lose heart because of his defeat. He was neither shy nor arrogant. This young man was like an immovable iceberg. Wei Chen immediately knew that he lost to this young boy in spirit as well. He suddenly felt that Blue Rain didn't need him anymore. This youth would become Blue Rain's foundation and Huang Xiaoqiang would become the blade that cut through any enemies in their path. Chapter 519. A Reason for You. Wei Chen's thoughts slipped back to the beginning of the alliance unintentionally. There was happiness and excitement, but that era eventually left him with boundless regrets. Wei Chen had to admit in his heart that losing to Yu Wenju was not the sole reason why he had stepped down, but it had been a large part of it. Otherwise, with his level of skill, even if he lost his status in Blue Rain at the time, he could still have easily drifted along in another place for a year or two. However, in Wei Chen's eyes, drifting along was not an extension of his professional career, so he decided to end it. He couldn't tell his past feelings to the friends that surrounded him now. He always made himself look like a big shot in front of them. Yixiao was not as close as those friends were to him, but he was one of the people in the circle who understood Wei Chen's situation back then. What about you? What are you doing? Returning right after retiring and all of the ruckus. Just what are trying to achieve? Wei Chen retaliated at Yixiao after much melancholy. Hey, after some consideration, I decided to stir up some noise again. I don't want to end up like someone, all lonely and blue after just a few years. Yixiao returned. F*ck off F*ck off F*ck off F*ck off F*ck off. Wei Chen shouted out 5 F*ck off S in row. How about it? Let me bring you along for the ride. You can go back to those old times, too. Yixiao offered. Wei Chen maintained his silence. The other had the intention, and he was not at all without such desires. Recently, he often dreamt of returning to the alliance. Honestly, it wasn't like he had never given the idea any serious thought before. Nevertheless, the decisiveness of him leaving became the biggest obstacle of return. He had left so smoothly that he could not bring it to slap himself in the face in front of everyone now. Just like this, as time moved on, the distance between him and the alliance grew and he found it harder and harder to gather enough courage to go back. Fortunately, today, there was a force pushing him to do so. In Wei Chen's heart, the desire of returning has never been as strong. Don't lose this opportunity. You even have the perfect reason this time. Yixiao urged. What's that reason? Your silver weapon is being held hostage by me. In order to get it back, you have to return. For someone as shameless as you are, that's a good enough reason, right? Yixiao explained. F***ck off. Wei Chen cursed. You can do it. Yixiao replied. This short phrase became another wall for Wei Chen. He was like a hesitating wanderer, insecure about his own strength. What do you think of me right now, compared to the me of the past? Wei Chen asked. Your technical skill and speed can't be compared to the past, but your shamelessness hasn't changed. I'm really happy to see someone so familiar. Yixiao answered. A few years ago, it was Yu Wenju who was learning from you in secret. Now you can reverse it. You can crush him by surprise. What about it? Doesn't it sound great? Yixiao added. It sounds good. As Wei Chen thought about it, his heart was filled with yearning. Then what are you waiting for? Yixiao questioned. What I suddenly thought of is that according to the regulations, you dirty B***** still has to wait for at least an entire year, which means you will definitely miss the next season and will have to join the following season after that. Do you expect me to return at the old age of 32? Am I supposed to be grandpa to everyone? Wei Chen spoke. 32? You're that young? Aren't you like 40 plus now? Yixiao doubted. UF***k. We need time to get used to each other anyways. I'm assuming you don't want return and just run back like a clown, right? Speaking of which, did you win any championships back then? Yixiao continued. Wei Chen was speechless. For the first 3 years, all of the championships in the professional alliance were snatched away by this guy's excellent era. Who didn't know that? And now this guy was pretending to be ignorant? So who was truly the most shameless person in the alliance? You mean to say that the goal of your return is to be the champion? Wei Chen asked. Besides that, what other goal would a pro player have? Yixiao retorted. Good. This is a nice goal. Ha 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 ha, children of the alliance, quiver in fear. This senior is coming back. Wei Chen sent the message with a laughing emoji. You've decided? Are you sure? Yixiao checked. Stop blabbing. Wei Chen snapped. Then we will have to face a real and important issue. Yixiao stated. What? With your shamelessness, how can I believe that you aren't lying to me just so you can get your silver weapon back? Yixiao clarified. Ah. That really is an issue. Even Wei Chen himself had to agree. Let him come to our place. Once we have the real person, there wouldn't be any more problems, would there? Chen Gui, who had been watching the two's conversation the entire time, added. She didn't expect Yixiao to attempt to drag someone who had been away from the pro scene for so many years into his team. Still, after seeing Yixiao actually succeed, she immediately started to brainstorm ideas to help them out. If they were going to end up on the same team, then they would have to gather in one place eventually. Where are you? Yixiao asked consequently. Siki City. Wei Chen replied. I'm asking about you in real life, not your character. Yixiao was speechless. Siki City is one of the major cities in the heavenly domain. Oh, I'm at City X. Wei Chen replied. Come to our place. We can talk things out here. Yixiao said. That will happen sooner or later, but I can't leave just yet. That's what irresponsible youngsters do. I have a few things to settle before I come. Wei Chen was already educating others. Well then, you can attend to your business first, but until then your death's hand stays with me. Yixiao agreed. If you King lose it, kill yourself and wait for me to bury your rotting corpse. Wei Chen threatened. Okay. If you have some materials, you can offer them up now. Yixiao went on. With the situation right now, it's so hard to find some for yourself. I truly don't have a lot. There are some low-level and dungeon ones, but I'm really short on the rare materials too. Wei Chen explained. Yixiao knew that this was the truth. The current times were vastly different from the time when the 1000-chance umbrella had been invented. There hadn't been any professional clubs back then, and there was no large-scale research done on silver-class weapons. It was unlike current times, when every big club had a large demand of rare materials. Each club kept a close eye on the market and bosses that produced these materials. In the present environment, it was truly very hard to obtain rare materials. What do you have? Let me see if there are any that I can use. I am still trying to reach level 50. Yixiao added. They were chatting on QQ, outside of the game. In a moment, Wei Chen sent over a few screenshots of his own storage. Yixiao glanced over them and realized that, just like Wei Chen said, there were some common materials, but the rare ones could be counted on one hand. As for the 3 super rare materials that 1000-chance umbrella needed to reach level 50, Wei Chen had none. Yixiao gave Mo Qiong money for the materials, but from Mo Qiong's tone, it appeared that even with a few thousand yuan, they might not even be able to secure them. There was nothing they could do. Rare materials like this didn't even have a market, so there was no set price. The prices were set when the buyer bumped into a seller, who actually had to sell it. Obsidian, aquamarine, and silk paulownia, can you get these 3? Yixiao asked Wei Chen helplessly. These are all from normal servers' wild bosses. These things are really hard to obtain, you should know this yourself. Wei Chen knew what those were. After all, he worked on his own silver weapon for many years now. These are the 3 that I am having trouble finding. I can't advance to level 50 without them. Yixiao lamented. F*CK. It's only level 50, yet you already need 3 super rare ones? That's some expensive silver weapon you got there. Truthfully speaking, that thing is a bit unworthy. It's true that I put a lot of time and effort into making my death's hand, but I could treat it all as an investment. When I don't need it anymore, I can find a team and sell it to them, but for your strange weapon, regular teams have no use for it. Unspecialized, talking about long-term, there is no future for it. I am pretty sure that more developed teams would never invest too much into it, so your weapon is basically a dead end, Wei Chen said. That's true speaking of long-term. However, if we look now, the power of an unspecialized with this weapon is unmatched, you see. The 2 began chatting about glory in all seriousness surprisingly. Chen Gui, on the other side, felt a bit uncomfortable. However, her discomfort did not last for long. Soon, the 2's opinions disagreed and trash talking started right away. Trash. Garbage. Nonsense. Is there anything other than Xiaoqiang in your brain? In that crazed trash talking, Wei Chen's language was incredibly inappropriate. If this was in a competition, there would be red lights everywhere. He would be killed by the rules in moments. Chenghua watched the 2's argument for a while, knowing that she couldn't interrupt in any way, so she could only put on her headphones silently and log into the game. In the game, the 3 of them had already left the Milo ancient ruins. They didn't see with their own eyes if Wei Chen's message actually summoned a lot of players. Chenghua asked her friends in the guild. According to them, some people said they wanted to come and see. No matter what, the 3 of them were no longer there. In a level 55 wilderness, Yixiao was either cursing or discussing with Wei Chen while leveling up. Xiao Yifan's 1-inch needed to level up as well, and Xiao Yifan played dedicatedly. Chenggua's chasing Haze was more like a mercenary because her character had more attack power. Xiao Yifan, would that child be a part of the team? Watching him setting boundaries, placing them, and killing monsters, Chen Guo wondered. She knew that he was still part of Tiny Herb, a member of a champion team. It was just his position on the team that was unremarkable. After this season, his contract would end and he would probably have some difficulty maintaining his position. The professional scene was pretty harsh, Chen Guo thought quietly. However, watching her own team taking shape little by little filled her heart with hope. Chapter 520. Qualification Tournament. Seeing the team taking shape, Chen Guo was full of hope and felt very glad. She had a smile on her face the entire time at lunch. "What's making you so happy?" Tang Ru soon saw Chen Guo's abnormal behavior. She wasn't there that morning, since she had been working downstairs at the front desk. "The team is growing so smoothly." Chen Guo commented on the recruitment of the old god. "Think about it, we already have enough people to build a team. Our goal is the championship," Chen Guo said excitingly. "We're still extremely far from that goal." Yixiao laughed bitterly, pouring cold water all over Chen Guo's excitement. "You already know little Xiao. He's a nobody in the champion team, but in our team, he's our number 2 player. Don't you think we're still far away from being champions?" "It was you who said it, so you must have some solution," Chen Guo said. "We'll have to take things slowly for now," Yixiao said. "What about you, little Tang?" Chen Guo turned to Tang Ru eagerly. "If you've truly decided to become a pro player, then stop working. Just focus on the game. I'll still pay you your salary." "I?" "All right," Tang Ru was going to say something, and then she saw the expression of expectation from Chen Guo, so she nodded. "Ha ha, that's great. Work on leveling. Soon you can enter the heavenly domain as well," Chen Guo said. "How is Steam Bun doing?" Yixiao asked Tang Ru. "He's usually there when I get online. Whenever I level up, he will send an ahhhhhhhh to scream at me. He's level 51 or 52. Tang Ru smiled and answered. Xiao Yifan's 1-inch ash was leveled by someone else. Even though his speed of leveling couldn't compare to those new server accounts in the big guilds, it was much faster than a normal player's leveling speed. Steam Bun Invasion did the leveling by himself. He and 1-inch ash had started at the same level, but with the same amount of time, he had fallen behind a few levels. And Concealed Light. Yixiao also asked about Concealed Light. He's about the same level as Steam Bun. Tang Ru said. Oh. Yixiao nodded without saying anything more. So, Concealed Light will join in too. Chen Guo was quite familiar with these people. Concealed Light wasn't like Tang Ru or Steam Bun Invasion. These two people had incredible technical skill. Don't underestimate them because they're noobs. In a 1v1, if the opponent wasn't exceptionally experienced, the opponent would get massacred. Tang Ru even had the glorious history of killing a pro player. That isn't something that can be done through pure luck. As for Concealed Light, he was somehow deficient in this aspect. His technical skill was completely obsolete and he had even chosen to play a summoner. If it were just for fun, the technical skill required for a summoner was extremely simple, but if one wanted to play it at a high level, the requirements for technical skill were extremely high. The thought of expecting a rookie summoner play at a pro level made Chen Guo shiver. Take it slowly, we'll all have opportunities. Yixiao replied in a comforting manner, why don't you practice too? Maybe you can even be used as a sub or something. I'm only a sub. Chen Guo really wanted to smash him dead with a chair, but objectively compared to other people on the team, she fell short of everyone, except Concealed Light. What a tragedy! After the meal, Tang Ru continued to work the front desk. Even though she had decided to play the game professionally, the schedule of the internet cafe was already set. Chen Guo couldn't remove one person all of a sudden. She needed time to make adjustments. She might even have to employ a new attendant. This small investment was nothing to her. In theory, Yixiao and Tang Ru were already pro players. Paying pro players the salary of an internet cafe employee was something Chen Guo should gloat on in secret. They were all leveling in the afternoon, except for Xiaoqiang. This kid was well behaved. Even though there wasn't a future for him in Tiny Herb, he still took his training seriously and completed it on time. It's just his heart was now focused on his Ghost Blade. He had the assassin account at Tiny Herb, but he did not do much training for assassin-related skills. His mind was occupied with how to use an assassin to practice Ghost Blade skills. Chenghua still helped them level. However, this afternoon she seemed to be busy. No one knew who she was talking to. They just heard the sound of typing. As time went by, her facial expression became heavier and heavier. By dinner time, she was completely different from the gleaming person she had been at lunch. What's wrong? Tang Ru was scared for her. She looked at Yixiao with an inquiring expression. She was smart. She knew that those two were together every day, so she would tell happy stuff to Chenghua and ask Yixiao for troubling stuff. I don't know. Yixiao knew that something might have happened when she was chatting with another person that afternoon, but he hadn't peeped on their conversation, so he didn't know who Chenghua was talking to. There's something. Chenghua looked as if she was afraid to look at them and was too embarrassed to speak. Yes? Yixiao asked. Well, I was talking to Lulan / this afternoon. Chenghua said. Lulan / Yixiao was lost for a moment. What did she need to talk about with Lulan / that made her act this way? I asked him to give me some information on joining the alliance. It seems like there are a few compulsory requirements. Chenghua said. Oh, Yixiao started to understand the situation, but he did not reveal his thoughts. He smiled and asked, and? I'm afraid, I can't meet some of the requirements. Chenghua finally said it. She wanted to cry. After Lulan / gave her an explanation in the afternoon, she felt her heart turn to ice. It wasn't that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to meet some of the requirements for applying to the alliance. It was that she couldn't meet even a single one of the requirements, not even if she were to sell the internet cafe. The requirement for a stadium with a certain amount of seats alone had sealed her hopes. She was even more desperate after Lulan / disclosed inside information to her. The next season, the live game would employ visual projection technology. All hosting clubs must satisfy the technological requirements. I'm sorry, Chenghua lowered her head. She had been the one excited for the formation of a team, but she failed at the crucial moment. She really regretted it. Why didn't she learn about these things before? Don't worry, I wasn't going to apply for the alliance like Lulan / did anyway. Yixiao said. What? Chenghua lifted her head. You don't know. Yixiao looked at Chenghua. Every year 2 teams drop out of the alliance, so there are 2 places for new teams. One of them enters the alliance like Lulan /. They apply for the alliance and the alliance will examine them and approve the qualified team to enter. The other team is decided through a qualification tournament. Qualification tournament, you mean, the revival tournament? Chenghua asked. Exactly, due to a special reason, the qualification tournament is often called a revival tournament. Yixiao smiled. For what reason? Tang Ru wasn't happy. It seemed like both of them knew the reason and had stopped there, but she was just a newbie who didn't know anything, so she hurriedly asked. For this qualification tournament, there are only 2 simple requirements, enough team members and a participation fee. There are no other requirements, which means, the 2 pro teams that were relegated can still compete in the qualification tournament. Pro teams are much more competitive than any random team. Even though there are some strong teams that can cause problems for the pro teams in the qualification tournament every year, in all of the previous seasons, the teams that came through the qualification tournament were pro teams. That is to say, of the 2 teams that got relegated, one of them has always returned to the alliance through the qualification tournament 1 year later. That's why people call it the revival tournament, because it feels like an intended opportunity for the 2 eliminated teams to re-enter. Well, sometimes there aren't 2, there might be 3 or 4 previously relegated teams. The teams that failed to revive in the past will sometimes try again the next year. Yixiao explained. Oh, now I see. Tang Ru nodded. So all we need to do is participate in the qualification competition and win all the way to the end. The Alliance will figure out some way and help you complete the necessary compulsory requirements. But speaking of this, the Alliance has never troubled by an amateur team before through the Revival tournament. It seems like I'll have to make history. Xiao laughed. That's not the point. Cheng Guo was frustrated. The Revival tournament is a knockout tournament. Losing one game results in immediate elimination, a year wasted. What if? There are risks in everything. Even if you apply for the Alliance, the risk still exists. There is probably more than one team applying for the Alliance. It's not enough to barely reach the requirements if you want to be approved. The Alliance will inspect your investment. A team will never be taken seriously if they barely meet the minimum requirements. Xiao said. Cheng Guo was stunned. She couldn't even fulfill the minimum requirements. Now she knew that even if she were able to satisfy those standards, she would most likely get beaten by other more competitive opponents. The competition here was simply money. Cheng Guo was only the owner of an internet cafe. What financial strength did she have to compete with? The qualification tournament is our only way. Instead of thinking what could happen, concentrate on preventing those things from happening. We can make good use of this year to break in our team members and perfect our teamwork. Xiao said. Yes, that's right. Tang Ru nodded. She already looked full of hope. The qualification tournament for this season is happening right now. You can look into it. The qualification tournament and the league games take place at the same time. By the end of the season, the qualification tournament will produce its final result. That's when 20 teams for the next season comes out. There are many teams participating in the qualification tournament. If it continues to develop, it should develop into a secondary league. Well, the Alliance is growing so very fast, isn't it? Xiao sighed. Chapter 521. Where Dreams Start. Cheng Guo didn't even want to eat after she heard what Xiao had said. She quickly finished her dinner and went about learning the requirements for the qualification tournament. On the official website of the Glory Alliance, Cheng Guo soon found a complete introduction and advertisements for the qualification tournament. As soon as she opened the site, she saw the slogan for the qualification tournament, the place where dreams begin. Cheesy! Cheng Guo thought to herself and hastily went digging for information. As she learned more and more, she found that it was exactly as Xiao had described to her. The only difference was that the official publication had a more of an advertisement tone to it. It said that every participating team had a chance to fulfill their dreams. Teams with outstanding performances were said to be living their dreams. The pro teams that re-entered the Alliance were said to have their dreams saved. But the most appealing ones were the players who were discovered through the qualification tournament and were selected by professional teams. For these people, the qualification tournament was truly what the slogan had promised, a place where dreams began. After Cheng Guo read through everything, she became so excited and so eager that she wished that the qualification tournament would start tomorrow. They would first have a chance to fulfill their dreams and then live their dreams. Finally, the qualification tournament would save someone's dream, while the others would begin their dreams. How do we sign up? Cheng Guo couldn't wait to find out. Then she found out that signing up was extremely simple. The sign-up page would open at the end of the season. All she needed to do was follow the instructions provided by the website. Why weren't the pro games over yet? Cheng Guo immediately became anxious. She went to check the regular season's timetable. There were 8 games left in the regular season, which meant that there were still about 2 more months until the end of the season. Don't be so hasty. The later the competition, the better it will be for us. Xiao was behind Cheng Guo for a while. He saw she was checking this and that, and guessed her thoughts. True. We still need a lot of preparations. At least, you guys have to be max level first. Cheng Guo said. Obviously. The other equipment will come along later on in the process. Xiao said. Right now, you and Wei Chen are the only ones with silver weapons, so we are far behind on equipment. What if we meet God-level character fully armed with silver equipment? Chen Guo said. Yixiu's Lord Grim had already fought against top players like Wang Jieshi, Han Wenqing, and Huang Xiaoqiang in the game, but he hadn't met any God-level character yet. The time when he had fought against Troubling Rain was in the fixed field. Why were God-level characters worshipped? There were three main reasons. First, the player had excellent skills that gained them fame through battle. Secondly, their skill points were high. The higher the skill points, the better the skill levels. It would enhance both attack damage and crowd control effects. The third was equipment. Equipment directly enhanced the character's stats. If characters like One Autumn Leaf, Troubling Rain, Vicaria, and Desert Dust were stripped of their equipment, they would be no different from any other max-level character in the game. Yixiu was trying to create a new team. From a player's aspect, at least, they would have to have a top player like Yixiu. All the others could improve their level through practicing, but from the equipment aspect, they were far behind. Even though Yixiu and Wei Chen character had silver weapons, they couldn't compare to a character fully armed with silver equipment. The gap between two full set of equipment was obviously not the same with the differences between two pieces of equipment. As for skill points, that was something one cannot ask for. If one was extremely out of luck, one might still only have 4,000 points after playing for 10 years. There was nothing one could do about it, so Chen Guo did not even mention it. Yes, equipment is a huge problem. As you can see, there is a lot that we need to do this year. Winning the qualification tournament is only a small part of it. Yixiu said. We can work it out. Chen Guo said to Yixiu. She was also saying it to herself. We have to. Yixiu said. He returned to his seat and started working immediately. The second day, Chen Guo started rearranging the work schedule in the internet cafe to free Tang Ru from the front desk. She then posted an advertisement for employment and headed back to the reserved room. Her main task was still leveling with Yixiu. She wished she could be a pro player, but her age wouldn't allow her to. She was too late to be trained. She didn't possess Wei Chen's talent, nor his experience. Experience needed time to accumulate, that was for sure, but it didn't necessarily mean that with the accumulation of time one could definitely gain experience. The forming of experience needed studying, thinking, and processing. One had to actively work their brain to accumulate experience. That was the exact reason why many old gamers might be playing longer than new pro players, but were less experienced than pro players. Was it because pro players went through more battles? Of course not. The attitude was key. If the gamers played for fun, they were passively accumulating experience. What about professional players? They actively accumulated experiences, one battle, one game, one recording, they were constantly reflecting on these things. Therefore, even though Chen Guo had played Glory for many years, and had a lot of experience, the experience was divided into levels as well, and her experience level was honestly quite low. She had to help everyone else in her own way under her circumstances. Yixiu was leveling in the game. Outside the game, he received a QQ message from Mo Qiong. I'm here, what's up? Yixiu replied to Mo Qiong. I have two bad news, which one would you like to hear first? Mo Qiong asked. Just tell me. All your money is spent, but I don't have everything you want. Mo Qiong said. What's missing? Aquamarine. It's not because there isn't enough money. I've asked everywhere, and there is no stock of it anywhere. If there were, I would definitely have bought it for you. Mo Qiong said. Well, thanks. It looks like I'll have to figure that one out on my own. Yixiu said. I'll keep on the lookout for it as well. Mo Qiong said. Okay. What about the others, do you have those? Yixiu asked. I got them. You can come over and grab them. Damn, I'm too afraid to even go out of the city with these precious materials. What if I were killed and lost them? That's 100,000 yuan right there. Even I want to hire a killer to kill myself, just to get these materials. Mo Qiong said. I got it. I'll come get it soon, but can you teleport somewhere close to where I am? Xiao replied. Sure. Where are you? I'll head over. Xiaoqiang said. In the heavenly domain, there were teleport portals between large cities. Otherwise, if gamers had to travel everywhere on foot in the vast lands of the heavenly domain, the Glory Game Company would have been bombed. In some level 55 bordering cities, there were as few people as the level 55 leveling area. Within the heavenly domain, except for a few level 55, 60, and 65 characters who were abandoned from the time when these levels were the level caps, most characters were level 70. Gamers were active mostly in the level 70 areas. The lower leveling areas were lonely, and the cities seemed desolate. Arriving at the agreed place, Xiao saw Xiaoqiang's character. Its name was Run Cockroach. The class of the character had a dirty style, it was a thief. Seeing Xiao's Lord Grim arrive, Xiaoqiang clicked his tongue in wonder at his mix and matched equipment. He then traded every material he had bought. How are you going to get your hands on the aquamarine? Xiaoqiang asked. I'll go back to the normal server and ask around, see if I can steal a boss. Xiao said. He used the word steal. In Glory, it was almost impossible to kill a map boss in Harmony. Oh, the new server. Your level shouldn't be too disgusting there, right? Xiaoqiang said. Yes, but at your level, that would really be disgusting. Xiao said. Ha 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 ha, with this level, I couldn't do it even I hacked the system. Xiaoqiang laughed. Well, I've got to go. I'll talk to you if I need anything. Xiao said. Okay. Come find me when you have big deals. Xiaoqiang said. Of course, of course. Xiao sent Xiaoqiang's Run Cockroach away and saved the materials he had received. Even though the rare materials weren't complete, it could upgrade some forms of the 1000-chance umbrella, but because he was in the heavenly domain, if he were to upgrade the 1000-chance umbrella now, according to the irreversible rule, the 1000-chance umbrella would not be able to return to the 10th server. Therefore Xiao didn't do it at the moment. He notified Chengguo and teleported Lord Grim back to the 10th server. The 10th server. A normal system notification showed up. It would be common for anyone, but the 10th server exploded in an instant. F***CK, Lord Grim. Why is he back? Numerous guild leaders received this notification because they all had this top expert as a friend. The expert had gone to the heavenly domain, and none of them had deleted him. It was nice to keep him as a distant memory. In the end, it worked in an unexpected way. Last time Lord Grim had returned, everyone was melancholy. They saw him break a few records and then leave. What did he want this time? The 10th server hadn't seen Lord Grim for a long time. The guilds were finally developing in their expected direction. They had dungeon records under control. Players gradually realized the strength of the big guilds. Happy was popular in the beginning, but with Lord Grim gone, there were no new records to excite the player, so right now it was out of the big guild's line of sight. But now, Lord Grim returned. Did he want to break more records and leave? The 10th servers were finally forgetting about him. Why did he have to return at such times? Was it planned? The core members of the big guilds were coughing blood after they learned of this news. They really wanted to throw a protest in the streets. Chapter 522. Managing the guild storage. Despite having added Lord Grim as a friend, the only guild leader who dared to talk to him at this time was Blue River. What are you doing back here again? Said Blue River, emphasizing that again. With Lord Grim gone, his workload had been reduced by a lot. Competition with the other guilds was something he was used to no matter the situation, but against this god, he repeatedly suffered setback after setback to the point where he would cough up blood in helplessness. In Blue River's opinion, against such an opponent, if he could hide, it would be better to hide. This was a thought he had even before the guilds had allied together against Lord Grim. I'm here for a boss. Xiao replied. Which boss? Blue River asked. Topaz Knight. That's the name, right? The one that drops aquamarine. Yishio said. What are you going to kill him for? Blue River continued to be astonished. Didn't I already say it? Yishio said. You want an aquamarine? Yeah, does your guild have any of it? No, Blue River replied bluntly. How many times have you guys hunted for the Topaz Knight? Which guilds have killed it? Asked Yishio. Why aren't you speaking? I'm not your spy, Blue River replied. You've already told me about your guild's situation. I'm asking about the other guilds. Yishio said. Of course I wouldn't know about the other guilds. Blue River replied. Ha ha. Yishio laughed. Blue River was depressed, but when he thought about it, the lies that he came up with could only fool noobs. Even if his side hadn't killed the boss, he should at least know something as simple as which other guilds had killed it, no? The Topaz Knight has been killed 3 times so far by Tyrannical Ambition, Herb Garden, an excellent dynasty. Blue River said. How could your guild be so weak? Yishio commented. Blue River kept quiet. Our guild killed most of the other bosses. Do you think I would tell you that? Blue River thought. Have you helped manage Happy recently? Yishio asked. Once in a while, Blue River felt embarrassed talking about this. The guild leader ran over to the heavenly domain, but he was still managing Happy quite meticulously. But speaking of this opened up a new world for Blue River as a spy. He felt like spies didn't necessarily have to sell out information. They could also work on improving relationships between two sides and prosper together. This was also a good way of developing his guild. How is Happy doing? Asked Yishio. The question made Blue River feel somewhat confused. The leader of the guild was asking the spy how the guild was doing. What the F***ck was this? Blue River really wanted to remind the other side that he was a spy. However, the phrase "I'm a spy" wasn't something he should be saying, yet it now turned into a phrase he could casually throw out. Blue River really didn't have the courage to say it. The guild is quite stable and it's growing quite well. Blue River said. It's about time to establish the storage system for the guild, no? Yishio replied. Ah. Blue River was surprised again. Don't tell me that you thought that I wouldn't know about that. Yishio asked. Blue River remained silent. He wouldn't dare to think that the god would not know such things. It was just that a person of importance often forgot many things, and he hoped that he wouldn't have remembered this. If we don't set up the storage system, the guild will disperse sooner or later, don't you think? Yishio asked. Yes, Blue River replied reluctantly. Hey, does your storage house have any excess equipment? How lending us a few? Yishio continued. No. Blue River rejected it firmly. Stingy. Yishio replied. Go figure it out on your own. Blue River replied. At this stage of development for a guild, the guild storage system was very important. It directly affected the continuity of a guild's growth. For Happy, it was no longer a matter of growth, but rather, it was a matter of its survival. This guild was always a thorn in the side to the other club guilds. Using the guild storage system was a method that would allow them to eliminate Happy without bloodshed. A guild storage system was a system that helped to maintain the stability of a guild as well as something that could show its strength. A guild storage has a much higher capacity than a personal storage, and its capacity would increase along with the guild's level. In a guild, the guild leader possessed the highest authority over the guild storage, which meant that a guild storage was no different from the guild leader's personal storage. But just having a large storage was nothing to be impressed by. The core of the guild storage system were the items stored inside. How to allocate these items was the most important part of the guild storage system. Currently, all of the big guilds had different ways of setting up the guild storage, but the theory behind them were all quite similar. Each guild stored a lot of equipment and materials in their storages. The guild leader had absolute authority over the distribution, which meant that they could be considered the guild leader's personal property. These equipments weren't just for show. They were to be used by guild members. However, each guild managed the distribution of their stored equipment with their own sets of rules. This is the so-called guild storage system. Usually, guilds gave each equipment a certain requirement for guild contribution points. When guild members reached a corresponding level, they could freely use equipment within that level. However, these items didn't belong to the players. They only had the right to use them. The guild leader reserved the right to recall any equipment to the guild storage. This condition was only exempted if the guild leader officially gave a certain equipment to a certain player. The equipment would become his or her property if this condition was met. If equipment was lost or damaged by a guild member, they would usually be punished by a deduction to their guild contribution points. Guild contribution points would also be deducted by the usage of consumables such as potions and materials. In a sense, guild contribution points could be said to be a form of currency. How could guild contribution points be earned? Each guild had their own way, but the guild leader also held unlimited power over this. The guild leader could give a guild member unlimited guild contribution points and could also deduct the guild contribution points of any member. With this, a guild leader would no longer simply be a servant for the guild members. A guild leader with rights to distribute benefits to the members was a guild leader that could command respect. But this depended heavily on a guild leader's ability. Guild leaders who handed out rewards and punishments based on impulse wouldn't win the hearts of the masses, and a guild like this wouldn't last long. A guild could only maintain a healthy growth with a complete system that had a clear guideline regarding rewards and punishments. The club guilds had an advantage in this matter. They could use their immense wealth to build up their storage. For a normal player, to achieve such a large scale with only his or her own effort would be extremely hard. The starting equipment in the storage couldn't be bad. It had to be rare items that could make people drool, and that would be the drive for guild members to grind for guild contribution points to get the equipment. To obtain guild contribution points, they could hand in materials and equipment to the guild. With this, the wealth of the guild storage would increase. The more items and materials owned by the guild, the more player-dependent it became. Benefits seeable with their own eyes were the main reason why players were willing to stay in a guild. Lulan/'s ability to form Heavenly Justice, a guild with a scale as grand as the club guilds, was closely related to his status as a money warrior. Money warriors enjoyed the same advantage as club guilds in the early stages of developing a guild. They could pour money in, helping them build up a wealthy guild storage. Despite not having the charisma of club guilds in terms of attracting fans, they could still depend on their wealth to attract players. Happy at its current stage could only be considered an ordinary guild. Its rapid growth in the 10th server was mainly due to Lord Grim breaking dungeon records. The players in the new server were noobs who had no knowledge of the guild storage system. Once they learned about it, would their expectations and admiration towards the expert that they idolized be able to stand against the temptation of good equipment? Players in the 10th server were already nearing the level 60 stage. At this point, club guilds were already creating their own guild storage systems. They didn't do so in the early stages as players leveled up too quickly. Equipments that were low-leveled were meaningless even though they had very good quality. At this rate, players that finally had enough points to earn the rights to use the equipment would find themselves no longer in need of the equipment as their levels far exceeded the level of said equipment. A lot of dungeons were available once players reached level 50, which meant that players could level up more quickly. This greatly diminished the worth of level 50 equipment. People were more tempted by the allure of equipment that were level 55 and above. Core members of the big guilds that were rushing for the level 60 stage were starting to be more conscious of the guild storage. The rare orange equipments that they came across would no longer be made personal property, and they would donate all of them to the guild storage. The equipment that was still rare on the market at this stage became the core of the guild storage. Next, obtaining and assigning different contribution points to purple, blue, and items of other grades would cause guild members to realize the difference between having a high amount contribution points and having little to no contribution points. If Happy didn't implement such a system, they would never be able to contend with the club guilds. The sheer temptation of such benefits would be enough to cause Happy to fall. Towards Happy, these club guilds definitely wouldn't give up the change to topple it. Deep down, Blue River hoped that Xiaoqiang would forget about it, as he was quite expectant of making Happy disintegrate without the use of force. In his eyes, Happy was a strong competitor. Chapter 523. True Goal. Lord Grim returned to the 10th server. In a competitor's perspective, only Blue River came to pry around. After Blue River finished his prying, he was caught in a dilemma. The other side said he was there to steal the Topaz Knight, but he said it in such a straightforward fashion. Was it true or false? If it was true, would he want all the equipment? If it's false, then what on earth is he planning to do? Blue Rain felt very stupid. Why did he even ask this? In reality, he had just blurted out what was on his mind. He hadn't thought the other side would directly answer him. As a result, he was now wondering whether Lord Grim was telling the truth or not. Putting these conflicts as competitors aside, the main subject would be Guild Happy's welcome back party. The guild leader went to the Heavenly Domain. After understanding the concept of the Heavenly Domain, the players of Happy Guild all felt proud. However, after feeling proud for a period of time, they slowly came to realize something. Frankly speaking, it was only the guild leader's personal glory. In terms of themselves, what benefits did they have? None. Absolutely none. Apart from having no benefits, there were even disadvantages. After Lord Grim entered the Heavenly Domain, he had only returned once. After not returning for a long time, many of the records in the 10th server were taken by other guilds. Guild Happy completely lost their imposing manner from before and now looked as if it would gradually fall to becoming just an average guild. The people's will had begun to waver, but not much yet. This was because in comparison to a normal guild, Happy was still quite incredible. However, compared to the surging rise of those club guilds, they couldn't help but feel jealous. Those who had joined Happy admired Lord Grim's fame and power. They had thrown themselves under this expert hoping to bask in his light. Their current situation and the situation they imagined were very different though. Suddenly, their guild leader returned. Quite a few immediately surrounded him in excitement. Last time Lord Grim returned, he swept through several records and raised their guild's fame to greater heights. What would he do this time? Happy's players hoped to participate. Guild leader, you came back. Guild leader, what are you planning to do this time? Guild leader, are you going to challenge the records? Xiaoqiang laughed heartily towards their excitement. He didn't hide his intention and said, I've come back to do great things. Why else other than to create a stir did the players of Guild Happy join the guild? The players who found joy in their own way wouldn't rely on someone else's power to do things. As a result, when the guild members heard that they would be doing great things, many of them enthusiastically asked to join. Guild leader, what great things? We'll do it with you. To steal a boss. Xiaoqiang replied. Wow! Everyone was in admiration. Their guild leader was indeed extraordinary. Boss stealing was a phrase specifically for stealing wild bosses. Normally, a guild wouldn't gather together for a random elite or rare boss. However, wild bosses would appear on TV every time they were killed. Until now, regardless of which wild boss was taken down, it was almost always the big guilds that made their names onto TV. Now, Guild Happy could finally fight for a chance to come into the limelight. I'll go. None of them bothered to ask which boss they would be stealing. All of them signed up excitedly. Everyone will go. Xiaoqiang replied, which made the whole guild bubble up in excitement. Many players with lower levels were worried that they wouldn't be able to participate in such an important task, but it turned out that everyone could go. It was as if they had received an amazing prize. Which boss are we going to steal? Only now did someone ask, eager to fight. Topaz Knight, a level 50 boss. Do you know of it? Xiaoqiang asked. Not really, many of the people replied. The majority of them had only heard of wild bosses from online databases. These bosses were all monopolized by the club guilds. Those who don't know about it, go search it up and do a bit of research. Those who know about it, go to the Western Wilderness to level up. Spread out. Message me immediately if you discover anything. Xiaoqiang spoke. Understood. Many people replied with passion. The guild leader had yet to stay for 5 minutes, but he was already working hard. This type of leading were very refreshing. Players of Happy Guild set off towards the western wilderness. Even the players who needed to know about the boss online also moved out. They were only doing some reading, so they could multitask. At the same time, every guild leader from the club guilds received a message. What? He plans on stealing the Topaz Knight. Cold Night, Plant-A-Go Seed, Lonely Drink, Backlight Bomb, Hazy Mist. They received this information only slightly later than Blue River. Moreover, the information came too easily. It came straight from Happy's guild chat. Only a blind spy would miss it. None of the guilds was willing to challenge Lord Grim alone. Thus, Cold Night contacted Plant-A-Go Seed, Plant-A-Go Seed contacted Lonely Drink contacted Backlight Bomb, and so on until another 10th server guild leader discussion group sprouted up again. The discussion was once again the same old issue: what to do with Lord Grim. Lord Grim was going to steal the Topaz Knight. Oh, you have spies, right? The discussion group started off with this line, making everyone stare at the screen in thought. Every time they fought against Lord Grim, there would always be a moment of silence. Isn't this an issue? The information came way too easily. It made everyone feel a bit puzzled. Plant-A-Go Seed raised the issue and then waited for everyone else to analyze it. I've never heard of anyone starting an operation in the guild chat. Hazy Mist said. And there's no way he doesn't know we have spies in his guild, no. Cold Night said. It must have been intentional. Someone else agreed with this point. It was definitely intentional, but why? Blue River asked. To make a declaration for the east and strike west? Cross the river way? Perhaps he wants us to believe his goal is the Topaz Knight by sending a majority of his forces to the western wilderness, but his real goal might in fact be something else. It's certainly a possibility. Then what is his true objective? Wait 1 second. What if his objective really is the Topaz Knight and he's making us believe it's a misdirection in order to split our forces? Someone else pointed out. Then why would he even say anything in the first place? Another person said, our forces are split up in the first place. Who would spend the entire day watching a single boss? True. Cold Night expressed his agreement. So it's a misdirection. Plant-A-Go Seed said. His guild has already begun to move. Hazy Mist said, everyone. How? Everyone was a bit dumbstruck. When they fought against a boss, they always send their elite and core teams. They rarely moved their entire guild. This was because they knew there would be competition for every boss. If every fight became a world war, everyone's strength would be greatly damaged, especially in a server that hadn't stabilized yet. No one dared to act so rashly, which was why everyone restricted the strength used carefully. After all, these weren't necessary items. This was a normal server. The extremely rare items of the normal servers and the extremely rare items of the heavenly domain weren't on the same level. The main reason was because there were 10 normal servers, but only 1 heavenly domain. But now, Happy wasn't following the tacit agreement between the clubs. He had dispatched his entire guild, making the club guilds unsure what to do. If they dispatched their elite teams like usual, they would be wiped out simply due to the other side having superior numbers. F*CK, we should also send everyone out and completely turn over Happy. Lonely Drink shouted. Wait a second. A thought suddenly appeared in Cold Night's head, what if this is his real objective? Because he knows very well how we do things. What if he's intentionally dispatching his guild to lure away our elites in order to do something else? That's extremely likely. If his real objective is at somewhere very far away, then by the time we receive the message, it's too late to hurry back. Plant-A-Go Seed agreed. You guys wait a moment. This is a wild boss. It doesn't spawn at a specific time. If he uses the Topaz Knight as a distraction, what if the Topaz Knight spawns but his real objective doesn't? Wouldn't he have done everything for nothing? Hazy Mist argued. No. he probably isn't thinking like this. He's gathering his forces at the Western Wilderness, so we have to send our forces to resist. If that's the case, then as long as his true objective spawns earlier than the Topaz Knight, then his scheme will succeed. If the Topaz Knight really does spawn first, then he can just switch bosses and try again. It's a 50-50th chance. No one knows which boss will spawn first, so he can't completely grasp it. No. Cold Knight was quite detailed. Which wild bosses can still spawn this week? Do you think we'll be able to find anything by thinking about this? Backlight Bomb suddenly spoke. The top guilds had this sort of information. Soon afterwards, they looked at the map and looked for a leveling area far away from the Western Wilderness. Wait! Plant-A-Go Seed suddenly said, I just received a bit of information from my side. I don't know if any of you have noticed. What? Someone immediately asked. If Lord Grim is misdirecting us, he must have his main force at his true objective, so I specially had my people pay attention to the movements of a few of these characters, and my people have noticed something. Plant-A-Go Seed discovered important information and told them of it. Are you saying your people have been paying attention to Soft Mist's and Steamed Bun Invasion's movements? Cold Knight immediately reacted. It seems like you've been doing the same. Plant-A-Go Seed said. Where are they heading towards? Cold Knight asked. I don't know right now, but they're definitely not heading towards the Western Wilderness. I'll have my people continue following them. Plant-A-Go Seed said. Okay, you have to watch them carefully. Everyone cried excitedly as if they had discovered the new world. Chapter 524. Complete Chaos. The discussion group went into a period of silence once again. Everyone was anxiously waiting for a final detailed report. At the same time, they sent several players to pay attention to the movements of Lord Grim as well as the few capable subordinates under him. These capable subordinates had been exposed cleanly already, and the big guild saw their names everywhere. The scouting went smoothly. Soon, all of the guild leaders present in the discussion group sent out expressions of delight. They looked as if they had schemes prepared. It seems like everyone knows. Plant-A-Go Seed, who knew about this intelligence a while ago, spoke. Martian. Cold Knight said. Correct, the setting Sun Hunter. So this is his target. Lonely Drink said. It looks like we can present him with a little surprise. Plant-A-Go Seed smiled. This time, we've got to kill his spirit. Yes, not only do we need to steal away his boss, we're going to have him experience a total wipeout. The guilds began their preparations in excitement. They didn't dare be negligent of Lord Grim's elite team, so they dispatched all of their elites. How many people was enough? They had failed so many times that they could no longer make an estimate. It wasn't like they could go wrong with having too many. When does the setting Sun Hunter spawn? I'm looking forward to it. These guys were already imagining the beautiful scene in front of them. Getting Lord Grim to eat Xiaoqiang would be such an amazing feeling. If his true target really is only the Topaz Knight, then what? Seeing everyone's appearances, Blue River couldn't help but feel uneasy. That's true. Cold Knight, who had crossed paths with Xiaoqiang many times before, also had a sort of premonition. We'll go elites against elites, a sea of people against a sea of people. We should also send some people over to Western Wilderness. It's only one guild, after all. They don't have that many people, so if each of us send a few people, it'll be enough. There aren't any strong characters there anyways. If we have the safe number of troops as them, we have the advantage. Right. This way we won't have any holes. Lonely Drink praised. Western Wilderness, level 50 leveling area. In the 10th server, level 50 to 55 was the prevalent level range. The players in club guilds, whether they were normal members or elites, weren't in this range. They were at the top in terms of leveling speed. All of them were above level 55, with the elites having already reached level 60. As a result, the arrival of an army of high-leveled players suddenly appearing in Western Wilderness quickly attracted the attention of many. Everyone in the army had tags from top guilds beside their name. Any player with a bit of keenness could tell that something had happened. These high-leveled players had already received orders from the guilds. They were to scatter across the western wilderness, look out for the spawning of the wild boss, and pay attention to the movements of guild-happy players. On the other end of the map, the situation was exactly the same for Almartian, just with more people. The waiting continued, but the boss never came. The club guild players were already getting impatient, but they couldn't act irrationally, especially in a leveling area with so many people watching. The wind sweeping through the tower heralds a rising storm in the mountains. However, this wind was taking a bit too long. Moreover, the spawn time for a boss was far less accurate than a weather report. The club guild players quickly began to get bored. In comparison, the guild-happy players were extremely busy because they weren't high-leveled players. The western wilderness was a very suitable leveling for them, so they could kill monsters while wandering around. The morning passed. The eyes of the guild leaders had already turned red from staring at the computer for so long. There was nothing they could have done. All of them were nighttime workers and usually slept in the morning. Who could thought that the Devil Lord Grim returning would force them to work overtime and struggle to the afternoon? They were completely exhausted. Seeing that the boss still hadn't spawned, the guild leaders told the others they were going to rest and to wake them up if anything happened. At 3:07 p.m., the guild leaders were brutally awoken from their deep sleep. The suddenly awoken guild leaders immediately asked what the situation was, while struggling towards their computers. Before reaching their computers, they already learned of the news: the Topaz Knight had spawned. "What are Happy's players doing?" the guild leaders practically asked at the same time. "There doesn't seem to be any movements from them," their subordinates reported. "Ha ha ha ha," as expected. The guild leaders were delighted and they immediately to discuss it in the discussion group. But not long after, they came across a very contradictory issue. Shouldn't they try and steal the Topaz Knight from each other? However, they had invested a bit too many troops into the operation, so they couldn't act blindly without thinking. According to a report, a randomly put-together team was currently fighting the Topaz Knight and was getting absolutely crushed. A wild boss couldn't be taken down by some random team, let alone randoms from this leveling area. As a result, none of the guild leaders were shaken by this. Their main opponents were the ones in the discussion group. Cough cough. There's quite a lot of people over there. If everyone starts attacking, it'll be messy, Plantago Seed spoke. Afterwards, no one gave a response. Plantago Seed saw this and knew these B***stards had already come up with an evil scheme. None of them were going to talk about it. Thus, the discussion group immediately fell into silence. The guild leaders went to contact the people at the Western Wilderness to further understand the situation. 13 guild leaders each with at least 100 troops gathered together at the Western Wilderness. The Topaz Knight and his cavalry weren't far from them. The enemy boss had just killed off another random team. Another group of players took their place. The 13 guilds didn't bat an eye towards them and only paid attention to their real opponents. The deadlock couldn't last forever. They couldn't just stand there staring at each other for the entire weekend. The first side to move might not necessarily lose because no one knew each other's cards or plans. Every side had to adapt to the situation every time a battle for a boss took place. Strength, strategy, luck. Any one of these could determine the result. At the Western Wilderness, the small-scale conflicts gradually began to spread out. Soon afterwards, even those who wished to join the fray until all others were exhausted first were wrapped into the chaos. Killing a boss entailed killing each other. One moment, two sides might be attacking and defending together. The next moment, the two sides might be at each other's throats. The boss's health went down as players fell. As for those random teams, the smart ones had already fled. The dirty ones remained as scrap pickers. However, the scrap-picking business wasn't as developed in normal servers because the drop rate couldn't be compared to the heavenly domain. Amidst this chaos, the guild leaders suddenly received an intelligence report from Spies. Lord Grim had ordered his guild to set out for the Topaz Knight. What? At this time, everyone stared in astonishment. The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Guild-happy players saw Lord Grimm's message and began gathering towards that direction. Outside of the chaotic battle, players with the guild-happy tag on top of their heads began to appear. 1, 2, 10, 20, 100, 200. They weren't high-leveled. Some weren't even level 50. They couldn't compare at all to the players from the big guilds. However, they had more players on their side and happened to appear just when the 13 guilds were fighting amongst each other. Stop, 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 stop over there. Don't give Lord Grimm easy pickings. Someone in the discussion group immediately shouted. Could this guy's real target actually be the Topaz Knight? F***CK, get Almartian's people to hurry over. They won't get here in time. And what if this is just a trick of his? They were all pulling out their hairs in conflict. However, at least they understood one thing. If this chaotic battle continued, Guild Happy might become the Oriole. We're stealing a boss anyways. There's no need to be nice. Let's all kill the players from Happy first. Someone suggested. It looks like that's our only choice. Everyone unanimously agreed and made the command. In the blink of an eye, the 13 guilds went from fighting each other to standing shoulder to shoulder with each other. They turned to look at Happy and suddenly charged at them. Run! At this moment, an order came out from Happy. Happy's players suddenly turned tail and ran. The big guild players were still far away and wouldn't be able to attack them. F***CK, what is this *T? The guilds were pulling at their hair. In this moment of confusion, the Topaz Knight suddenly led his cavalry towards an aggroed target. The target couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He hastily attacked back. The other guild saw this. Not good. If this continued, the Topaz Knight would be killed by him. Thus, they immediately went to stop him. With the guilds fighting amongst each other again, Guild Happy's players came back. Guild Happy didn't try to conceal their actions either. Lord Grimm gave his order in the public chat, so the guild leaders received the message at the same time too. What should they do this time? Should they turn and attack? If they attack and the other side runs, the boss will attack and nothing will change. Split our troops into two. Someone suggested. Right. Everyone nodded their heads. If they sent half of their troops to chase after Happy's players and had half their players continued to attack the boss, wouldn't that work? The order came out. Half of the troops from each guild chased after Happy's players. Happy's players ran away again, but this time the pursuit didn't stop. The big guild players continued to chase them. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could at least push them far away. Not long afterwards, Happy's players were pushed to one area. The guild leaders received a message saying Lord Grimm had called for everyone to group together. Not good. If we chase them randomly, our troops will be scattered. The guild leaders suddenly realized the situation wasn't good. Don't chase them impatiently. Stay in formation. Don't scatter. The guild leaders immediately warned the pursuit team. A response from the pursuit team hadn't even come yet when the boss team sent a message, "We can't hold on." What can't you hold on? The guild leaders were confused. Boss. We can't hold the boss. Chapter 525. Can't hold the boss. You guys can't hold the boss? F***CK, who has the boss's aggro? Can you get the last hit in? After receiving the report, the guild leaders hastily asked in surprise. Simply speaking, the monster belonged to whomever the monster had aggro on. The items dropped would be protected by the system for that player. Within 30 seconds, no one else besides that player would be able to pick up the items. It all sounds very simple, but calculating aggro is actually quite complicated. Normally, the last hit counts for a lot. It's worth several times a normal hit. This is easy to understand. After all, the last hit is the hit which takes away the other side's life. The other side would obviously have enmity towards the killer. Apart from this, the first hit is also significant. The amount of aggro for the first hit depends on the situation. There is a difference in aggro between the first hit by a player taking the initiative to attack the monster and the first hit by player counter-attacking a monster's attack. In short, the general rules are very simple, but the details aren't simple at all. Especially against a boss. Bosses have names, background stories, and personalities. These types of details make how the aggro is calculated for each boss different. For example, if you take the last hit, some bosses would have 5 times the aggro for it, but other bosses might have 10 or 20 times the aggro for it. Some bosses have increased aggro after falling to a red blood state. Some bosses are very sensitive to the first hit. Thus, understanding the rules behind a boss's aggro was a very important part of stealing a boss. Usually, the last hit never disappointed, which was why all of the guild leaders asked their subordinates about it. When 2 teams accumulated similar amounts of aggro, the last hit would often be the deciding factor. However, the reply made them even more flabbergasted. No, it's not that we can't steal the boss. Then what is it? We can't hold the boss off. What? Whose scheme is this? This isn't a scheme. None of us can hold on. What type of stupid joke is this? You guys? At this moment, the guild leader suddenly stopped. He realized why this had happened. And at the same time, the discussion group exploded into a commotion. Clearly, that can't hold on wasn't pointing towards any one guild, but every single guild there. They actually couldn't hold the boss. Why? The guild leaders originally found it hard to believe. They were about to call it nonsense, but while typing their response halfway through, they suddenly realized what had happened. Why? It was because the ones killing the boss were new. These players might be relatively high-leveled compared to the mainstream, but they were still normal players. Usually, the core elites hunted the wild bosses. These elites were from the heavenly domain with many years of glory and had a good understanding of the normal servers. They could clear dungeons and kill bosses. But these normal players? This was their first time doing it. The Aquamarine Knight had only been killed 3 times so far in the 10th server and had been killed by the guild elites every time. How could these normal guild members have experience in killing these types of bosses? When trying to kill a boss for the first time, even if your team read a guide beforehand, wiping out several times wouldn't be strange at all. The reason the club guilds could bring their normal guild members to level higher than the norm wasn't because these guild members were crazy levelers. More importantly, the club guilds had experts and veterans watching over them. What did this entail? When an expert or veteran led a party into a dungeon, there would be fewer losses. As for 5 noobs, whenever a new dungeon came out, the noobs would die many times before clearing it. In Glory, dying would result in a loss of experience. Dying would reduce your leveling speed, no? As a result, there would obviously be a level difference between club guild players and non-guild players. And now, these normal players who had experts and veterans helping finally encountered a difficulty. Against the Aquamarine Knight, an existence far stronger than a dungeon boss, these normal players had no way to hold on. In the beginning, the guilds all had a lot of players. The chaos made it difficult for them to see the struggling players near the boss. Afterwards, half of the people went to chase after Guild Happy's people. When information came about Guild Happy grouping together and the guild leaders became worried if something had happened on that side, the ones left facing the boss were already defeated. The Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry had already summoned their war horses. They took formation and launched an assault. Their iron hooves lifted the yellow sand into the air, creating a huge cloud of dust in the western desert. The cavalry and the yellow sand crashed into the players and enveloped them. The players had never seen this sort of scene before. Glory didn't have any mounts. The knight in the knight class only symbolized a type of ideal. It didn't indicate a soldier on a horse. The Aquamarine Knight and his entourage were huge and menacing cavalry. Should they attack the horse or the person? If they attack the horse, which part of the horse should they attack to have the greatest effect? If they attack the person, what if their weapons aren't long enough? While the players pondered over these questions, the cavalry knocked them onto the ground. The unlucky ones were even trampled on a few times. Those cut down by the knights on the horses took heavy damage. The ones charged down several times turned into corpses on the spot. A few veterans led the teams, but they couldn't control the situation. Helpless, they asked their guild leaders for help, while hastily transferring the ones in pursuit of Guild Happy over to their side. When the troops in pursuit heard the call for help, they were also confused. They had a hard time understanding why the other troops were being cut down by the boss. But when they went back to see, all of them froze. What is this? What are we supposed to do? How do we hit the ones on top of the horses? It doesn't look like hitting the horses does anything. Ah, I fell. Ah, the horse stepped on me. Ah, where did that sword come from? Ah, I'm dead. Corpses everywhere described the battlefield well. How strong was a wild boss? Against cloth-armored character, some skills could even one-shot them. The Aquamarine Knights' cavalry might not be as strong as the boss, but they were still comparable to elite monsters. Their strikes were enough to deal heavy damage to any player. The discussion group had turned into chaos, because they clearly knew about the Aquamarine Knight's strength. When they took a closer look, the dispatched troops weren't enough to deal with him. No matter how numerous the troops, without an effective strategy, the troops would only be cannon fodder in front of a wild boss. The boss could easily wipe them all out. It was too late to ask for help. The rest of the guild had gone to Almartian. The guild leaders looked on with deathly pale expressions. They realized what Lord Grim had done. Lord Grim had lured away the elites with his elites and left everyone else to take care of this boss. Their sea of people wasn't enough to defeat the boss though. What about Happy? If our people can't do it, how can Happy do it? Someone asked in puzzlement. Another person immediately answered back, it's different. How is it different? The commander is different. Everyone fell silent. Commander. It was truly different. Lord Grim was at the top in all of glory. And their side? It would be too embarrassing to even make a comparison. At the Western Desert, players from the 13 guilds ran around the map in chaos. The Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry continued to chase and kill. Whoever they pursued died. After all, the enemies had horses. At this moment, Guild Happy had already gathered together and climbed up a sand dune. The troops were lined up neat and organized. They appeared from behind, welcoming the club guild players running for their lives. These players saw the towering troops and were so frightened that they didn't know which way to run. In an instant, the Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry wiped them clean. The Aquamarine Knight's aggro had already gone into disorder. It was now taking the initiative to attack instead of retaliating against enemy attacks. The Aquamarine Knight saw more targets in his line of sight and charged towards them without hesitation. The yellow sand billowed under the cavalry's hooves. The cavalry moved like the wind towards Happy's players. The sounds of horses running on the sand were only sound effects and didn't do any damage. Mags! Xiao ordered in the guild chat. Because he was commanding the entire guild, he used the guild chat. When he yelled mags, all of the mags lifted their staffs into the air. The gems on their staffs glinted in the sun. Ice wall! Xiao gave an order. All of the mags immediately began casting the spell. Magic waves rippled and in an instant, nearly 100 ice walls shot out of the ground like a mountain range, blocking the Aquamarine Knights and his cavalry's assault. Bang! An enormous sound reverberated into the air. The Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry didn't waver in front of the ice walls and continued their charge. Bang 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 bang! Ice walls shattered one after the other. Thieves, advance! Xiao gave another order. 20 or 30 thieves hid within the cracks between the ice walls. Chapter 526. Killing amidst the chaos. The Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry pressed forward, but after crashing into several ice walls, their momentum finally slowed. Happy's thief team closed in. They didn't ask for any single target or look for any route. They simply placed a trap wherever there was free space. Everyone put down as many traps as possible and then immediately ran far, far away. Peng, 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 peng. Moments later, the sounds of ice walls breaking stopped. The charge made by the Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry had been stopped. Numerous ice walls still stood. Needless to say, after the cavalry was forced to a halt, the leading Aquamarine Knight brandished his sword and shattered the ice wall in front of him with a swing. Advance! The Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry continued to head towards their intended target. Several ice walls were quickly smashed apart by them. The ice fragments sprinkled onto the ground. The scene didn't look like it belonged here in the desert. However, no one had any time to appreciate it. Everyone could already see the light glinting from the Aquamarine Knight's sword. At this moment, the mage team fell back. The knights moved forward to be the defensive line. Shields up! Lord Grim ordered. The knights in front lifted their shields and hid behind them. Cleric, get ready! When Lord Grim gave his second order, the Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry arrived. Except this time, the short distance between them wasn't enough for a full charge. The Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry strided over and raised their swords. Dong 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 dong. The sounds of metal colliding with metal repeatedly rang. The knights didn't care if there were even enemies in front of them. All of them raised their shields in front of them at a 45-degree angle. The knights who were attacked could clearly feel their shields jumping back and forth. Blocking the fierce attacks affected their control over their characters. Their health also fell like waterfalls with every attack. In this type of situation, even if there were clerics healing, the knights were already worried if they would be able to properly block the second attack. Fortunately, Lord Grim didn't have them take the second attack. When the Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry made their first swing, Lord Grim gave another order. Ninjas! Underground tunneling technique, body bind technique. While the Aquamarine Knight had been breaking through the ice walls, the ninjas had hidden themselves under the sand. Now, they popped out of the sand into the air and threw the rope attached to their ninja blades towards the knights on horseback. They didn't have any targets in mind and simply aimed at the most convenient target. There might be slip-ups or repeats, but those weren't important. It was more important they took the opportunity in front of them. Xiao knew very well how unskilled his happy players were, so he didn't set up anything complicated or difficult. The mags cast ice walls, easy. The thieves set traps, simple. The knights block an attack, no need to talk about it. The ninjas had a slightly more difficult task because their underground tunneling technique and body bind technique were combos. Both of them had to be chained correctly and the body bind technique had to be used in the air. It was an easy task for any Heavenly Domain player, but it wasn't so easy for these 10th server noobs. As a result, Xiao didn't have any requirements. All they needed to do was hit whatever target they could and not care about anyone else. A few of the attacks might be repeated, but a single person's mistake could be made up by someone else. A few attacks might miss, but even more mistakes would occur with anything more complicated anyways. The 30 or so ninjas launched their attacks against the 19 Aquamarine Knight cavalry. It was nearly a 2-to-1 ratio. But because Xiao didn't put any requirements for them, there might be a target hit by several attacks or there might be a target hit by none. In any case, people went up and horses flipped. The majority of the knights hit by the tunnel bind combo were dismounted. Some of them were hit but didn't fall and the ninjas ended up on the horses. This wasn't strange. After all, the Aquamarine Knight was a wild boss. All of his underlings were powerful elite monsters and had strong resistance towards many attacks. If the player didn't aim correctly, the intended effect might not occur. Battle mags, circle swing. At this moment, another wave of attacks flew out. The battle mage team pincered from the left and right. After the ninjas used the tunnel bind combo, the battle mags immediately stabbed at the knights who hadn't fallen off their horses. Some of their attacks might miss or might be late, but in the end, the remaining mounted knights were thrown off. One wave after another wave came. Moreover, when these knights fell, there was even a small shockwave, knocking the ones lifted off by the ninjas back down to the ground. Witches, level 50 and up use Dol Sharuru, Under level 50 use Lava Flask, Ice Rain. Launchers, Stinger. Spitfire, Incendiary Device. Mechanics, Machine Drop. Summoners, surround them with pets. Berserkers. Brawlers. Chi Masters. Lord Grim gave out order after order. Xiao had already set the chat up so that besides him, no one else could speak, so no one would be distracted by any messages other than the orders. Happy's players continued doing their tasks. Witches flew through the air, bombarding the cavalry with the items that Lord Grim had instructed them to throw down. Bang 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 bang. The launchers stood at the backlines and shot their stingers into the air. The stingers flew over everyone's heads and exploded above the cavalry. Each missile exploded into 8 smaller missiles, which rained down onto the battlefield. The Spitfire's incendiary devices worked together with the lava flasks thrown down by the witches and covered the sand with a sea of fire. The mechanics' airdrops filled the skies with winter melons. Their stomachs opened and poured down trash. The summoned creatures advanced and filled up the little space left. The other classes also attacked. In an instant, the Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry were submerged in attacks. In this area, the only thing that could be seen was struggling shadows. Nothing else could be seen clearly. Don't squeeze. Let me go through. I still haven't used my skill. You Berserker, you've already used your skill, right? If you're done, move aside. Whose goblin is this? Can't you let me go through? Don't make me kill it. Ah, who hit my butt? Amidst the noise from attacks, the constant yelling from Happy's players could be heard too. The spies within Happy followed along, but couldn't see anything properly. As Glory veterans, Happy's way of fighting the boss was unbearable to look at. Everyone was crammed together as if they were in a crowded train. But they also discovered that their coordination might look unsightly. Every person contributed to the fight. Everyone attacked and moved. Of the around 600 people in the guild, not a single one was left doing nothing. The spies were at a loss. They had already received orders to find some way to stop Happy from killing the Aquamarine Knight. But in this chaotic mess, there was nothing they could do because the battle had already reached an unimaginable step. It might be chaotic, but the attacks continued. How were they supposed to stop it? Make the battle organized? Watching from inside the battle, Happy looked like a complete mess, but from afar, it looked like a war zone filled with fire, spells, sword light. It looked like a highlight reel for skills. Currently, all of the level 50 and under skills were flashing left and right. The surrounding players entered and exited kept this bustling movement going. The remaining players of the 13 guilds stared in complete astonishment. The feeling they got from the spies was completely different. They felt it was a next-level boss battle. The Aquamarine Knight's cavalry had been surrounded by these players and were struggling helpless to do anything. Pay attention, don't harm your own allies. Xiaoqiang repeatedly sent out this order. There was nothing he could do about it. Apart from special events, a 100-man group was the largest unit in Glory. Those in the same group couldn't injure each other, but anyone outside of their group could be hurt. Happy had 600 or 700 players, so there were 6 or 7 groups. In this type of situation, it was hard to avoid self-injury. These noobs weren't good at controlling their attacks. Ah! I think I killed one of them. Someone suddenly shouted in surprise. The system had clearly notified him that he had killed off one of the Aquamarine Knight's subordinate. Ah! I killed one too. Even though there were around 600 players, the system could tell them apart and gave out system notifications accordingly. I killed one. I also killed one. The Aquamarine Knight's underlings had the same stats. Against a relatively similar offense, they would fall around the same time. Chapter 527. Treasure. Around 600 players were attacking. How long would it take to kill a boss? Very few knew the answer to this question. It was also difficult to find a precise answer to this type of question. Coordination, skill, equipment, levels, classes, target. There were simply too many factors involved. However, the speed at which the Aquamarine Knight and his cavalry were being destroyed by Guild Happy was extremely frightening. The Aquamarine Knight's underlings fell one after the other until only the Aquamarine Knight remained. And the Aquamarine Knight? He was stronger than his subordinates, but his current situation was even worse than before. Before, against the strong offense, his knights had taken a defensive formation around him. His 18 knights formed a circle with him in the center, they even blocked the aerial attacks from above. But now, all of his underlings had fallen. Surrounding him, a mob of summoned creatures now took their places. Okay, besides Team 1, everyone stop attacking. Yixiao immediately ordered. The poor summoned creatures had previously been there in order to act as meat shields against the enemy attacks. If Yixiao didn't order everyone to stop, these creatures would die under their master's hands. The benefit of the people was that they listened, even more so for someone they admired like Lord Grimm. Under Yixiao's command, everyone else apart from Team 1 stopped attacking and withdrew. When they looked back, they couldn't even see the boss anymore. The summoned creatures had completely enveloped the Aquamarine Knight. The light shining from his sword could still be seen though. Every time the Aquamarine Knight slashed, several summoned creatures let out shrill shrieks and died. When a summoned creature died, the creature could be summoned again, but the skill had a cooldown. The stronger the creature, the longer the cooldown and the greater the mana cost would be. Summoners frequently ran out of mana. Team 1, advance. Team 2, get ready. Team 3, rest. Yixiao had split the summoners into 3 teams and controlled their pacing. Launchers, continue firing. Don't stop. Team 1 also had launchers. Even though the summoned creatures were in their way, it didn't affect them. Elementalists, keep firing too. Yixiao ordered the elementalists to attack. Too easy. Yixiao sighed. The Aquamarine Knight could see his health falling rapidly. All of his attacks just ended up hitting the summoned creatures. Even though he sometimes used a whirlwind slash to clear them away, he was facing a team of summoners. Each summoner could summon several creatures. With 3 teams rotating, he could hack at the creatures all he wanted, but he would never kill them all. Yixiao had understood the Aquamarine Knight's patterns already. Killing it off like this wouldn't be a problem, even when the knight entered its enraged mode at 10% health. The knight's fury wouldn't change the situation. The only variable was the club guilds. However, their elites were currently all the way at Al Martian. The people from before. Yixiao looked at them. They were scattered around the desert, observing from far away. They didn't even dare to come close. What could they do? If backup arrived. But at this point, it was already too late for the backup to do anything. The traps he had the thieves set up ended up being unnecessary. Yixiao carefully calculated and finally relaxed. This Aquamarine Knight wouldn't be able to escape. The Aquamarine Knight struggled. The Aquamarine Knight went berserk. The Aquamarine Knight fell. Everything happened extremely quickly. The spies could only give this description in their reports to their guild leaders. What type of boss battle was this? They thought about it deeply. It looked like everyone was just randomly attacking, but they could clearly see the orders Lord Grimm gave. With a commander leading everyone, how could it be called randomly attacking? It must be some sort of profound art. The spies screenshot the orders Yixiao gave and treated them like great achievements in their careers. Afterwards, they quickly sent them to their respective guild leaders, detailing Lord Grimm's incredible feat. Around 600 people killed a boss by attacking randomly. Whenever the spies chatted with others, they loved to talk about this experience. In their circle, this opening remark continued to stay popular for a long period of time. In the western desert, cheers erupted, becoming the only noise that could be heard in this area. Guild Happy's name appeared on TV. This made every single member of Happy feel extremely proud. Happy's fame had previously entirely been brought up by their guild leader, Lord Grimm. They had joined Happy, hoping to have their fame echo throughout the entire server just like Lord Grimm. This time, they finally got what they desired. Even though the system had only announced their guild's name, they could see their own names within the 2 words Guild Happy. At this moment, they didn't even pay attention to see what the boss dropped. This was supposed to be the reward for killing a boss, but right now, Happy had completely forgotten about it. It was only until half a minute later did someone finally think about the drops. In the guild chat, their guild leader Lord Grim had already announced what had dropped. Orange equipment. Everyone grew excited. For normal players, there was no need to hold any expectation of getting a silver weapon. Those didn't even drop anyways. Orange equipment was their end goal. In Glory, orange equipment had the lowest drop rate. Many players could only admire the pictures of one online, especially for those only dropped by wild bosses. Wild bosses were monopolized by the big guilds, so how would a normal player ever get the chance to possess one? Everyone was still admiring this orange weapon when Lord Grim sent another message. This orange equip is the result of everyone's hard work, so this piece of equipment belongs to the guild. In a bit, I'm going to put it into the guild storage. When you go into the guild storage, you'll be able to see the rules for borrowing it. Oh. Happy's players didn't really understand it yet. They were somewhat at a loss at what Xiaoqiang meant by guild storage. Only the few experienced players understood what he meant and immediately became excited. If the equipment was put into the guild storage, it meant that once one reached a certain level of guild contribution, one could use it. Orange weapon. Even for old players, the majority of them had never possessed one before. Even though they might not be able to personally own one, they would still get the chance to use one if it was in the guild storage. These old players wanted to know what the necessary guild contribution was in order to use this weapon. An orange weapon should require quite a high amount of guild contribution. If they spent too much time accumulating points, their levels might become too high. Using a level 50 orange equipment at higher levels would still have lower stats than other equipment at the suitable level, but the word orange was too enticing. Some players didn't even care about stats and cared more about the rarity of an equipment. For them, equipment was more for showing off to others than the stats. In terms of stats, the orange equipment that dropped from the Aquamarine Knight was quite good. Desert Badge, level 50. Apart from basic magic resistance, it had plus 22 stamina, plus 5 movement speed, plus 5 jump, plus 5% magic resistance. This was a suitable accessory for any class. Magic resistance was the basic component for an accessory, but the additional stats, stamina, movement speed, jump, % magic resistance increase. All 4 of these were useful for any class. This dictated the value of Desert Badge compared to other accessories. Even Xiaoqiang was happy to see this item. The guild storage needed this type of treasure. An orange weapon might be more valuable than this Desert Badge, but a weapon could only be used by 1 or 2 classes. In other words, only 4 to 8% of Happy's players would want to use this piece of equipment. But a piece of equipment that could be used by any class was different. Everyone wanted it. This was exactly what he was hoping for. Xiaoqiang concluded the boss hunting activity and sent Blue River a message, "Let me take a look at your Blue Brook Guild storage." Blue River was looking at the exploding discussion group when he suddenly received a message from Lord Grim. He couldn't help but feel a bit diffident. "What did you get?" Blue River asked. Xiaoqiang sent a picture of the Desert Badge. Wow! Blue River was astonished. He was also considering it from a guild storage point of view. This equipment was extremely valuable. "Are you selling it?" Blue River asked. "In your dreams," Xiaoqiang said. Blue River suddenly remembered Xiaoqiang had asked to see his guild storage. Xiaoqiang was clearly planning on setting up Happy's storage system the same way as Blue Brook Guilds. "Should I give it to him?" Blue River hesitated. "Hurry up. There's no point hiding it. Who in Blue Brook Guild can't see it? I'm just too lazy to copy it down. It'd be more convenient if you just sent me a doc instead," Xiaoqiang said. "You don't have any spies in Blue Brook Guild?" Blue River was astonished. "If I had a spy, why would I need to ask you?" Xiaoqiang questioned Blue River's intelligence. Blue River swallowed his anger. There really wasn't any point hiding it though, so he sent Yixiao a list of items in Blue Brook Guild storage. Yixiao quickly found the important parts and adjusted the values for Happy. Then, he copied and pasted it into Happy's storage system. Yixiao quickly received a message from Blue River. God, could I trouble you to replace the guild's name? Thanks. Guild's name. You're using my guild system setup. It has my guild's name on it. Don't you think you should change it to something like Guild Happy or something? Blue River was about to grind his own teeth into dust. As soon as Lord Grimm set up the system, he immediately announced it to the guild. Happy's players went over to look and saw Blue Brook Guild's name everywhere in the rules. This information was quickly reported by Blue Brook Guild spies. Blue River really wanted to smash his head into the wall. Chapter 528. Beginning to take shape. Oh, so that's what you meant. My bad. Yixiao felt ashamed too. He really hadn't noticed that Blue Brook Guild storage system rules had Blue Brook Guild's name written all over the place. Send me another copy. Yixiao messaged Blue River. Why do you need another copy? Blue River was puzzled. I already deleted the first one. Yixiao replied. Deleting it after using it. Another way of saying it was burning the bridge after crossing it. Blue River really didn't want to give him another copy, but he couldn't let him just shamelessly copy Blue Brook Guild's system word for word, could he? He didn't care about the plagiarism, he just didn't want anyone from Blue Brook Guild bothering him. Helpless, Blue River found the storage system document again, but he started having second thoughts. Once Yixiao took the document, he would, at most, replace Blue Brook Guild's name with Guild Happy's. The spies would immediately recognize it and bother Blue Brook Guild about it. Blue River didn't want this information to stay stuck to him. He grinded his teeth and quickly deleted a bunch of parts in the document. Then, amidst Yixiao's constant bothering, he sent it over. HM? This document seems a bit different. Yixiao replied. I changed it a bit. Blue River coldly replied. Not bad. It's even better than the previous one. You're quite the literary talent. Who wrote the last one? It was way too long-winded. So many words and so effeminate too. Not even web novelists can cheat the word count like that. Yixiao said. I wrote that too. Blue River looked up at the sky. Oh. You've really got some literary talent. Do you have any interest in my guild, Happy? Our guild just happens to be missing a cultured person such as yourself. Yixiao said. Blue River closed the chat window. Meanwhile, Yixiao quickly swapped out the old system rules with the new ones and then tossed the desert badge into the guild storage. This level 50 orange equipment was placed in the guild storage orange equipment stage 6. Players needed 6,000 guild contribution points in order to have access to orange equipment stage 6. Because the desert badge belonged to the guild, this badge couldn't be traded or discarded. However, it could still be dropped when the owner died. When a guild member lost the item in this way, there would usually be penalties, often in the form of guild contribution points. Some guilds even required a down payment for very valuable equipment. Every guild had their own way of managing their own storage. After Yixiao placed the treasure into the storage, there were still 2 other pieces of equipment dropped by the Aquamarine Knight, both level 55 blue equipment. He threw those into the guild storage as well. Level 55 blue equipment had similar base stats to level 45 orange equipment. However, an equipment's value largely depended on the additional stats. As a result, a piece of equipment might not be high-leveled, but because of its amazing additional stats, it could be kept, even at high levels. These 2 level 55 blue equipment were fairly ordinary. It was easy to find equipment of this value from dungeons, so he put them into the storage blue equipment stage 5, which only required 700 guild contribution points. The difference between blue and orange equipment could clearly be seen here. In reality, orange equipment wasn't 10 times stronger than blue equipment, but it was certainly much rarer. Bosses in dungeons always dropped blue equipment, so blue equipment would naturally be more common. After putting away the equipment, he explained how guild contribution worked to the guild members. He also gave Chengguo's alternate account authority equivalent to the guild leader. The only power Chengguo didn't have was removing the guild leader. It's not convenient for me to keep returning to the 10th server, so I'm giving you authority over the guild. Yixiao said to Chengguo. Don't give me the title of guild leader. Your name has to stay there for everyone to see. Chengguo advised. I know that. Yixiao nodded his head. We only have this one piece of orange equip in the guild storage. It's far from being enough. Chengguo had been in a big guild before and knew the importance of the guild storage. In truth, not all of the players in club guilds were loyal fans. Quite a few knew that the guild storage for these clubs were wealthy, so they pretended to be fans in order to get in. In any case, it wasn't easy to distinguish between an actual fan and an actor. Everyone liked playing Glory. There were only so many pro teams. Whether or not they were fans, they all knew about the same as other players. I have a few materials here. You can go ahead and sell the ones that aren't so rare and buy some high-leveled equipment to help fill up our guild storage. Remember to buy high-leveled ones. The higher the better. Ignore the low-leveled ones. When the guild members start contributing, they'll put in low-leveled ones. Yixiao said. You don't need the materials. I'm already in the heavenly domain. These materials still aren't that cheap in the current 10th server, so if you can sell them, it's best to sell them here. Later, if I need them, I can buy them again. It'll be cheaper later. Yixiao said. Chengguo immediately understood Yixiao's reasoning. Without any delay, she followed Yixiao's Lord Grim and moved almost all of his 10th server personal storage to the guilds. You can sell some stuff from here too. Yixiao said. Okay. Chengguo nodded her head. Guild storages didn't only have equipment. They had materials, potions, anything. By providing all of these resources to the guild members, the guild could show the benefits of being in a guild. However, our high-leveled equipment can't only come from buying. We have to create an elite team and have them fill up the guild storage upper levels. Yixiao said. I can do this stuff. We have a few veterans in the guild. I'll pick out a few and see if we can create a few elite teams. Chengguo said. Yixiao nodded his head. He looked around. For now, there wasn't anything else to do, so he closed the guild interface. The Aquamarine Knight had dropped several material including the Aquamarine. Of course, Yixiao kept the Aquamarine for himself. After all, it was the reason he had come back to the 10th server. This type of special material was almost always dropped. While bosses only spawned once a week if the drop rate was too low, no one would be interested in the boss. As a result, wild bosses often dropped orange equipment and rare materials. If none of them dropped, then something else dropped, luck. After pocketing the Aquamarine, Yixiao didn't hurry back to the heavenly domain to upgrade his equipment. There were still a few things that he needed to do in the normal server before he returned. Even though he didn't gain any experience here, there were still a few required quests that he had to complete. These quests rewarded bonus skill points or extra stats. Yixiao had piled up quite a few level 50 to 54 quests. He was already here, so he might as well clear them out. He searched up a guide and went to complete the quests. These quests weren't difficult for Yixiao, but Chengguo seemed excited, as if she were having even more fun than watching Yixiao battle in PvP. Glory had such a large world. With a guide, Yixiao didn't even need to move his hand sometimes, making it quite boring. Finishing up all of the required quests took up most of his day. Yixiao was doing these quests for the end rewards, but Lord Grim wouldn't get any experience from any of the previous segments of the quests, making it was all very tedious. Just when he finished all of these tedious quests, Steamed Bun Invasion kindly invited him to dungeon together. Yixiao felt like it had been a long time since he had last played with this little bro, so they partied up and dungeoned together for some equipment. The majority of day in the 10th server had gone to contributing to the guild. The guild storage had filled up quite a lot now. None of them wanted any of the equipment dropped from the dungeons, so the equipment all went to the guild instead. Even though they were only blue equipment still had their advantages. They required fewer guild contribution points and usually made for quite decent equipment too. As for Cheng Gui, after leaving some of the materials in the guild storage, she went to the market to sell the rest. She wasn't in a hurry and sold them off in small amounts. She didn't bother with the guilds or studios who bought materials in bulk at a low price. The big guild saw Cheng Gui's chasing Hayes selling materials and grinded their teeth in frustration. Who was chasing Hayes? All of them knew. Guild Happy had spies, after all. She wasn't high-leveled, but she had a lot of authority in the guild. Where did she suddenly get all of those materials? The guilds immediately knew. Lord Grim had earned it from them. He had earned it from them and now they had to buy them back. Just thinking about it made them flush with anger. However, materials were important to the clubs. If there were materials available to buy, then they had to get them, but when they went over to buy it from her, the price was high. No matter how high their priorities were, the guilds couldn't help but hesitate. If they bought their own materials back at such a high price, their faces would explode from anger. They just couldn't accept it. Helpless, they could only watch as these materials were sold off at a high price. Cheng Gui wasn't in a hurry at all. She sold, while looking around the marketplace and bought equipment either with materials or with money she earned from selling the materials. Thus, the two sides busily worked for the entire day. When they checked up on the storage at night, they saw that the storage had changed greatly. The storage didn't only have the items they had put in initially. The guild members began understanding the benefits of the guild storage and made their own contributions to it. Potions, food. The guild storage was immediately filled with many subclass-created items. These items could be traded in for contribution points and taken out with contribution points. Once the items in the guild storage began circulating, it would gradually move onto the right track. Later on, no one would need to manage it anymore. It would operate smoothly on its own. The guild just had to make sure there were high-end goods inside. These items were difficult for normal players to get on their own. Only by putting in these types of goods into the guild storage would players make contributions. While earning guild contribution points, the player would be adding to the storage, which would circulate around. A guild could only grow prosperous with a strong guild storage as a foundation. Chapter 529. Spies Contributions. Comrades, work hard. I'll be waiting for you in the heavenly domain. When he finished his one-day visit to the 10th server, Xiaoqiang encouraged the players of his guild. The players laughed in response. None of them really took it too seriously. Only Steam Bun Invasion, being such a strange person, answered sincerely, "Boss, rest easy. I've got the 10th server covered. Good luck everyone." Xiaoqiang logged out. His return to the 10th server for just one short day turned Guild Happy upside down. The establishment of the guild storage is a symbol. Without a mature guild storage, then the guild would still be a regular guild just for fun. However, with a storage, the guild would become more attractive to the players and become more cohesive. The change in Guild Happy was quickly reported back to the guild leaders by the spies. Still, nothing was as important as Lord Grim going back to Heavenly Domain. Upon hearing the news, the guild masters felt that their holiday was finally there. Guild Happy storage was too easy to deal with. The guild masters were all snickering in the dark. "Lord Grim, no matter how godly you are, you're too careless this time." Next day, when Lord Grim logged back in, Xiaoqiang was already back in Heavenly Domain. On the other hand, Cheng Gui knew that building the storage was an important step for Guild Happy. There was some management required at the beginning, especially since she hadn't sold out the materials that Xiaoqiang had given her. She sold them in small amounts instead of in bundles, so selling all of them out was going to take a few days. Right after she logged in and opened up the management window of the storage, she received a system message. She jumped in surprise when she glanced at the message and called Xiaoqiang. "It's too fast. Some people already have 6,000 contribution points. They're going to get the desert badge soon. What should I do? Che Gui asked Yixiao. Yixiao tilted his head, glanced at Chen Gui, and smiled, as expected. To be able to get 6,000 contribution point overnight, they must have donated a lot of things. Chen Gui concluded while running to the guild management place in the city center to check on the guild storage. Unsurprisingly, the storage became much more filled. As for the donation records, expectedly, the players with 6,000 contribution points each had a long list. Ha ha! All of these are spies. Yixiao explained. To have 6,000 contribution points in one night, they must have one of the big guild support. They're trying to cheat away our treasure. Yixiao continued. Oh. Chen Gui immediately understood why Yixiao set the desert badge as a non-auto-distributed award. She also realized that Yixiao had expected many to gain 6,000 contribution points so quickly. Rotten B** stars. Let's kick them all out. Chen Gui was outraged yet excited. Their scheme had been seen through. If they get kicked out now, then it would mean that they donated items and helped Guild Happy to grow for nothing. Just thinking about these people's reactions after they got kicked out filled Chen Gui with happiness. Don't. There are definitely spies, but there might be a few special cases. Kicking them all out might end up punishing the wrong people. Yixiao replied. Then what do we do? We can't drag it out forever. The system has a time limit. If no player with the authority distributed the reward within the time frame, then the system would automatically distribute it. Who currently has the highest level in the guild? Yixiao asked. Tang Ru Soft Mist. Chen Gui answered. Give her some material so that she can rack up 6,000 contribution points. Let her take the desert badge. Then send out an announcement. Say that there were a lot people who sent in requests, so the guild gave the matter some consideration and awarded it to the player with the highest level, Soft Mist. This way, there shouldn't be any objections. Yixiao laid out the plan. Shameless. Chen Gui exclaimed, then followed with a question, what if someone says he or she was there first? Nonsense. If order mattered in the first place, why would we set the distribution system as mandatory? If someone asked you with this nonsense, then educate him properly. Yixiao replied. Chen Gui was speechless after that. She found Tang Ru and explained the plan. Tang Ru had no objections against it whatsoever, making Chen Gui feel that the girl had truly found the wrong teacher. She didn't learn anything honorable. Chen Gui asked Tang Ru how many points she still needed, an answer shocked her. You only need this tiny amount. Chen Gui asked again. Tang Ru suddenly understood, no wonder he asked me to donate all of the items from yesterday's dungeon. So you had this all planned out. Chen Gui turned her gaze onto Yixiao. It's only to be expected. If it was a well-developed big guild, then this kind of trick is totally useless. There are a lot of things in the storage, so it wouldn't hurt the guild too much. However, we just started. If they took the desert badge like this, then it would really be a loss of us, so I took some precautions. Yixiao elaborated. While he was talking, Chen Gui met up with Tang Ru in the game. After she got the materials, Tang Ru soon also had 6,000 contribution points. She then proceeded to take the desert badge. Whether the award was distributed by the system or a player wasn't shown unless someone with authority willed it. To Tang Ru, who had 6,000 contribution points, the emblem was already unlocked. It was only when she tried to take it did the system notify her that a request had been submitted and there would be a reply within 48 hours no matter what. Chen Gui received the message and acted right away. The desert badge was given to Tang Ru without any delay. Chen Gui also sent out an announcement in the guild. Just like Yixiao said, it reasoned that due to the numerous requests, the badge was given to the player of the highest level. You should also urge everyone to learn from these people. Don't forget to encourage people to level up. There are benefits to having a high level. Soft Mist is a perfect example. Yixiao instructed Chen Gui to add more content to the announcement. When the announcement was posted, a lot of people among the request list found themselves choking. After waiting restlessly for an entire night, they couldn't have dreamed of this result. These people were naturally the spies from other guilds. If they were the regular players, level priority would have been a perfectly sensible reason. In addition, the contribution points they gained were still useful, so they didn't lose anything in donating items. It was only the spies who were dying in bitterness because they had helped Guild Happy grow for utterly nothing in return. When the news traveled back to the guild masters, all that changed was an increased number of bitter people. Was Lord Grim careless? Apparently not. It was them who were careless. A mandatory distribution and a level priority were all it took to cheat more items out of them. How about we let our guys hurry up on leveling so we can surpass that soft mist? Then we can get that desert badge easily. Someone was still trying, unwilling to give up. What kind of idiot are you? This situation is proof that they were prepared for these types of tricks. Trying more schemes is simply a waste of time. The man who proposed the idea got scolded right away. Why don't I take equipment out? Then you guys can steal it. A spy suggested. Wouldn't that expose your identity? Boss, based on the current situation, do I look like I'm not exposed? The spy lamented. A long silence settled upon the participating guild leaders and spies. They realized that, no matter what they do, they wouldn't be able to do any harm to Guild Happy. As for Guild Happy, besides the bitter group, other people had no disagreement against giving the desert badge to the highest leveled soft mist. Instead, they were very curious about the people who got 6,000 contribution points at this extraordinary speed and went to visit these people. The poor spies were still worrying with their own guilds like idiots when the crowd from Guild Happy came, praising them like heroes. There were no words that could describe their conflicted hearts in that moment. Yixiu's Lord Grim had long returned to Heavenly Domain. He didn't pay any more attention to the matter after instructing Chen Guo on how to fix the mess. He put aquamarine and the other materials that Mo Chen helped to gather all into the equipment editor. Yixiu was ready to upgrade the level 50 of Thousand Chance umbrella. For this upgrade, even the window of the editor was different from before. The parts are no longer just the simple parts like the sword, spear, rifle, and the umbrella. The tedious blueprint separated Thousand Chance umbrella into tiny individual components to be reassembled later. These parts all had templates from the earlier trials. Yixiu checked every materials carefully, replicating them one by one. However, when the only material left was the aquamarine, Yixiu had ran out of templates. There wasn't one for the component that the aquamarine was supposed to be molded into. Yixiu sighed softly. In fact, Thousand Chance umbrella wasn't a completely successful weapon in the first place. Otherwise, instead of a level 5 prototype, what should have been left from the research years ago would be a level 50,000 chance umbrella. The reason behind that year's failure was the problem with the last material. Trials after trials failed on the last component. Still, every failure means one step closer to success. This is because they had already determined all of the possible materials. With every failure, they could eliminate a possibility. Aquamarine was the only material left that they hadn't tried. Regretfully, before they could carry out the final trial, Glory killed the brilliance behind the Thousand Chance umbrella's existence. Now, so many years after that, Yixiu was finally here to complete this and finish step from that time. Unable to calm himself, he went through 3 cigarettes before he returned to the room. After taking a deep breath, Yixiu settled himself in front of the computer. Without a template, he needed to forge the component himself. The performance required wasn't as complicated as combat in the game, but it had no tolerance for the slightest mistake. Even the smallest error would destroy the material completely. Otherwise, why would people call the equipment editor and bottomless void for money? So it begins. Yixiu noted in his heart, clicked open the polishing window for materials and put the aquamarine into the slot. Chapter 530. Level 50,000 Chance Umbrella. Chenghua saw what Yixiu was going to do. Equipment editor. All Glory players had access to it, but very few knew how to actually use it. Chenghua had obviously tried it before, but she just didn't get it. In the end, her attempts only resulted in wasted materials and equipment. The equipment editor really wasn't complicated. It's just a tool like a pen. Everyone knows how to use a pen. However, some people could use it to write novels and some could use it to draw pictures. The key is what one could do with the tool. Chen Gui had stopped at the using the pen stage. As for creating literature or drawings, she was just going in blind. In the beginning, Yixiao simply used a template and placed the materials accordingly. As long as he had the correct materials, everything else was simple. But now, after using the polisher, Chen Guo's eyes lit up. This time, Yixiao would truly be using the equipment editor to polish a material. Even though Chen Guo couldn't use the equipment editor, she at least knew that he couldn't be careless here, so she didn't say anything and only gave furtive glances to see the situation. Yixiao put in the aquamarine into the polisher and immediately began working. Cut, drill, string, smooth. Chen Guo had played around with these functions before, but she had just been doing it randomly to a piece of material. On the other hand, Yixiao clearly had a plan and goal. He gradually shaped the aquamarine. It couldn't be shaped using a simple circle or rectangle function. It would be shaped according to the operator's desires until it became a completed component. It had a core for structural stability and places to link together with other components. Movable area, immovable areas, areas with limited movements. The structure of the aquamarine became more and more complex and delicate. All of this was done by Yixiao through the polisher. Simple techniques produce miraculous results. So miraculous that Chen Guo even had a hard time believing it. Half an hour. The polishing for the aquamarine took a full half an hour. When Yixiao suddenly stopped, Chen Guo snapped out of her daze. She had been watching out of the corner of her eye for the full half an hour. When she came out of her daze, her eyes felt a bit sore. Watching out of the corner of one's eyes for a long time is very tiring. When she saw Yixiao stop operating the polisher, she waited a moment before asking, "Is it done?" Yixiao nodded his head, "It's done." Then, he took out the polished aquamarine and put it with the other materials. He opened up the interface for adding the materials into the weapon. The 1000-chance umbrella's many parts as well as the dazzling lineup of materials lay there. Yixiao didn't hurry up and begin. He took a rest, while opening up a document from his email. Chen Guo looked and saw it was the blueprints for the 1000-chance umbrella. She immediately turned her head back to her screen. This sort of thing was very secretive in the glory scene. It was like a secret martial arts book. It wasn't right to look at it without the owner's permission. It doesn't matter. If you want to look, you can look. Yixiao smiled. Can I really? When I was polishing the materials, you didn't avoid looking at them either. What's so different about this? Yixiao said. Chen Guo stared blankly and immediately felt very embarrassed. I forgot. I'm sorry. Chen Guo sincerely apologized. If she couldn't look at the blueprint, then it meant she couldn't look at the upgrade process either. Chen Guo had forgotten about this, but it was also because she didn't have any intentions of stealing his knowledge or anything like that. I said it doesn't matter. Yixiao said. You're going to assemble the 1000-chance umbrella. Chen Guo felt too ashamed to sneakily watch, so she changed the subject. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at the blueprint again. Yixiao said. Good luck. Chen Guo said. She had already turned her head back. This time, she wouldn't glance at him working at all. Yixiao smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't care if she looked and he obviously didn't care if she didn't look. He carefully studied the 1000-chance umbrella's level 50 blueprint again. With the 1000-chance umbrella's complexity, learning the flowchart for it was impossible. Yixiao branded the theory and its applications to the umbrella into his mind. Remembering the fundamentals would save time and lead to better results. After reviewing the flowchart, Yixiao didn't take out a cigarette to relax and quickly began assembling the level 50 umbrella. The room became extremely quiet. There would usually be some noise from Chen Guo and Tang Ru playing the game, but at this moment, no sound could be heard from them. They weren't trying not to make any noise. They deliberately gave Yixiao an environment where he could fully focus. Kaka, Kaka. In the room, only Yixiao's mouse could be heard. One step at a time without any margin for error. After a short moment, it was time to put the aquamarine into it. Unsuitable materials could be polished into the correct shape, but when placed into the desired equipment, the equipment would fail. If one were unlucky, the equipment would be damaged in the process. If one were lucky, the equipment could still maintain its form. However, the equipment would soon break after a few uses. With the 1000-chance umbrella's complex parts, if a single component failed, everything would fail. The creator had analyzed the structure of each part separately. The results of the analysis appeared in the previous forms of the 1000-chance umbrella. This saved a lot of effort in manufacturing it. However, this couldn't be done for the completed form. Ka. Yixiao didn't hesitate when putting in the aquamarine and accurately planted it into the weapon. A light, comfortable sound rang in his ears. It was a signal for a successful placement. Yixiao didn't stop to take a pause. The aquamarine was only one part and not the end. He continued according to the flowchart. He spent another half an hour on assembling it all together. After hearing Yixiao let out a sigh of relief, Chengguo stopped herself from turning her head to look until she heard Yixiao personally say, "It's done." Was it a success? Chengguo turned her head over. Even Tang Ru stole a glance. "I'll have to try it out to see," Yixiao said. He exited the equipment editor and returned to the game. Chengguo anxiously looked. At the same time, she was somewhat curious about the wonders of this level 50,000-chance umbrella. Who knew that when Yixiao went back to the game and picked up his 1000-chance umbrella, he didn't look for any monsters. He just swiped at the air a few times and then nodded his head. "It's a success." "That's done. It's done," Yixiao exclaimed. "Just a few swipes? You're certain there's no problem?" Chengguo doubted. "It sounds like you were hoping there were problems," Yixiao asked. "No. It's just, isn't your inspection too careless?" Chengguo questioned. "Ah, that's what you mean. What did you think I would do?" Yixiao swiped at the air some more. "See, there aren't any loose parts. It's a big success. No loose parts." Chengguo was considering whether she should go into her Heavenly Domain account and run over to admire the 1000-chance umbrella's might. But if the end result was just no loose parts, where was there to admire? "Let me see the stats," Chengguo said. Yixiao opened up his weapon's profile. Chengguo looked and saw a lot of words. If she recalled correctly, in the beginning, the 1000-chance umbrella didn't have anything except for the basic stats. Even though the stats surpassed an orange weapon at the same level, without any additional stats, this weapon wouldn't be very good. It would be at the same level as the lowest ranked white equipment, which had no additional stats. But this 1000-chance umbrella had quite a few additional stats. The 1000-chance umbrella was currently in its umbrella form. It had 535 physical attack and 535 magic attack. It also added 10 to stamina, strength, intelligence, and spirit. The same magic and physical attack and plus 10 to all for main stats. With just this, Chengguo could tell that this 1000-chance umbrella could be considered as a pro-level weapon. This was a feature of the scepter, which knights often used. Apart from the plus 10 to the 4 main stats, Chengguo continued to look down and thought of another issue. Do all of the 1000-chance umbrella forms have different stats? Yeah, Yixiao said, and had the 1000-chance umbrella switch to the spear form. It added plus 41 to strength. Then what are your overall stats? Chengguo cried out in alarm. Yixiao was a bit startled, but quickly figured out why Chengguo was so alarmed. He opened up his character profile. It seems pretty normal. Chengguo hesitated. After all, when facing a god, she was afraid she misinterpreted something because her skill level wasn't good enough. Right when she finished, Lord Grimm's stats suddenly changed. His strength decreased and his intelligence increased. This? Chengguo looked. Lord Grimm's 1000-chance umbrella had changed forms. She immediately understood, it's not that every weapon gives you permanent stats. Of course not. Yixiao said, the stats depends on the form of the weapon being used. You can't have all of the form's additional stats add together. Chenghua felt like if that could happen, then it would be incredible. Wasn't it a single weapon? All the stats were there, so perhaps there was a way to sum them all up? If that was possible, then why would I need any additional stats? My base attack would be ridiculous. Yixiao said. Oh. Chenghua didn't say anything. Sure enough, her imagination had gone too far. Chapter 531. What are we here for? Chenghua dreamed about the unrealistic possibility, then looked at 1000-chance umbrella's stats, finding it to be rather ordinary. No matter what, 1000-chance umbrella was only a level 50 weapon. It could not shock a player who had seen a level 70 weapon too greatly. Still, the brilliance of it was not in its stats, but in its unpredictable nature. Chenghua knew this well. Okay. Let's hurry up on leveling now. Yixiao said. Lord Grimm was currently level 54. Once he reaches 55, the dungeons would be open to him. There are countless level 55 dungeons in Heavenly Domain. On top of that, these dungeons have more experience points than the dungeons from the regular servers. Once he reaches level 55 and starting to use the dungeons, his level was bound to skyrocket. Okay. Hurry up. Chenghua said and turned to manage things in Guild Happy in the 10th server. Yixiao resupplied Lord Grimm a little in the main city. Just as he was leaving for the wilderness, a stream of messages came rushing down. The alert kept blinking endlessly as the sender continued sending messages. It was none other than Wei Chen, whose Windward formation just joined Yixiao's friend list 2 days ago. Where are you? What do you want? Come here. Hurry up. Talk to me. Wei Chen burned his Cosmo and a storm of messages came crashing down. Yixiao read the text one by one and asked, what do you want? Poison Fang Swamp, location 27586, for 5866. Hurry up. Wei Chen answered immediately. Level 65 leveling area? Why should I go there? I can't get any experience points. Yixiao spoke. Stop being stupid. Hurry up. Wei Chen yelled out. Yixiao was helpless. Lord Grimm teleported to a main city near Poison Fang Swamp. Right as he set foot outside of the teleportation circle, a group of players from Herb Garden came running past. Lord Grimm hid to the side hurriedly. In the Heavenly Domain, the main cities weren't safe areas. It depended on whether the character had any fame in that city. Lord Grimm came to Heavenly Domain when he was only level 50, so he couldn't take any quests. Even killing monsters for him meant overcoming a big level gap. He had no fame to speak of in the main city of level 55 area, let alone the city of level 56 area. A character gains fame through quests. Without a sufficient level, where could Lord Grimm possibly find quests? Therefore, to Lord Grimm, the current Heavenly Domain didn't have a safe area. Thus, a sudden encounter with people of any guild was not to be taken lightly for Yixiao. Apparently, this group of Herb Garden was too busy rushing to pay attention to their surroundings. They sped off out of the city the moment they were out of the teleportation circle. Yixiao knew that the teleportation circle was too dangerous for him, so he let his character stay far away from it. Lord Grimm quickly took another route, even though he and the people from Herb Garden were essentially going to the same place. Seeing how rushed the club's people were, Yixiao was more confident about Wei Chen's purpose for calling him over. Undoubtedly, the field boss in Poison Fang Swamp refreshed. At the same time, Wei Chen's Death's Hand was currently level 60. To advance, he needed level 65 materials. It looked like one of them came from Poison Fang Swamp. Unlike the normal servers, Yixiao had a clearer memory of the Heavenly Domain. Even after he became a professional player, Yixiao still visited Heavenly Domain for fun from time to time. On top of that, when he became a professional player, the max level wasn't level 70 yet. During his career so far, Glory changed the level cap a couple of times, so the professional players had to level up their characters in the heavenly domain. Poison Fang Swamp's field boss, Swamp Hunter Lepu, is a mix between assassin and thief who lurked unpredictably around Poison Fang Swamp. Of course, unpredictables was an adjective given to the character by the system setting. To the players, every field boss was unpredictable because their spawn was too random. However, the bosses were always found not long after spawning. Even as Wei Chen was texting Yi Xiao, Herb Garden's people were heading towards the scene. Herb Garden wasn't the only one. Just as Lord Grimm was rushing over, the guilds that had arrived already numbered 4. Herb Garden, Misty Castle, Tyrannical Ambition, and Samsara all belonged to clubs. This was truly a close one. Yi Xiao have no idea what kind of schemes Wei Chen used this time to gain an advantage on the big guilds. How rare. Looks like Wei Chen really spent a lot of effort on Swamp Hunter Lepu. Yi Xiao thought to himself, not daring to lower his guard just yet. He ran towards the location Wei Chen had provided with incredible speed. He expected the place to be a storm of blades and spells, locked in a fierce battle with the boss as Wei Chen tries to kill the boss before the guilds arrive. Yi Xiao did not expect to find the ominous silence when he arrived at 27586 for 5866. Just as he was planning to ask Wei Chen through a message, the mud splashed in a puddle near him. A dirty poisonous fly jumped up, lunging toward Lord Grimm with its sting. What extraordinary reflexes Yi Xiao had! Without even closing the chat window, he tapped out the command. With a silvery flash, Thousand Chance Umbrella folded into a sword. With a sword draw, the fly was smacked down in midair. Without any hesitation, the fly flapped its wings, flying towards Yi Xiao right after it landed. These kinds of monsters in Poison Fang Swamp held the top place on the list of least favorite monsters in Glory. Its small size and quick movements as well as its tendency to hide in the swamp made it hard to kill for any class. Because of this, Poison Fang Swamp was one of the most extremely disliked leveling areas. Still, in front of a god like Yi Xiao, what could a lowly monster do? Although the fly got back into the air pretty quickly, Lord Grimm's sword was faster. Yi Xiao didn't even bother using Thousand Chance Umbrella's stats enhancement. With his bare hands, he smacked the fly into a corpse. Excellent skills. A voice rang out nearby. The owner of the voice was none other than Wei Chen himself. Based on his muddy equipments, Wei Chen looked like he just appeared out of a mud puddle. "Where's the boss?" Yi Xiao asked. "There, be careful," Wei Chen warned. "How can I be careful?" Yi Xiao retorted. They were already deep inside Poison Fang Swamp. Mud puddles of all sizes were everywhere. Even if one knew which puddle hid poisonous flies, avoiding encounters were still impossible. "TCH, and you call yourself a god? Useless." Wei Chen's windward formation led the way. He fished something out of his pocket, lit it, and threw it onto the ground. A thin blue smoke rippled out into the surroundings. Everywhere it went, poisonous flies jumped out of the mud like frightened birds and flew away. Yi Xiao wanted to use an insect-repelling smoke, but that was a level 70 item. This is where Wei Chen had lost his standards, using such an avoidable thing to label Yi Xiao as useless. They didn't walk far from the location provided by Wei Chen. When Yi Xiao saw that Wei Chen had actually bothered to come personally, an ominous feeling rose in Yi Xiao's heart. How could you walk away from the boss? You're not going to tell me you don't have any plans in mind? Yi Xiao questioned. As expected of a god. Looks like you are crafty enough to foresee my clever scheme. Wei Chen praised. What's the situation now? Yi Xiao asked. There are 5 guilds already. No one dares to move yet. They're all still scheming. Wei Chen said. What's your plan? Yi Xiao continued. My plan was waiting for you to come over. That was all. Now you're here, we can start to plan the next step. Come on, don't be shy. Wei Chen's windward formation stepped around a few trees, finally stopped, and called Yi Xiao over. Lord Grim walked over and saw a group of people with familiar IDs. They appeared to be the group that fought with him just days before. Yixiao greeted the group causally and the group returned the greetings. There were no noteworthy feelings involved. Everyone was facing forward. What was happening in the front then? Yixiao turned Lord Grim's camera and found himself immediately outraged. There were the players from all the big guilds in the front. Swamp Hunter Lepu wasn't even in sight. What was in sight was the wall of people built by the guilds that surrounded Swamp Hunter Lepu. They were so far out that it would be completely logically to call themselves spectators. Yet here Yixiao thought Wei Chen had grasped some advantages. Based on the current situation, they would call themselves lucky if the guilds didn't start attacking them as kill stealers. Are you here to kill the boss, or are you here just as a kill stealer? Yixiao was starting to doubt Wei Chen's motivation. He felt he had need to clarify this question. Kill steal? Shameless. As a god, do you still have any standard? How could you possibly think of kill stealing? Of course we're here for the boss. Unless we truly can't kill the boss, then maybe we'll resort to kill stealing. Wei Chen retorted. With this situation? Please, teach me how to kill the boss. Yixiao ridiculed. No. You should teach me. Let your despicableness help me. Wei Chen answered sincerely. How about all of you go out and run around naked? That should get everyone's attention. Then I sneak in and kill the boss with one strike. What do you think about it? Yixiao asked. Running around with no equipment is no problem. The problem is how are you going to insta-kill the boss? Wei Chen replied with a question. I have my ways. You can lead your people to run around naked now. Yixiao answered. Wait a moment. Let's check on the other status first. Wei Chen agreed. You've been here for a while now. Are you done yet? Yixiao was starting to feel a little exasperated. The situation is constantly changing. Look, look! There's a new guild now. Wei Chen continued. I saw 4 on my way here. Yixiao added. Are they same as the ones before us? Wei Chen asked. 2 of them aren't. Yixiao replied. So, 8 guilds are already here. Awesome. I say why don't we go back first? Wei Chen suggested. You should have done that a long while ago. In the end, despite what they said, their characters didn't move backwards half an inch. As a matter of fact, they even stepped forward a little to see the situation more clearly. F*CK. Can't you lower yourself a little? Don't expose your ID. Your name is like Xiaoqiang these days. It attracts flies. Wei Chen cursed. Hello, fly. Yixiao said to Wei Chen. Chapter 532. A Peaceful Way. In Poison Fang Swamp, players from Herb Garden, Misty Castle, Tyrannical Ambition, Samsara, Excellent Dynasty, Blue Brook Guild, Blossom Valley, and Void Walk wandered around on the lookout. The guilds discovered the boss at different times. The first guild to see the boss weren't stupid, but they couldn't kill the boss in time. After the other guilds noticed the boss, the first guild immediately gave up on attacking the boss and the situation resulted in a deadlock. None of the 8 guilds dared to act rashly. They were naturally waiting for their guild leaders to make a decision. A level 65 wild boss wasn't a small matter. The guild leaders personally set out to handle it. When the 8 guild leaders gathered together, they felt somewhat awkward. Even though they were still competitors, everyone had gotten closer due to recent events. The guild leaders had even assembled the day before to curse at Lord Grim's activities in the 10th server. Now, they had assembled again, but this time, instead of fighting shoulder to shoulder, they would be at each other's throats. Although the guild leaders knew this would happen, it still felt a bit uncomfortable. In the end, allying together to deal with Lord Grim was a different matter. A friend in need is a friend indeed. They had suffered whenever they countered Lord Grim. This shared suffering cultivated a feeling similar to working together to take advantage of another. That B***starred Lord Grim isn't going to come over and make a mess, is he? Someone saw a familiar crowd gather around and couldn't help but turn the subject to Lord Grim. When he said this, the others gave expressions of approval. I just looked. Lord Grim is online. We have to defend against him. That guy just returned from snatching the Aquamarine Knight in the 10th server. It seems like today, it's very likely he's fixed his attention on our Swamp Hunter Lepu. In the 10th server, he has a guild. Over here. Lulan/. Someone suggested. Even if he doesn't try and steal the boss, he might go scrap picking with his comrade Deception. Another person guessed. We must take precautions. After discussing it, everyone nodded their heads. They had reached a consensus in regards to Lord Grim. However, their friendly and peaceful discussion had come to an end. Once they reached an agreement with the Lord Grim issue, everyone was in an awkward situation again. Should we scout around the perimeters to see if Lord Grim is here? Someone proposed. This proposal was unanimously agreed upon and the mood became harmonious again. At this moment, Blue Brook Guild's leader Changing Spring couldn't hold it back anymore and stood out, everyone, is there any point in lying to ourselves? The discussion immediately fell silent. Indeed, they were talking and talking, avoiding the issue of stealing the boss and using Lord Grim to keep the peace. It was certainly somewhat deceitful. Even if they allied together to face Lord Grim, they had to face the boss eventually. Not just today either. Fighting bosses was one way for the guilds to compete against each other. Now that Changing Spring had directly burst the bubble, the other guild leaders felt somewhat embarrassed. Tyrannical ambitions. Jiangyu stood out, everyone, Changing Spring is correct. We can't deceive ourselves, but I think everyone understands our current feelings. With such a strong opponent, disputes between each other will give our opponent an opportunity. I have a proposal. For this boss, how about we find a peaceful way of resolving the situation? A peaceful way. After these words came out, many of them objected. Because in the history of fighting for bosses, a peaceful way was a phrase used too many times. Whenever it was proposed, people would use it as a cover-up for darker schemes. Nowadays, everyone had developed a resistance to these words. To everyone, the words "a peaceful way" was the same as "I'm about to take a go at it." An experienced guild leader like Jiangyu understood this. He immediately followed up, "A peaceful way sounds like a joke, no? Ha ha, but I believe everyone understands logic. Today, the reason we're able to take this step is because of a prerequisite. Lord Grim, Heavenly Justice. I doubt anyone wants to see these two grow. Right now, if we go into another large battle over a boss, we'll only be giving them more and more opportunities. In particular, we don't know if they already have the strength to infiltrate into our ranks. When we compete, we don't know if their people will turn around and stab us in the backs. Then tell us, what peaceful way do we have?" Blossom Valley's guild leader Blooming Blossom asked. Jiangyu smiled, "Fight. We'll still have to fight, but we won't have to fight such a large battle. We'll go to the arena, fight a few rounds, and determine who the boss belongs to. How about it?" "Not a bad idea." "I agree." Changing Spring said. "It's not like we haven't heard of this method before, but who can guarantee that the losers won't go back on their words and use this tactic to get rid of an opponent?" Misty Castle's Misty Lock said in an unhappy manner. It seems like he had fallen for this type of plan before. At worst, we can record our agreement and post it online. We can have the people on the internet supervise it. I don't think anyone will feel wrong doing that. Jiangyu said. These club guilds placed a great amount of importance on their reputation. If everyone could see the agreement, no one would go back on their word. Once Jiangyu said this, no one else spoke up. In the end, Jiangyu added, "In order to stop anyone harboring ill intentions, the guilds who lose in the arena will protect the winner to prevent anyone from disturbing them." How about it? Everyone listened. This was to stop anyone from sending out open accounts to cause a disturbance. If everyone supervised the whole thing, that plan wouldn't work. Does anyone have any objections? Jiang Yu asked. I accept. Misty Lock said, if this really works, then I suggest we do the same every time. That way, we can walk towards a positive competition. We won't need to keep plotting schemes all day and simply compete with strength. I also accept. Blooming Blossom nodded his head. I also accepted. Void Walk's West Riding Wind said. It wasn't without reason that these three happily accepted, because compared to the three great guilds and even the recently declining Excellent Dynasty, their strength was somewhat lacking. In a competition for bosses, they rarely won, usually because they noticed the boss first and killed it before others found out. As soon as another guild contested for it, they had little confidence in winning. However, with Jiang Yu's suggestion, it would be a PvP between elite teams. Their overall strength couldn't compare to those guilds, but their elite teams weren't any weaker. Compared to a contest of overall strength, they had a greater chance of winning. Moreover, if this became the norm, everyone would only need to focus on strengthening their elite teams, which would require less resources. After all, to get strong equipment for a few characters, whether they had 1,000 resources or 5,000 resources didn't matter too much, because they wouldn't even need to use 100 resources. Those three guilds didn't object. At this moment, Samsara's guild leader 3 World 6 Paths questioned, how are we going to determine the winners in the arena? Individual competition? Group arena? Team competition? Or war? There were several modes in PvP that the players could freely choose between. Unlike in pro competitions, the group arena didn't necessarily have to be 3v3, nor did the team competition have to be 5v5 with one sub. In Glory, the numbers could be decided by the players. When one side had more than 10 players, it wouldn't be called a team competition anymore, but a battlefield. A 100v100 battle would be a war. The pro scene definitely couldn't play these modes. Have a team train 100 pro players? That would be insane. Okay, like 3 World said, what mode should we use? Jiang Yu asked. We're all under the clubs, so we should just do it according to the pro rules. 3 World 6 Paths answered immediately. He wouldn't agree to a war. If the scale became larger, then overall strength would be more important. He was afraid Jiang Yu had thought of this, which was why he had intentionally proposed the idea. Misty Lock, West Riding Wind, and Blooming Blossom naturally stood with 3 World 6 Paths. They hadn't asked about it before because they hadn't thought of it. As soon as 3 Worlds made a suggestion, they immediately supported his idea. I have no objections. What about everyone else? Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to reply. Herb Garden, Blue Brook Guild, an Excellent Dynasty remained. This type of method forced them to give up their advantage. It would put them on the same footing as the other guilds. Tyrannical Ambition might agree, but the others might not. Among these three, Changing Spring was the first to accept Jiang Yu's proposal and didn't immediately express his approval. The other two saw this and also approved, seeing the general trend. However, the two guilds only said, then I guess I'll go with it for now. Their words implied they would do it this time, but whether or not they continued doing it in the future would depend on the situation. Chapter 533. If there aren't any opportunities, create your own. This time, the guild leaders personally led the teams to fight for the boss, so they didn't need to go to the trouble and open up a discussion group outside of the game. Everyone gathered together in the middle of the circle and quickly came to an agreement. It was too bad for Yixiao and Wei Chen said. The two pro-level players couldn't see or hear anything. They shamelessly snuck into the circle and tried to eavesdrop, but the guild suddenly stopped moving. They clearly weren't going to fight the boss and were still negotiating with each other. How boring. What's there to talk about? In the end, they'll each have their own plans. Such a waste of time. Wei Chen spoke in an unhappy voice. It seems a bit different this time. Yixiao said. How? Normally, the negotiations are a part of their plan. They should have already begun dispatching their troops by now. However, look at their troops. No one is moving. There haven't been any ambushes or any reinforcements coming. Doesn't this look like a real negotiation? Yixiao said. No way. They've been fighting for so many years. Why would they suddenly have a change in heart? Wei Chen didn't believe it. The two continued guessing. The discussion between the 8 guild leaders finally concluded. In the end, they went with Jiang Yu's suggestion. The top guilds like Herb Garden and Excellent Dynasty left room for discussion in the future though. The slightly less powerful guilds like Misty Castle and Blossom Valley hoped this plan would stay forever. After drawing up the plan, the 8 guilds immediately signed an agreement and had the public be the judges. Then, they made an announcement in their respective guild forums as well as their guild's webpage as proof. After making the arrangements, everyone returned to the game and prepared to enter the arena to decide who the boss belonged to. Cheng Gui had her materials displayed out on the streets. She didn't even need to be at her keyboard to do this, so she wasn't busy right now. From time to time, she would go back to the game and take a look, but most of the time, she was browsing the forums. A post suddenly caught her eye. Something about 8 guilds and proof. It all seemed very grand. Cheng Gui clicked on it and suddenly felt like she was in a dream. It can't be a coincidence, right? Cheng Gui mumbled. She didn't have much to do and Yixiao was no longer on the equipment editor, so she would see what Yixiao was up to from time to time. Yixiao had received a call to go to Poison Fang Swamp and went to check out the wild boss with Wei Chen's gang. She didn't have any urgent matters to take care of, so she had even hesitated on whether or not she should join them. Before she could make a decision, she noticed the post. Hey, look at this! Cheng Gui called for Yixiao. HM. Yixiao turned his head in a bored manner, but when his gaze hit Cheng Gui's screen, he immediately stared blankly for a moment, before quickly reading the content of the post more carefully. At the same time, the 8 guilds had already begun to move. Yixiao heard Wei Chen say, huh? What's going on? Why are they leaving? Yixiao's gaze returned to his computer and saw the 8 guilds begin to move. The guilds had made an agreement and began to disperse. We have to go back too. Yixiao saw their movements and knew it would be difficult for them to hide, especially with Wei Chen's brothers. Their skill level was only average and they definitely weren't good enough to deal with this situation. You just worry about yourself. Yixiao heard Wei Chen say in delight. Yixiao turned his camera around to look and was left completely speechless. Wei Chen's windward formation led 2 teams of players. At this moment, they had put on their guild tags, all from big guilds. Wei Chen's windward formation was from Blue Brook Guild as well as 3 others. Apart from them, there were tags from Herb Garden, Tyrannical Ambition, Excellent Dynasty. All 20 of them had tags from the 8 guilds. He's in the mountain there. Deep in the cloud somewhere. Wei Chen recited lines from a poem and chuckled. Clearly, nothing could serve as better protection than a guild tag in their situation. Let alone different guilds, no one knew everyone in their own guilds. Stop acting as if you're cultured. If you're so good at reading, hurry up and check the forums. Yixiao said and then had Lord Grim retreat. The forums? Why? Wei Chen saw Lord Grim had already run away, so he typed it out. These guilds actually came to an agreement on something this time. Yixiao said. What type of agreement? Wei Chen asked. A peaceful solution. Yixiao said. F*CK, no way. Wei Chen doubted. He had wanted to steal a boss from the big guild's mouths and there was only one way to do it, to take advantage of a crisis. The more chaotic the battle, the more numerous the opportunities. But if they decided on a peaceful solution, then how was he supposed to cause a ruckus? Wei Chen told his bros to hurry and hide. At the same time, he reminded them to avoid players from their guilds. A word bubble appeared above his head and then he left the game to look at the forums. The post had a lot of stickies on it, so Wei Chen easily noticed it. He opened it and skimmed through the contents. He quickly returned to the game and let out a few curses in his private chat window with Lord Grim, *******, you're plain bad luck. Brother, why do you say that? Yishio replied. Stop pretending. Wei Chen was furious. The 8 guilds made a post as proof and didn't say much about it, but Yishio and Wei Chen could figure out the reason. If he could figure it out, Yishio must have figured it out too. He might be older than Yishio by a few years, but they had the same experience in terms of glory. Why did these 8 guilds suddenly come up with a peaceful way after so many years of fighting and scheming with each other? All because of the pressure from Yishio. Even though they always felt like Yishio should be powerless as a single individual, but this single individual made them suffer losses who knew how many times. So what if he was just an individual? He was constantly a source of their misfortune. How could they ignore him as an opponent simply because he was a single individual? Against such a strong foe, the guilds didn't dare expose any openings, especially after the Wilderness Town fiasco. This individual had picked up a few friends. Deception, heavenly justice, with such powerful helpers, how could he be considered powerless? Wei Chen was just about to loot a burning house, but because of Yishio's existence, the fire disappeared. What could that be called other than a robbery? Wei Chen wasn't some powerful manager. For him, let alone killing a wild boss, just seeing one wasn't easy. If not, why would he not have any materials? Why else would his death's hand still only be level 60 after all these years? This time, a rare opportunity came, but because of a reason like this, the opportunity vanished like thin air. Wei Chen wanted to murder Yishio right now. Don't be anxious. Seeing how dirty your 2 teams are playing, let me think of something. Yishio said. Don't tell me to attack them directly and stir up trouble. We're too low-leveled. Everyone here is a core elite. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid they've already seen through our guild tags. If you do that type of method, we'll easily be spotted. Wei Chen said. Timing and method are important in stirring up trouble. Your method is too direct. We can be a bit more clever. For example, they'll be organizing their experts to fight in the arena. They'll definitely be taking the top players from their guilds, so we can act while they are not there. Moreover, we don't have to directly attack them. We can send in a poisonous worm or take the chance to attack the boss. In any case, they'll have a lot to deal with. Yishio said. Maybe we can announce the boss to the world. Wei Chen said. We can do that too. However, if the 8 guilds have already publicly announced it, the 8 guilds will have allied together. Who has the strength to compete with them? Yishio said. Don't say it like that. We're going to have to do it. Wei Chen said. Right. I forgot. Yishio replied. The things you talked about are possible. Wei Chen began thinking, if they've made the post, then they must have welcome people to come watch as proof. It should be obvious when they fight the boss. We can begin then. We can make our arrangements now. Yishio said. Yes, I'll get busy. This senior will gather a bunch of poisonous worms to receive these young masters. Wei Chen cackled. Do you see the boss? If the opportunity comes, aggro it even if it costs you your life. Yishio said. That must be done. Wei Chen replied. That's good then. Now that I think about it, isn't your existence worthless right now? Wei Chen said. How uncultured. When the time comes, I can come out and make a stand. Just my head and name will gather lots of attention. Yishio said. Wei Chen went silent for a long time. He couldn't help but admit it was true and sighed, D*MN, you really are *T. Everything went as they predicted. The 8 guilds made a post for proof. The more witnesses the better. They quickly announced the competition and all spectators were welcome. The players knew the competition would be between the top experts of each guilds. Even though they weren't at the pro level, they were still far better than everyone else. They were also easy to find in the game and were sort of like grassroots celebrities. Observe the areas under each guild's control. We'll have an order in which we stir up trouble, so we should do some research. Yishio said. HM? Have the ones who lose cause trouble. Wei Chen immediately understood. I'll be watching them. Wait for my message. Yixiao said. I'm not ready yet. Don't rush it. Wei Chen hurried with his work. And that's my fault. Yixiao was speechless. Aren't you a god? Wei Chen began arguing again. Chapter 534. Venomous Flies. The entrance to the arena in every major city of the heavenly domain suddenly became bustling with noise. After the surrounding players found out about the news, all of them ran to the arena to watch the competition. Every week, pro players provided matches for everyone to watch every week. But what about these guild experts? Even though they were closer to normal players, very few had really seen them play in PvP. Now that the news came out, some people went to cheer for their guild seniors. Some went to see what the noise was all about. Some took the opportunity to make bets. All sorts of people came to the arena towards a single room. The room quickly filled up with people. The 8 guilds intentionally waited for the spectators to come. Seeing that there were enough people, they began the competition. They had thrown dice beforehand to determine the order and knew the results. The first match would be between Misty Castle and Herb Garden. The experts of the two sides were already standing on stage. Meanwhile, Yixiao borrowed Chengguo's computer to watch. He wasn't interested in the fights. From time to time he would glance at her screen, while typing to Wei Chen, "What if it comes to Blue Brook Guild? Will you be under pressure?" Nonsense. Of course. Don't you see I'm part of Blue Brook Guild? If I get kicked out of the guild, it'll be a huge loss for me. You should know the benefits of being in a big guild. Wei Chen replied. You really are shameless. Yixiao disdained. This is called competitive integrity. If you see excellent era, would you go easy because of your memories with them? Wei Chen said. That depends on who I meet. Yixiao said. Wei Chen didn't believe him. Afterwards, Yixiao continued to glance at the matches from time to time, but most of his attention was traveling around Poison Fang Swamp. He had to avoid the 8 guilds, but he also didn't want to stray too far from the boss. Poison Fang Swamp was very quiet today. The 8 guilds were afraid of outsiders interfering, so while waiting for the results of the competition, they didn't reveal the boss's whereabouts. The heavenly domain was huge. Trying to find it through pure luck wasn't very logical. As for the other guilds, even if they got the information, when they saw the attitudes of the 8 guilds, they knew that trying to join now was already too late. It wouldn't be good to provoke them. In the arena, the 8 guilds didn't play according to all of the pro scene's rules. If they did, it would take way too long and they didn't have such time to waste. As a result, they only played team competitions to determine the winner with the same rules as the pro scene. 5 versus 5 with 1 substitute each. Because the competition had been quickly devised and set in motion, the map was chosen randomly, so neither side would have any tactical advantage. After fighting back and forth several times, Misty Castle finally couldn't hold on any longer and Herb Garden won the first match. Even though Misty Castle was somewhat disappointed, they weren't suffering. If they had fought for the boss the normal way, their chances of taking the boss was very small, so it wasn't hard accepting their defeat. Misty Castle lost. Yixiao told Wei Chen. I don't think we should act yet. Wait a moment. We can still do a bit more preparing. Wait for an unexpected result. That would be the perfect time to act. Wei Chen was extremely dirty. Wait for my next message. Yixiao didn't say anything more. Next was Blue Brook Guild versus Tyrannical Ambition. Tyrannical Ambition lost. Jiangyu was the first to propose the plan. Even though the plan had already gone this far, everyone was still a bit hesitant. Seeing how quickly Tyrannical Ambition had been eliminated, they began believing Jiangyu didn't have any ulterior motives. Jiangyu laughed and expressed the acknowledgement of their defeat. Excellent Dynasty vs Blossom Valley. Excellent Dynasty won. Samsara vs Void Walk. Samsara won. 4 guilds were eliminated. None of them were too surprising. The 4 matches ended relatively quickly. Even so, an hour had already passed. Wei Chen worked busily making preparations during that hour. The next round of matches between these 4 guilds began. Enough people had come as witnesses for their matches, so they decided to hurry with the matches and played both at once. Samsara vs. Herb Garden. Excellent Dynasty vs. Blue Brook Guild. The first match ended with Samsara beating Herb Garden, which was certainly a surprise. When the results came out, the spectators immediately dispersed and went to watch the other match. Chengguo also went along. The other match quickly ended too. This time, Blue Brook Guild lost. "We can act now." Yixiao messaged Wei Chen. "What's the situation?" "Herb Garden, Blue Brook Guild." Yixiao said. "My God. Blue Brook Guild? Are you serious?" Wei Center asked. "Competitive integrity." Yixiao reminded. F***ck it. "Let's go." Wei Chen replied. By this time, the 8 guilds had already stopped scouting around. They had confirmed no outsider had come to cause trouble and returned to guard the boss. Wei Chen had finished his preparations. It had been a busy hour. Getting the monsters to gather towards a desired direction wasn't an easy task. The one advantage Wei Chen had was the gang of bros beside him. He could lead them step by step. If they failed, he could personally step in and fix the situation. Yixiao finally sent him the go-ahead. Wei Chen picked out a few people and had them start the task. His gang was impatient to move. When they heard the order, they nearly let out a cheer. They controlled their characters and threw insect repellent smoke from their pockets towards the direction Wei Chen had forced them to memorize. After throwing the insect repellent, they heard a buzz that boomed like thunder. A huge swarm of venomous flies had taken flight. Countless venomous flies flew out from the swamp away from the insect repellent. The flies seemed to cover the skies as they moved towards a single direction. Where else could they fly? The insect repellent smoke was in the other direction. In order to get away from the repellent, they had to fly away. The loud buzzing frightened the guild players ahead. When they looked back, they turned pale with fright. F***ck, where'd all these venomous flies come from? The venomous flies moved swiftly and arrived in an instant. Wei Chen's bros had already hidden themselves among the guild and threw a bit more insect repellent. Players who came to Poison Fang Swamp often brought insect repellent smoke. It was used very frequently too. Even if they hadn't done this, they probably wouldn't have gotten caught in any case because everyone else was doing the same thing. Insect repellent smoke might be effective, but no matter how much the guild players used at this time, they wouldn't get the desired effect. Insect repellent smoke was just something the insects didn't like, it didn't kill the insects. If the insect repellent smoke surrounded the venomous flies, the flies would buzz around randomly like houseflies. They wouldn't receive any damage. If the player walked too close, the flies would still bite. Players unaware of this bit of knowledge now learned the lesson through their own flesh and blood. One bro threw out some insect repellent, but the repellent surrounded these venomous flies. The flies began flying around randomly and a few still headed towards him. Who knew how many flies came at him, but this bro quickly fell to the ground. This was one reason small monsters like these were scary. Because of their small size, they could fly and attack at the same time, allowing them to cover a wide range. This was one reason why Yixiao and Wei Chen chose to use this tactic. If they had been goblins, no matter how many goblins there were, they wouldn't have much killing threat. It was the same theory behind surrounding bosses. Even if you had thousands of troops, only a few could get close to the boss, no? These flies avoided this issue. They could cover above, below, left, right, all around, while attacking the player. No matter how little damage they did, with so many of them, they would certainly be able to kill. These venomous flies did quite a lot of damage too. The players were level 70. The flies were level 65. The level difference wasn't significant enough. Moreover, their attacks had a chance to poison. The corpse of the dead player had turned green. One person had died instantly, making the others extremely frightened. The second to face the flies was a knight, who instinctively raised his shield. Constant blocking noises could be heard from the venomous flies crashing into his shield. It sounded very comforting, but the knight himself wasn't looking good. Just because the shield blocked the flies didn't mean the knight wasn't taking damage. The shield only reduced damage. With so many flies, the blocking noise continued to echo and the knight's health fell rapidly. In fright, the knight shouted for the clerics to help him. When he looked back, the clerics had been surrounded by venomous flies too. These venomous flies automatically attacked and wouldn't only attack a single target. They had each found their own target. Players who only had one fly targeting them weren't afraid, but with everyone packed together so closely, the flies would eventually get them. The swarm of venomous flies had come from nowhere, catching everyone off guard. Many players instantly died. The remaining hastily moved into a defensive formation. The flies wouldn't be enough to wipe out their entire group. The news of being ambushed quickly reached their guild leader's ears. The ambushed guild happened to be the guild just about to enter the deciding match, Samsara. What? Samsara's guild leader 3 World 6 Paths became furious and immediately became suspicious of Herb Garden, who had just been defeated by Samsara. When a big guild lost a big opportunity, it was hard not to be resentful. When he thought of the initial agreement from every guild, Herb Garden's response had been somewhat reluctant. Now, his guild had been ambushed by venomous flies. Of course. After all, the agreement was up for everyone to see, so it wasn't possible to directly make an attack, so they made an indirect attack instead. Despicable. 3 World 6 Paths cursed in anger. The other guild leaders also received the news and immediately knew who 3 Worlds was angry at. Jiangyu, who had proposed the idea, hastily said in defense, 3 Worlds, don't be rash. We don't know the whole situation yet. All 8 guilds cleared the field together. There couldn't have been a problem. If it wasn't us, then who could it be? The venomous flies couldn't have just happened to all come out and attack them. Even the noobs of the 10th server would laugh. 3 World 6 Paths spat. Jiangyu was just about to respond when he suddenly received more news. His own guild had been attacked by venomous flies and Blue Brook Guild had started fighting the boss. Chapter 535. Fierce Mantis. This piece of news surprised Jiangyu. He still wanted to calmly figure out what exactly happened, but the other guilds had already begun stamping their feet in anger. Tyrannical Ambition wasn't the only one who had been attacked by a swarm of venomous flies. All of the guilds had been thrown into disorder. The sudden ambush by the venomous flies wasn't easy to deal with. Is this the so-called peaceful way? 3 World 6 Realms couldn't sit still once he learned that Blue Brook Guild had started fighting the boss. His guild hadn't been eliminated yet and now someone had caused a ruckus. Did this mean everything before had been for naught? How could he stay calm? Excellent Dynasty was in a similar mood. They had also won 2 matches in a row and were one of the last remaining guilds in the competition. When they heard about the disturbance, they immediately denounced Blue Brook Guild too. Apart from them, Misty Castle, Void Walk, Blossom Valley had truly hoped this would be a peaceful way of determining the owner of the boss. Seeing such an act of betrayal, they naturally felt extremely angry and also lashed out at Blue Brook Guild. They did it in the public chat too, directly exposing the misdeed to all of the spectators watching the deciding match. The spectators heard the news and also went into an uproar. Blue Brook Guild immediately became the target of a rain of arrows. Yixiao saw the situation from Chengguo's screen and felt somewhat disapproving. He sent Wei Chen's Windward Formation a message, "Don't you think that pretending Blue Brook Guild is fighting the boss feels a bit too fake?" All of them can confirm it. This approach is too stupid. It's not realistic at all. You have to link it with the actual circumstances. When something like this happens, it can easily be explained, but for some reason, Blue Brook Guild's guild leader Changing Spring seems to have some sort of mental block towards typing words. If you want this guy to give an explanation to dissolve the situation, it's not going to happen. Wei Chen replied. Yixiao was speechless. He didn't think Wei Chen would be so merciless to Blue Brook Guild. He truly deserves to be considered one of the most shameless pros in the competitive scene. You truly have no sense of kindness. Yixiao sighed. As they discussed this with each other, the situation had already devolved into a complete mess. Nearly all of the 8 guilds had been ambushed by venomous flies and had no time to deal with others. They could only watch with eyes dripping blood as Swamp Hunger Lepu pounced at Blue Brook Guild. As for Blue Brook Guild, they had no idea what was going on. The venomous flies didn't attack them. At first, they felt lucky and put up their guards. Who knew the other guilds had already put the blame on them and were looking at them with murderous intentions? Finally, Blue Brook Guild encountered an attack, but it wasn't by venomous flies. It was by the boss. For the other guilds, this completely confirmed the conspiracy theory. If it weren't for the venomous flies attack them, the other guilds would have already started attacking Blue Brook Guild. In reality, Blue Brook Guild had no idea the boss would suddenly charge at them. It seemed like someone had accidentally attacked or entered the boss's aggro range. The problem was in this mess, no one had been paying attention. Who was it? The team leader even asked, but the boss wasn't going to wait for them to talk. Swamp Hunter Lepu. An assassin and a thief dual class. His movements were incredibly swift. He took a single step and became a blur. In an instant, he appeared in front of Blue Brook Guild's boss team. He lifted up his 2 hands and pulled out 2 daggers. One of them was held in an upright position, while the other was held in reverse. He stabbed with one dagger and slashed with the other, sending 2 people tumbling backwards. Blue Brook Guild has started attacking the boss. Someone suddenly yelled from nearby. We didn't. Blue Brook Guild's team leader immediately yelled. He clearly realized pulling the boss in this situation was a very serious problem. Blue Brook Guild set up venomous flies to attack us and is now taking the opportunity to kill the boss. Blue Brook Guild is too despicable. Shouts of criticism came ceaselessly. The team leader of Blue Brook Guild was sweating like mad. The top core experts in the guild were peak experts and had gone to the arena to fight. The team leader had been left here and had now encountered a difficult problem. In panic, he hastily asked the guild leader for help. How could he know the guild leader was in an even worse situation than him? He was drowning in spittle right now. Everyone retreat! Do not attack back. The team leader couldn't get a reply from the guild leader, so he could only give instructions on his own. He told his guild members not to touch the boss to prove their good faith. But who was Swamp Hunter Lepu? A wild boss. Standing there taking a beating and not attacking back wasn't something he would understand. If the clerics started healing the injured, the boss would immediately switch targets to the clerics. Even if the clerics healed each other to tank the boss, they wouldn't last long. Under this vicious cycle, the team would wipe out. If they didn't attack back, they would prove their good faith. It might be effective, but against Swamp Hunter Lepu, they would certainly die in order to prove this point. The team leader never said clearly if this was his intention. The team members didn't plan on sacrificing their lives for principles. If they couldn't fight back, then what else could they do other than run? As a result, they began to retreat. They didn't fight back, but by running, it looked like they were trying to move the boss away from all of the other guilds. Were they trying to prove their good faith or did they have other evil schemes in mind? They want to leave. The other guilds fending off venomous flies saw what was happening and thought their true objective was to pull the boss away. Blue Brook Guild is about to pull the boss away. Guild leader, do we kill them or not? Guild leader, kill or not? At this moment, the guild leaders saw the news and became furious. Everything had already reached this step. Who would listen to Changing Spring's excuses? Samsara's 3 worlds 6 paths directly left. Excellent Dynasty's Chen Yehui quickly followed suit. On the other hand, the other guilds were in a bit of a predicament though. According to their agreement, Samsara or Excellent Dynasty should be the ones to kill Swamp Hunter Lepu. Even though someone had broken the agreement first, if they used this opportunity to fight for the boss, they wouldn't be any different from the original betrayer. With so many spectators as proof of their losses in the previous matches, it wouldn't be appropriate to fight the boss. They didn't dare to act rashly in this type of situation. Was Blue Brook Guild really that show *TTY? Everyone mumbled to themselves, but none of them said it out loud. They had already lost their opportunity to kill the boss. In any case, it would be better to watch the events unfold. Why should they speak up for Blue Brook Guild? Even if one day everyone finds a peaceful way to walk on, thoughts of hoping the other side to fall would always stay. Deep down, everyone knew a peaceful way of competing for objectives was just an ideal. The reason for their temporary agreement wasn't the norm. Against a godlike Lord Grim and an eye-catching heavenly justice, they had to give them their attention. None of them truly had much good faith towards each other. Kill. 3 Worlds 6 Paths was the first to give the order. He had taken a huge mental blow and felt like he had been duped. Right now, it was either the fish died or the net split. Even if his guild couldn't get the boss, he would make sure Blue Brook Guild would suffer. 3 Worlds 6 Paths could be hot-blooded at times. He wasn't someone who only planned carefully and meticulously. With his personality and at this type of battle, the morale he could muster up was frightening. Nothing else mattered but to kill. Samsara was the first to be hit by the venomous flies and had suffered a few losses, but they were also first to stabilize the situation. Anyone who came to kill the wild boss would naturally be the guild's elites. A disturbance like this wasn't something that would stop them. Even though they hadn't completely cleared away the venomous flies, when they received their guild leader's order, several of them took up their weapons and charged towards Blue Brew Guild. Brothers! Forward! Kill those despicable, shameless Blue Brook Guild dogs! Samsara's team leader roared and took the lead. His face had already been torn apart and his voice didn't sound pleasant. At the same time, 3 Worlds 6 Paths gave a reply on the post on their agreement. He announced that Blue Brook Guild would reap the consequences for going back on their word. Samsara had been tricked and they weren't going to tolerate it. Fight! Your Blue Brook Guild might be one of the 3 great guilds, but our Samsara isn't afraid. Today, we'll teach you a lesson. It was very rare for a guild leader to make a declaration. With how the club guilds operated, even though there had been many conflicts across all of the servers, no one had ever made such a powerful statement. Let alone challenging a stronger guild, it wasn't wise to do so from a business perspective either. 3 Worlds 6 Path reply was picked out and made as a post. Supporters gathered together, not just Samsara fans, but the neutral fans also stood by Samsara. Team Blue Rain fans didn't know the truth, and with just the revelations given by the spectators, they had no way of justifying their guild's actions. Kill! In Poison Fang Swamp, Samsara charged at Blue Brook Guild, who were still trying to prove they weren't attacking the boss. How could they have known the others thought they were trying to pull the boss away? When they saw Samsara suddenly rushing at them, they once again panicked. Samsara was smart too. They only attacked Blue Brook Guild and wouldn't aggro the boss. Swamp Hunter Lepu would be focused on Blue Brook Guild and would act as a helper to Samsara. F***CK, what are you guys going? Blue Brook Guild's team leader still wanted to try explaining the situation, but Samsara directly chopped him into pieces and turned him into a corpse. Samsara shouted their resentment and went berserk. Blue Brook Guild no longer had a leader and fell into disarray. They formed small groups and defended against the attack. The other guilds had stabilized their teams, but because they had lost the matches in the arena, their guild leaders ordered them not to interfere. However, one guild was different. Excellent Dynasty had stabilized themselves after the venomous fly ambush, but didn't directly charge forward like Samsara. They simply smiled as they watched Blue Brook Guild get slaughtered. Samsara brothers. Our Excellent Dynasty has a share of this, boss. Excellent Dynasty's team leader felt like very pleased with their circumstances. Okay, come. Even if you two both fight together, our Samsara isn't afraid. Samsara's players didn't plan on stopping. Excellent Dynasty was surprised. What a fierce Mantis. After finishing off the snake, the Mantis was also planning on taking down the Oriole. Chapter 536. Nobody move! Excellent Dynasty thought that they would be the ones to give Samsara a surprise, but they never thought that they would be the ones surprised by Samsara. There wasn't much interaction between them. As soon as Excellent Dynasty started shouting, Samsara immediately pounced on them as if they were mad. F***CK. Did you guys go crazy? Excellent Dynasty had tried to deliver shock to their opponents but turned out to be the ones shocked. They confidently thought that they could hold their ground against Samsara. After Samsara's vicious fight against Blue Brook Guild, they must have suffered heavy losses. Right after Excellent Dynasty made their intentions clear, even if they didn't compromise, they could at least negotiate. They wouldn't be in too terrible of a situation. However, Samsara was extremely unreasonable. Despite the obvious difference in strength, they were still actively engaging their enemies in battle, with absolutely no intentions of negotiating. Were they delusional? Despite not having good intentions, Excellent Dynasty didn't expect that they would have such a major fallout with Samsara. They hadn't been prepared for Samsara's response. Samsara's fierce attack caught them by surprise, and just like Blue Brook Guild, they were beaten into submission. Before they could come to their senses, several of their players had already fallen. What are you doing, Samsara? Excellent Dynasty players were angry, but they didn't want to be so irrational like Samsara and go straight for the blood of their enemies. If both sides fought each other, wouldn't others take advantage? They were there for the boss, not to PK. Boss? Right. Where's the boss? When they thought of this, the players from Excellent Dynasty immediately looked towards Blue Brook Guild to look for the boss. Blue Brook Guild was having a rough time today. They didn't dare to fight back against the boss's attacks, and they felt wronged by Samsara's attacks. Facing attacks from both sides, the casualties were very heavy. Even with Samsara's sudden change of attention towards Excellent Dynasty, the boss was still wreaking havoc, though the boss was finally pulled away by someone else. But such an action didn't feel right in the eyes of the other guilds, especially Excellent Dynasty that had been plotting to get the boss rationally. However, the boss had already been pulled far away. The ones dragging the boss away were 3 players with Blue Brook Guild tags. The boss has already been stolen away. Why are we fighting? The team leader of Excellent Dynasty roared in frustration. Our Samsara isn't fighting for the boss today, we fight for our honor. Samsara replied in an arrogant manner, not backing down a single inch. Excellent Dynasty's players coughed up blood. Samsara didn't have the rationale that a club guild was supposed to have. Fine. You want your honor, go play with Blue Brook Guild. Stop bothering us. We still have important matters to tend to. Excellent Era's team leader shouted. HMPH, don't think we don't know what Excellent Dynasty is planning. Samsara's people yelled back. All said and done, Excellent Dynasty felt somewhat guilty. Right after Blue Brook Guild's trickery was exposed, Samsara immediately charged in. On the other hand, Excellent Dynasty bided their time, waiting for Samsara and Blue Brook Guild to beat each other up and then planning to appear out of nowhere to make their presence known. However, Samsara clearly didn't care anymore and continued fighting. You think Excellent Dynasty is afraid of you? Excellent Dynasty's team leader felt angry too. He originally hadn't wanted to fight with Samsara, but how could he hold himself back anymore? He couldn't. With a shout, Excellent Dynasty immediately engaged Samsara in a vicious battle. Fine. We didn't have the chance to fight each other in the arena, so let's settle our scores right here right now. Samsara players didn't show even a hint of fear, their morale was high as ever. The other guilds could only stare at each other with wide eyes. They couldn't understand Samsara's irrational behavior either. Going against Blue Brook Guild could bring honor to your guild and could return the rights to fight the boss to the rightful guild, but the fight against Excellent Dynasty was just pure anger at them. They threw away any gains for their honor. The guilds had also finally stabilized the situation after the ambush by poisonous flies. They were too embarrassed to join the fight for the boss. However, with 2 guilds already fighting against each other and the boss being dragged further and further away by Blue Brook Guild members, they really wanted to move. But as soon as they made even the slightest of movements, they were intercepted by players from Blue Brook Guild. Nobody moves. Blue Brook Guild's players shouted, "We have to clarify this matter right now. F***CK, the boss is being dragged away by your guys and you're still telling us to remain where we are. What's there to be discussed?" Everyone was angry after listening to Blue Brook Guild. "The boss is gone, but this has nothing to do with you. According to our agreement, do you guys have the rights to kill it?" Somebody from Blue Brook Guild said in a cold voice. It was Blue Brook Guild's leader, Changing Spring. It wasn't possible to get over here from the city so quickly, unless a teleportation scroll was used. With chaos erupting at both sides, Changing Spring had a lot on his hands. But the situation in Poison Fang Swamp was somewhat cleaner. Everyone there was from the 8 guilds. In comparison, there were numerous spectators in the arena. Changing Spring thought it out and decided to settle things in the swamp first. Once he teleported, he found that the situation had already reached such a critical step. "We agreed to maintain order here, but your Blue Brook Guild broke its promise, took the boss away, and is now stopping us from following it. Do you think we're stupid? You're not stupid, but we're not idiots either. Anybody who thinks that this is caused by Blue Brook Guild has a brain full of **T. With Blue Brook Guild treated unjustly, courtesy was the last thing on Changing Spring's mind. Suffering from attacks by Samsara and the boss, only a few Blue Brook Guild players remained, but they clutched tightly to their weapons and went into formation, giving out a tenacious aura just like Samsara. "You're still putting up a farce?" The 3 men that pulled the boss away had Blue Brook Guild tags hanging right on top of their heads. Everybody saw it. Someone shouted, "Just having a guild tag proves that there are men? Is this your first day playing Glory? Are you that naive?" The person was instead ridiculed by Changing Spring and he couldn't come up with a response. Framing wasn't impossible. All the guilds on scene had several accounts in hand that bore the Blue Brook Guild tag. I swear that this matter today has nothing to do with Blue Brook Guild. And I am almost certain that the guilds present here wouldn't do such shameless acts either. This must be the work of an outsider. Changing Spring said. You can say anything you want, but who knows if this isn't a plot by Blue Brook Guild? Someone still questioned. Destroying our own reputation for a mere level 65 boss. Think about it rationally, is that worth it? Changing Spring responded with a question of his own. The players went silent again. They were all the elite of their guilds and they understood his reasoning. Since Changing Spring was already on the scene, the leaders of the other guilds weren't far behind, some of them had even arrived earlier than him, but as the losers in the arena, their positions became awkward. As a result, they kept quiet, waiting for a change in situation just like Excellent Dynasty did earlier on. Excellent Dynasty was one of the victors in the duel. After waiting for chance to come, they switched from being passive to aggressive. They tried to grab the prize, which resulted in their clash with Samsara that ended with massive casualties on both sides. The other guilds were also observing from the sidelines and made the decision to strike and grab the benefits for their own. But just as they were sneaking up on the boss, they were stopped by Changing Spring. The guild leaders had no choice but to continue staying at the sidelines, waiting for Changing Spring to handle the current situation. It seemed like it wouldn't hard for him though, as long as no one else was in a complete frenzy like Samsara was. Changing Spring's analysis on the situation was acceptable. After noticing that the chaos had subsided, each guild's leader could no longer hide their presence and had to speak up for their guild. What Brother Spring said made sense, but it's also true that the boss was stolen. Are we just going to sit here and watch? The guild leader of Herb Garden, Arasima, asked. Ha ha. Sit here and watch? I don't think so. I don't believe that a simple "don't move" from me could stop you guys. Let me guess, the ones that are secretly tracking the boss aren't of the minority, right? Not a single member of Blue Brook Guild took part in such an action and I hope that the guilds that did will watch carefully. We'll see clearly who got the boss in the end. I'd like to ask for you guys to record the entire process. My Blue Brook Guild needs it as proof of our innocence. Thanks. The guild leaders were silent again. Changing Spring's deduction was correct. They didn't let Blue Brook Guild stop them and had already sent people out to secretly track down the boss. As for the words that came after, they didn't object to them. Those were formalities. If it was a plot by Blue Brook Guild and they sent out a team carrying the Blue Brook Guild's banner to meet up with those three at this point, then they were truly stupid. Even if Blue Brook Guild was setting it up, they'd be using open accounts, and such accounts had no ties with the guild. Guild leaders were people capable of thinking quickly and coming up with countless schemes in a single second. Faced with this situation, their priority was no longer the boss, but to hurt Blue Brook Guild as much as possible. This was much more valuable than the rare items and materials dropped by some random wild boss. What should they do? Send out their spies in Blue Brook Guild? Kill those that were aiding the three that stole the boss, creating a situation where nobody took over the boss, which would be a sign that Blue Brook Guild was guilty. Ideas after ideas flashed through the minds of the guild leaders, while Excellent Dynasty and Samsara were still fighting. Nobody thought to break up the fight. Deep down, they hated the two victors of the fight for the boss and hoped that both would suffer heavy losses. D*MN, I've finally stolen the boss, but somebody is tailing me. Are you ready? At the same time, Wei Chen sent a message to Yishio's Lord Grim. I've been waiting. Yishio replied. For those two, the plan was simple. They really hadn't planned on harming any guilds. Their goal was to kill the boss and get the materials that they direly needed. That was all. Chapter 537. Lurkers. Poison Fang Swamp. Numerous players from club guilds were sprinting forward. In their field of view, they could see Swamp Hunter Lepu running in the same direction. This was the problem with wild bosses. Because of their random spawn locations, they had no fixed area where they resided. The Swamp Hunter could move about in any area of the Poison Fang Swamp. Any aggroing skills could pull Swamp Hunter Lepu to any part of the map. However, it wasn't easy to do. If a player could effortlessly pull the wild boss all around the map, wouldn't it be easy to kite the boss around forever? This was why the three Blue Brook Guild players that had managed to steal the Swamp Hunter Lepu were in a difficult situation. It took a lot of effort for them to deal with the boss chasing them from behind. As a result, the speed at which they were escaping wasn't fast. If the pursuers wanted to catch up, the pursuers would catch up to them in no time. It was just that the guild members had received different orders from their guild leaders. Not one of them had any intention of catching up to the boss. Instead, they stayed behind and observed, while diverting a part of their attention to keep an eye out for players from other guilds. If you have the chance, you can try and take them out. But remember, you must stay hidden. 2 players from Herb Garden, Octagon Aniseed, and Swordbin received these orders from their guild leader. These 2 characters were named after herbs and were core members of the guild, so the guild leader had great trust in them. One of them was an assassin, while the other was a ninja. Both classes were adept in ambush and assassination. With the poor terrain of the Poison Fang Swamp, it was the perfect place for their classes to shine. As they tracked down the boss, they set their sights on a battle mage from Misty Castle. Battle mags wore leather armor and only had mediocre health and defense. Because of the movement speed buff from the neutral chaser, the battle mage moved quite fast, but to trigger the buff, the battle mage had to constantly attack targets. Thus, the battle mage had to attack monsters constantly in an attempt to maintain the movement speed buff from the neutral chaser. He exposed himself a lot, possibly because of his guild leader's orders. However, this pursuit didn't require high movement speed, so the movement speed buff from the neutral chaser wasn't necessary. No good. He's attracting too much attention. If we kill him, he might not notice us, but the others definitely would. This isn't good for us. Octagon Aniseed said to Swordbeam. There wasn't enough time to deploy open accounts, which was why Arasima ordered them directly to go on this mission. Even if they hid their guild tag, their names were too obvious. Even if their names weren't exposed, the spies hidden in their guild could easily search their name up. This was why Arasima specifically gave orders for them to leave the guild if they were revealed. Let's go for another target then. Swordbin agreed with Octagon Aniseed's opinion. Right when they were about to reposition themselves, a flame appeared in their field of view. It originated from underneath the Battle Mage. Being veterans, they could tell that the Battle Mage had triggered an inferno trap planted by a thief. The elites from club guilds usually possessed extraordinary skills. The Battle Mage immediately reacted by jumping backwards after triggering the trap. Although he still took some of the damage, it was way better than having to take the full brunt of the trap's damage. Inferno traps didn't have the ability to limit a character's movement. But its continuous damage could be fatal. Even though the Battle Mage avoided the trap, he was still set ablaze after taking the initial damage and his hit points continued to drop. The damage was far from being fatal though. The Battle Mage immediately became more cautious after setting off the trap. He did a 360-degree sweep of his surroundings, surprising Octagon Aniseed and Swordbin, who hastily ducked under cover. When they finally popped their heads up again, the Battle Mage had retreated to the safety of a tree. He had his back to the tree to prevent himself from being flanked. A ninja suddenly appeared on top of the tree and slowly slid downwards with a body disappearing technique. Just as he was about to reach his target, he abruptly dropped. By the time the Battle Mage noticed the descending ninja, it was too late. The ninja knocked him off balance with a body bind technique. At the same time, an assassin charged out from another direction. Judging from his movement that was filled with killing intent, Octagon Aniseed immediately recognized the most fearsome technique used by the assassin class, life-risking strike. Assassins didn't have much health to begin with. Life-risking strike sacrificed the health of its user to deal damage to the enemy. It wasn't capable of one-shotting most classes. But the mage class was worse off than assassins. Although battle mags were famous for their close combat abilities, they were still fundamentally mags, who were well known for being squishy targets. The life-risking strike from the assassin didn't blow the battle mage away, but the blood that came pouring out of his back showed the extent of the damage dealt by the strike. The battle mage was still alive after the attack. He managed to turn around, but just as he was about to take a look at the ninja's name, a gunshot could be heard around the area and a bullet shot through the battle mage's right shoulder. The battle mage spun around and the visual angle that he was about to gain was lost. The ninja wasted no time to sneak behind the battle mage and threw a flurry of ninjutsu and blade techniques at his opponent. As for the assassin, he was under a long period of exhaustion after carrying out the life-risking strike. Strong moves carried great risk. Incredible marksmanship. Octagon Aniseed and Swordbin knew what was what. Although the assassin and the ninja were the main damage dealers, the mysterious gunshot was the one that truly showed skill. The timing and the location of the shot was precisely calculated, but it was still wasted effort. Even though the assassin and the ninja weren't seen by the battle mage, they had been seen by the duo. Someone has the same idea as us. Octagon Aniseed and Swordbin murmured to each other. They sent a message to their guild leader, asking for an investigation on the two characters. Should we go after them? Swordbin asked Octagon Aniseed after sending the message. No, that shooter is still around. Octagon Aniseed looked, but he couldn't spot anything unusual. They could guess the direction of the gunfire by listening to the gunshot, but they weren't sure if the shooter was still lurking about as they couldn't detect any movements. Those two, I don't recognize any of them. Swordbin said. Elites of a guild were more or less known. Even if they didn't know them personally, they would still recognize them. Neither do I. Octagon Aniseed shook his head. Could they be open accounts? Swordbin asked. Whose open account could they belong to for them to have arrived so fast? Octagon Aniseed countered. Swordbin gave it a thought and agreed with him. They became more cautious after witnessing others having the same intent as them. At the same time, they felt lucky that they didn't make their move on the battle mage. That would have exposed them. They were the victors of this incident. A competitor had been taken care of, while they were able to remain in the shadows. And the other three? They had exposed themselves at the cost of taking out a competitor. Misty Castle was the first to know when one of their own was killed. The guild leader didn't betray any reaction after learning of the news. He knew that the group that went out to track down the boss was up to something. If they could silently eliminate all their competitors, the boss just might fall into their hands. Misty Lock adjusted his view, sweeping across the players of each guild, and spotted a player sneaking off from the crowd. "What are you doing?" What Misty Lock didn't expect was that several guild leaders shouted the same thing at the same time, and they were looking at the same direction. "Who? What? Me?" The player took a while to recover from the shock of being shouted at by so many guild leaders. "I'm not trying to do anything." "You want to leave?" "No. From now on, nobody leaves," one of the guild leaders shouted. From Misty Lock's point of view, these guild leaders must have received intelligence that one of his members was killed. Wasn't it a little too obvious? Despite thinking about it, he was still unsettled. One of his players had died, and with so many pairs of eyes watching, he couldn't send out any reinforcements. He could only depend on the men that he had sent out earlier on. But with one man down, how could he not be anxious? Not bad. I've received some new info. The results were good. On the other side of the map, Yishio's Lord Grim received news from Wei Chen after assassinating the player from Misty Castle. With them restricting each other, our job will be simple. Yishio replied. Then move faster. Wei Chen replied. You can't hold on any longer. Yishio asked. Shut your F***king mouth. It's a LV-65 field boss, why don't you take it out for a walk? Wei Chen cursed. Seeing that you have the leisure to reply, you seem to have free time on your hands. Yishio said. Wei Chen immediately made it known that he was very busy. That was a nice kill. Another discussion ensued in Lord Grim's team. Everybody listen to my instructions. Let's continue. Yishio said in the chat. Yes. Wei Chen's bros replied in a straightforward manner. They didn't hold a grudge towards Yishio despite their previous conflict. When they learned that Yishio was friends with Wei Chen, they saw him as a friend too. And since they were friends, they had no problems listening to Yishio's commands. No glory player would have the confidence to claim that their tactics were better than God Yishio. We've taken out one from Misty Castle. Herb Garden is next. Those two move together and they seem to be quite happy peeking at us just now. Good things should go in pairs. Let's kill the both of them. Yishio exclaimed. Roger that. The gang shouted. This time, the ones from Tyrannical Ambition will do the job. Yishio said. Chapter 538. Who killed me? Octagon Aniseed and Swordbin felt ill at ease. Although they could still console themselves with the fact that they were the victors, they were still shaken by their opponent's remarkable shot. If we have to go up against someone like that, will we be okay? They didn't say it out loud, but they gave the question a long thought. At the same time, they searched out all the gunner experts from the other guilds. With such skill, the person couldn't be some normal member of a guild unless he was just lucky. He or she had to be a famous core member of a guild. Who could it be? Both of them made wild guesses, but information quickly arrived from their guild leader Arasima. We found out the identity of those two. They're from Blossom Valley. Arasima said. Blossom Valley, with a narrower range, Octagon Aniseed and Swordbin began to ponder over who the gunner expert in Blossom Valley might be. However, they could name numerous possibilities. There could be many unknown experts. It wasn't rare for Blossom Valley to have a lot of gunners. The famous character Dazzling 100 Blossom itself was a Spitfire in their pro team, so there would naturally be a lot of Spitfires in the guild. Even though they relied heavily on the special effects of their ammunition, marksmanship was also a fundamental that every player needed to learn. Herb Garden learned of the identity of the two assailants at the same time as the other guilds. At that moment, only Blossom Valley's grasp of the situation was different from the others. These two don't exist. This was the message obtained from Blossom Valley's spies in each of the guilds. They've even dispatched open accounts. Not knowing that these two characters were from his own guild, Blossom Valley's guild leader Blooming Blossom was astonished. With tens of thousands of players in a guild, only a few of the experts were well known. Wei Chen's brothers tended to lurk in the guilds for their extra bonuses and stats. How would such characters be remembered? When the guilds began their investigation on the two mysterious characters, they started from the other guilds because there was no reason to suspect one of their own. This resulted in a situation where Blossom Valley wasn't aware of the situation, while still thinking that the other big guilds were using their open accounts. Despite knowing the truth, the other guilds remained silent. Even those that didn't begin to do so. If they used that as an accusation towards Blossom Valley, it would be meaningless. The rivalry in Poison Fang Swamp continued. With the additional information, Octagon Aniseed and Swordbean speculations increased. They still had the boss in sight. After all, it was quite conspicuous. However, with players from the other guilds beginning to operate in a sneaky manner, they soon lost their target. The sudden realization surprised them. The situation didn't look good. The enemies were lurking in the shadows. With this, they had to take on a more passive stance. Were they being targeted? Was there a trap lying in wait for them? The two hesitated. They didn't dare carry on their mission separately. They used each other as a source of strength. They crouched and crawled the entire way. They bent their bodies so far down that their heads could almost reach their own crotches. With all of their attention focused on moving around, they neglected the terrain of the Poison Fang Swamp. During a short moment of absent-mindedness, Octagon Aniseed missed the timing of using his repellent, startling an entire swarm of venomous flies. What bad luck, the duo cursed under their breath. The flies weren't organized, so they weren't afraid, but the flies were still annoying. The duo failed to notice two other players who had snuck up behind them while they were busy handling the flies. A grappler skill, Flying Hand, landed on them without warning, pushing them onto the ground. With their characters buried in the mud, the two could do nothing but watch as their health slowly disappeared. They couldn't even find out what skills were used in the attack. As they struggled to regain their footing, their opponents were nowhere to be found even after they did a 360-degree sweep on their surroundings. Where could they hide in such a short time? Their view shifted to a pile of rotten wood. But even if the enemy players hid themselves, the venomous flies were still continuing their attack. If they chose to deal with those flies, their enemies would attack them from the rear, but they couldn't ignore the flies either. Those bites could kill. The two were in a dilemma. They decided to bear with the lesser of the two evils. Players were way more terrifying compared to flies, so they decided to storm the wooden pile after a brief discussion. There was nothing behind the pile of rotten wood except for a ditch full of mud. With their approach, more venomous flies appeared from within the ditch. With more venomous flies, they could no longer ignore their damage. Experiencing a sneak attack while fighting against mob was always something unavoidable in the game, but this was exactly what the duo was facing. Moreover, while trying to attack the enemy players, they only attracted more flies. They knew that with the huge venomous fly swarm attacking them, they would certainly die if the enemy players made a move. However, the enemy seemed intent on hiding their identities. Was it necessary to play hide and seek in this situation, though? Everybody else had the same plan anyways. There was no point in hiding. Weren't the last ones standing the ones with the rights to get the boss? Just when Octagon Aniseed and Swordbean were trying to figuring out their opponent's intentions on staying hidden, their opponents answered their questions. They attacked without mercy as soon as the duo was swarmed by the venomous flies. Because they weren't afraid of being exposed, there was no need to be quick and decisive. Octagon Aniseed and Swordbean knew that they would die. They did their best and tried to take out at least one of their opponents, but their opponents calmly took advantage of the venomous flies. The duo could do nothing but watch as their characters became two rotten corpses. The swamp hunting game had begun. Xiao and his gang weren't the only ones looking for the chance to strike. Even the other guilds were starting to look for others to kill. Meanwhile, the guild stayed in a deadlock. All of them wanted to call for reinforcements, but none of them wished to see the opposing guilds getting reinforced as well. This resulted in a stalemate where they could only wait for the reports coming out from the swamp. Dead. Dead. Another dead. One by one, the players that were sent out to track down the boss were killed. It was meaningless to even find out which guild did it because everybody was doing it. The more meaningful matter at hand was who would be the last one standing. Nobody knew how many players were sent out and nobody knew who killed the boss in the end. Since nobody knew, they could achieve their means through underhanded means and ignore the proof post. 5 out of 8 guilds competed. Apart from these 5, Samsara and Excellent Dynasty were still at war and Blue Brook Guild never sent anyone after the boss. True to Changing Spring's words, Blue Brook Guild didn't send any players out. They only watched as the situation unfolded. Each guild had the urge to make the first move, but they kept silent because their actions were being watched closely by the other guilds. The guilds hadn't sent many players out, 3 or 5 at most. With news of loss after loss coming in, Herb Garden was the first one to lose all 4 of the players that they had sent into the swamp. Arasima was sad. 4 of his men had died and not a single enemy had been killed. His moment of depression didn't last long though. Arasima found the perfect opportunity. All of them were moving in the dark and nobody dared to bring it to light. But with Herb Garden players killed, while not killing anyone else, weren't they the victim? Arasima could seize the opportunity and make an issue out of it. Arasima wasted no time to suddenly jump out and shouted with a face full of anger, F***CK, which of your despicable B** stards killed all the men that I've sent out? What's the meaning of this? Are you guys secretly preparing to kill the boss? Was our previous agreement just a joke? To be a leader of a guild, one had to have very high levels of the skills thick-faced and deceitful on one skill tree, but Arasima's words still shocked the other guild leaders. There had to be limit to the amount of skill points invested into the skills thick-faced and deceitful, right? The level of Arasima's skill was so high that he must be hacking. Despite Arasima's sudden outburst, the other guild leaders had to maintain their mask of deception. Such matters could be done secretly, but things would get out of hand if light were to be shed upon it because not everybody's hands were dirty. Excellent Dynasty, Samsara, and Blue Brook Guild didn't participate in the foul play. If their betrayal came out, the proof post would be seen as a joke. Everyone would look bad. How could they let that happen? The other guild leaders could only maintain a calm demeanor. What do you mean? Aren't we all trying to help track down the boss so that it wouldn't be stolen? Then how did my men die? Are you telling me that they accidentally fell in a ditch somewhere and died? Can Tyrannical Ambition, Blossom Valley, Misty Castle give me an explanation? Arasima refuted. After a thorough investigation, he concluded that players from these 3 guilds had killed his subordinates. The leaders of Blossom Valley and Misty Castle remained silent, while Jiangyu of Tyrannical Ambition replied, an explanation. I think you're the one that owes me an explanation. F***King explain what? Arasima shouted. Backward strike when the tiger sigil? Which guild killed these 2 pieces of trash, said Jiangyu, while shifting his sight towards the leaders of Blossom Valley and Misty Castle. The leaders of the other 2 guilds, Blooming Blossom and Misty Lock, were stunned. They had each taken out a Herb Garden player, but their names were Perfect Milky Way and Hugging is Healthier. Who are those 2 pieces of trash? What do they have to do with me? Arasima was puzzled by Jiangyu's words. What do you mean, what do they have to do with me? Are you F***King blind? It was Jiangyu's turn to be stunned. He was expecting Arasima to kick the 2 players out from his guild, but according to the spies in Herb Garden, the players were still members of the guild and were still online. Was Arasima's thick-faced really buffed by a cheat engine? What? Arasima finally realized that something was wrong. He was able to find the 2 names after a brief search. They definitely weren't part of the men sent out by him. Ha 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 ha. What are you all chatting about? Changing Spring of Blue Brook Guild suddenly spoke up. Chapter 539. Conclusion to the hunt. Changing Spring laughed coldly. Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition had also realized something wasn't right. The others soon noticed too. Not good at all. Everyone, haven't we forgotten something? Changing Spring asked. The other guild leaders started to sweat. They obviously forgot something. The guild leaders immediately exchanged information and regretted not doing this earlier. There were a surprising number of guild members who hadn't been dispatched to participate in this hunting game. It was also very clear why these people would be the winners. They had more people. Who are these people? After the guild leaders carefully added them up, they discovered that these people just happened to belong to their 5 guilds. In addition, they had clearly planned this in advance. They acted in concert with the internal strife between the guilds and killed off all of the deployed hunters in the swamp. Hurry up and send back up. Who still has people left? Arasima quickly shouted. All of his hunters had been killed, so he had no information on the situation. We still have people. Jiangyu replied. He was just about to send the list of names to his players and tell them to be careful when the last survivor of his tyrannical ambition messaged him in sorrow, dead. Soon afterwards, the remnants of Misty Castle, Void Walk, and Blossom Valley couldn't hang on any longer and soon sent reports of their deaths. The hunters dispatched by the 5 guilds all died. This meant they had lost all hope in finding the swamp hunters' whereabouts. The other side clearly wasn't going to have the boss stay in one place for them to find it. You two are still fighting? The boss has been stolen away. The guild leaders were depressed. Seeing that Samsara and Excellent Dynasty were still fighting, they didn't want those two to feel better about themselves. The boss should have belonged to these two. Now that the boss had been stolen, those 2 guilds should feel extremely bitter, right? We're not fighting for the boss. We fight for justice. A very normal member of Samsara replied in a cold voice and continued to fight like mad. F***CK, Samsara's crazy. We won't accompany you. Excellent Dynasty had originally been incited by Samsara. After hearing Samsara speak, their rationale returned. This fight was pointless. As a result, the guild players began picking up any equipment dropped on the ground and went into a retreating formation. Samsara had fought a huge battle with Blue Brook Guild and Excellent Dynasty, and naturally suffered heavy losses. If they actually continued to fight, Excellent Dynasty would probably win. However, they didn't want to continue with such a pointless battle, so they prepared to retreat. The other guilds hoped the conflict would grow larger. It would be great if Samsara and Excellent Dynasty went to war and splattered the entire heavenly domain with dropped equipment. According to convention, such a thing was unlikely to happen, but today Samsara seemed to have gone crazy. Who knew what stupid thing they might do next? Excellent Dynasty originally had the advantage, but decided to retreat after thinking rationally about it. If Samsara still refused to rest, what would the resulting scene be like? Full of expectation, the guild leaders almost forgot about the bitterness of losing the boss. If these 2 club guilds actually went to war with each other, then losing the boss would have been worth it. Today clearly wasn't their lucky day. Right when they hoped Samsara wouldn't be reasonable, Samsara suddenly became reasonable again. Seeing Excellent Dynasty's retreat, they didn't pursue them and continued to put on an appearance. Excellent Dynasty understood tacitly and didn't bicker. They just picked up their own dropped equipment. Many of Samsara's equipment also dropped, but Excellent Dynasty didn't find it appropriate to pick those up. Everyone, Excellent Dynasty will take its leave first today. However, I'm going to need an explanation for today's events. Excellent Dynasty finished picking up their items. Chen Yehue gave a cold statement and then left along with his guild members. Explanation? What the F***CK is there to explain? The guild leaders felt wronged. They had originally planned on sending players to pursue the boss again, but they didn't feel like doing it anymore. With that proof post, someone might use the opportunity to cause trouble. As the losers, it would be best not to touch the boss. TCH, isn't it just a swamp hunter Leipu? What's so special about it? We lost. Whoever got the boss can kill it. Herb Garden's Arasima spoke and then left with his players. The other guilds were in the same situation. They said a few words out of formality and gave up on Swamp Hunter Leipu. In the end, only Blue Brook Guild and Samsara remained. Changing Springs and 3 Worlds stood at the head of their respective teams, facing each other, neither side speaking. After a period of silence, Changing Spring spoke. 3 worlds, you must have had a plan when you decided to do your actions today, no? Oh. 3 worlds answered calmly, completely different from his previous hot-blooded appearance from before. Deep in Poison Fang swamps, Wei Chen's Windward formation led his team in killing Swamp Hunter Leipu. This wild boss wasn't easy to beat. Most guilds needed an entire group to kill one. However, even though Wei Chen had retired many years ago, he hadn't left glory. He wasn't like one of those old antiques who couldn't keep up with the times. With his skill level, killing off the Swamp Hunter Leipu with his team could be done. If not, he wouldn't have arranged this operation with Xiao. Pushing C, go right. Your F*King blocking the mage's view. Big head, are you a cheerleader? Go up and attack. If you can't, just tank it. Shield attack. Use a shield attack. Are you a turtle who only knows how to hide behind his shell? Wei Chen's leading was quite ruthless. Even though his bros played with him a lot, it was their first time against such a boss. Luckily, Wei Chen was there to control the field. Warlocks were proficient in control skills too. Level 70 was also higher level than the wild boss. He might not be able to completely suppress it through his level advantage, but his skills worked effectively, which was exactly what a control mage needed. In addition, they were all playing in an internet cafe, so they could look at each other's screens. Wei Chen's shot calling was like a fish back in water. Slowly, the situation stabilized. Go go go. Good, attack while pulling him this way. We can't keep staying in the same spot. Formation. Stay in formation. Watch the F*King distance between yourselves. Maintain your position. Wei Chen never stopped talking. He didn't dare be negligent. They could kill the boss, but it wasn't going to be easy. Suddenly, he saw a few shadows slowly creeping up on them from the corner of his eyes. Wei Chen suddenly became nervous. If they encountered any strangers, let alone experts, even a few noobs could ruin everything. But when he saw the players, Wei Chen relaxed. F*CK, you scared this senior to death. You could have at least said something. It was Lord Grimm and his team. When Wei Chen saw them, he happily spoke. Everything's been resolved. Yeah, I left 5 people behind to follow behind us from a distance away. If someone pursues us, we'll notice them. Let's hurry. Okay, everyone, hurry. Wei Chen roared. Xiao's team joined the battle. Xiao's Lord Grimm was a pitiful level 54. Against a level 65 wild boss, his attacks were worthless, so he didn't really go up and attack. He just showed up and then disappeared into the background. In any case, with Wei Chen there, he didn't need to do any leading, so he went to do other work. With more helpers, the situation stabilized even more. Thinking of materials he would get after killing the boss, Wei Chen became extremely excited. 70%. 60%. 50%. Swamp Hunter Leipu's health continued to decrease. No one came to bother them either. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. At this moment, he suddenly received a message. With the situation stabilized, Wei Chen had some time to reply. He opened it and saw it was from Lord Grimm. Have you killed the boss yet? We're halfway done. What's wrong? Wei Chen immediately became nervous. Lower your damage output. Xiao said. Why? It's good for us. Xiao replied. How is it good for us? Wei Chen asked. I'm fighting for it. Xiao said. What are you talking about? Wei Chen was extremely anxious. A guild has come looking for me. They're willing to pay a high price for this boss. Xiao replied. What? That's a thing? Wei Chen was puzzled. This boss isn't as simple as just materials and equipment. This is a rare opportunity. If we get this type of opportunity again, we'll benefit greatly. Xiao replied. Really? Then I should hurry and get a list out so they can give me all of the items I need. Wei Chen replied. Yixiao naturally didn't pay attention to this message. He turned his camera around to look at two people. Changing Springs and 3 Worlds 6 Paths. You two should hurry. The boss is about to become enraged. If it becomes enraged, it'll be difficult for us to hold back. So what do you think of the list of materials I sent you? Yixiao laughed heartily. Chapter 540. Extortion. Seeing Lord Grimm's list of materials, Changing Spring realized how Blue River's helplessness towards Lord Grimm in the 10th server was formed. A god was truly a god. He quickly figured out their weakness. The list of materials that he had received wasn't impossible to accept, but it wasn't easy to accept either. Changing Spring let out a sigh and turned to look at 3 Worlds, Samsara Guild leader. Your thoughts? No problem. 3 Worlds replied bluntly. Changing Spring could only sigh in his heart. Of course 3 Worlds would be blunt because for Samsara, they would certainly profit, but for Blue Brook Guild? It was the same as if someone punctured your tire, but there was only one person in the area who could repair it. Don't repair it? If you don't repair it, then you can only abandon your car. What else could you do? The only option was to get ripped off. If Samsara has no problems with it, then we're the same. Changing Spring wasn't happy, but his tone of voice appeared calm. He turned to look at Lord Grimm. We'll send the items immediately. What about your side? No problem. We can wait. Yixiao smiled. Didn't he just say it would be very difficult to hold back? Now he's saying we can wait. Changing Spring and 3 Worlds rolled their eyes. What else could they do? They could only wait as well. Yixiao wasn't going to release the hawk until he saw the hare. He needed to receive his payment first before giving them the goods. It wasn't the same as before. These guilds could easily cheat him. He didn't have the slightest doubt that, with the guild's enmity towards him, they would view him in a different light and wouldn't treat him in an honest manner. Old Wei, persevere. Yixiao encouraged Wei Chen. How's it going on your side? Wei Chen asked. I've helped you directly get Swamp Hunter Lepu's rotting ash. Yixiao said. That's it? If I kill the Swamp Hunter Lepu, rotting ash is practically guaranteed to drop. What else is there? If that's it, then aren't we losing too much? Wei Chen said. Of course not. The rest is for me. Yixiao said. F*CK, you're not nice at all. I work so hard and all I get is rotting ash? Hurry up and give me some more materials. If not, I'll immediately kill the boss for you to see. Wei Chen shouted. Okay, I'll try. Yixiao said and then turned to look at the 2 guild leaders. The situation has changed a bit. Yixiao said. What? Something's happened to the boss. The 2 were alarmed. It's like this. I feel like the price I propose to you 2 is very fair, but you see, my partner is a very bad person. He's a dishonest fellow. Seeing that you 2 are in a hurry, he is heartlessly taking advantage of this. Even I feel awfully ashamed to say this, but there's nothing I can do, the boss is in his hands after all. I can only send his list of materials for you 2 to see. Yixiao sent them his list of materials. After hearing Yixiao's first few sentences, they could tell he was just blathering. Their faces darkened. However, they didn't act immediately. After taking a look at the list, the 2 were shocked. Are you joking? The 2 were relatively blunt guild leaders and directly expressed their thoughts. I agree. Yixiao added. This made the 2 of them were extremely angry because they didn't want to face him right now. They wanted to face this dishonest person. As for whether or not this person actually existed, the 2 had no clue. Right when they were about to speak, they heard Lord Grimm say, I've contacted the dishonest guy and told him your replies. The dishonest guy asks, aren't you guys the ones joking? We made a deal. Changing Spring said. I want you two to imagine that you have met a despicable and shameless disciple, take out your limit, and fill in his wickedness. If this isn't enough to satisfy his disgraceful self, then it seems like today's win-win cooperation will be destroyed in this dishonest guy's hands. Yixiao said. Okay. After a long period of silence during which the two might have been discussing with each other, Changing Spring finally spoke up. While replying to the list of materials, he said, "This is our limit. Please pass this on to your partner. His shamelessness is something we have never seen before. I feel like it'd be best to complete our cooperation before I send this message on." Yixiao said sincerely. The two had no words to say. The two had privately cursed at Yixiao hundreds of times already. They felt like he was playing two roles and cheating them, but from the looks of it, maybe the dishonest guy actually existed? Lord Grim alone was already enough for them in the heavenly domain. Now another evil villain had arrived. How grim did their future look? The two guild leaders deeply felt a type of foreboding in the future. Lord Grim replied at this moment, "Congratulations, you two. Through the efforts of both sides, we have finally reached an agreement." The two guild leaders cried. "Through the efforts of both sides? You didn't put in any F***king effort. Or did you mean putting in effort to extort us?" Hearing this response, the two guild leaders didn't even feel like saying false words out of formality like they usually did towards their competitors. They only spoke coldly, "If everything is set, then you can hand the boss over to us now, right? At this point, you're just wasting our time. I'm very sorry. I trust in the honesty of your guilds, but the problem is. Think about it. For a despicable and dishonest person, if they don't see the hair, do you think he'll let the boss go?" Yixiao said. "If this keeps dragging on and something happens, who's going to take responsibility?" Three Worlds asked. "If something happens, the losses will be shared between both sides. Speaking of this, our losses would be worse. We would lose all of the materials on that list, but you too. It's just a level 65 Swamp Hunter Lepu. You wouldn't feel worse than us, right?" Yixiao said. The two guild leaders wanted to die. For this guy to actually say something like this, a god truly was far above them. According to you, why should we trade all of those materials for a stupid boss? You're clearly speaking nonsense. Despite coughing blood, the two didn't leave. They could only wait, but what were they waiting for? Were they waiting for their people to hurry up and send the materials? It seems like the delay was because of them. Changing Spring understood now. He completely understood why Blue River would have a no-resistance policy towards Lord Grim. Yixiao. God Yixiao. If you only thought of him as a knowledgeable glory player with incredible skill, then you were wrong, very wrong. Changing Spring only hoped that the items would hurry up and arrive on time so that he could resolve this problem. He didn't want to interact with this guy any longer. It would be best if they never had to interact with each other ever again. But was that possible? Last time, it was a struggle in Wilderness Town. This time it was a robbery in Poison Fang Swamp. This guy clearly wanted to quarrel with their club guilds. Hide? How could he hide? Even if he wanted to hide, Yixiao was planning on creating his own team. Changing Spring might want to hide, but he couldn't say it out loud. Out loud, his words would appear relaxed. That guy Yixiao is very arrogant. Let's go and crush him. Ooh. Changing Spring thought of this scenario and felt nauseous. He wanted to vomit. Guild leader, the items are here. Finally, Changing Spring heard a voice. He turned around and saw a member of his guild carrying the items. Samsara's delivery person wasn't any slower. He was about 20 units away from Blue Brook Guild's runner. I have the items. Changing Spring took the materials and said to Lord Grim. Okay. Lord Grim replied and sent a trade request. Changing Spring held back his anger and declined the request. Isn't it about time you brought us to the boss? Sure. Once I get the items, we'll go. We'll pay you when we see it. That's not good. It's too easy for you to cheat me. Yishio said. Then how can we trust that once you get the materials, you won't just run? Changing Spring asked. Ask Blue River. When have I ever went back on my word? Yishio said. Blue River was the intermediary Changing Spring went to when he wanted to contact Yishio's Lord Grim. Yishio had set it so Lord Grim couldn't receive friend requests, so Changing Spring and Three Worlds had no way of contacting him. However, Changing Spring had an urgent matter at hand and needed to contact Lord Grim, so he found the quickest way to reach Blue River and asked him if he had any solutions. Blue River actually had a solution. He had interacted with Yishio many times. In fact, he helped manage Guild Happy, so he knew how to reach Yishio. Blue River contacted Soft Mist, Steam Bun Invasion, and Chengguo's side account. From them, Yishio received messages through Chengguo's phone and added Changing Spring and Three Worlds as friends. Once they met each other, Changing Spring and Three Worlds wanted to hide their intentions, but who was Yishio? Without needing too much information, just from seeing their arrival, he linked together their circumstances and quickly figured out their true intentions. Then, he used his extortion technique and the two guild leaders immediately realized they had been seen through. Thus, the transaction took place. They had no way of setting any conditions and could only suffer. They couldn't even ask to see the goods first. We'll trade. The two discussed with each other and then made the decision. Chapter 541. Guarded Secret. Okay. Please follow me then. Let's hurry up so you two don't have to worry anymore. Yishio added after Lord Grim finished up the deal with the two guild masters. In the meantime, he was already slipping into the depths of the swamp. Taking Yishio's words seriously, Changing Spring and Three Worlds' Six Paths followed him without a moment's delay, leading their groups away. They soon arrived at the scene. Wei Chen's Windward formation was leading 10 to 20 players, who were tangled in a fierce fight. Changing Spring and Three Worlds' Six Paths were all veterans at boss fights. With a few glances, they knew right away that Wei Chen's group was mainly trying to control the boss instead of rushing to kill it. Their worrying hearts finally settled down. Clearly, the other party had been dragging out the fight until the deal could be sealed. Having roamed Heavenly Domain for so long, Wei Chen knew the big shots from the big guilds better than Yishio did. He saw Changing Spring and Three Worlds' Six Paths names a while ago. With a skillful dash, Windward formation moved through the battlefield and greeted the newcomers enthusiastically. Guild leader, do you want to take over the aggro? Or do you prefer to have us join your party? Relax, additional service won't cost you any extra. That won't be needed. Changing Spring replied coldly. Taking it as a signal, people from Blue Brook and Samara charged at the boss. You two guilds are trying to split one boss? This is going to be intense. Wei Chen muttered his comment while stopping his people from attacking the boss. The transition that followed went smoothly since everyone was familiar with the process. At the same time, Changing Spring was starting to believe that the extremely shameless person mentioned by Yishio might actually exist. Why? Because the person known as Windward Formation was roaming and laughing directly in front of him without feeling any discomfort whatsoever, even though the guild tag of Blue Brook Guild hovered above his character's head. Even if he were a spy, he should still feel somewhat uncomfortable right now. Even if this was only in-game, as a spy, one should still have trouble calling themselves the police righteously. The guilt of betraying those around them would weigh heavily upon their hearts no matter what, so all the spies had excellent mental strength. The guy in front of him was undoubtedly the best candidate for a spy there was. He was perfectly at ease even when he was directly exposed in front of his own guild leader. Although the transition finished quickly, when Wei Chen and his people backed down, they still looked very anxious, as if the players from Blue Brook and Samsara would turn and kill them right away to vent their anger. To Changing Spring, the sight was funny and annoying. For competitions in an online game, killing and fighting was a rather ineffective method. If a battle could actually resolve all the future threat the group in front of him posed, Changing Spring would start a world war without any hesitation. Regrettably, even if he were to beat them here, what could he possibly achieve? If it was a war fought between the big guilds, then victory would win glory for his own guild. On the other hand, killing this group of nobodies would only tarnish his guild's name. Being one of the top elites in the game for so long, Changing Spring had long since passed the stage where he still needed to PK to vent his anger, yet people were still weary of him for these kinds of trivial matters. It only made Changing Spring feel that this group's character was particularly low. HM? What? Aren't you people going to try to fight us? Wei Chen exclaimed in surprise when he realized that neither Blue Brook nor Samsara planned on doing anything to him or his group. They had left the battle zone perfectly unscathed. Is there such a need? Changing Spring retorted flatly. This is an online game. Scores ought to be settled quickly and directly. Even after such a great loss, instead of fighting it out, you people are still scheming around. What a killjoy! The way you people play is so boring. Wei Chen lamented. Wei Chen's words made Changing Spring fall into a long silence. At last, Changing Spring admitted, "What you say is not entirely false, but we were never here to play in the first place." Ha ha, apparently you're quite smart. No wonder you're the guild leader of Blue Brook. Wei Chen praised. Ha ha, I'll remember you. Changing Spring didn't join the battle himself. His view was pointed at the other party the whole time. That's a must. If possible, I hope you won't kick me out of your guild though. Wei Chen replied. Why? Changing Spring asked. Because Blue Brook's benefits are really good and its fame is also quite useful. Wei Chen answered. Changing Spring was speechless. He was fully expecting some spectacular reasoning, but all he got was this kind of honesty instead. Thus, when he was moving his view, he kicked those in Blue Brook all out decisively. F***K. Shameless. With such a big guild, do you honestly need to empty up a few slots that badly? Wei Chen swore as he drifted away with the group. Finally, they all disappeared into the swamp. Let me see what goodies you've got. Shortly after they left, Wei Chen was asking Yixiao impatiently, drooling in anticipation. Here. Yixiao sent an exchange request over and gave Wei Chen the materials he got from the two guild leaders. This is it? Why didn't you use the list I sent you? Wei Chen was unexpectedly disgruntled with the results, but these were all that the guild leaders could manage with great difficulty. Get some standards, why don't you? Is it even possible for them to accept your list? Yixiao scolded. Under that kind of conditions, it was worth a try. Wei Chen refuted. And this is the result of your attempt. Yixiao replied. It's SOSO, but it's still better than what you would have gotten before. Weakling. Wei Chen argued. That's because I'm not as shameless as you are. Yixiao retorted. This is completely shameless? If I had more people, I would have planned an ambush on the way here and kill their delivery person. That would have been spectacular. Could they count that loss on me? Wei Chen proposed. No human can stop you now. Yixiao took a deep breath and lamented. Enough already. Give Death Hand back to me. I'm going to upgrade it. Wei Chen changed the subject. Are you sure you won't destroy it? Yixiao asked. F***ck off. Stop cursing me. Wei Chen yelled back. You're not confident. Yixiao concluded. Based on my years of research, I think it should be fine. Wei Chen answered. Clearly, you've never tried. Yixiao pointed out. But I have experience. Wei Chen insisted. The experience of an antique. F***ck off. I'm not going to argue with you. Hurry up and give Death Hand back to me. Let me upgrade the weapon first. We have to work for the material needed for the next upgrade anyways. I don't know if we'll be lucky enough to find another boss. Wei Chen sighed. That's going to be hard. With all the hidden rules in the game, we're no better than the big shots from the big guilds. Truthfully speaking, they didn't pay much attention to us before. They thought that the heavenly domain wasn't like the normal servers. They believe that they have more power here, and we are just a tiny group with no real power, but after this, they will probably start to see us as a threat towards their bosses. If they actually spend some effort on making things difficult for us, we might actually suffer a lot from it. Xiao explained. True. After all, bosses are different. Just killing one takes a lot of time. Hijacking a boss is more troublesome than hijacking a guild leader. Wei Chen agreed. Actually, killing guild leaders would be nice too, but the problem is that guild leaders only drop equipment, not materials. Xiao lamented. Ari, if only we know who got the material every time they killed a boss, then that would be great. We wouldn't have to kill the bosses anymore. We just need to kill that player. Wei Chen added. That would still be difficult. Killing the person won't give you the right thing every time. Xiao commented. If killing them doesn't drop it, then we'll just keep on killing. Wei Chen answered. Should we try it next time? Xiao offered. But we need to find out who picked up the material. That's too hard, Wei Chen sighed. We just need a spy among the higher-ups. Xiao spoke. The two turned around and looked at the same time then. Wei Chen's friend stood behind his windward formation. By now, almost all of their guild titles had disappeared. It was not because they were hiding them, but because they got kicked out. There were a few exceptions though, they were in Excellent Dynasty or Samsara. None of Wei Chen's players from these two guilds had joined the fight, so the spies in these two guilds weren't exposed. We're probably on their blacklist now. This is problematic. Wei Chen frowned. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. You can just switch accounts. I checked. Luckily, in your group, everyone has a different class, right? Well, it just happened so that I have a bunch of level 70 empty accounts. I can give those accounts to your people. You can then transfer over your equipment, then that should settle it. Xiao offered. F***CK. Do you know that our accounts all have really high amounts of skill points? Wei Chen complained. Really? How high? About 4,700. Wei Chen answered. Why is it so high? Xiao exclaimed. With the regular leveling and main quests, a character would always end up with exactly 4,000 skill points. The additional skill points were gained under random conditions from skill books, hidden quests, and event rewards. Glory had a long history. Xiao wouldn't be surprised to see some regular characters in the game actually had an amount of skill points comparable to the godly characters. After all, this kind of thing depended solely on luck. However, those around Wei Chen all had around 4,700 skill points. Now that was shocking. This was all the result of good luck? Such good fortune for all 20 or so. Clearly, this was no longer the result of luck. There must have been some skill involved in it. This is my guarded secret. Wei Chen boasted. Nonsense. More than 20 people already know this. How can you call that a guarded secret? Xiao snapped. Speaking about it, skill points had been a headache for Xiao. This was something that could only rely on luck. No one could guarantee how a character would end up. The only solution to this problem was money. On top of that, money couldn't actually buy skill points. It could only be used to buy the accounts with really high skill points. Some would say, all problems that could be solved with money are not problems. Clearly, those who say that are all rich people. For those who use money to build teams, this is truly not too big of an issue. Even though there are very few accounts with such high skill points, Glory had been established for a long time and it had a large population of players, there are still a decent number of accounts with high skill points. Still, to Xiao, who was starting over with nothing in hand, this was a very grave issue. The price for accounts with high skill points could be as high as the price of a silver-class weapons. Let alone a full team of them, Xiao couldn't afford a single one. Who would have thought that Wei Chen, who was right in front of him, would have a way to stack skill points? This would not only solve an urgent problem for Xiao, but it would also bring a large amount of fortune to him. In that moment, Xiao only had one wish: let's hope this shameless guy isn't bragging, or that the guarded secret is as worthless as I bought them. Chapter 542. Follow up. Ha ha ha, you want to know? Let this senior think of something for you to do and then I'll consider telling you. Wei Chen raised his eyebrows. Old thing, who has your death hand? Xiao laughed grimly. F***CK. Wei Chen realized that he had been too pleased with himself and had forgotten something so important. You win. Wei Chen clearly valued his silver weapon. His years of hard work couldn't be faked. Hurry up and tell me. You should know. In Glory, when certain conditions are met, some items can be dropped 100% of the time. Wei Chen said. As an experienced expert, Xiao understood what Wei Chen meant. You're saying kill books can also be dropped in a similar way? Yes, but it's still not guaranteed. At best, it can increase the drop chance. Wei Chen answered. Big brother, isn't that just a myth? Xiao felt a bit confused. Time range, fixed input sequence, fixed kill order, etc. These weren't proven facts in Glory, but rather beliefs of some players. These illogical methods were hard to believe. On the other hand, setting up certain conditions to hit out equipment had a 100% chance and could be proven through testing. All of these methods made sense too. For example, when Xiao first started playing the game from scratch, the method to guarantee the hidden boss ornamental sword in the beginner village was to repeatedly hit the sword's belt. This could be explained through logic. If the sword belt broke, the sword would drop. A lot of these types of methods existed in Glory. However, Wei Chen's method only increased the drop chance. In an instant, his method felt somewhat implausible. How could you know whether the drop chance actually increased or not? A 5% drop rate didn't mean that you would be guaranteed 5 drops out of 100 kills. Each drop was an independent event after all. Out of 1,000 times, you might not get any drops in 950 kills, but you could get 50 drops in the last 50 kills and it would still be considered a 5% drop rate. As a result, for drop rates, apart from 100% or 0%, it was difficult to estimate an exact number. Wei Chen only mentioned increasing the drop chance. His method seemed more like a myth than a fact. Myth? Don't all of these characters with around 4,700 skill points prove that it's not a myth? Wei Chen refuted. Then tell me, how do you do it? Xiao asked. Okay, we have to start with the relationship between people and Glory. Death hand. Xiao spoke bluntly. D***mit. Wei Chen grit his teeth. Hurry up and tell me. Xiao held a stick and he didn't have the patience to wait. There's a lot of stuff. I'll just send you a doc. Wei Chen didn't continue stalling. He knew that what he had was very important. If the two of them were going to create a team with the goal of becoming champions, then just having outstanding players wasn't enough. The characters had to be strong enough too. Okay, send it to me. I'll study it. Xiao said. You don't trust this brother's research? You haven't touched the game very much in these past few years. Glory is an online game, after all. You can still learn a lot from the web. The training methods used by teams are becoming more and more mature, but they're also moving farther and farther away from the game. That's not good. Wei Chen spoke his thoughts. It sounds like you discovered a lot in these past few years. Xiao asked. I have. Definitely things that you guys in the pro scene probably wouldn't know. Wei Chen said confidently. So thank me for giving you a chance to go back on stage. Xiao said. Wei Chen went silent for a long time, but then said, F***ck off. Hurry up and give me my death hand back. It's in the city storage. I'll go grab it. Xiao said. Wait, something doesn't feel right up ahead. Just as they were about to leave Poison Fang Swamp, Windward Formation suddenly stopped to hear for any sounds of movement. Yeah, something feels off. Xiao said. The two experienced players could tell the situation wasn't normal. It's probably those guilds from before. They probably left some people behind to see what we're up to. Wei Chen guessed. It looks like there are quite a lot of people. Yixiao looked around. These people hadn't exposed themselves yet, but they weren't making too much of an effort to stay hidden either. They had clearly completed an encirclement, ready to pounce at any time. It seems like breaking out will be a bit difficult. Wei Chen said. I agree. You go first. Wei Chen said. Of course. Yixiao logged off. F***CK. Can't you say something nice? Wei Chen cursed in QQ. TCH. We still need to play tricks with each other? We all know it's true, so why waste time? Yixiao asked. You F***K. You said you'd give us accounts. Was that for real? Wei Chen asked. Of course. You still have time to chat. Yixiao asked back. The enemies aren't moving. I'm not moving. It's not like we need these accounts anymore. In a bit, this senior is going to fight with them and give them a taste of my amazingness. Wei Chen said. Seeing that I've logged off, that attack must have hurt them greatly. Yixiao said. Don't be so happy. They might wait there until you log back on. Wei Chen warned. I doubt they'll spend all day waiting for me with so many people. Come rescue me when there are less people. Yixiao said. Why should I rescue you? Wei Chen said. Yixiao replied with 2 words, Death Hand. God d*mit. This time, when you get out, you're going to return my Death Hand immediately. If you don't return it, I won't agree to anything you say ever again. I can't wait another minute. Wei Chen cursed. Hurry up and go fight them. Yixiao said. Wait for my message. Wei Chen replied. In Poison Fang Swamp, the battle began. With Windward formation at the head, a bunch of half-naked characters charged in a direction. After being kicked out of the guild, they were left half-naked. Half of their equipment had been taken back by the guild storage. Against these half-naked savages, the guilds calmly concentrated their firepower to kill them immediately. Who would have thought that this charge would be a fake? The instant the encirclement attacked, the two teams suddenly changed directions and started attacking in a frenzy. At this moment, the encirclement had already let out their attacks and couldn't take them back. Pu. It was like a sword hitting a crucial point. However, the sword was too blunt and couldn't kill. It was still enough to injure though. On the other hand, these two teams attacked the encirclement and killed several people. Pick up their equipment. Wei Chen shouted. There wasn't many equipment on the ground. With 20 half-naked people scrambling for them, it seemed very uncivilized. Their scramble made the players making up the encirclement stare dumbly at them. They were all from big guilds and had discipline. It was hard for them to look at such shameless acts. During this period of disdain, all of the equipment laying on the ground had been swept clean. Wei Chen shouted again and the two teams separated with one on the left and the other on the right. Each team forced their way into one part of the encirclement. This time, the guild players fought back. They wouldn't let these savages pick up their items so easily. Their counterattack killed off several of them. This was a team battle. With a multitude of attacks coming at once, life and death was only a matter of seconds. Yixiao wouldn't be able to remain in this type of battle. A level 54 character had limited strength. The battle that took place in Poison Fang Swamp didn't last long. It ended within minutes. All 20 players died. These players had been cursing the entire time and in a very ugly manner too. Their shouts often had to do with the reproductive system, but from their angry curses, they could also feel that they were happy and having fun. The enemies had finally been killed, but the guild players didn't feel happy at all. The enemies that they had killed didn't bear any resentment towards their killers, only pure passion for fighting. Right before they died, they often said things like, "You're washed clean now. Wait for Big Daddy to come for you." It made all of the guild players feel like they had been ridiculed. They looked at each other and couldn't find anything to be pleased about. At this moment, a system announcement came: Samsara had killed Swamp Hunter Lepu. What's this? When the guild leaders saw this message, their minds suddenly went blank. Hadn't Swamp Hunter Lepu been snatched away by Lord Grimm's gang? They even killed off a bunch of guys at Poison Fang Swamp's exit. Even though it was too bad that they weren't able to catch Lord Grimm, it was still a small win in their eyes. However, how come Samsara killed Swamp Hunter Lepu? They hadn't come to their senses yet, when a follow-up to the proof post in the Glory forums. The follow-up spoke of two things. 1. Ridiculing Blue Brook Guild had been a misunderstanding. In reality, this had all been done by the pest Lord Grimm. After learning the truth, Blue Brook Guild helped Samsara take the boss and, in accordance to the proof post, the boss was given to Samsara. 2. Samsara was the main topic. Even if they weren't going to fight for the boss, they had to fight for justice. Blue Brook Guild had proved everything was a misunderstanding, but in this type of situation, Samsara wouldn't cower. Excellent Dynasty wanted to enter by exploiting their weakness. Fine, Samsara would fight. Samsara wouldn't compromise for any reason. No matter the predicament, if they were going to kill, they would slaughter their way to the heavens. They would kill for justice. These two had videos and images as proof. Samsara's players stood up straight with pride as they watched Excellent Dynasty's players stoop down to pick up equipment and leave. All of it had been recorded. Didn't you say you couldn't understand this time's deal? Do you understand now? Yishio said to Cheng Guo. Chapter 543. Spies. Cheng Guo looked a bit dumbstruck. She didn't understand it too thoroughly, but after seeing the two follow-up posts, she got a clearer idea of the whole picture. Blue Brook Guild's action had been forced. With the proof post, even if the guilds knew that Blue Brook Guild hadn't done it intentionally, without any concrete proof to back up their uninvolvement, they didn't mind putting the blame on Blue Brook Guild. This type of attack was much more valuable than a PvP match in the game. Blue Brook Guild had a club and a team behind them. Such an existence made up of 3 entities would be extremely difficult to harm through just PvP alone. On the other hand, revealing a scandal could weaken the popularity of one of these 3 entities and could be considered quite a heavy blow to their reputation. Blue Brook Guild clearly understood this point. As a result, they cleaned themselves of the matter, refusing to let the other guilds use this opportunity to attack them. Blue Brook Guild didn't have much of a choice. As for Samsara? Cheng Guo saw the chain of shouting and cheering from Samsara fans underneath the post. There were quite a lot of other players praising the manliness of Samsara's actions too. She quickly realized the significance of the actions that Samsara had taken. When normal players played the game, they didn't care about the businesses of these club guilds. Today, Samsara had been cheated and used this to attract the sympathy of others. Afterwards, they used a battle to show their might. Other guilds might look at such actions with disgust, but it resonated well with the vast majority. People played the game to have fun. If they were cheated, they didn't want to go through some lengthy process in order to get revenge. They would rather take revenge immediately. Whether or not revenge was the answer was a completely different matter. Samsara went with what the people liked. Not only did they rally their own supporters, many neutral players had a deeper impression of Samsara now, especially with Samsara taking the boss. This was a perfect example of a main character taking action to achieve his goals. In the eyes of the people, the only word that could describe this was cool. However, after looking at it again, she suddenly felt a bit confused about one part. If that's the case, Blue Brook Guild needed Samsara as witnesses to clear their name, but Samsara didn't need Blue Brook Guild to do anything for them. If Blue Brook Guild was still the betrayer, then even if Samsara won the boss in the end, Samsara would look more powerful, right? Not bad, not bad. You must have improved a lot to think of this outcome. Yishio praised. Cheng Guo rolled her eyes. She clearly didn't feel very accepting of his praise. Truthfully, she didn't have much interest in how the guilds operated. She preferred watching sick plays, killing in a single combo, etc. Samsara obviously doesn't want to be linked with Blue Brook Guild, but if their intents were seen through by Blue Brook Guild, then there's nothing they can really do about it. Blue Brook Guild refuses to part with them, and they couldn't take the boss, so to make a trade-off, they helped to clear Blue Brook Guild's name. Xiao explained. You saw that the two parties urgently needed the boss, so you struck a deal with them. Chengguo asked. Xiao laughed bitterly. I had no choice. In our current situation, trying to compete with these guilds fairly is like asking a tiger for its skin. I don't have the time to slowly make business with them, which is why I have to resort to such shameless methods like this. You don't need to explain. I'm not looking down on you for doing it. Keep up the good work. Chengguo said. With such a shameless guy like Old Wei to help me, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Xiao sighed. It's not like you're very merciful either. Chengguo said. Don't say such nonsense, I'm nowhere near Old Wei's level of shamelessness. Xiao spoke solemnly. Chengguo commented, you're really modest when it comes to stuff like this. On QQ, Wei Chen reported the death of his gang. All of these characters had to be abandoned, so he decided that they would look around and kill these guild players, so these abandoned accounts would gain some value. See, look how shameless he is. Xiao said to Chengguo, while asking Wei Chen how he should send over the open accounts. How are we going to develop after this? Wei Chen was currently leading his team all over the place to attack the guild players. He was having quite a good time, playing while chatting with Xiao on QQ. I have a big plan. Xiao said. What big plan? Wei Chen said. I've decided to send you out as a spy. Xiao answered. I can't though, no? If I were to become a spy, wouldn't you be wasting my talents? Wei Chen objected. No, for such an unscrupulous guy like yourself, using you as a spy puts your talents to full use. Xiao honestly replied. Wouldn't you be a better fit then? Wei Chen said. My schemes and foresight aren't nearly as deep as yours. Xiao politely refuted. No. I'm older than you in age, but in terms of knowledge and glory, you will always be the superstar of experience and shamelessness. Even after you retired, you've deeply affected the later generation. You're not like me who stayed silent for all these years. Even Blue Brook Guild's dog of a leader didn't recognize this senior. Did Blue Rain not hang up a huge portrait of me in the Hall of Fame for those dogs to worship me? I'm to blame for that. If it weren't for me, you might have actually been able to win some fame during the 2 years and earned yourself a portrait in the Hall of Fame. But as the founder of Team Blue Rain, I believe your hard work and passion set the team's path for the future by becoming the powerful stepping stone for the later generation. One shouldn't be too unduly humble. Are you F*King illiterate? When was this senior ever too unduly humble? Flip open the Baidu dictionary and study how to use proverbs properly. Don't speak such nonsense to me. If you aren't too humble, then you'll just have to accept your job as a spy. Trust me. You have the ability to do the job well. Xiao said. What a load of *T. This senior is saying this job is too easy for someone like myself. Stop pestering me. Wei Chen expressed. Obviously for a job as a normal spy, but this time, I'm going to be doing something big. Xiao said. How big? What's the point of having 1 or 2 spies? If we're sending in spies, we're going to send in a full group of them. Xiao said. Why? Look, with your skill, as long as you don't intentionally keep a low profile, even if you won't be able to become one of the core members that manage the guild, becoming a core member that leads teams shouldn't be a problem, right? When this happens, you can add your gang into the guild and we'll set up a group of spies in the guild. A single spy won't be able to get much information, but a guild's elite team should be able to access quite a lot of information, right? Xiao said. You really are too shameless. Not only do you want me to jump into a pit of fire, you even want all of my bros to jump in with me. How can say it's a pit of fire? Do you know the benefits of being in a guild? Xiao said. That's true. Without the extra stats and equipment from a large guild, our strength is too weak. It doesn't feel good. It seems like taking advantage of these benefits is not a bad idea. Yeah, it's like killing two birds with one stone. Okay, I'll do it. When will those account cards arrive? That depends on the delivery worker. Okay, when I get the account cards, I'll start. Do you have any recommendation as to which guild I should join? Which guild do you think would be the best? With this brother's skill, it doesn't matter. The guilds will be lining up to invite me. There's no need to consider whether or not I can do it. Then you decide. What about Samsara? Seeing today's actions, Samsara has quite the ambition. The guild wants to become more popular and they've been doing well in the competitive scene recently too. Samsara's actions this time might even have been orders from above. They want the attention in-game to coincide with their rise to the pro stage. Wei Chen said. It's a good choice. With greater ambition, there are more opportunities to join and develop. Samsara is not bad. I approve. Yishio said. B****, it sounds like you're approving my decision. This senior makes his own decisions. Wei Chen replied. This is the last time I'm going to remind you, Death Hand is still with me. Yishio replied. Right, don't you think that Samsara has a good chance of winning this season? Wei Chen quickly switched topics. Their momentum is strong and they clearly aspire to be champions. This year, they even got to host the All-Stars. They clearly plan on cementing their position in the pro scene this year. If you're talking about chances, all of the strong teams have a chance, but if you're talking about readiness and conviction, Samsara is looking quite strong. Speaking of which, Samsara didn't seem to be looking too strong for the first half of the split. Wei Chen said. That's part of their readiness. It's not easy starting off strong and keeping it up for the entire season. It's better to start slower, grow, and then burst forth at the end for the playoffs. Yishio said. So what you're saying is that you think Samsara's going to win? Yes. Yishio replied. Then should I put some money on it? Wei Chen said. What are you talking about? Over here, our underground gambling den has opened a spot for glory. I was planning on placing bets for who would win the playoffs, but I wasn't sure who to place bets on. Wei Chen explained. Chen Guo's back was sweating seeing these two talk trash to each other while discussing their shameless plan to send a group of spies into another guild. When she suddenly saw the two chatting about the playoffs and how Yishio predicted Samsara to win, do you really think Samsara will win? If I were the one running the underground gambling den, I would definitely set Samsara's betting odds low. Yishio pointed to the screen. Chapter 544. Third follow-up. Blue Brook Guild had kept their name pristine. Samsara had gained more momentum. Overall, Samsara had benefited the most from this transaction. Blue Brook Guild could only preserve their current popularity, allowing their guild members know just how much they had suffered under Lord Grimm and his group's hand. Samsara's move had greatly increased their popularity, especially since the club also made a statement in an interview about the battle spirit team Samsara had. Even though the club never referred to the game, anyone would be able to piece the two together. The club mostly talked about the performance of the team during the current season. Samsara's recent achievements formed a backdrop which proved their spirit. Both the guild and club had made progress together and immediately garnered a great amount of attention. Many people began considering the probability of Samsara winning the championships this season. At this moment, no one would have thought that after these two follow-ups came out, that a third follow-up would appear. The main topic of the post, who gave you the power to put the boss at stake? The original poster heavily criticized the 8 guilds and their competition that staked the boss as the reward. The poster's reasoning was very simple, the boss didn't belong to the guilds. In theory, the boss belonged to all the players of Glory. Why did the guilds get to take the boss as their own and fight against each other with the boss as the reward? This post gave rise to a huge amount of commotion. It didn't matter whether the player was a fan or a supporter, everyone hoped to have the chance to kill this type of boss and obtain its potential drops. However, wild bosses weren't beings that could be killed by just anyone. Slightly weaker teams could even die against one. As a result, only the elite guild teams could successfully kill wild bosses with a high success rate. Club guilds were undoubtedly amongst the top among guilds and also valued wild bosses highly. Over the years, the wild bosses almost always fell into the hands of these club guilds. In reality, the club guilds already considered wild bosses as theirs. As soon as this post came out, controversy erupted. The reasoning was specious though. The club guilds had never declared that these bosses belonged to them alone. The boss belonged to whoever killed it. They had to care about their own images. If other players came to fight for the boss, they would kill the players or win the boss with higher contribution. In any case, if other came to stop them, they would fight back. They treated everyone equally when it came to wild bosses. Bosses belonged to all the players of Glory. Because of this, club guilds obviously had the right to kill bosses as well. Club guilds killed the bosses according to Glory's rules. If someone else stole the boss away from them, they wouldn't immediately attack and take revenge. The proof post hadn't been well written. It ignored the feelings of many players. The guilds felt that it was completely natural. The players thought so too, which was why no one had said anything about it until now. However, now that someone with a different perspective had come out, it immediately raised a lot of controversy. The club guild players naturally supported their own guilds. However, many players criticized the guild's inconsiderate conduct towards them. This post was much more shocking than Blue Brook Guild's or Samsara's follow-ups. This time, it not only struck a blow towards the 8 guilds involved, but also to all of the club guilds. The post also denounced how the club guilds only cared about the interests of their pro teams and restricted the freedom of their own players, treating them like slaves. This denunciation was a harsh statement. In response, the big guilds frantically defended themselves, talking about the benefits of being in a large guild. While defending themselves, they conducted an investigation on the original poster. They obviously wanted to know if this attack had been done by someone with other motives. Speaking of which, everyone had already begun suspecting a certain player. But after conducting their investigation, the poster hadn't hidden his history. He wasn't anyone particularly famous. Traces of him could be found all over the forums. It seemed like he was the type of player who liked to spread rumors. The big guilds didn't dare to relax their guards though. If it was just some random player talking trash, then they wouldn't be afraid at all, but if this player had other motives, they had to be ready to respond. Let alone the big guilds, even Chenghua began to suspect a certain someone after seeing the ruckus caused by the post. "Is this your doing?" Chenghua pointed at the screen and asked Yishio. Then again, she had not seen Yishio typing up anything like this earlier. Yishio took a quick look and shook his head, "No. TSK, the guilds are going crazy over this. Look." Chenghua went back to the forum homepage for Yishio to see. The main page was filled with statements from the big guilds, defending themselves from the criticism they had just been plastered with, especially the part about treating their guild members as slaves. They had to give an explanation. TSK. Yishio sighed, but didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to do his own work. He hadn't played much of the game in these last 2 days. Instead, he studied the document from Wei Chen on the fastest way to gather skill points. In this document, Wei Chen listed a huge amount of quests and explained the requirements of these quests in order to get an increased drop rate for skill books. With Yishio's knowledge of the game, he didn't need to do much testing to test the hypothesis in order to figure out the method's reliability. In the end, he had to admit that Wei Chen's research couldn't be considered a myth. The only thing he lacked was hard data that he himself had collected. In Wei Chen's research, he called all of these hidden conditions. The reason he was so confident was because Glory didn't seem to be lacking in these types of hidden conditions. For example, the vast majority of skills had hidden effects that could be activated upon certain situations playing out. Because players used these skills so often, these hidden effects were eventually figured out. In that case, what other hidden conditions existed in Glory? This was one reason for Wei Chen's efforts in researching how to increase the drop rate of skill books. Of course, Wei Chen also considered this as a method of becoming rich. The two had discussed this when discussing the contents of the document. "I finished looking at the document you sent me." Yixiao hadn't played the game for the last 2 days and had spent all his time studying the document. "What do you think?" "It's pretty sound, right?" Wei Chen replied on QQ. "Yeah, amazing." Yixiao praised sincerely because he knew just how difficult it must have been to research all of this. Wei Chen had studied quests. He had searched through the forums and heard from rumors about the different places and quests with a chance of dropping skill books. Through these quests, he found the hidden conditions necessary to increase the drop rate of said skill books. Apart from daily quests, most quests couldn't be repeated. Non-repeatable quests made up most of the results from Wei Chen's research. What did this mean? It meant that Wei Chen had used numerous accounts in order to test his theory because each account could only try each quest once. Yixiao didn't ask how Wei Chen had gotten all those accounts, but he could imagine how difficult it must have been. It wasn't possible for Yixiao to not respect such effort. "Once our team starts using it, make sure it doesn't leak out," Wei Chen carefully warned. "Of course," Yixiao said. "Come take a look at all the loot we got," Wei Chen said and sent Yixiao screenshots of their regained equipment one after the other. With his gang of bros, Wei Chen wandered around the Heavenly Domain ambushing guild players. They didn't say a word to them and just killed them directly. This type of harassment wouldn't hurt the big guilds much, but they couldn't let it slide either. The guilds formed a hunting team in order to hunt down Wei Chen and his gang. Wei Chen happily clashed with them, sacrificing their accounts, while continuing to fill up their inventories. After 2 days, the stats of their 20 accounts were completely red. Their experience points were negative numbers. They were too lazy to count how many times they had died because they were more interested in the equipment they received during this period. As they died, their strength declined, making it more and more difficult to continue fighting. Even so, they still continued to bite at these guild players. The guilds were completely sick of them, but they learned from their previous mistake. This time, they didn't dare to release a bounty. Wei Chen's gang was with Lord Grimm. If they offered a reward, what would they do if these guys just killed themselves for the reward? "Okay, save some strength to help me escape," Yixiao said. The guilds weren't having a good time these last 2 days. Let alone the boss, the proof post was also very troublesome to deal with. A random team was ambushing their players every day. In addition to this, they had a group of players guarding Lord Grimm's log-off spot 24/7, but they had yet to see Lord Grimm log on. This time, they were determined to fight with Yixiao though. They had the manpower anyways. If they just made the shift shorter, no one would be as bitter about it. Whoever killed Lord Grimm would get a large reward, so the guild players had fairly high morale. "Yeah, it's about time. We should hurry and get you out while our accounts still have enough strength to. If we're going to be spies, we can't get revealed yet." Wei Chen also replied. "Yeah, I'll get an account too and help you guys," Yixiao said. He asked Chenghua to borrow her chasing haze. After logging into the game, he headed towards Poison Fang Swamp, where Lord Grimm had logged off at. Chapter 545. Rescue. The 8 guilds involved in the proof post were gathered at the boundaries of Poison Fang Swamp. Initially, only 5 of the guilds had hidden themselves to lie in wait for an ambush, but later, they invited the other 3 guilds to join in. Blue Brook Guild and Samsara had just been extorted by Yixiao, so they happily accepted. Excellent Dynasty naturally accepted too. The guilds arranged the shifts for guarding this area. The method was a bit clumsy, but it was still better than nothing. Against a cunning god-level opponent, having an opportunity to kill him once was hard to come by. Yes, the 8 guilds just wanted to kill him once in order to vent their anger, but how would they have known that he wouldn't appear for 2 days? It was quite surprising to them. Lord Grimm won't log on? If this was permanent, it would be incredible news, but then again, how could it be possible? Of course it couldn't be. If he wasn't logging on, was he perhaps plotting something scary? The guilds thought of the little nincompoop complaining on the forums and suspected that it must have been the work of Lord Grim. For a moment, they didn't know if it was better for Lord Grim to be online or not. In any case, they had to hastily explain themselves on the forums and stay in position at Poison Fang Swamp. As for the reward they would receive for killing Lord Grim, it had already been put up inside the guilds and would never been taken down. Why else had Wei Chen attacked Yi Xiao with his identity as a member of the Blue Brook Guild? Overall, the deployment of the guilds was a bit sloppy. It wasn't a very careful formation, but rather more like a desperate action, but in any case, their superiors hadn't given them any new instructions, so the guild members simply followed orders and changed shifts constantly. Each of the 8 guilds sent a team of players for a total of 80 players. For convenience, they formed a group. As a result, the teams who arrived to take over the new shift would enter the group and then stare blankly into empty space. This sequence hadn't changed at all for the past 2 days. The players on shift weren't too bored though. The guilds had a lot of players. They just needed to randomly switch a few of them out every once in a while. No one would feel like the task was too repetitive. The only thing that repeated was Lord Grim never showing up. At this moment, a team from Misty Castle arrived, ready to take over the new shift. The 8 guilds switched shifts at different times to avoid everyone coming at once and making the situation chaotic. "Are you guys here?" "Yeah, we're here." "Has Lord Grim logged in yet?" "No." Whenever new players arrived on shift, they would often have a similar conversation. After some dialogue, the new team entered the group and the old team left. At this moment, 20 players lay in wait, secretly observing the situation. Wei Chen had already investigated this change of shift already. It wasn't any different than before. The enemy is quite fierce. By changing shifts at different times, we won't only be facing these 80 players. There's always backup on their way. Wei Chen said to Yi Xiao. "Is there always one team coming to change shifts every time?" Yi Xiao asked. "Yeah, from what I saw this time and last time, this seems to be true." Wei Chen said. "Then why don't we attack this team?" Yi Xiao asked. "I thought of it, but from the main city to here, the space is very open. There isn't any place to ambush them from. We'll catch wind of each other way before we can get close." Wei Chen said. Yi Xiao thought of the terrain and agreed. Afterwards, he said, "Then what about in the main city? It's a level 65 city and it's quite populated too. It would be best if we didn't go to a place with too many people." Wei Chen sighed. His team had gone to a city to repair their equipment, but the guild somehow surrounded and massacred them. It had been a miserable day. So the only choice is to break through these 80 players. Yi Xiao asked. "It seems like it." "Then let's do it." Yi Xiao said. "That's what I was going to do, but then you started spewing all that **T. Wei Chen cursed. "Let's go from the 6 o'clock direction," Yi Xiao suggested. "Why 6 o'clock? Go from the 12 o'clock. We'll create a small hole. Then, you log on and run deep into the map. As long as you pull some distance from them, how could you not shrug them off with your strict control over your stamina?" Wei Chen said. "Old bro, I'm only level 54. I can't even use insect repellent smoke. Running deeper into the swamp isn't convenient for me. It would be better to run down the main street." "Oh, I forgot about that." Wei Chen immediately realized. It wasn't that he lacked experience. There hadn't ever been a level 54 character in the heavenly domain, so players over here wouldn't consider things from that sort of perspective. "Let's go then." Wei Chen led his team and changed directions. "Don't be in such a rush. Let me cause a small disturbance first." Yi Xiao was using Chasing Haze. Launchers had the longest range of the classes in Glory, so he dared to provoke these 80 players. "Hurry up," Wei Chen impatiently urged. As soon as he said this, Yi Xiao's Chasing Haze threw out a lighter, low, and level. However, in the dark poison fang swamp, the light attracted everyone's attention. "Who is it?" A player on guard noticed the light, but with how Yixiao threw the lighter didn't travel far, so it had already landed on the ground by the time the player noticed it. The player could only see light and couldn't tell what it was. "What's wrong?" the unaware players asked, when suddenly, they heard a loud bang and saw several heat-seeking missiles flying towards them. F*CK, it's an attack from above. Someone shouted. Everyone began to move. The heat-seeking missiles would fly towards wherever the lighter had hit the ground. They hadn't seen the lighter, so they didn't know where to run. No one move. The person who saw the light realized that the light was the guiding beacon for the heat-seeking missiles. He didn't have time to think where the lighter had come from. He only knew that if no one moved, everyone would be safe. However, at this moment, the one thing that couldn't be shouted was "no one move." Even something like telling everyone to move in a single direction would have been more believable. The shout aroused everyone's suspicion, especially because not everyone here was from the same guild. No one really trusted each other. Thus, it would have been better if he hadn't shouted anything at all. The shout made all of the guild teams run around like crazy. 3 players pounced directly towards the heat-seeking missile's landing spot. Not my fault. The player saw that no one was listening and actually felt happy seeing 3 players running towards the missiles. Bang! By the time the 3 had noticed that they really shouldn't have moved, the missiles had already reached them. A mushroom cloud popped up and the 3 went tumbling away. One player fell on a dried-up tree and couldn't get down. Team 1, Team 2, go take a look over there. Someone spoke. This time, in this joint movement, there was an overall leader. Whoever was the group leader could speak. Because they changed shifts frequently, every guild had a chance to lead the group, so no guild would feel that the system was unfair, so there was no point arguing over it. Team 1's captain was the group leader. He gave the orders to personally check and also brought along Team 2. The 2 teams hastily ran over with their weapons clanking. When they arrived, the mushroom cloud had yet to disperse. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the skies and, because of the mushroom cloud covering it, no one noticed it. This attack was very brave. People had to immediately rush over for the mushroom cloud to cover it, otherwise no one would have gotten hit by the light beam and the attack would have been wasted. But now? Satellite beam descended from the skies. The ones in front bore the brunt of the attack. The other players quickly got out of the way in fright. But then, the satellite beam split into multiple smaller pillars, which were controlled manually. The pillars didn't follow the set pattern and predicted the directions which the players would dodge towards. Team 3, perform a flank. Everyone else, search the surroundings. The group leader hastily ordered. The 8 guilds dispersed like water. Wei Chen didn't need Yixiao to remind him. He could easily tell that it was a perfect opportunity to act. The enemy scrambled to figure out the situation, which gave them an opportunity to directly cut through them. Everyone ready? Wei Chen typed in the group chat. His gaze was locked onto the numerous players that were heading in his direction. Pop out and kill them all for me. Wei Chen shouted. 1, 2, 3. There are people here. When Wei Chen finished counting to 3, the other side noticed half of Windward Formation's head sticking out from behind a tree. The distance between the 2 sides was too close to escape. Wei Chen couldn't hide any longer, but he timed it perfectly. After counting to 3, he shouted a single word, attack. 20 players leapt out of their hiding spots and used their strongest moves. All of them were cursing at the same time too, saying things like F*CKU for 10,000 years. One wave of AoE. Even though Wei Chen's group no longer had the same strength as other level 70 characters, their attacks combined together were enough to take down several enemies. The wave of attacks attracted the attention of the enemy. They looked and saw a whole bunch of familiar names. Weren't they the ones with bounties on their heads? Rumors said they went around bullying stray guild players. Were they hallucinating? Why would they attack such a huge group like them? Be careful! They're here to rescue Lord Grimm. Everyone, stay in formation. The group leader kept a clear mind and instantly figured out their intent. As soon as he said this, the dazzling light from the satellite beam dissipated. Lord Grimm had unexpectedly logged on in the middle of this and had already started running away. Chapter 546. Breakout. You scared me. The voice that came out of Lord Grimm's character was actually a female's voice, who seemed to be grumbling at the person sitting next to her. Chenghua hadn't thought that, as soon as Lord Grimm had logged on, her entire screen would be surrounded by light. Lord Grimm was completely enveloped by the satellite beam. Using this beautiful screen, no one noticed Lord Grimm's appearance. Because of the short period of invulnerability after logging in, Lord Grimm didn't receive any damage from the satellite beam. The reason behind Xiao choosing to control the satellite beam split pillars manually was to force the surrounding enemies away. When Lord Grimm appeared and ran, no one would be able to block him immediately. However, escaping just like this clearly wasn't going to happen. Lord Grimm's log-off location had been marked as the center of the encirclement. The satellite beam descended on this location. The enemy encirclement had only been disturbed by Xiao's chasing haze, as well as Wei Chen's group. Actually breaking through would require much more effort than just running. Hurry up! Hurry up! Chenghua anxiously urged. She was already standing up, while controlling Lord Grimm. Xiao quickly shifted to where she stood. Chenghua also hastily moved away. The two switched characters, both attempting to escape. Chenghua's chasing haze had originally been outside of the encirclement, but the enemy had instructed a team to surround her, but because of Wei Chen's sudden ambush, this team was instructed to hold their position, so chasing haze didn't have as much trouble escaping. The challenge was getting Lord Grimm to escape. Even though he had logged on cleanly without anyone immediately noticing his presence, he had now been completely exposed. Everyone immediately abandoned Wei Chen's 20 players and switched to chasing Lord Grimm. When Wei Chen saw that his gang wasn't even be considered bait and the enemy side completely ignoring them, he couldn't tolerate it. With an angry shout, he charged at the enemies, along with his gang, to prove their existence. Teams 5, 7, and 8 blocked that side. Everyone else surround Lord Grimm. The group leader could see the entire situation clearly. He had the 3 closest teams block Wei Chen's assault and had everyone else continue pursuing Lord Grimm. Xiao hadn't touched glory in 2 days. Now that he had control over Lord Grimm again, he was filled with energy. He swiped his mouse and Lord Grimm shot his gun at the ground behind him. He flew into the air and onto a dead tree branch. On this dead tree branch hung the poor player who had been blasted into the air by the heat-seeking missiles. The tree branch couldn't hold the weight of both players and broke. The poor player fell. This attack had been too sudden. The players below were running while they aimed their weapons at Lord Grimm when they heard a cry from above their heads. Before they could lift their heads, their cameras went staggering towards the sky and they tumbled into the mud. Lord Grimm turned around. With a flash, the slash from a sword draw flew towards 2 players who were trying to flank him from the left. The players who were coming from the right were just about to use their own sword draws, when Lord Grimm suddenly leapt into the air towards them and disappeared from their sight. Xiao had used a Z-shake in order to slide past these players without slowing down. The blockade formed by these 3 players had been broken through, but there were still a lot of players left. Xiao looked around in a circle. Without stopping, he quickly figured out the most optimal pathing. He crouched and rolled forward, dodging an attack from the left. As he got up, he blasted the enemy player away with a falling flower palm. However, because of the over 10 level difference, the blow-away effect from the falling flower palm was greatly reduced. It couldn't even be considered a blow-away, more like a trip. Xiao also felt grieved. If Lord Grimm had been level 70 and the falling flower palm worked normally, breaking through this encirclement would be a piece of cake. This had been within Xiao's calculations though. He continued running forward past the tripped player. Another pincer attack from the left and right came. Xiao accurately predicted which attack would arrive first. He shook his 1000 chance umbrella into a spear and stabbed towards the left. Then, with a circle swing, he swung the enemy player on the left into the enemy player on the right, slamming both enemies into the ground. Fast! Too fast! The players that were still a distance away from Lord Grim could only become spectators for now. In their eyes, Lord Grim's attack had been very fast. Attack speed. This stat wouldn't increase as one leveled up. The only things that affected attack speed were the player's skill, equipment, and the special effects of their skills. If a player's skill was the only deciding factor in attack speed, then in theory, attack speed could be limitless. From this perspective, equipment was what restricted one's attack speed. However, in reality, this was a misconception. In Glory, weapons had an attack speed that ranged from 1 to 10. If a player's skill was poor, they might only be able to utilize an attack speed of 7 or 8, despite having a weapon with an attack speed of 10. If a player's skill was good, then the player could reach an attack speed of 10, but couldn't go any higher than that. However, a player could increase their attack speed with a skill. There might be a limit for speed, but how does one attack in the fastest way possible? By taking the shortest attack route. Thus, it could be said that in order to increase attack speed through the player's skill, the player needed to be precise, not quick. Precise judgment and control was required to perform the attack along the shortest route. Even with similar attack speeds, if one player attacks along a different route, it would take slightly longer for their attack to arrive. Lord Grim's attack looked very fast because of this. In reality, all of the forms of the Thousand Chance umbrella had an attack speed of 5, but that didn't necessarily mean that this was his limit. An attack speed of 10 couldn't be considered the limit either. It was simply a limit set by the weapon. Other equipment and the effects from skills could also increase a player's attack speed. However, because of the mechanics of the game, having higher attack speed wasn't always better. If a player's attack speed was too high and the player couldn't keep up, then the player wouldn't be able to fully utilize the speed. The guild players were astonished at the speed of Lord Grim's attack, but was Lord Grim only fast with his attacks? His movement speed was also the same. Xiao's extremely good control over his stamina allowed his movement speed tempo to constantly change, making the pursers unable to properly grasp it. They would predict that Lord Grim would move to a spot, so they would release an attack targeting this spot. However, when Lord Grim actually arrived at that spot, he would always seem to step over their attacks. They felt like Lord Grim wouldn't reach a spot yet, so they held their attacks, but when they attacked, all they saw was his back. The guild's encirclement went from scattered to orderly, but before they could rearrange the troops properly, Lord Grim had already broken through. Along the way were bodies flipped into the ground. No one had been severely hurt, but they lost their chance at blocking Lord Grim. By the time they recovered, they would only see the body of the next person being thrown into the ground. Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! The group leader, who could be considered rational and quick-witted, could only resort to this. It wasn't that he didn't want a concrete formation. Lord Grim's actions far surpassed the speed at which he could react. By the time he had thought of a way to stop him, Lord Grim had already gotten past that section. He tried making predictions, but with Lord Grim's weird pathing, he had no way to predict how Lord Grim would break through. Conventionally speaking, the fastest way to break through was in a straight line, but Lord Grim was already halfway out and anyone could see that he wasn't moving in a straight line. He just moved wherever there was a hole. Where were the opportunities? Answering this question and then making the arrangements would require the group leader to think twice as much as Xiao needed to. There was no way the leader could win a mind game like this. Besides shouting "stop him," he didn't know what else he could do. In the blink of an eye, Lord Grim had broken past the final layer and rushed out of the encirclement. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Everything happened so quickly. When did he break out of the encirclement? But after seeing everyone lying on the ground, they felt like a long amount of time should have passed, right? No one could get a clear understanding of the situation, but they could understand one thing: Lord Grim had successfully escaped. Their 80 players had been thrown into disarray by an outside force and then broken through just like that. Chase! The group leader shouted. He felt like his voice was very mechanical. He felt like it was what he should shout. As for what he should do after, he had no idea. "Old thing, I'll be heading out first." They heard Lord Grim shout. "Go! Go! This senior is going to slaughter everyone here." A coarse voice responded. Lord Grim ran away, but the 20 rescuers hadn't. They had been killing the entire time, whether they were against 3 players, 4 players, 5 players, or even 10 players. In the end, these 20 players eventually turned into corpses. They dropped some equipment, but the guild players couldn't feel happy at all. Compared to the equipment that they had lost, these 20 players had profited a lot more. They had no way of getting their lost equipment back either. They had been helpless against Lord Grim's escape, but these 20 players had killed off 39 of their own players. They had lost almost twice as many people, and this was with the opposing side having incomplete equipment and levels. When the team leaders reported back to their respective guilds, they said this to their guild leaders: "We successfully eliminated the rescue team, but Lord Grim escaped." Chapter 547. The wealthy are aggressive and powerful. The spawn camp on Lord Grim operation had failed again. Windward Formation and his group of people were still employing guerrilla warfare tactics. As these guerrillas fought, they became weaker and weaker. 2 teams wasn't considered a lot, but it still surpassed the number of players on a standard team. Their tactics were dirty and nimble too, making the big guilds unbelievable annoyed, but what happened next threw Wei Chen's little annoyance into the back of their minds. The post, which the guilds had nervously hoped wouldn't come, finally appeared. Heavenly Justice. This guild had already been officially announced as the guild for the new incoming team and used their identity as a club to make a statement. For the business-structured club guilds, this action was highly looked down upon. Heavenly Justice declared that they would always put their players first. They definitely wouldn't be like other clubs, who prioritized their business and treated their own guild members like slaves. This statement made the large guilds go crazy. Slaves? Didn't we already give a clear explanation? Which guild dared to treat their supporters like slaves? The guilds really obtained a lot of goods and materials from their guild members, but it wasn't like they completely took it all for themselves. The guilds had a solid guild storage system. Everyone donated items on their own volition and gained corresponding contribution points. The higher the contribution points, the greater the benefits they would receive. This was clearly a win-win situation for both sides. How could this be called slave labor? But before the guilds could respond, someone posted the guild storage systems of each of the top guilds and analyzed them. The poster picked out a random second-rate orange equipment from one of the guilds. In order to obtain an equipment of this grade, the player required 15,000 guild contribution points. In order to get 15,000 contribution points and, excluding the points earned from doing daily tasks, according to the guild setup, the amount of items required to be donated would be equivalent to around 30,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins is enough to buy several second-grade orange equipments. I believe that everyone in the heavenly domain should know this. The poster concluded, as for the guild, this donation of 30,000 gold coins is theirs to use. In addition, if the equipment traded in is ever lost, there will be a guild contribution penalty. 15,000 guild contribution points can't get a player a full set of second-rate orange equipment either. There's a limit to the number of equipment that can be traded in. For this guild, the limit is 4 pieces of equipment. When the guild saw this analysis, they went into a frenzy. This analysis made the issue seem very black and white. The other side's analysis wasn't wrong, but it neglected a few important points. Firstly, the other side lightly skipped over the part about compensation from participating in daily activities, but in reality, guilds had a lot of daily tasks and every player who participated in a dungeon run for the guild would receive all sorts of compensation for their work. People who accumulated 15,000 guild contribution points definitely didn't get all of it through donations. Secondly, the other side neglected the value of second-rate orange equipment. How many pieces of second-rate orange equipment could 30,000 gold coins get? That was hard to say. Even if you had the money, you would have trouble finding even one to buy. Thirdly, the penalty for lost equipment and the limitation on the number of equipment. These were completely necessary. If not, Spies would rack up the necessary guild contribution points, trade it for equipment, and then have others kill him for the equipment to drop. Without a penalty or limit, the spy could rinse and repeat forever. How could the guilds allow something so stupid happen? Heavenly Justice's guild storage system must have some sort of similar system to prevent this from happening too. Lots of intentionally misleading analyses came out. Before the guilds could refute them, Heavenly Justice floated in and spoke frankly of the discrepancies in these analyses. This type of thing was because of this. For example, the limit on the number of equipment and penalties for losing equipment had to be implemented. However, in comparison, our Heavenly Justice requires less guild contribution points and so on. The guilds were still writing their refutes when Heavenly Justice jumped out to do it for them. When they took a closer look, F***CK, the people analyzing never said whether or not they were from Heavenly Justice or not. Before anyone could respond, one of the analysts replied, saying how just Heavenly Justice was. Compared to other club guilds, their benefits were much better. Heavenly Justice was very mighty. Soon afterwards, Heavenly Justice quickly replied, showing their humbleness. How can our grassroots team even be compared with those powerful pro teams? One side gave praise, while the other side replied. The other guilds didn't even have time to reply. Everyone was coughing blood from anger. The two sides were clearly in cahoots. The guilds had been kicked to the opposite of the people's side. Heavenly Justice seemed to be the leader of the people. Grassroots team? Grassroots my ass. Heavenly Justice's guild leader was a famous money warrior in the game. If it weren't for his money, how could he evenly compete with the club guilds? How could people like him even be considered grassroots? Of course, Heavenly Justice's guild storage system required less contribution. Their guild storage system couldn't come close to the top guilds. All of the top guilds knew this to be fact. Because the rewards for wild bosses and dungeon records were completely monopolized by the club guilds. Money couldn't buy these rewards. If a guild storage didn't have good equipment, the guild contribution required would obviously be less. Heavenly Justice failed to mention this point. They enticed players by saying they required less guild contribution points and supported it by posting screenshots of the guild storages of other guilds. Every single big guild madly gave their statements, giving a detailed explanation of their guild storage system, saying how rare and difficult it was to even find second-rate orange equipment on the market. Some even pointed their fingers at Heavenly Justice, daring them to post a screenshot of their own guild storages. Your guild storage don't even have anything in it, so you obviously would require less guild contribution points for the highest tier of items. Others directly had their spies screenshot Heavenly Justice's guild storage. Sure enough, the higher tier items couldn't compare to the big guilds. However, Heavenly Justice simply laughed, saying we required less guild contribution points, so a lot of our players already have enough points to rent out those items. Right now, those players were wearing the equipment, so of course you can't see it in the storage. Unlike you guys, who have such high requirements that all of the equipment is left in the storage, unable to be traded away. For a moment, the forums heated up. Everyone favored Heavenly Justice's words. Their eyes opened up, unable to take in everything that they witnessed. Chengguo once again discovered the war of words while browsing about in boredom. She hastily pulled Yixiao over to see. Yixiao looked and praised Heavenly Justice's powerful move. Are they going too far? Chengguo asked. This time, Heavenly Justice directly challenged all of the clubs. What's there to be afraid of? Their previous statement already ridiculed the clubs. Now, they're putting themselves and the other clubs on two different sides. It's really smart, you know. They know that directly stealing fans away from these clubs is practically impossible. However, by challenging all of the other clubs, some of the players will certainly waver during this dispute. Even if there weren't a lot of these players only have one way to go. For the other clubs, you have so many choices to choose between, but the opposite side only has one Heavenly Justice. With this one move, they made themselves much more popular. But souring their relationship with the other clubs won't be good for them, no? Chengguo asked. Yes, that's certainly true. But the problem is, think of the other side's background. You said it before about Lulan/. He's a famous money warrior in glory. He relied on throwing money at the game in order to compete with these club guilds and form a pro team. His family background definitely isn't simple. He has confidence that he can reach the top. Why should he act so timidly in front of them? The wealthy truly are aggressive and powerful. Yixiao sighed. After saying this, Yixiao took a look at the posts and then pointed at some of the content. Look, something like this isn't possible for someone like me who's building a guild from scratch. Chengguo looked. Heavenly Justice made a statement saying that they had a lot of players apply, but because of the player limit in the guild, they decided to create another branch of their guild. The branch's guild storage would be set up quickly. However, the guild's level would require the effort of the players. Chengguo thought about how it hadn't been long since Heavenly Justice had announced the creation of their pro team, yet they had already become so popular. On the other hand, their side was faced with numerous difficulties. She couldn't help but become depressed and hated how powerless she was. At this moment, Yixiao received a message from Wei Chen on QQ. Wei Chen had also seen the war of words on the forums from Heavenly Justice. F***CK, this Heavenly Justice is quite aggressive. This senior has heard about the wealth of their guild leader a long time ago, but I didn't think he was ambitious enough to create his own team. Speaking of this, didn't your Lord Grimm join them? Don't tell me this guy is going to be our boss. Wei Chen asked. Seeing Wei Chen's message, Chengguo couldn't help but feel ashamed when she saw Yixiao quickly reply, no, our boss is the woman who you ridiculed the other day. F***CK me, what am I doing here then? I should pack up and seek asylum at Heavenly Justice. You want to go to Heavenly Justice to spy on them? No need for that. Didn't I say our accounts came from Heavenly Justice? Yixiao replied. D***MN, you thought that far ahead and already saw the potential in Heavenly Justice so long ago. Wei Chen was surprised. No. It was a pure coincidence. Yixiao said. Even if it's just a coincidence, you still have to be able to seize it. I already know how shameless you are, but speaking of this, I had something I wanted to ask you about. I almost forgot. After mumbling to himself, he was quickly reminded of something and immediately followed, right, about the accounts you gave me, why aren't there any knights? Oh, I kept the knight. I have a use for it. You'll have to make up for this discrepancy yourself. Chapter 548. Unrivaled Super Hottie. Why do you need a knight account? Wei Chen asked through QQ. Chengguo, who was sitting beside him, also asked. Yixiao laughed, typing and saying the same thing, to be a tank. You don't say. Wei Chen replied as he sent a rolling his eyes emoji. Chengguo, who was beside him, demonstrated a real-life eye roll while repeating the exact same words. So what are you planning on doing? Chengguo asked again. I'll join a guild and play as a tank. Yixiao said. Did you mean to say that you're also going to be a spy? Pretty much. Yixiao's reply wasn't too clear. It looked his role couldn't just be described as being a spy. Chengguo didn't fully understand what Yixiao meant, but she didn't ask any further. Yixiao was still playing on Lord Grimm. He was very close to level 55 and reached level 55 that afternoon, finally passing the level 50 to 55 stage, the most difficult stage he would face as an unspecialized character. You finally reached level 55. Chengguo felt the barrier had now been passed. You're right, I'm finally level 55. I can start running dungeons to level up from now on. Leveling through dungeons is a lot easier. Yixiao sighed. Chengguo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The difference between dungeoning and leveling areas was that you gained more experience through dungeon runs, but you could never say that it was easier. How hard was a dungeon? If you died carelessly a few times, you might lose even more experience than you would gain. However, Yixiao was a freak. He was the most hated player in the eyes of the big guilds and had to play cautiously while leveling in leveling areas. He had to leave every time he saw a random stranger. Inside a dungeon, it really would be a lot easier for him than in leveling area. You said just yesterday that Lulan/ isn't afraid to oppose the other big guilds, but I don't think you were ever afraid of them in the first place. I've never seen you try to maintain a good relationship with them. Chen Guo said. Yixiao smiled and replied in a bitter tone, I don't have a choice. I don't have much time. I can only take the risky path. High risk, high reward. Other than that, what can I do to create a whole new team? Our aim isn't to pass the seeding tournament, but to be a threat to the other teams. I see. Chen Guo understood, let me bring you through a dungeon. Right after she said this, Yixiao logged out of Lord Grimm. Since I'm already level 55, leveling isn't priority anymore. Yixiao smiled. Actually, Wei Chen's long year of research about earning extra skill points was now his priority. Along with that research, managing his account became a lot easier, so Yixiao had more time to do other things now. Yixiao pulled out the night account card, after he logged out from Lord Grimm. Logging into the game, he turned his head and asked Chen Guo, do you have any money? Yes? How much do you need? Chen Guo reached for her purse immediately. I meant in-game money. Yixiao was speechless. Oh? Game money, Chasing Haze has about 10,000 gold. Chen Guo said. In Glory, 100 or 200 gold coins wasn't considered rich. 1,000 to 2,000 would be the starting point and was the amount most players had. 10,000 gold coins was the border between being rich or not rich. Chen Guo used to a member of a club guild, so she could be considered as a high-end player. 10,000 gold coins was a healthy amount of money. Give me everything, I'm going to buy some equipment. Yixiao logged into his brand new night account. All the accounts that Yixiao had won last time had been checked by himself and Chen Guo. They were almost all completely empty accounts. Even if they had equipment, they were at best green mission equipments. Speaking of which, Ma Qingyi not giving them normal server accounts was already considered not being cheap. The difference between level 70 characters in normal servers and the heavenly domain was huge. Ma Qingyi's 24 accounts were all blank, but at least they were heavenly domain accounts. This night account had 4,160 skill points, which was a very common amount. The few items he had equipped were all green recycle equipment. After a short scan, the stats for this character hadn't been completed either. Apparently, it had yet to finish all the missions that gave stat books. It would be really hard to figure out which quests were missing unless the previous owner was playing. Yixiao didn't care about these 5 or 10 extra stat points. It was the previous owner's ID that truly showed how extraordinary he was. Unrivalled Super Hottie was its name, extraordinarily not low-key. Yixiao couldn't be bothered by the incomplete stats, however this badass name made him a little uncomfortable deep inside. Yixiao had long since passed the age where one would tell others how good-looking he was with his ID. Come and get your money. Chen Guo looked at Yixiao controlling Unrivalled Super Hottie, causing her to laugh inaudibly, then logged into Chasing Haze to give Yixiao the money. Chasing Haze had 13,251 gold coins. She gave Unrivalled Super Hottie 13,000 gold coins, keeping the remaining 251. Yixiao was thinking as he walked to the trading center, and in a very short while, he walked out in new clothes. Chen Guo quickly ran over because she wanted to know how a pro player would choose equipment for a tank. She was shocked the moment she leaned forward. Click on them so I can see. Chen Guo said in disbelief. Yixiao opened Unrivalled Super Hottie's equipment panel, showing them off one by one to Chen Guo. While saying, there is still 8,000 coins left, you can have them back. You? Why are you saving so much money? Go get better items. Chen Guo said. All the equipment that Yixiao bought were blue. Who in Heavenly Domain didn't have a few purple equipment, even if they didn't have any orange ones? Especially for tanks, in a stable team, it was always the first character that was invested in. A purple weapon and purple shield were the bare minimum. Turned out that Yixiao gave Unrivalled Super Hottie a very random blue weapon and shield. To be honest, a tank's job was probably the most important and a tank's equipment wasn't expensive. Because playing as a tank was a harsh job and the difficulty was high, ordinary players either misplayed the class or were too lazy to bother. It led to a small amount of tank players. The fewer players, the less demand and the price wouldn't go up. With 13,000 gold coins, players could barely afford a luxury weapon, but if you wanted to get a set of blue defensive equipment, a purple weapon and shield, it was more than possible. It's all right. Yixiao smiled and continued sending a trade request. Just keep the money, there's no meaning in giving it back to me. Chen Guo waved her hand and rejected. It was only a few thousand gold coins, so Yixiao clearly didn't really put it to mind. Chen Guo didn't want it back, so he just kept it. He then switched to QQ and messaged Lulan/. Your recent move was very well played. Yixiao started the conversation. Haha, I just happened to get the chance. Lulan/ was pretty satisfied with his move. Seeing how aggressive you were, are you sufficiently prepared? Yixiao asked. It's going SOSO. Lulan/ replied. The reason I wanted to message you is to ask for some information. Yixiao said. What's up? Lulan/ asked. Do you know which sub-guilds belong to Tyrannical Ambition? Yixiao asked. God, you don't know. Lulan/ was surprised. It's because I am a god that I don't know. Yixiao said. I see. Lulan/ suddenly realized the reason. Yixiao was at the very top. Low-tier jobs, like guild management, wasn't something he was informed about. Let me check. Lulan/ had clearly been preparing for a long time. From the guild to the prole team, they had both carefully been planned out. For their future opponents, they were also investigated from the guilds to their pro teams. There are a lot of sub-guilds in each large guild. Some are very obvious and others are more hidden. You want information about Tyrannical Ambition, right? I'll send you a copy after I compile a list. Lulan/ didn't hide their grasp of the situation. Although Yixiao hadn't given them any material assistance, but he had helped give them a lot of mental guidance. In particular, he allowed them to see their true position. This alone had greatly helped their chances of survival in the pro scene. If they really thought that they could win the championships like they had in the old days, they would be packing up as soon as they entered. Okay. Yixiao received the document that Lulan/ sent him shortly after. According to the document, Tyrannical Ambition had 27 branch guilds. Of these 27 branch guilds, 5 were publicly known, 7 of them were hidden and only Lulan/ knew about them. The other 15 were marked with question marks, indicating that they were still unconfirmed. Yixiao took a look and it was similar to what he had predicted. Although he did not know the exact situation of Tyrannical Ambition, as the former leader of Excellent Dynasty, a lot of information would flow towards him, even if he didn't want to know. Tyrannical Ambition and Excellent Dynasty were both old-school guilds, so the difference shouldn't be that huge. Lulan/ had dug out 27 of them, but he also knew that his list might not be complete. The reason they hid them was not to hide their overall power. In fact, the real power of each guild could still be directly seen from their main guild. The members of branch guilds were players that might not necessarily fans of Tyrannical Ambition, but the guild was definitely secretly supporting or directly controlled by Tyrannical Ambition. They hoped to expand their control over resources and information through this method. Keeping them a secret was to prevent competitors from causing problems. And for those guilds that everyone knew, it was the same as the main guild, full of fans. Even if you weren't one, you had to pretend to be one in order to acquire the benefits. Chapter 549. I'm a tank. You're planning on infiltrating Tyrannical Ambition. Chen Guo had been sitting in front of the computer for the entire day. 50% of her attention had been directed towards seeing what Yixiao was doing. If she needed to help Yixiao write a daily or weekly report, she didn't want to miss anything. Yes. Yixiao nodded his head. He was used to Chen Guo watching him and asking him questions from time to time. I feel bad for Tyrannical Ambition. Chen Guo said. Ha ha, of course. Yixiao laughed. After seeing Lulan/'s intelligence report, he immediately began searching for the listed guilds. The branches of tyrannical ambition that everyone knew about weren't guilds that Yixiao could get into because these branches raised tyrannical ambition's banners. Fans of tyrannical ambition were lining up to squeeze into one. With Glory's player base nowadays, filling several guilds couldn't be considered incredible anymore. These branches of tyrannical ambition were all full. The big guilds won people over by virtue, so it wasn't likely for them to kick someone out just to add someone out of kindness. Besides, who would be so kind to Yixiao? Knock on their door, tell Jiangyu, I'm Yixiao, could you kick someone out and let me in? If Jiangyu didn't immediately summon thousands of players to kill him, that would already be considered quite kind. Thus, Yixiao had to choose from the hidden branches of tyrannical ambition or the guilds allied with tyrannical ambition. Lulan/ had given him a detailed report. He even had introductions for who controlled these branches. In the end, Yixiao chose a guild which someone from tyrannical ambition directly had control over. It was a guild called Exterminate the Heavens. Yixiao felt like such an arrogant name perfectly matched his unrivaled super Hottie. Then, there was Exterminate the Heavens guild leader, Senior Exterminate the Heavens. No explanation was needed. Yixiao applied for the guild without any hesitation. If Yixiao didn't have the information given by Lulan/, Senior Exterminate the Heavens guild would only seem like a normal player guild. Although it was also a max-leveled guild, it only had a little over 1,000 players. This was pretty much the limit for normal guilds. The guild leader's charisma could only do so much. Any more players and the guild would be very difficult to manage. The guild would need to use the guild storage as a foundation. However, building up a solid guild storage wasn't easy for normal players. They would never be able to compete with the money and prestige that a club guild possessed. Guild Exterminate the Heavens had 24 players. For a normal guild, it was quite good. As long as the guild storage system began to circulate, the guild would gradually grow. These types of guilds could indirectly become branches of the club guilds. The clubs obviously wouldn't throw money to build up their guild storage. They just needed to make sure that the guild didn't fall apart and the guild would naturally grow larger and stronger. As a normal guild, this sort of business wasn't something normal players would know about. As their gaming lives progressed, they would unknowingly grow alongside the guild. After Yixiao sent in an application, he pondered over his plan, while waiting for the reply to come. The reason he had confidence in being accepted was very simple. Normal guilds didn't have players lining up to join them like the club guilds did. Normal guilds just added whoever wanted to join them. They might as well add you for now. Besides, Yixiao wrote a note when he applied. It was only 3 words, but these words were very eye-catching. The 3 words were, I'm a tank. Yes, a tank. Most teams were centered around the tank. It could even be said that the number of teams were restricted to the number of tanks. If a team didn't have a tank, the team could only go and kill wild monsters. Dungeons and bossing would best be kept as dreams. Tanks were also high-end classes and difficult to play. Despite being the core of a team, not many people liked to play them. Thus, for most guilds, the words I'm a tank was very desirable. Sure enough, not long after Yixiao sent in an application, the guild added him. Someone in the guild greeted him, welcome, friend. Yixiao looked at the ID, Clove. This player was most likely a girl. After sending a thanks smiley face, Yixiao opened up the guild player list and skimmed through it. He also saw that the guild leader Senior Exterminate the Heavens was also online. Oh? A new member. Senior Exterminate the Heavens finally spoke. Hi guild leader. Yixiao typed. Chenghua snorted, so you're acting polite. Hey. Yixiao said seriously. Then, he saw a bunch of people speak up in the guild chat. The majority of them were just lurking around. There might not be too many people online in a 1,000-player guild, but there were enough. The chat kept flashing as messages kept on being typed. The guild was quite active. Whoa, a knight too. Are you a tank? Someone saw the new member's class and shouted it out. Sure enough, the word tank was quite eye-catching. Knights were mainly played as tanks, but they didn't necessarily need to be. There were quite a few players who used knights as DPS classes. Of course, more players were interested in PvP. Knights had high defense and health, making them quite a formidable PvP class. Yeah, I'm a tank. Xiao said. Oh? A tank? The guild leader clearly hadn't seen Xiao's guild application, so he hadn't seen the note. When he heard the new member was a tank, he was very happy. What are your stats? Exterminate the Heavens asked. Stamina 750, Strength 520, Intelligence for 14, Spirit for 05. Xiao reported. The chat suddenly fell silent. After a while, someone couldn't help but comment, so weak. Knights grew in a balanced manner similar to unspecialized characters. However, tanks naturally chose their equipment in a certain way. Stamina and health were their priorities. The rest would be switched out depending on the situation. Stacking strength would increase their physical resistance. Stacking intelligence, on the other hand, would there increase magic resistance. Stacking spirit would increase debuff resistances. Different equipment could be used against different opponents. However, the stats Xiao reported didn't even pass as average. High-end tanks usually had over 1,000 stamina. The passing line for normal knights was 840 stamina. Xiao was lower than the normal knight passing line by 90 stamina. In terms of stats, he was a legendary squishy tank. What are your equipments? Let me take a look at them. The guild leader Exterminate the Heavens sent a sweating emoji. I haven't played in a long time, so my equips aren't that good. Xiao said. He let them have a look at his equipment. The guild veterans looked and sure enough, they were all outdated pieces of equipment. Nowadays, it wasn't difficult to reach the passing line. After all, tanks played a special role and their equipment wasn't too expensive. How skilled are you? Exterminate the Heavens asked. Look at my name. Xiao proudly replied. Ha! Chenghua laughed. Unrivaled Super Hottie. Xiao's name made everyone go speechless. Even Senior Exterminate the Heavens felt defeated. After a long period of silence, he coughed, Clove, make a team tonight and bring this brother out to get some equipment. Clove was the one who had added Xiao into the guild. She clearly had a fairly high position to have that sort of authority. Senior Exterminate the Heavens meant that you're responsible for the person you added. Clove didn't object and replied with an okay. Then, Xiao received a friend request from Clove. He accepted and then received a message from Clove, when are you free tonight? I'm free anytime. Xiao said. Then is 7 okay? Sure. I'll message you at 7 then. Clove said. Sounds good. What dungeon will we be running tonight? Xiao asked. We'll be running Bone Dragon Abyss. The weapons and shields that from there are very suitable for you. The dungeon isn't too difficult either. Will there be any problems? Clove said. No, I was just asking. I'm going to go take a look at a guide. Xiao said. Clove was speechless. See you tonight. Xiao politely replied. Afterwards, the guild went quiet. The guild members were probably gossiping about Unrivaled Super Hottie. After Xiao joined the guild, he didn't have much else to do, so he went to a knight instructor. He reset his skill points and reallocated them. A skill reset wasn't free. The more times you used a skill reset, the more expensive it became. Besides, times when one made a huge mistake and needed to make a big fix, most players would wait until it was time for the game company to announce a special event for skill resets. Any other time, the players would just endure. Who would do a skill reset over a single error? At 7 p.m., Xiao finished eating and logged on to Unrivaled Super Hottie. Chenghua didn't want to miss it and was ready to watch him play. As soon as he got on, Clove immediately messaged him, You came. Yes, I'm here. Yishio replied. Come to Kansas City. We'll go together. Clove typed. Yishio teleported to Kansas City. This was a level 70 city. Whether it was a map or a city, the place wouldn't be as empty as a level 55 place. One could fully experience the gathering place for all glory players. No server could compare to the liveliness of a level 70 area in the heavenly domain. At the north gate of Kansas City, Yishio saw Clove. She was a female cleric. Around her were 9 players with the tag Guild Exterminate the Heavens. Bone Dragon Abyss was a 10-player dungeon. They had been waiting for Yishio to arrive. Yishio hastily had Unrivalled Super Hottie run over and turned on his guild tag. When he walked closer, he immediately asked, "Ho, why is there another night? If an equipment comes out, it won't be easy to split." Chapter 550. You can just be a Leecher. Yishio's question was normal. When they grouped up for a dungeon, under the given conditions, they would normally spread out the classes. This would prevent conflicts between players of the same class when they found a piece of equipment they needed. Many groups experienced great storms and disbanded because of this very reason. It was a problem that had to be considered seriously. In response to Yishio's question, someone humphed. "Bro, have you looked at my equipment? Would I want anything that drops from this dungeon?" When he heard this, it was obvious that the voice belonged to the knight and pride filled his voice. He obviously felt disdain towards Yishio, a useless tank whose vitality was only at 750. Clove also explained at once. "I called Crispy Bean over to help. He's our guild's chief tank. 950 vitality. Physical and magic defense, intelligence and strength are all over 762. He also has 700 spirit. If you were going to ask for help, why would you find a tank? There's me for a tank, right? Wouldn't it be better to find more DPS classes?" Yishio asked. Clove felt uncomfortable the moment she heard his question. She originally didn't intend to find a tank to help, but she felt uneasy when Yishio went to search for a guide for Bone Dragon Abyss this afternoon. A tank couldn't simply take on the leadership role just by looking at a guide. Driven by responsibility over the whole group, Clove couldn't entrust the whole group's life and death onto this tank who reads guides at the last minute. This explained why she specifically found a tank from the guild to help. She didn't expect Unrivalled Super Hottie was unable to tell good from bad. Whatever? All noobs are like this? Clove thought this way, but she didn't want to waste words on Yishio. She gathered everyone to start going into the dungeon. The tank called Crispy Bean wasn't happy though. "Oh wow, you're very capable, huh? To be honest, I'm not interested in this small dungeon at all. It's a total waste of my time. Since I'm not needed, then I shall take my leave. If you leave, we'd be missing a person." Yishio said. "What, scared now?" Crispy Bean laughed coolly. "It's not possible for you to only have tank equipment, so if you just change to your damage-oriented equipment, wouldn't that work?" Yishio asked. "You? If I become a DPS class, would you be able to hold it?" Crispy Bean was immediately angered. As the chief tank of the guild, of course it would be impossible for him to lack equipment. Apart from tank equipment, he also had a strong collection of combat equipments for a knight. If he really switched to damage-oriented equipment, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to squeeze into the top 10 of Guild Exterminate the Heavens. To be honest, he was looking forward for a chance to present his ability in damage output. "You can try." Yishio actually gave him a chance. "Very well. You said it yourself. Don't blame me if we get wiped." Crispy Bean's last sentence was aimed towards the crowd surrounding him. A flash on his character followed his statement and it became evident that he already changed into his damage-oriented equipment. "That's enough, stop fooling around!" Clove suddenly yelled out. "Crispy Bean, you're still the tank." As Clove spoke, she also sent a private message to Yishio. "What's up with you? Everyone grouped up to help you get equipment. This person has no reason to take your equipment. All you have to do is be a Leecher. What is there to be unsatisfactory about? Yixiao saw that this girl even communicated with him through private message, and that she was concerned about everyone's feelings. Yixiao didn't continue to say anything else. In Crispy Bean's case, it was obvious that he didn't obey only because of Clove's previous yell. Yixiao reckoned that Clove also messaged him in private. He soon changed back into his tank equipment. His view scanned over Yixiao's unrivaled Super Hottie and stepped into the dungeon after giving a cold harumph. Other players closely followed after him into the dungeon. Yixiao commanded unrivaled Super Hottie to follow. Chengguo wasn't far away from her game. She looked as if she were watching a movie. When she saw that Yixiao had started a conflict the moment he joined the group, she immediately felt that a good show would happen tonight. "You really are unbelievable," Chengguo lamented. "I'm only speaking of the truth." Yixiao spoke. Chengguo deeply agreed with this. Everything Yixiao said could drive a person crazy, but it was true. Chengguo also believed Yixiao's words. Even though 750 vitality was a little low, who was he? This chief tank of Exterminate the Heavens or whatever guild dared to challenge God Yixiao. Chengguo found it humorous just to think about it. Bone Dragon Abyss itself wasn't a difficult dungeon. In terms of tanks, a tank didn't need to have 840 vitality. The requirement line for 840 was expected of tanks themselves to enter more difficult group dungeons. A mere dungeon with only 10 people wouldn't even be necessary. What's more, with God Yixiao's skills, who knew how much those skills could make up for in stats? As an onlooker, she only pitied that she had to watch things unfold from the sidelines. It should be known that a tank had a busy role. If a professional player like Yixiao played one, she didn't know how fast the screen would move around, though it wouldn't be the first time she experienced it. A moment after, the 10 people of Guild Exterminate the Heavens was transported into Bone Dragon Abyss. Bone Dragon Abyss sat in a canyon. According to Glory's naming style, this canyon was named as Bone Dragon Abyss. The Wild Boss, Dungeon's final boss, and Hidden Boss were all bone dragons. According to the background storyline, these 3 bone dragons were actually brothers. Of course, that was when they had been alive, and now that they had become bone dragons, it was evident enough that they had already become imperishable organisms. Crispy Bean was Exterminate the Heavens' chief tank, so it could be said that he had gone through all of the dungeons in Glory. With Guild Exterminate the Heavens' strength, they might have some difficulties in completing difficult dungeons that required a group of 100 people. However, a dungeon with 10 people like this was nothing to Crispy Bean. This explained why the moment he entered the dungeon, he immediately rushed up to steamroll through the monsters. In his eyes, these dungeons only played the part of being thoroughly crushed. Yixiao was one of the last of the 10-man team to enter the dungeon. By the time he was transported into the dungeon, the fight had already heated up at the front. A tank normally led the team in the dungeon. However, this was a dungeon that Crispy Bean looked down on, so why would he need to be the leader? Of course it wasn't needed. All he needed to do was cheer everyone on while they hurried to keep up with his pace. As a result, the whole group was more or less busy and messy. Yixiao was able to spot that at first glance. Crispy Bean was undoubtedly a veteran and Clove wasn't bad, but several other people in the group had showed themselves to be a little unaccustomed. They weren't unaccustomed to the mechanics of the game, but towards the dungeon. To be able to make it into Heavenly Domain and complete the Heavenly Domains challenge meant that they wouldn't have any trouble or unfamiliarities with their mechanical performance. However, when faced with a foreign dungeon, they would obviously be at loss at what to do or where to strike. There were beginners in the Heavenly Domain. Those who had just cleared the Heavenly Domain challenge would be considered beginners. There were only 2 people like this in the 10th server. But how about the other servers? Not all players that reached the minimum required level could complete the Heavenly Domains challenge on their first try. Yixiao and Xiao Yifan were exceptions. They were pro gamers and had skill to back them up, so they could pass the challenge at the mere levels of 50 or 55. However, towards normal players, the challenge task was most definitely not that simple. After reaching the minimum required level, a lot of people had to spend a certain amount of time to acquire stronger pieces of equipment. using strong equipment to face quests and a lot of combat consumables could help in completing in the challenge. Moreover, the PvP arena could be counted as the easiest part for Yixiao and Xiaoqiang. However, it wasn't so easy for normal players. When fighting a boss, there was a regular pattern to find, but there was never a fixed pattern in PvP. In particular, the requirement to win consecutively was extremely fatal for normal players. As a result, newer servers like the 8th or 9th server had a lot of people who had reached level 70, but had yet to pass the challenge to enter the heavenly domain. On top of this, people didn't necessarily start from the 10th server. Actually, if a player would like to enter the heavenly domain as soon as possible, an older server would be a better choice. There would be high-leveled players to power level your character. The speed in which one could level up would be a lot faster in comparison to those in the new server. Therefore, there was a constant stream of players entering the heavenly domain. Yixiao reckoned that the other 8 people belonged to this group of players. At the very least, they hadn't entered the Bone Dragon Abyss dungeon before. This group wasn't exactly organized just to assist him in getting better equipments. Clove also grouped up the people so they could come and try Bone Dragon Abyss. How could a group like this work without a leader? Crispy Bean didn't care about it, so only Clove could attempt to take charge. However, it was super inconvenient when she had to instruct Yixiao. The reason being the name of Yixiao's knight. Unrivalled Super Hottie. What was she supposed to call him? If she called him by the full name, it would take too long and be a waste of time. Call him Unrivalled? Super? Hottie? Clove found it hard to call out any of the words broken apart. She wanted to puke just thinking about how shameless a person had to be to come up with such a name. In the end, Clove called Yixiao Yu. She called the names of everyone else, except when she reached Yixiao, she would say you, so on and so forth. After having gone through a little bit of confusion in the beginning of the dungeon, everything finally started to stabilize under Clove's commands. She was in the heavenly domain, so her foundation was already there. Dungeons were pretty much the same. Basic problems, like what to be aware of, was the same in every dungeon. These people obviously wouldn't make any noob mistakes. There wouldn't be any major problems if they obeyed the leader. The group continued killing as Crispy Bean gradually started to talk more, but he was mostly complaining. He was obviously very dissatisfied about their progression speed. In the end, he even cleared his throat and told everyone to do their best to focus on their damage output and not to worry about aggro going off the tank. Finally, the group reached the first boss. Before they fought the boss, they made some slight adjustments. When Crispy Bean opened up the damage output list, he mercilessly sent it into the group chat at once. Yixiao's Unrivalled Super Hottie was ranked second to last, just above Clove, who was responsible for the healing. You really are a talent. Crispy Bean taunted. Not really. I'm earnestly leeching. Yixiao replied.